001, a gateway to the Great Qin Palace. Parallel worlds. Jiangnan, Dongshan City. Outside the Ji family village at the foot of Dongshan Mountain. A tall, handsome-looking young man drove into the entrance of the village in a dilapidated van, and from time to time, he even greeted the nearby villagers with a smile. Third auntie, where are you going? Have you eaten? Uncle Six, picking up your grandson again? Cut. College students have no use, do not go to find a job, all day in the ground drumming, this university is not as good as not to study it. Yes, I heard that Uncle Tegan has introduced you to several girls and you won't even talk about them? Do you want to be a bachelor? The gossiping villagers at the entrance of the village said one thing and I said another. Jihan smiled faintly and didn't mind, driving back to his home. This small mountain village of 100 or so families at the foot of the Western Mountains is his hometown. As the only college student in the village, Jihan not only didn't go to look for a job after graduating from college, but also returned to his home to work as a farmer, which in the villagers' opinion is absolutely brain-dead behavior. In this regard, Jihan is also too lazy to explain too much. After the death of his parents, the family's mountainous land relied on him to take care of it all by himself. In just 2 years he has transformed more than 100 acres of land at the foot of this mountain, plus several hundred acres of mountain forests and a reservoir, into a small farm. At the same time he also separated a yard in front of his house, raised a lot of chickens, ducks and geese, nothing to guest a little farmhouse, and occasionally attracted some guests from the city to come over to consume. A small life is also still going on. Woof woof woof. Jihan had just stepped down from the van when a Caucasian dog as strong as a calf excitedly pounced over, its big furry head constantly rubbing against him. The big dog was truly amazing if you looked carefully. Its physique was bigger than the average Caucasian dog, its fur was black with a yellowish tinge, and it looked even more majestic and domineering than a lion, and it could definitely scare and cry a large number of people when it walked out. Alright, little black, you play by yourself. Ha, I've only been out for a while and you miss me? Good dog, I'll give you a big bone stew to eat later. Jihan was in a good mood as he teased the big dog, flicking its lush fur from time to time, and a humanized look of enjoyment suddenly appeared on Xiaohei's face. Ding! Beast taming skill proficiency plus 1 inch. Ding! Beast taming skill proficiency plus 1 inch. Ding! Beast taming skill proficiency plus 1 inch. A beep that only Jihan could hear kept ringing in his head. At this Jihan did not feel surprised at all, and had even long been accustomed to it, as he had a system bound to his body. This system was very mysterious. Jihan couldn't figure out what it actually did. It was just that whenever he did something, it would always prompt his proficiency in a certain skill plus 1, and then that skill kept getting stronger. Over the years Jihan had also gained many more strange and weird skills as a result. For example, animal taming, planting, fishing, cooking, music, hacking, hunting, driving, chess, swimming, and so on, dozens of kinds. Most of them have reached the master level and expert level. Unfortunately, these skills didn't seem to be particularly helpful to him. Plus, Jihan was a rather Buddhist person, so he had also been harboring in his own small village, living happily with the companionship of flowers, birds, fish, and insects every day. However, a different prompt popped up in today's prompt. Ding! System upgrade condition reached. System upgrade successful, please explore the specific functions by yourself. Ha? System upgrade? What's going on? Jihan was a bit confused, but the system's voice fell silent all of a sudden, and there was no response for half a day. This made him puzzled, but he also couldn't help but be secretly speechless. This broken system was still as high and cold as ever, and didn't say anything about what functions it had. It was really heartbreaking. Damn you, I'll study it tomorrow. Come on Blackie, let's make dinner first. Jihan rubbed the dog's head and went straight to the kitchen. However, he didn't realize that when he left, the fog slowly rose around this farm and even the entire Ji family village. Night began to fall. A dense fog swept in from all directions, quickly wrapping Jihan's farm, reaching out in all directions, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. Immediately afterward, a shimmering light appeared from the mist. Vaguely, it could be seen as if it was a door. In the meantime, inside the palace of Xianyang City in the Great Qin world, also flooded with a faint mist, and the harem even had an additional bizarre light door. This phenomenon immediately caused great chaos in the palace, with a large number of guards and palace maidens kneeling down in alarm, and even Ying Zhan was already startled. What is this? Why would such a phenomenon appear in the important area of the imperial city? Ying Zhan was startled. Wang Ben and Zhao Gao Li Si, who rushed here, were also shocked and dumbfounded, and no one expected a door of light to suddenly appear here. This object is like a door. Li Si exclaimed, through this door you can faintly see houses and water houses, chickens and dogs. Could this be the legendary fairyland? Congratulations, Your Majesty. Zhao Gao immediately kissed his ass. This must be the residence of the immortals. Your Majesty, you have worked hard and made great achievements over the 3 emperors. Now the immortals have lowered the gate of the sky, inviting you to step into the realm of the immortals. The slave girl congratulates Your Majesty. I congratulate Your Majesty. Li Si, Wang Ben, and the others also knelt down and shouted in unison. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. No one doubted Zhao Gao's deduction, and even Ying Zhang couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Could this really be the residence of an immortal? An immortal is inviting Ying Zhang to be his guest? Yes. It must be so. Years of obsession with immortality suddenly convinced Ying Zhang of this. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the thought of ecstasy, and asked excitedly, "Ministers, now that the immortals have sent down miracles, what should we do?" "I think we should send someone over to explore for a while," Wang Ben hastily suggested out of safety concerns. After pondering for a moment, Ying Zhang nodded in agreement. Wang Ben quickly waved his hand, and a dozen black-armored soldiers were ready to step through the light gate. However, just as they approached, they were bounced off one by the light door, and even Li Si and Zhao Gao approached, but they were also blocked from the light door. Ha ha ha. Ying Zhang was not angry but happy to see this. "It seems that the immortals don't want to see you and the others. I'll try it myself." After saying this, Ying Zhang excitedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, be careful." Wang Ben, anxious in his heart, also hurriedly followed. This time the light door did not stop the two of them, and with a whoosh, the two of them disappeared into the light door, shocking the people present. 002 Ouch, this old brother acting or the emperor? A flash of light. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben had then passed through the illusory portal, stepped through the limitations of time and space, and appeared outside Jihan's small farmhouse. They looked ahead in shock. Everything here was new to them. Exquisitely and beautifully trimmed garden hedges, paved with cement-hardened ground. Small houses with a modern flavor, and the street lamps glowing all around. In the distance, the mountain forests are filled with dogs and chickens, and the streams are flowing, and under the shroud of night, it is like a fairyland that mesmerizes people. Jihan is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, has long had master-level gardening skills. He has nothing to do to drum up his own small yard, so the layout and decoration of this place is full of artistic flavor, by no means worse than those rich people's private estates. This is the Wonderland? What a scenic treasure! Immortal residence is really extraordinary. Wang Cheng, and look at those strange bright light, even more than the light of the treasure candle, must be the means of this immortal. Your Majesty, look at this ground and this garden, and this house, the materials are all extraordinary. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben looked at everything around them as if they were retarded. The culture shock of being separated by more than 2,000 years had made their brains a little bit insufficient, and they were just like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, their hearts filled with awe. Woof woof woof. Blackie, who was lying on his back in the kitchen doorway, alertly spotted the two. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were startled on the spot. What a big, ferocious dog. Your Majesty, be careful. Wang Ben was so frightened that he drew his sword and shouted, "This dog is as vicious as a lion or tiger, don't go near it." Your Majesty, don't be rude. Ying Zhang scared and exclaimed, "This is an immortal dog breed, and it is really heroic. We must not offend it so easily, lest we offend the immortals." Only. Wang Ben hurriedly clasped his fists in agreement, but his gaze remained quite wary. And at that moment, Jihan had also heard the commotion and saw them when he stepped out of the kitchen. There is a film and television city in this neighborhood, and usually there are quite a few dragon sets who shoot costume dramas come over to eat, so Jihan is not surprised, just as if the two people are guests who come over to eat. Two old brothers, why are you here at this hour? A friend introduced you, right? Come, sit. Are you guys here for dinner or a get-together? Right, why are you guys wearing these clothes? The crew just got off work, right? Egu, is this old man playing the emperor? Jihan smilingly solicited. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't understand much. What crew? What friends? Dare I ask, sir? Ying Zhang arched his hand and asked, where is this place? Ha? Jihan's face was full of oddities. Why was this person speaking in a literal manner? Could it be that he hasn't jumped out of the theater yet? Right, it must be. Jihan had seen many theater nuts who were addicted to filming, and their words and actions were a bit strange. Older brother, this is just a normal farmhouse for me to eat. Jihan replied. A place to eat? This is an eatery? Wang Ben was surprised and asked back, where under the sky is there such an eatery? Don't swindle us, sir, this is clearly a fairyland. Ha, old brother, you are really good at talking. Jihan laughed out loud. My little place in the middle of nowhere is just a pretty good view. How can it be considered a fairyland? Come, all sit. I usually have a lot of city people here to come over to eat and fish and barbecue. You guys came in a hurry without reservation. It's just that I'm just getting ready to eat. Let's eat and drink together, right? In the face of Jihan's enthusiasm, Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were still confused. What's going on? Isn't this a fairyland? And Jihan invited them to dinner? The two men's brains were a bit spinning, and they could only subconsciously nod their heads in agreement. Not long after, Jihan brought out the fried dishes from the kitchen. A dish of stewed pork ribs with potatoes and a dish of hot and sour shredded potatoes. A serving of chicken wings with cola and a big pot of pickled fish. Jihan's master-level cooking skills are simply comparable to the god of cookery, and these simple home-cooked dishes are so colorful and flavorful that Ying Zhang and Wang Ben's mouths watered as soon as they were set out on the table. Two old brothers, you eat first, move your chopsticks. I was unaware that a guest was coming, so I didn't have much to prepare. I'll go back to the whole soup. Jihan casually greeted, while running to the kitchen to work on it. While on the way, he also gave Xiaohei a whole big pot of big bones. As for the origins of these two, he didn't bother to inquire much. As the saying goes, the visitor is a guest, and what this small farmhouse wants is service and attitude. Jihan has never been very enthusiastic about treating guests, and naturally he can't let people go hungry when it's time to eat. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben sat at the open-air dining table full of doubts. In the Qin dynasty, meals were eaten on one's knees, and tables and chairs had not yet been popularized at all. So the two of them sat a little less accustomed to it. Coupled with the aroma of this dish, they were even more indisputably swallowing their saliva, like a turtle that had been starving for 3 days. Secretary Wang, what is the meaning of the immortal? Ying Zhang asked in a low voice, isn't this a fairyland? Why did the immortal say that this is a restaurant? Your Majesty. Wang Ben said smartly, this place is definitely a fairyland, otherwise how can we explain everything we have experienced? Perhaps it's because this immortal is simple and low-key that he has befriended us as equals. This is definitely the case. Ying Zhang also said with secret excitement, I didn't expect this immortal to be so easygoing. He calculated that I would come here, and even cooked for me personally. We can't let down the immortal's intention, we can just address him as Mr. later. Yes. Wang Ben hurriedly agreed. Not long after, Jihan once again walked out of the kitchen. He brought out another pot of fish head and tofu soup, which was so rich and fragrant that it made people's appetites grow at a glance. Two old brothers eat all don't be polite. Although my small farmhouse is a little out of the way, the food and the environment are absolutely first class, and everyone who has been here says it's good. You guys try it. Jihan greeted warmly. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben scrutinized the bowls and chopsticks in their hands, and could not help but be secretly surprised once again. The bowl was as white as jade, with bright colors, more than 10,000 times stronger than earthenware bowls, worthy of being an immortal's treasure. These dishes were fragrant and smooth in the mouth. Even though Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were accustomed to eating the world's delicacies, they felt that what they used to eat was simply pig food. Sir, what is this? Ying Zhang picked up a piece of potato and praised, it's so soft and fragrant, it's really the best food in the world. Isn't this just a potato, haven't you seen it before? Jihan asked rhetorically. Potato? Ying Zhang hurriedly asked, what is the yield of this thing? 6 or 7,000 kilograms. Jihan said in a mischievous manner, of course, if we go by what you guys say in your costume dramas, this thing will yield at least 60 to 100 stones per acre. 60 to 100 stones? Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were dumbfounded on the spot. 0032 deep in the drama? I am really the first emperor of Qin. Sir, you didn't lie to us, did you? Are these potatoes really this productive? This is simply immortal food. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben's startled appearance instantly caused Jihan to secretly despise them. Where the hell did these two goods come from? Have city folk never seen a potato before? You two aren't here to amuse me, are you? Jihan frowned. We don't know much, please don't be offended, sir. Ying Zhang awkwardly said, may I also ask, sir, is this potato difficult to grow? What's so difficult about it? Jihan casually pointed and said, 110 acres of land at the foot of this mountain are mine, at least 1/3 of it is planted with potatoes. This thing doesn't pick the ground, it can be planted anywhere. If the land is good with enough fertilizer, the yield will be high. If the land is poor, the yield will not be too bad. This can be used as a dish or as a staple food, and it's also easy to store, so you can grow it all year round. If there were such grain seeds in ancient times, there wouldn't be so many people starving to death. Jihan Kai made a remark. Once again, Ying Zhang Wang Ben was filled with excitement. Oh my god, this is definitely immortal food. The best good land in the Great Qin Pass, an acre of land is only 6.5 stone of grain, other barren land is difficult to have 2 stone grain a year. Many of the people work hard all year long, but they are barely able to keep from starving to death. If they are unlucky enough to encounter a disaster or military shortage, they will die. If we can bring these potatoes back to Qin, will we still be afraid of running out of food? Will Ying Zhang still be afraid of the rebellion of the remaining 6 kingdoms? This is a divine weapon that can protect Qin for 10,000 years. Sir, can I borrow this potato? Ying Zhang pleaded. This thing isn't worth anything. Jihan said with a disgusted face, if you want to take some back to eat later, there are a lot of them in the warehouse. If you want to plant them, just cut them into pieces and bury them in the soil. After saying that, Jihan pointed to the warehouse next to the kitchen. Only to see various grains, potatoes, and corn piled up here, directly making Ying Zhang Wang Ben's eyes light up as he looked at them. Many thanks for the generous gift, sir. We can't thank you enough. The two Ying Zhangs were so excited that if they didn't still have a bit of sense, they would have had to pounce on them. As for being so excited? Jihan despised, I dozens of acres of land a year to produce hundreds of thousands of pounds of potatoes, heaps have no place to pile up, usually are used to feed chickens and pigs, how much you want to casually move. This kind of immortal food, even used to feed chickens and raise pigs? A waste, this is a waste. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben pounded their chests in heartache. Come on, keep eating. Jihan greeted enthusiastically, this meal is not charged, so let's just make friends and introduce more relatives to come over to play after we eat well. This stuff is delicious. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben continued to feast. The stewed pork ribs with potatoes are soft and tender, and the hot and sour shredded potatoes are appetizing. Cola chicken wings are even more delightful to Wang Ben, so much so that he can't wait to swallow even the bones. Ying Zhang, on the other hand, was stuffing his head and eating the pickled fish with a hearty appetite. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. Ying Zhang couldn't help but sigh, Great Qin is rich in the four seas, but I've never had this kind of delicious food before, it's really a wasted life. Jihan was not surprised at the rustic appearance of these two men, and while greeting them with food, he asked with a smile, older brother, are you acting as the first emperor of Qin? I am naturally the first emperor. Ying Zhang was embarrassed. Ha ha. Jihan became interested, the first emperor is good, I like this one emperor of all ages. The first emperor of the ancient world? Ying Zhang sucked in a breath of cool air in shock. His eyes violently flashed with a hint of ecstasy and excitement. The immortal had actually praised him as the first emperor of the 10,000 ancients? Ying Zhang ascended the throne at the age of 13. He has killed the traitorous ministers, revitalized the dynasty, destroyed the six kingdoms, and conquered the Xiongnu. He was criticized as a tyrannical Qin because of the brutal way he fought in his life. But now Jihan even called him an ancient emperor. His heart naturally couldn't help but tremble. This is simply the greatest affirmation of him. Doesn't sir think that my methods are too violent? Ying Zhang asked with a weak heart. Violent a chicken Jihan waved his hand and pointed out, the spring and autumn period in the Warring States period have been in chaos for hundreds of years. How many people have been killed or injured in the 9 states? If not the first emperor swept the 6 countries to unify the world, do not know how many people have to die. How can we pacify the 4 seas without ruthlessness? How can you be so powerful if you're not brutal? How can we create the unification of the 9 states? Ying Zhang swept through the 6 kingdoms, unified the books with the texts, the cars with the rails, and the weights and measures. How much contribution did he make to the 9 states of China? Some historians are so ignorant that they talk about Qin Shi Huang's brutality every day, but they don't even know that during his reign, he never killed a single meritorious official or general. Is this what a tyrant does? The more Jihan spoke, the more excited he became, with the air of a keyboard warrior. Can't wait to call out a key to come, incarnate key immortal killed 4 sides for the emperor vindication. Ying Zhang also listened to the blood, and could not wait to be introduced as a confidant. How he did not expect to be in the heart of the season cold actually have such an evaluation. Thank you, sir, for your commendation. Ying Zhang said excitedly, I am not worthy of it. What's wrong with you, you're not the first emperor of Qin. Jihan rolled his eyes and said, brother, don't get too deep into the drama. If it wasn't for the fact that my cell phone signal is still full, I would have thought that I had traveled across the world. I am really Qin Shi Huang. Ying Zhang's face reddened in embarrassment. Still really a theater nut. Jihan sighed breathlessly, alright, you are the first emperor of Qin, this old man you're not going to be Meng Tian, are you? No. Wang Ben said bitterly, I am Marquis Tungwu Wang Ben. Gotta, 2 theater nuts. Jihan couldn't help but cry and laugh. If it wasn't for the fact that these 2 people's speech and demeanor were fairly normal, he would have to decide that they were really crazy. However, there are not many people who like to play cosplay these days, so Jihan didn't take it too seriously and continued to greet them. Come, old Wang and old Zhao, keep eating. Although the food in my farmhouse is home-cooked, but the taste is quite good, remember to introduce your friends to it in the future. What were we talking about? Oh yes, Qin Shi Huang, speaking of which, it's really a pity, if it wasn't for the fact that Ying Zhang died in the sand dunes at the age of 49, Great Qin wouldn't have died in the 2nd century, it's a pity. What? Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were dumbfounded on the spot. Qin will die in the 2nd century? He died at 49 in the dunes? 004 pointing out the river and mountain, 3 plans to turn the tide. First, sir, what are you babbling about? Wang Ben's face reddened as he angrily said, Your Majesty is rich and strong, and my great Qin is blessed by the heavens, how could it die in the 2nd age? Are you too illiterate? Jihan cried and laughed as he asked back, you can't just read the script and not understand common sense. Who doesn't know that he succeeded to the throne after Ying Zhang's return to the heavens, and was killed by the restoration army of the 6 kingdoms in just 2 or 3 years? What? Who he succeeded to the throne? Impossible, Duke Fusu is the first son. Why wasn't Duke Fusu the successor? Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were once again confused, both of them were full of tangled disbelief, and even their full appetites were turned into grief and anger. Could this be a warning from the immortals? Will Great Qin really die in the 2nd century? How dare the remnants of the 6 kingdoms return? These damn guys. You guys are really illiterate. Jihan kindly explained, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was obsessed with the way of longevity and was compelled by warlocks to take pills when he had nothing else to do. These pills all contain mercury poison, if he didn't die early, who would? This guy died on his 5th tour of the East. Zhao Gao and Li Si kept the funeral a secret, packed salted fish in the caravan to cover up the stench, and decreed that Fu Su should cut himself to death, joining forces to help Hu Hai take the throne. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben's faces turned pale, not daring to say anything for a long time. This can't be true. Jihan is so confident, it doesn't seem like he's faking. Is it possible that Qin is really going to die in the Second World? Sir, Zhao Gao is loyal to his country and loyal to Emperor Shi Huang. Ying Zhang asked. Li Si and him have always been at odds, why would the two of them join forces? It doesn't make sense, does it? What's unreasonable about it? Jihan shook his head disdainfully and said, if Ying Zhang doesn't die, Zhao Gao and Li Si won't dare to act recklessly, but once Ying Zhang is dead, who will be able to control these two? Zhao Gao has an old grudge against the Meng clan, and he's afraid that Fu Su will favor the Meng clan after he ascends to the throne and do something to himself. Li Si is a man who is greedy for power, and since Fu Su believes in Confucianism, which is not in line with his philosophy, how could he be willing to lose power? The two of them agreed to conspire against each other, plus Fu Su is a one-track mind, and he is respectful and filial to Ying Zhang, so if he is ordered to cut himself by an imperial decree, he would dare not die. Immediately after that, Jihan was so excited that his bragging skills came into full play. He recounted historical stories such as Zhao Gao turning a deer into a horse, the Deshaxiang uprising, and Liu Bang Xiangyu's fight for the world, etc., which made Ying Zhang and Wang Ben sweating profusely. This is definitely the immortals' deliberate revelation of the future to wake them up. The more Ying Zhang heard, the more afraid he became, and the more angry he became, especially when he heard that Hu Hai had killed more than 20 of his brothers, and that Zhao Gao had taken control of the dynasty. He was so angry that his eggs were about to be pinched to pieces. Asshole, Hu Hai deserves to die. Zhao Gao and Li Si, all deserve to be killed. Ying Zhang gritted his teeth in anger, and Wang Ben was also annoyed. Sir, if the first emperor does not die, can all this be changed? Ying Zhang anxiously inquired. You want to fart eat it? Jihan shook his head and said, in fact, all of this is destined to happen. If the first emperor doesn't die, the remnants of the Six Kingdoms will not dare to rebel, but Qin's fortunes will not be able to withstand any more turbulence for a long time. Ying Zhang is a man of great talent and strategy, but sometimes he takes too big a step, and it's easy to pull the egg. He built the Great Wall, the Imperial Tomb, and tired the people of the Six Kingdoms. Every step he took has made the people of Qin suffer. Especially the conquest of Baiyue is more laborious. Tuju led an army of 500,000 strong attack on the Baiyue defeat, the loss of more than 300,000 Qin elite, a great depletion of Qin's national strength, so play on how can Qin not die? Jihan's series of words once again made Ying Zhang confused. The southern expedition to Baiyue will be a big failure? Impossible, this is never possible. Tuju has an army of 500,000, and Baiyue has at most 50,000 battle-ready soldiers, how can he lose? Wang Ben coldly grunted in defiance. You illiterate! Jihan said breathlessly, don't you know that the land of Baiyue has many mountains and forests, the climate is warm and hot, and miasma is rampant? Although the soldiers and horses of Great Qin are strong, but they are not used to water and soil, how many soldiers vomit and have diarrhea when they arrive in Baiyue, and the grain road is too long and also difficult to resupply. Although the Baiyue soldiers are few but precise, they don't fight with you head-on, they drill in the mountains and forests every day, dislike you a little bit and run away, and take the time to poison and release cold arrows, so it's hard for you not to die. This? Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were once again in a cold sweat. Although the two desperately wanted to retort, they were speechless. Could it be that the southern expedition to Baiyue would really be a big failure? Luckily it hasn't happened yet and everything is still in time. In fact, it's not like all this can't be changed. After Jihan was full of wine and food, he bragged prettily, if I were Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I would only need 3 plans to turn the tide. Ha! Ying Zhang and Wang Ben immediately became interested. 3 moves? Which 3 moves? Please enlighten me, sir. Ying Zhang excitedly kowtowed. It's not that simple. Jihan laughed. First, destroy the Xiongnu. The second plan is to collect surrendered soldiers. The third plan is to stabilize people's livelihood. Once these 3 plans are in place, Great Qin will immediately be as solid as a golden soup. Even if Emperor Shi Huang dies violently, it is impossible to have the disaster of extinction. Destroy Xiongnu? Collect surrendered soldiers? Stabilize people's livelihood? Ying Zhang frowned in confusion and asked, didn't you say that Qin's southern expedition to Baiyue would be a big defeat and it's not appropriate to start a war? Why don't you fight the weak Baiyue and attack the strong Xiongnu? The Xiongnu has been a scourge for many years, so it's not easy to deal with. Wang Ben reminded, they are all soldiers, everyone is good at shooting, and they come and go like the wind, it's not easy to destroy them. Oh, can they be as good at shooting as the Qin army's crossbow array? Compared to crossbows and arrows, Great Qin has never been afraid of anyone. A wave of unison fire will easily crush the other side. Hundreds of thousands of troops to compress the other side of the living space, stable and steady. A drum can drive the Xiongnu people out of the river loop area, better than to go to the mountains and the Baiyue people fight for their lives, right? Reclaiming the Hatao region and reclaiming the thousands of miles of fertile pasture land, from now on, Qin will no longer be short of high-quality warhorses, which is a great benefit. Baiwei is so sparsely populated that it's not a threat to Qin, but if you don't fight Xiongnu, it can make Qin's life difficult. Tell me whether to fight Xiongnu or Baiwei, this little cutie. All should know the trade-offs. Jihan Kaikai talked about pointing out the mountains. A series of remarks immediately caused Ying Zhang's breathing to accelerate. 005 You don't know. You're not Qin Shi Huang. Well said, well said. What you said, sir, is very true. I have always thought that I should conquer Baiwei before fighting Xiongnu. But listening to the words of Mr. But let me wake up, this Baiwei cannot be attacked. Xiongnu is my Qin heart of the big trouble, should be destroyed first. Ying Zhang applauded with his palms and smiled with excitement. The Xiongnu people had been the mortal enemies of the Central Plains since ancient times, breaking through the customs and plundering the country when they had nothing else to do. As a matter of fact, besides wanting to conquer Baiwei in the south, it had always been Ying Zhang's dream to attack Xiongnu in the north. Jihan's analysis was reasonable, so it seemed that the northern attack on Xiongnu was indeed beneficial and more than 10,000 times better than the southern attack on Baiwei. This plan is indeed brilliant. Wang Ben couldn't wait to ask, then what is the meaning of Mr. G's second plan to collect surrendered soldiers? Nonsense, of course it's to accept the pawns of the Six Kingdoms. Jihan said in a tone of voice, after the destruction of the Six Kingdoms, hundreds of thousands of descended pawns are scattered all over the place, which is always a hidden danger, and if we don't take them in, sooner or later, something big will happen. Qin died in the Second World. Why the defeat so fast is because of the force these pawns force too hard. Repair the Imperial Tomb, repair the Great Wall, do not have enough to eat and wear warm, often killed, force these pawns resentment sky. Once the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms rise up, these hundreds of thousands of people will definitely oppose Qin and destroy Qin. When Ying Zhang heard this, he was once again in a cold sweat. In that case, this is indeed a time bomb. Wang Ben was even more furious. In that case, Great Qin should have ruthlessly pitted and killed these surrendered soldiers. Of course not, are you stupid? Jihan scolded in a bad mood. These pawns all have family members. If you kill so many people for no reason, will the remnants of the six countries not hate Great Qin to death? If we don't kill them, we can't wait for them to rebel. Wang Ben was unconvinced. Yes, sir. Ying Zhang also frowned darkly. These hundreds of thousands of descended soldiers are not from my Qin. They are always a hidden danger and cannot be prevented. It's better to kill them. Bull. Jihan was so angry that he cursed. Qin has unified the world, and the people of the 9 states are all Qin's people, so how can we just kill them? The remnants of the 6 kingdoms are the aristocracy, the general public is the poor class. These pawns are all bitter commoners, they can't be mixed up. Excluding a small number of die-hard 6 kingdoms loyalists, most of the pawns are actually bitter people who just want to be fed, clothed and warmed by their wives and children. Throughout all the dynasties, whoever let the people have enough to eat and wear, who would carry their heads to give their lives to the powerful and the rich to rebel. Do you think the people are stupid? Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were scolded and looked at each other. Both of them wanted to say something, and several times they wanted to retort, but in the end, they were speechless. Do you believe that as long as Great Qin promises to let them pay for their sins, these hundreds of thousands of descended soldiers will immediately wail and follow Great Qin to exterminate the Xiongnu? After driving the Xiongnu out of the river loop area, they can be resettled on the grasslands to raise horses and graze, and even relocate their families there. On the one hand, they can guard the country for Great Qin against the Xiongnu, and on the other hand, they will also make their hearts afraid to rebel. In less than 8 to 10 years, these people and their descendants will completely recognize their identity as Great Qin citizens, adding millions of people and a steady stream of taxes to Great Qin. Jihan was getting more and more excited, and Ying Zhang's heart was pounding as he listened to him. He had to admit that these words had indeed reached his heart. If it was truly as Jihan had said, then subjugating the surrendered soldiers was indeed something that would be of great benefit to Great Qin. The last plan, stabilize people's livelihood. Jihan continued, Great Qin consecutive years of war, the people are in dire straits, especially this fatigue of the people of the 6 countries of the national policy, more so that many of the people are not living. The more turbulent, the more happy the remnants of the 6 countries. This time the strong suppression can only make the relatives pain the enemy fast, forcing the people's heart to the 6 countries. If Qin adjusts its national policy to cultivate its people and treats the remnants of the 6 kingdoms as its own people, then in less than 3 years, the world can be stabilized as if it were Mount Taishan, and even if the power elites of the 6 kingdoms can jump around even more, no one will risk killing their heads to help them. In a word, after all, water can carry the boat, can also cover the boat. The people want to live a good life, who let them live a good life. He does not care whether he is Qin or Chu people. If you have been hostile to the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, Great Qin still can't escape the fate of the second death. It's better to pull the people together to suppress the powerful and noble, and transform them all into real Qin people. Jihan's words once again silenced Ying Zhang. After a long time, he respectfully worshipped. Thank you for your guidance, sir, I understand. You understand a chicken, we are just chatting blindly, you are not Qin Shi Huang. Jihan waved his hand and said, the 2 old brothers are full, right? Let's go, let's jerk off. It's a pity that you guys came at night. If you came during the day, I could still take you hunting and picking wild vegetables. Not that I'm bragging, I still have a lot of agro-industrial projects. There's nothing to play at this big night, just eat some barbecue fishing, drink some beer and have fun. Jihan finished and started to busy himself again. There is a small stream right next to his small house, the water flows down from the mountain reservoir. Jihan widened the waterway and stocked a lot of fish fry, which allows visitors to fish here. If you don't think this fish is big enough, you can also go to the reservoir to fish. The creek, on the other hand, is set up with a number of barbecue spots, with charcoal and seasoning very well stocked at each location for the pleasure of the crowd. Come, old Wang and old Zhao, drink. Let's fish and jerk off at the same time, you'll be as happy as gods. Jihan joyfully carried a box of drinks from the refrigerator and then made a fire to prepare for the barbecue. The bait has also been spread down, looks quite professional. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben immediately became interested as well. They naturally knew how to fish, and they also knew how to barbecue, although the Great Qin barbecue didn't have so many seasonings, but it did have grilled food. But what the hell is this big box of drinks? Is this something to drink? What's with the flowers? What are you looking at? Drink! Jihan opened a can of beer and said after taking a sip, here are beer, Fat House water, Sprite, whatever you want to drink. This is wine? Old Wang and old Zhao were once again curious. 006 I just want to send a globe to Qin Shi Huang. Follow Jihan's example. Ying Zhang Wang Ben also opened a can of beer each and drank it down in one gulp, and the two of them sighed in relief. What kind of wine is this? It tastes good, better than even my imperial wine. Yes, and how is this jar made? How can it be so light and thin? And what is the writing on the jar? Immortal writing? The two men's startled appearance once again drew Jihan's secret sympathy. These two guys didn't just come out from the mountains, right? How come they haven't even drank this beer before? It's really premature. Come on, have some chicken wings. Eat whatever you want, as much as you want, not enough to bake yourself. After the aroma of the barbecue spread out, Ying Zhang Wang Ben's mouth once again watered wildly. The three of them took a sip of barbecue and a sip of beer, while fishing and jerking off. It was so cool that they couldn't be too happy. Yummy, this life is really enjoyable, it's worthy of being a divine life. This barbecue is spicy in the mouth, but after getting used to it, it gets more and more flavorful, colorful. Your Majesty, eat more barbecued cashews, sir says it's good for the kidneys. Old Wang and old Zhao seemed to be sweeping madly like bandits. A large pile of barbecue and a few barbecued fish all went into their stomachs. Looking at Jihan was also alarmed. You two eat slowly, don't choke. Jihan was speechless. Forgive me, sir, we have never eaten such delicacies before, please bear with us. Ying Zhang smiled awkwardly. What kind of immortal delicacy is this? Jihan cried and laughed. Sir! Ying Zhang suddenly said with a straight face, I dare to ask, if we implement the 3 plans to turn the world around that you just mentioned, can Great Qin continue for 10,000 years? Do you want to eat? Quarter Cold spit out a mouthful of wine, said, this world situation will be divided for a long time will be united. In addition to the Summer, Business, and Zhou dynasty, most of them cannot escape a 300 years law. 300 years? Ying Zheng frowned, sir, I know about the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, but are there any other dynasties in the world? Nonsense. Jihan said in a rude manner, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, Xia, Shang and Zhou, Qin, Han, 3 kingdoms, Wei, Shu and Wu, Eastern Jin, Western Jin, Northern and Southern dynasties, Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Song, Jin, Yuan, Ming and Qing. There are many other dynasties. You two illiterates, let me popularize history for you. At this time, Jihan drank a lot of beer, some drunkenness, he was in a good mood, while drinking a little wine, while the old Wang Lao Zhao blowing up to talk about history. From the Chu-Han struggle, then to Wang Mang usurped the government. From the Yellow Turban Rebellion, to the War of the 3 Kingdoms. From the 5 Hu Rebellion, to the reign of Jingguan. All sorts of historical events unfolded in Jihan's mouth, and even a history-blind person couldn't help but be stirred up when listening to it. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were already dumbstruck. Their eyes were wide open, and they didn't dare to take more than a breath of air. This was definitely an immortal telling them about what would happen in the future, so they didn't dare to be distracted for fear of missing a word. At the same time they couldn't help but rejoice, get excited, get angry, and hurl insults along with the ups and downs of the waves of history. Good little Liu Bang, simply a shameless villain, my great Qin was destroyed in the hands of such a person, sad and pathetic. This Emperor Wu of Han is not bad, he has the style of an emperor, the champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei is even better, I hate not being able to make friends with him. The 3 Kingdoms chaotic era is also good, fierce generals like clouds, schemers amazing, really a brilliant era. And what's the 5 Husband Rebellion? How can the Hu people mess up our central plains? Darn, irritating. How dare they treat the people of our Middle Kingdom as 2-legged sheep? Hateful and deserving of death. How can this later generation be so unlucky as to be so oppressed by the foreigners? The more Ying Zhang Wang Ben thought about it, the more angry he became, and Lao Zhao couldn't wait to go back and raise millions of troops to slaughter these damn foreigners. Wang Ben was also so angry that he gritted his teeth and pulled out his sword to chop people. Jihan sighed and laughed bitterly, where is this coming from? The civilization of the 9 states is a history of blood and tears. When it rises, the people suffer, and when it dies, the people suffer. Even Li Shimin, who created the Great Tang dynasty, had to bow down and make peace with the foreigners on several occasions, exchanging princesses for peace. So for Great Qin, the remnants of the Six Kingdoms are not considered outsiders at all, they are all their own people, and the Huns and Changs are the outsiders. Right. Sir is right. Ing Zhang clapped his hands in agreement, a fierce light in his eyes. He secretly vowed that when he returned, he would pacify the remnants of the Six Kingdoms and turn them into Great Qin people. In the face of these ferocious foreigners, what are the grudges between the Six Kingdoms? The bloodline of the 9 states should be united against each other. As for the Huns and Changs, they must be completely exterminated. To future generations of children and grandchildren to lay down a large territory, so that these foreigners all die without a burial place. Jihan has been wildly pouring a few mouths of beer, said in exasperation, damned foreigners are not only the Xiongnu Chang, but also the Khitan, the Jurchen, the Goryeo, and the 8 allied armies. Damn Jiannu kill my Han people, foreign barbarians shelling Kyushu, the Opium War almost broke my Chinese national soul. Jihan became more and more angry as he talked about the Jinkong disaster. Talked about the Jiaqing 3 massacres, talked about the Sino-Japanese naval battle. Speaking of the Simchung Treaty, speaking of the Nanking massacre. Half drunk and half awake, each outrageous historical event deeply stimulated Ing Zhang and Wang Ben, who had long since had their eyes red with murderous intent. Damn, these foreign barbarians all deserve to die. I will go back and order people to build ships and train the navy, and one day I will fight to their land. And the natives on the island of Ying should not be spared, kill them all, leave no one behind. Ing Zhang gritted his teeth and roared lowly. For the first time in his life, he was so angry and out of character. At this moment, if there was a foreigner in front of him, he would have to pull out his sword and chop people. Ha ha ha. Jihan drunkenly said, do you know what one thing I want to do the most? What does Mr. want to do? Wang Ben was surprised. Just tell me what you want, sir. Ing Zhang chimed in, I am rich in the 4 seas, so I will definitely get it done for you. No, I just want to send a globe to Qin Shi Huang. Jihan trenchantly said, I want the Great Qin army to sweep across the barbarians, what Peacock dynasty, Roman Empire, Macedonian Empire, all of them will be swept away for me. A globe? Ing Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air. A terrible ambition began to brew in his heart. 007 returning to Great Qin, Zhao Gao and Li Si will be in bad luck. Jihan is drunk, and he is an average drinker. He drank so much today after talking so much. People get drunk very easily when they're emotional, and he was a little groggy now, and with only a little bit of sanity left he began to ramble on and on and on and on and on. Old Zhao, old Wang, it's nice to meet you all today. I'm going to rest first, you guys eat and drink enough to go back yourselves, I won't see you off. Oh yeah, feel free to carry as many potatoes from the warehouse as you want. No need to close the gate, no one dares to come and steal anything when Blackie is here. Jihan waved his hand in a dashing manner and went straight back to his room to rest with his 8 steps. Wang Ben couldn't help but sigh at the sight. An immortal is an immortal, how can he be so free, and not afraid of us stealing from him? What's a bit of junk in the eyes of an immortal? Ing Zhang said in awe, haven't you heard that even this food can only be fed to chickens and pigs? That's right. The immortal isn't afraid of us stealing it, he said he'll take as much as he wants. Wang Ben stared at the warehouse with glowing eyes and said excitedly, Your Majesty, let's move it. Let's move it, we must. Ing Zhang roared with a lofty spirit, this potato grain is related to the throne of Qin, so let's move as much of it as we can. With this potato that yields dozens of stones per acre, my Great Qin's national power will surely soar steadily, and I will surely be able to get rid of the destiny of dying in the Second World. I will ask the Immortal Master for a globe when I am ready, and one day, I will stomp out all the foreigners in the Immortal Master's mouth, slaughter and decapitate them, and leave no chickens or dogs behind. Ing Zhang's kingly vigor deeply infected Wang Ben. He excitedly knelt down on one knee and roared, I am willing to sacrifice my liver and brain for the sword in your Majesty's hand, and vow to die without a return, and to kill all barbarians for my Great Qin. Good. Ing Zhang laughed, with the guidance of the Immortal Master and the help of Minister Wang, my Great Qin will surely be able to sweep away all the nations. Since the destruction of the 6 kingdoms and the unification of the world. Ing Zhang's heart is not free from more than a hint of slackness. But now he was so proud and ambitious, as if he had returned to 20 years ago, that he could not wait to raise millions of troops to open up the frontier and make Qin's land extend endlessly. After the excitement, Ing Zhang once again commanded, it's getting late, so the king's minister should start to carry the food, remembering the master's command, and carry as much as you can. I'll take a walk around the area to see where this immortal realm actually leads to. When you go back, transfer some more people over to see if others can step into this place. Only. Wang Ben agreed and quickly started to engage. He lifted 2 bags of potatoes with one hand with ease. 1 bag of potatoes was about 100 pounds, and 4 bags of potatoes would be 500 or 600 pounds. This kind of weight was nothing to him. As a veteran who had been through 100 battles and lifted 1,000 pounds, he easily carried the potatoes straight to the light gate. Trip after trip. One trip after another. Wang Ben was so fast that he was comparable to the best porter. In just over 10 minutes, he moved more than 10,000 pounds of potatoes in the warehouse cleanly and did not leave a single package for Jihan. Xiao He stared at this scene with a blank stare, his brain a little less than adequate. Is this considered theft? Is this considered robbery? Does this guy still have a face? Xiao He instinctively wanted to stop him, but seriously think about it, Jihan said several times casually he moved. This does not seem to violate the rules. Woo woo. Little Black whimpered and ultimately could only choose to be silent in response. In the meantime, there was also a huge uproar in the Great Qin Palace. Li Si, Zhao Gao and others, dumbfounded, watched the hallowed Marquis of Tungwu Wang Ben, even like a farmer, over and over again from the end of the light door to carry bags of unseen things. This scene had shocked everyone enough. What the hell is this? Marquis Tungwu, what are you doing? Where's His Majesty? Why did you come back alone? Li Si anxiously inquired. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Ben said in a bad mood, quickly send someone to keep an eye on these things. This is the immortal grain that yields 100 stones per acre. If anything goes wrong, His Majesty will surely take your lives. What? Immortal grain that yields 100 stones per mu? How is this possible? Don't be ridiculous, Marquis Tungwu. The crowd exclaimed in unison, everyone looking disbelieving. He. Wang Ben snorted with disdain. Do you and other mundane ants know the methods of the immortals? My Majesty and I have had an eye-opening experience today. These are the rewards of the immortals, all of them are for this marquis to guard. No way, there really are immortals? Quick, guard this place, kill anyone who comes near. Li Si and Zhao Gao didn't dare to be slow, and while envying Wang Ben's fate, they stepped up their efforts to dispatch the palace guards to guard the area. Within 100 meters of this neighborhood, the security was quickly tightened. Every corner was guarded so tightly that not a single fly could come over. After Wang Ben carried all the potatoes over, Ying Zhang stepped through the light door and returned to the palace, and the light door disappeared without a trace. This time, everyone was no longer skeptical and was convinced of the immortal's claim. How could all this be explained if it wasn't a spell cast by an immortal? Congratulations, Your Majesty! Zhao Gao excitedly fell to his knees and shouted, Your Majesty has been blessed by the immortals, it's really a blessing for my Qin. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The others also hurriedly knelt down and shouted. Everyone couldn't help but have a flash of fervor and surprise on their faces. Great Qin being blessed by the heavens, this was simply a heavenly blessing. Humph. Ying Zhang did not look happy about this. He gazed coldly at Li Si and Zhao Gao, Jihan's words echoing in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel murderous at the thought of these two men causing trouble for Great Qin in the future. Incoming! Ying Zhang shouted sternly in annoyance, take them both down for me. What? Your Majesty? Zhao Gao. Li Si instantly pissed himself. When one of the wolf-like guards pounced over and put their swords on their necks, they hadn't even reacted yet and only thought it was an illusion. What's going on? What the hell? 008 Su Fu, do you know who I just saw? Your Majesty, forgive me, the slave girl is loyal, but she has never done anything to wrong you. I've worked my ass off for Great Qin and never dared to slack off. Why is Your Majesty so? Zhao Gao. Li Si wailed and growled in fear. They were unwilling, unconvinced, and didn't understand why on earth they had been taken down. Go! Ying Zhang didn't bother to explain too much, and directly rushed the armored soldier beside him and commanded, bring me one of my reindeer over. Only. Several armorers clasped their fists in agreement and quickly went down to do as they were told. Not long after a handsome-looking fawn was brought over. The crowd looked at the deer and wondered what Ying Zhang meant by it. Only Wang Ben laughed coldly and gave Zhao Gao a teasing look. It seems that Ying Zhang is trying to play a game of calling a stag a horse. As the Lord of Qin, Ying Zhang has always been very lenient to the royal family. No matter how many crimes Zhao Gao had committed in the past, he had tolerated and even accommodated them all. However, when Jihan said the allusion to the deer as a horse, the killing chance in Ying Zhang's heart had already exploded, and he never thought that Zhao Gao, whom he trusted the most, would be so arrogant. How dare an eunuch oppress the Qin imperial power? How dare a lowly slave get carried away? This is unforgivable, and it has violated Ying Zhang's scales. Anyone who dares to touch imperial power must die. Even without evidence, Zhao Gao will not survive today. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhao Gao instantly sensed something bad. He crawled over in fear and pleaded, I don't know where the slave servant went wrong, please forgive and punish me. Your Majesty, the slave servant is loyal to you. Loyal? Oh, what loyalty? Ying Zhang pointed at the deer in annoyance and growled, tell me, is this a deer or a horse? What? The crowd was full of confusion and everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Gao, Li Si and the others also all froze for half a second. Has Ying Zhang taken the wrong medicine? Why did he ask such a question? This little cutie. I can tell it's a deer, not a horse. Say something. Ying Zhang roared again, is it a deer or a horse? You only have one chance. If you're wrong, I'll have you branded to death. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao was paralyzed with fear. What kind of question is this? He doesn't dare to answer it. Wang Qing, tell him why I'm asking this question. Ying Zhang signaled with a cold smile. Only. Wang Ben obliged and said with cold eyes, just now, Immortal Master and your Majesty had a candlelight conversation and had talked about the changes in the world in the next thousands of years, and about Zhao Gao and Li Si joining forces to conspire against the Emperor. The two of you are really powerful. Not only did you fake an imperial decree to force the death of Duke Fusu, but you also supported Hu Hai to take the throne and hold the dynasty. Zhao Gao, this eunuch, dares to call a stag a horse in the court, and the 100 officials dare not fight against him. Is this how my great Qin imperial power is bullied by you? The more Wang Ben spoke, the more angry he became, and on the spot he wanted to pull out his sword and chop people. The crowd was dumbfounded at the words. Zhao Gao Li Si was even dumbfounded. How is this possible? Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. The slave girl is loyal, how could she do such a thing? False accusation, this is absolutely false accusation. I would never dare to do such a treacherous thing even if I were to die. Zhao Gao and Li Si were so scared that they desperately argued, and at the same time, they were also extremely aggrieved in the bottom of their hearts. They hadn't even done anything yet, so why did the Immortal Master conclude that they dared to commit treason? Could it be that they will really do so in the future? No, never admit it. Once you admit it, it's a death sentence. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao begged desperately, this Immortal Master is definitely a demon, and has come here to bewitch the Emperor and frame the loyal people. How dare you? Ying Zhang was so furious that he kicked him away and said angrily, is the Immortal Master something you can slander? Drag him down to me and lock him up with the tigers and leopards. And order them to check the evidence of Zhao Gao's relatives. If they find any treasonous behavior, they will immediately execute all 3 clans. As for Li Si, lock him up first, I'll deal with him later. Ying Zhang's series of orders scared Li Si and Zhao Gao so much that his hands and feet went cold. Li Si is not so bad, he's only being temporarily detained, but Zhao Gao is out of luck. Not to mention his relatives will not be put to death, alone he and the tiger and leopard together. I'm afraid the end will be very bad. Your Majesty, spare your life, spare your life. The slave girl has been with you for years. You can't listen to the words of a demon. Zhao Gao was so scared that he desperately begged and screamed, but he was still being quickly dragged away. Minister Wang. Ying Zhang continued to command, send more people here to guard this place all year round, no one is allowed to come near. Although I don't know when the Dao Light Gate will appear next time, I have a feeling that we'll see Immortal Master again. As for these immortal grains, immediately guard them closely, and then order people to pick a good place to plant them secretly. They are the hope of my great Qin, and absolutely do not allow the slightest mistake. Wang Ben's complexion straightened at his words. Directly kneeling on one knee, he roared, don't worry, Your Majesty, I will guarantee with my life that I will never let a single problem occur with the immortal grain. Good. Ying Zhang nodded with satisfaction, and after a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and said, order someone to fetch 10 more golden pills and test the medicine with the gray rabbits, and then summon Su Fu to come here. I would like to see what these warlocks are offering. Yes. Wang Ben promised again and quickly went down to get busy. In no time at all, 10 eunuchs came over with a single rabbit, and Su Fu was also summoned urgently. When he saw that the surrounding area was heavily guarded, and that Ying Zhang was staring at him, Su Fu's heart thumped in his chest, and he immediately said that it was not good. I, Su Fu, kowtow to Your Majesty. Su Fu bowed respectfully. Ying Zhang sneered, oh, Su Fu, do you know who I just saw? I don't know. Su Fu was terrified, and his heart became even more nervous. Just now the harem heavenly vision, there is a door of light emerged. I and Wang Ben stepped through the door of light to enter the immortal realm, and even saw the immortal with their own eyes. I didn't expect it, Su Fu, your bottom line immortal has told all. I would like to see how you can still argue today. Ying Zhang roared angrily, and Su Fu was stunned on the spot. Immortal? How was this possible? 009 In the wrath of the Son of Heaven, millions of corpses were ambushed. Su Fu's brain was a little less than adequate at this time. He actually wanted to say that there is no such thing as an immortal in this world, it's all bull and lies. But when he thought of the cowhide he had once blown, he could only pinch his nose and admit, I congratulate Your Majesty, Great Qin is blessed with deep fortune, and it is only reasonable for Your Majesty to have seen the immortal destiny. But I am loyal to Your Majesty's loyalty to Great Qin, and I have absolutely no second thoughts. I wonder what Your Majesty means by this? Su Fu's deadpan look of denial immediately infuriated Ying Zhang. He didn't bother to talk too much nonsense and directly ordered, come on, use the gray rabbit to test the medicine. Only. The eunuchs obliged and hurriedly force-fed these rabbits one golden elixir that Ying Zhang usually took. Su Fu's face suddenly changed drastically when he saw this. He knew better than anyone what the hell these pills were. At this moment, when he saw that Ying Zhang was using gray rabbits to test the medicine, his heart immediately panicked, fearing that something might happen to these rabbits. In full view of everyone, the rabbits became restless not long after taking the elixir. They struggled desperately as if they were a bit uncomfortable. After 10 minutes or so, one of the rabbits was the first to fail, its arms and legs stiffened and its mouth and nose bled, and it broke off as it desperately stared at its legs, and whimpered out a large amount of white foam, which looked quite frightening. It was followed by other rabbits. In the end, 8 of the 10 rabbits died, and the remaining 2, though not dead, were shriveled up, as if they had been seriously ill. Su Fu, what else do you have to say? Ying Zhang roared with indignation and fury. Su Fu trembled in fear and desperately argued, Your Majesty, forgive me, I didn't make these pills, there must be remnants of the 6 kingdoms mixed in with the warlocks in an attempt to murder Your Majesty, I request a thorough investigation. Oh, you're still talking tough at the end of your life? Ying Zhang pointed at him in annoyance and asked, Do you know what the immortal said to me? The immortal said that all of you warlocks are fakes, and that you, Su Fu, are even a pawn of the hidden spirit cult, and that you've been cajoling me from start to finish. What Panglai Immortal Island, what eastward journey to seek immortality elixir, all are frauds. You, Su Fu, will not only bring 3,000 boys and girls to the East Peninsula, but your children and grandchildren will also scourge the Divine Kingdom 1,000 years from now, killing millions of my yellow children and grandchildren. You deserve to die, you. Ying Zhang's roar shook everyone's heart and also shook Su Fu's cold sweat and scalp. How could he not have expected that he had been stripped of all his details? Moreover, his plans had long been known, and even everything that happened 1,000 years later had been pointed out one by one. Could there really be immortals in this world? Your Majesty, slander, this is absolutely slander. There must be someone spreading rumors to blind the holy hearers, it might even be a demon confusing the king, Your Majesty must not be gullible. My servant Su Fu is loyal to you. Su Fu was so scared that he desperately tried to defend himself, but Ying Zhang didn't bother to listen to him anymore. Facts speak louder than words, and the results of the 10 rabbits test are more sincere than any pale words. These bastards really want to kill him. No wonder the immortals said I would die a violent death in the dunes at the age of 49. No wonder the immortals said that Great Qin would die in its second life, it's all because of you people. You deserve to die, all of you. The more Ying Zhang spoke, the more angry he became, his heart was overflowing with murderous intent, and he directly roared and ordered, Come on, drag Su Fu down to me, and chop him up into a messy meat pie and feed him to the dogs. And then take all these magicians in the palace away for me to investigate, and after digging out their secrets, kill them all for me, no one will be left behind. Order the whole city to search for the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms and the hidden spirit sect's secret sons, find one and kill one, never tolerate. Yes. The soldiers around them agreed with a low roar in unison. Su Fu was instantly paralyzed on the ground, he was shivering with fear and desperately wanted to beg for mercy, but the soldiers had already dragged him straight away. Tonight's Qin Palace was destined to be a sleepless night. It was also destined to be a bloody night. When the Son of Heaven is angry, he will ambush millions of corpses. When Ying Zhang learned about the future, he could not wait to cut down all the rebellious ministers in the court, kill them with his sword, and forcefully change the destiny of Great Qin. Zhao Gao died, eaten alive by tigers and leopards. Zhao Gao's 3 clansmen are also dead, and they are doomed to never live again when the evidence is overwhelmingly in front of Ying Zhang. Su Fu also died, chopped alive into paste. More than 100 magicians in the Qin Emperor's palace were all tortured to death. The whole city in a big manhunt has arrested hundreds of 6 countries' scouts. These people do not even have to try, on the spot to kill a person's head rolled. The whole city of Xianyang was immediately scared and trembling. Countless people and dignitaries were trembling in fear. No one knew what kind of madness this tyrant of Ying Zhang was having and why he was on a killing spree. When Fu Su and Hu Hai learned the news, they had an audience with Ying Zhang overnight. Hu Hai naturally came to plead for Zhao Gao, who has been favored since he was a child, and Zhao Gao has always been very flattering to him, and the two have a very good relationship. When he heard that Zhao Gao had been convicted, Hu Hai, who was only 13 years old, came to plead for his life under the authorization of his mother, Hu Ji, in an attempt to save his life. Fu Su, on the other hand, came to plead for leniency because he could not bear the thought of too many people being punished for the deaths and injuries caused by the incident. The two brothers kneeled outside the Hall of Thought and Government and bowed down to beg for an audience. But Ying Zhang paid no attention to them, and even reprimanded Hu Hai in front of the public, and even ordered Hu Ji to be reprimanded, with a very tough attitude. This behavior scared Hu Hai and made him tremble with fear. How he did not expect usually the most loved their father, but also sent such a big fire, more did not expect this kind of small things, but also implicated their own mother consort. What he didn't expect was that Ying Zhang's attitude towards Fu Su seemed to have changed. Ying Zhang usually favors Hu Hai, but he is very harsh to Fu Su, and he is always scolding and punishing him, which is well known in the Qin Palace. But tonight, he showed a rare smile to Fu Su, and worried about his wind and cold, specially gave him a fox fur coat, so that Fu Su was also flattered. For a time, this Qin Emperor's palace heart's fluttering. Many smart people have also realized that in the future, this great Qin is afraid to have some dramatic changes. 010 Proceedings in the courtroom, Ying Zhang's review. Early the next morning. The courtroom was in session, and all the civil and military officials were gathered. Everyone already knows about the big event that happened last night, so the courtroom is also in a state of panic and discussion. Marquis Tungu, I heard that you set foot in the immortal realm with His Majesty last night and even met an immortal, is this true? Why did His Majesty immediately order the slaughter of Zhao Gao's 3 clans after coming out of the immortal realm? What is the meaning of this? Yes, even the left prime minister was implicated. Will this be too big a deal? I heard that more than 100 magicians in the palace and hundreds of remaining members of the 6 kingdoms were all killed, and heads are rolling outside the moat. The officials are talking a lot, but Wang Ben is silent. No matter who asks what, he is uniformly silent, anxious. Everyone simply want to curse. After Ing Zhang arrived at the court, all the officials knelt down to greet him, and the court meeting officially began. Ing Zhang looked around the large hall and surprisingly did not get angry, nor did he reprimand anyone, nor the stormy weather that everyone expected, but showed a hint of a smile. Wang Chang, begin. Ing Zhang commanded, tell everyone what you saw last night. Only. Wang Ben directly stepped out and cupped his fists before saying to the 100 officials, my lords, last night the palace was filled with fog, a door of light descended from the sky, and I had the honor of following His Majesty to step into the realm of the immortals. Stepped into the realm of immortals? What's going on here? The 100 officials were in an uproar, all of them showing disbelief. Obviously, they don't believe in this kind of bull, and they all subconsciously looked at Wang Ben with skepticism, believing that he is joining hands with Ing Zhang to talk nonsense. But Wang Ben didn't bother to explain too much, but continued, in the fairyland, the birds and flowers smell like chickens and dogs, and we meet the immortals, so we have to give them good food and wine. The immortal talked with His Majesty by candlelight, and spoke of the great events of the Kyushu in the next few thousand years, and even gave the immortal grain of 100 stones per acre. What? Immortal grain? 100 stones per acre? Are you crazy? Your Majesty, Marquis Tungwu was openly cajoling the 100 officials. This is a great offense. The courtroom was in an uproar, and many of the courtiers were even angry and accusatory. However, Ing Zhang calmly waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and at the same time commanded, Minister Wang, continue. Yes. Wang Ben coughed lightly and continued, the immortal said that Zhao Gao and Li Si would join forces to tamper with the imperial decree, and would even do the deed of calling a deer a horse, openly trampling on the imperial power of my great Qin. He also said that all the magicians in the palace are all cockroaches and thieves, and that all the pills they practice are poisons. It also says that Qin's southern expedition to Baiwa will suffer a great defeat, with the loss of troops and countless casualties. Wang Ben's words once again caused the entire audience to clamor. All the officials looked at him angrily. Luckily, he didn't tell us about the death of the second Qin emperor and the violent death of Ing Zhang in the sand dunes, or else we would have to beat him up on the spot. Your Majesty, Marquis Tungwu is talking nonsense and demagoguery. I request that his 3 clans be executed. Disorderly officials, this is simply disordered. Wang Ben, don't think that you are talking nonsense just because your Wang family has labored so hard. Do you want to die? Your Majesty, Marquis Tongwu's crime is so heinous that he deserves to be executed. The 100 officials lashed out, their spearheads aimed at Wang Ben at once. But the strange thing is that Ing Zhang not only did not get angry, but also lightly said, Minister Wang did not lie, everything he said is true. What? No lies? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded in unison, no one expected this outcome. What is Ing Zhang doing? How could he say such a thing? I did see an immortal last night, and I did set foot in the realm of the immortals. Not only did I get 100 stones of the seed of immortal grain, but I also saw with my own eyes everything that will happen in the next thousands of years, and I saw a scene in which the living souls of the 9 regions were in a terrible state. All of this culpability is due to the fact that I favored the traitorous ministers and was obsessed with immortality. I am very frightened and deeply disturbed. Fortunately, the immortal master reminded me that nothing has happened yet, and I still have a chance to change everything. So I tried the drug on gray rabbits overnight, and 8 of the 10 rabbits died violently on the spot, confirming what the immortal master said, that all of these magicians are guilty of unpardonable offenses. Zhao Gao, this thief is so bold and criminal that he has also been killed by me. I promised the immortal master that I would change all this and make my Qin last for 10,000 years, so I ask that all the ministers share the same opinion. Ing Zhang's stirring words immediately left the entire audience dumbfounded. After the officials came back to their senses, they all kneeled down and shouted, Your Majesty is wise, God bless great Qin. At this moment, everyone believed. Ing Zhang is clearly reviewing himself with these words. This tyrant is so stubborn, who else but an immortal could make him make such a big change? Who else but an immortal could make him make such a big change and even review himself in public? All of this must be the means of the immortals. Although the immortals had said that great Qin would suffer all kinds of calamities and defeats, but now that the future was known, what did we have to fear? The traitor Zhao Gao has already been executed, and if your Majesty is willing to work hard, it will be a great joy for Qin. At the same time, everyone's envious gazes were directed at Wang Ben. This guy was too lucky to be able to follow His Majesty to set foot in the immortal realm, and even tasted the immortal food and wine. This was really envious and jealous. Last night, I learned from my mistakes. Ing Zhang continued, I have decided to follow the words of the immortal master and use 3 plans to finalize my great Qin. 3 plans? Which 3 plans? Please tell me, Your Majesty. The gazes of the 100 officials glowed, and they all became interested. In fact, smart people have long seen the shortcomings of great Qin, and Ing Zhang has suddenly organized such a big battle, and explicitly said that it is the guidance of an immortal master, so everyone would like to see what this immortal master is capable of. 1. Ing Zheng directly announced, temporarily suspend the plan to conquer Baihui in the south, transfer all the provisions, troops and horses to the north, and prepare to attack the Xiongnu in the north within 3 months, and completely drive the Xiongnu out of the river loop area. What? Temporarily suspend the southern expedition to Baihui? Change it to a northern attack on the Xiongnu? Your Majesty, you can't. Baihui has a maximum of 50,000 soldiers, but Xiongnu has a full army, so why leave the weak Baihui untouched and attack Xiongnu in the north? We have been preparing for this battle for 3 years, how can we give up so easily? The 100 officials were in an uproar at these words. Tu Suo was even more furious and wowed. 011 The Immortal Master's 3 strategies for collecting the hearts of 10,000 peoples. Your Majesty, I am firmly against it. We have been preparing for the southern expedition to Baihui for 3 years and have spent countless efforts, how can we just change it? The Xiongnu army is strong, our great Qin should fight Baihui first. Tu Suo anxiously persuaded, as the main general of the southern expedition to Baihui, he had thought of leading the army into battle all the time and had made countless preparations. Now that Ing Zheng said that he would change his plan to fight Xiongnu, how could he be willing to do so? How can he be willing to change his plan to fight the Xiongnu? Moreover, once we attack Xiongnu in the north, it is still unknown whether he will be the main general or not. Meng Tian knows Xiongnu much better than he does. Tu Suo, who was eager to get the credit, naturally refused to agree. Ha! Wang Ben snorted and said directly, the Immortal Master has acclaimed that Baihui has many mountains and forests, a warm climate, and miasma? Great Qin's soldiers and horses are strong but they are not used to water and soil. How many soldiers vomit and have diarrhea when they arrive in Baihui, and the grain road is too long and also difficult to resupply. The Baihui soldiers are few but good at the battle of the mountains and forests. If they are drilling in the mountains and forests every day to sneak attack and release poison, how do you deal with it? Wang Ben's questioning immediately left Tu Suo dumbfounded. With a reddened face, he stifled his anger and said, I, Qin, have sent out 500,000 troops, and Baihui has at most 50,000 men, can't we defeat them with 10 times the number of men? My Qin is good at attacking cities and not good at catching rats in the mountains and forests. Wang Ben said bitterly, the Immortal Master has predicted that the 500,000 strong Qin army will lose at least 300,000 men, do you think it's worth it to fight against Baihui, a small barbaric place? This? Tu Suo was speechless and didn't dare to say anything for half a second. Your Majesty! Wang Ben once again clasped his fists and said, after returning to my home last night I stayed up all night, repeatedly deducing with the military chess sandbox, and ultimately corroborating what the Immortal Master had said. If we were to forcefully attack Baihui, my great Qin soldiers would have to lose at least 70% of their men, and most of them would die from plague, diarrhea, and poisoning, which is not a crime of war. On the contrary, although the Xiongnu are all soldiers, everyone is good at shooting, but my Qin crossbows are just right to restrain them, and it is easy to drive them out of the river loop. Once we take the river loop, we can get thousands of miles of fertile grassland and a constant supply of horses. Isn't this better than fighting Baihui? Therefore, I support striking Xiongnu in the north. Seeing this, the other 100 officials also shouted, I also support the northern attack on the Xiongnu. Your Majesty! Li Xian even took the opportunity to ask for battle, I would like to lead the army into battle. Could you Li Xian, you dare to steal from me? Tu Suo was furious and quickly shouted, Your Majesty, I also support the northern attack on Xiongnu, I would like to be the main general. Good. Ing Zheng smiled broadly in satisfaction at the sight, this result was exactly what he wanted to see. Immortal Master, this second plan is to collect surrendered soldiers, while the third plan is to stabilize people's livelihood. Ing Zheng continued, that's why I've decided to suspend the construction plans for the Great Wall, the Imperial Tomb at Mount Li, and many other places. At the same time, I will issue a decree to allow the people of the 6 countries to be treated the same as the people of Qin, cut down on taxes and corvée services, and transfer all the surrendered soldiers from the 6 countries to the northern battlefields. I will allow the descended soldiers of the 6 kingdoms to become soldiers of Great Qin, and as long as they fight hard, they will be granted free status and even high rewards. After defeating the Xiongnu, these descended soldiers will be placed locally in the Habao region to graze and guard the borders for my Great Qin. Ing Zheng's series of plans once again caused the 100 officials to be in an uproar. The change of the southern expedition to Baihui to a northern attack on Xiongnu should really be supported when we think about it, after all, it's a matter of 100 benefits and no harm. However, they could not help but oppose it again when it came to the reduction of taxes, the reduction of corvée service, the preferential treatment of the survivors of the 6 kingdoms, and the resettlement of prisoners of war of the 6 kingdoms. Your Majesty must not, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms are ready to move, my Great Qin must firmly implement the strategy of weakening the people of the 6 kingdoms, in order to stabilize the world. Yes, who knows how many rebels are hiding among the people, we can't take it lightly. Hundreds of thousands of descended soldiers, once they get weapons, are hundreds of thousands of soldiers who can fight. In case they are compelled to fight back, my Great Qin will be in danger. Your Majesty, this is too risky, no. The civil and military officials were bitterly persuaded. Even the right Prime Minister Feng Daiji couldn't help but oppose it. Seeing this, Ing Zheng frowned and laughed coldly. Yesterday, I also thought, like all the ministers, that we must guard against the resurgence of the Six Kingdoms, but the words of the immortal master have enlightened me. I Qin's enemy is never those ordinary people, they are also people, they just want to eat. We're warm, our enemy should be the 6 countries of power and wealth. If our great Qin keeps suppressing the people of the world with strong arm tactics, there will come a day when we will not be able to suppress them, and at that time, when the powerful and noble people of the 6 countries rise to the top, my great Qin will really be in danger. Ing Zheng's words echoed inside and outside this courtroom. The civil and military officials were stunned, and everyone's jaws dropped. They wanted to retort, but they couldn't. That's why we should divide and disintegrate them. Ing Zheng continued, all those who are willing to live honestly will be my great Qin people, and all those who refuse to be honest will be exterminated. After the people of the world live in peace and contentment, who will remember the powerful and rich of the 6 kingdoms? Who will give up a peaceful life and rebel with their heads? Do you think the people are stupid? The same goes for these hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers. Instead of taking the time and effort to guard them, why don't you let them become our soldiers and live a good life? Your Majesty's words are true. Feng Jiji immediately shouted, I support your Majesty's decision. I support your Majesty's decision. The civil and military officials all shouted in unison, and Ing Zheng's 3 policies of reform were finally finalized. The huge war machine of Qin will begin to operate and adjust with these 3 strategies, and will eventually become stronger and stronger. And this scene had long since been recorded by the imperial historian who was responsible for recording the court meetings. On the 8th day of the 6th month of the 29th year of the first emperor's calendar, the emperor, with Marquis Tungwu, set foot in the realm of the immortals, obtained the 3 strategies of the immortal masters, executed Zhao Gao and Su Fu, and bestowed favors on the whole world to collect the hearts of the 10,000 people. 012 This is moving to sell? 8 o'clock in the morning. Jihan woke up from his sleep. His alcohol breath had long since dissipated and he was refreshed after a good night's sleep. After washing up he was just about to make breakfast. But he saw that Xiao He was silently guarding the door of the warehouse, looking at himself with a weird face, with a look of wanting to say something. Xiao He, what are you doing? Jihan curiously walked over to take a look and was instantly struck by lightning. Where are my potatoes? More than 10,000 pounds of potatoes. Were they stolen? Yesterday there was a whole bunch of them, why are they empty now? Blackie, how do you watch the door? Jihan was so agitated that he wanted to curse his mother, but he realized that Xiao He was full of aggression. Woof woof woof, a burst of gesticulation, as if to say it's none of my business. You mean old Wang and old Zhao took it? Jihan exclaimed. Woof woof woof. Xiao He nodded desperately, and Jihan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. These 2 robbers and bandits, yesterday he thought that these 2 people want to take some back to eat, so he greatly said casually move. Who knows that these 2 are so nonchalant, more than 10,000 pounds of all to move away, which can be eaten. This is to move to sell? Don't let me see you 2 again, if I see you again the legs will be broken for you. Your greatness, freeloading and moving more than 10,000 pounds of potatoes for me, I'm with you all. Jihan cried without tears, straight cursing, these 2 robbers, really pitched Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining 5,000 correction values. Congratulations on your whole body attributes plus 10. Congratulations on obtaining 1 beast spirit pill. Congratulations on obtaining 1 small spirit gathering array. A series of system prompts suddenly rang out in his mind. Jihan, who was in the midst of depression, immediately stared in shock. What's going on? He was so full of confusion that he couldn't understand what was happening for half a day. Why did the system suddenly go crazy early in the morning? Correction value? What the hell is this? Jihan frowned and thought hard. The first thing he could be sure of was that something must have happened after yesterday's system upgrade, which was why there were suddenly so many more rewards. This correction value should be the core of the event. But Jihan didn't understand what this correction value was even after thinking about it for half a day. If it's a good value, you can guess that it's a good thing, and if it's an evil value, you can guess that it's a bad thing, but what's the corrective value? This dog coin system was as high and cold as ever, no response to how it was asked. After Jihan was puzzled, he could only temporarily put down his doubts and began to check his rewards. First of all, his whole body attributes plus 10, this was a huge reward. In an instant, his body underwent a drastic change, as if his strength had increased by several times. At this moment, Jihan felt like his body was filled with power. He had an illusion, as if he could knock down a cow with just 1 punch. This powerful feeling was very refreshing. Next was the Beast Spirit Pill, which was a blackish elixir. Previously, when Jihan's beast taming technique had broken through to the master level, he had obtained one, and its function was to open up the spirit of a beast. This was the reason why Xiao He was so large and ferocious and had such a high level of intelligence, because the last time that Beast Spirit Pill had been eaten by it, and that was why it had become the king of dogs in these 10 miles and 8 villages. Woof woof woof. After Little Black saw the Beast Spirit Pill in Jihan's hand, he immediately went crazy with excitement, jumping up and down with excitement and rubbing up against Jihan pleasingly from time to time, obviously wanting to eat it once more. Anxious hairline, I can't eat this thing either. Jihan kicked it in the face without any good humor, but still threw the beast spirit pill to it. Woof woof. Little Black excitedly swallowed it in one gulp, and then he beautifully found a place, preparing to slowly digest the power of the elixir. As for the last reward, it was a palm-sized 8 trigrams formation disc. As Jihan stared at it, a paragraph of introduction suddenly appeared in his mind. Small spirit gathering formation gathers the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to create a heavenly paradise, can be used after dropping blood. This is something good. Jihan's eyes glowed and he immediately beamed with joy. Although he hadn't tried this thing exactly, but even a fool would know that this was definitely good stuff. Looking at the literal introduction, he knew that the small spirit gathering array could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and then create a heavenly paradise. When the time comes, his farm not only grows crops rapidly, but also people prolong their lives, which is definitely a treasure that can't be exchanged for thousands of gold. Dripping blood to use it? Try it. Jihan gritted his teeth and decisively took a knife and cut his finger, dripping a drop of blood onto this 8 trigrams formation plate. Buzz. This array disc was overflowing with light and quickly disappeared by drilling into the ground. Only to see a breeze quickly converging from all directions, the air in this farm seemed to have become much fresher. Jihan took a deep breath and immediately felt refreshed, and the whole person became unusually spirited. All around the flowers and trees, chickens, ducks and geese, swimming fish in the water, and even the invisible grasshoppers and ants, all became energetic, as if injected with a different kind of energy. Jihan was clear that his farm had changed. In time this place would become a true cave of bliss. Any plant or animal will grow rapidly here, and people who live here for a long time will surely be in a good mood and live a long life. Great, ha ha ha. Jihan was in a great mood, and the matter of the 2 bandits, Old Wang and Old Zhao, was thrown to the back of his mind. Surveying his increasingly perfect little farm, his mind couldn't help but start to come alive. It has to be expanded, a whole super-sized water wheel next to this creek. It's both aesthetically pleasing and irrigates. Build a few strawberry huts in the field here, so guests can come over and pick strawberries. Raise a few more ostriches, peacocks and other ornamental pets, guaranteed to be perfect. The more Jihan thought about it, the happier he got. All kinds of plans surfaced in his mind, and the ambitious man was ready to do something big. 013 This is a dog that can pull a saw. Jihan did what he said he would do and quickly began to get busy. He vowed to turn his little farm into the topmost cave land. First of all, he directly ordered a large number of pheasants, peacocks and ostrich cubs online, and the second and third generations of these protected animals after domestication are directly tradable. Secondly, he then called to have a large truckload of top-quality wood delivered. Then casually found a water wheel design on the internet and got busy. He was going to build this large water wheel himself. It just so happens that there are not many customers over during the day today. Plus, he had long possessed master carpenter skills. So building a water wheel wasn't a difficult task for him. Little Black, stop lying down you dead dog and come over to help. Grab my toolbox and bring it out, hurry up. Jihan was busy while wailing and directing his only helper. Little Black whimpered a few times in aggravation, having just digested the beast spirit pill. It had grown another size, its fur had become even more dense, and it appeared unusually ferocious and domineering, almost more oozing than a lion. But in front of Jihan it didn't dare to be reckless and could only honestly drag the toolbox out. You guy, your strength has gotten a little bigger again. Jihan secretly smacked his lips. Woof woof. Xiaohei proudly raised his dog's head with a count-you-know-what expression, causing Jihan to laugh out loud. Immediately afterward, he began to make his own opening, sawing, and cutting sections. Designing, planning, measuring. Jihan was lightly busy, and in no time at all, he aimed up a rough framework. And near noon, an unexpected set of guests broke the tranquility of this small farm. Only a minibus pulled into the parking area, and a dozen young men and women stepped out of the vehicle, the leader of which was a fat, middle-aged fat man. Boss G, what are you busy with? The fat man shouted loudly. Egu, Brother Wang. Jihan put down his tools and laughed. I'm not trying to make a water wheel, it's good to be idle, what are you? Hi. Fatty continued, our company group building, everyone said they wanted to find a place to barbecue, I'm not bringing people here? Ha, Brother Wang, you've come to the right place. Jihan laughed enthusiastically, I'm definitely a good place for a barbecue here, you can fish by the creek, pick any fruits and vegetables or whatever you want, so you guys open the furnace yourselves. Fine, you busy yourself. Everyone, feel free to move around, the barbecue spot is right by the creek. Let's kill a few more local chickens, Boss G's family's local chickens are pretty great. Fatty greeted with a smile, and the people he brought with him began to chatter and get busy. This fat man's name was Lu Shiming, a small boss of an internet company, usually liked fishing the most, so he was also a familiar customer here in Jihan. Today he brought people over for a group barbecue, and Jihan didn't have to greet them, he only needed to give the venue to them to use and settle the cost afterwards. A few young men began to busy themselves with building a fire and fishing. The girls were busy taking selfies and picking vegetables, and everyone was having quite a good time. Jihan skimmed and did not bother. After all, his small farm is a person to take care of, but do not have the time to go to the front and back to greet so many people. Let them play on their own. Little Black, you are lazy again, right? Hurry up and get these pieces of wood over here. If you're lazy again, do you believe I'll eat dog meat hot pot tonight? Jihan glanced at Xiaohei, who was being lazy, and directly kicked it without any good humor. Oh hoo! Xiaohei excitedly leapt up and struggled to pick up a piece of wood and continued working, and from time to time, he also pleasingly wagged his tail at Jihan, as if to say that he wasn't lazy. Ha! The scene aroused everyone's curiosity. Jihan was such a young boss, guarding such a large farm, with such a large dog by his side. It was all rather rare. Oh my god, what a big dog, and it helps with the work. Ooh, what a smart dog, it looks so cute. Boss, can we play with your dog? A few girls leaned over, obviously wanting to play with Little Black, but afraid of its massive size, looking rather torn. Jihan hemmed and hawed and said, a few of you are sorry, Xiaohei still has to help me work, so you guys play by yourselves. Little Blackie, come here and help me pull the saw. Hurry up, don't dawdle, you have to finish this water wheel today. After Jihan's coercion, Blackie, full of aggression and helplessness, put his paw on the other end of the big saw, and one person and one dog pulled hard. My god, it can still pull the saw? Ooh, that's too cute, isn't it? Look how aggrieved it is, ha ha ha. In a short while, the others were attracted to it as well. Everyone looked at Xiaohei's forced business appearance. They were amused. This thing looks naive and expressive. Every move is full of humanization. It is really rare. And a dog can actually help work, and will pull the saw. This is simply the world's strange. We cannot help but interest. Many girls even subconsciously took out their cell phones on the side of the shooting onlookers up. You all do not surround. Barbecue reunion does not smell? What is there to see in the work? Jihan cried and laughed. Boss, you busy you, we just look. Yeah, you don't have to bother with us. Boss, it's called Blackie, right? Wow, can Blackie play with us? Everyone gathered around nearby to watch and tease, and a few girls even had the guts to try to play with Xiaohei, only to be ruthlessly rejected by it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jihan's project continued to improve. It was at this time that everyone was surprised to realize that this guy's carpentry seemed to be very good. 014 This big dog can catch fish? Who are you kidding? Jihan's master carpenter skills are enough to hang many decades-old carpenters. He chiseled or planed, chiseled or hammered. Every move had an artistic beauty that made it seem as if people couldn't get enough of it for a long time. Ha! Boss, how come you don't use nails in this carpentry work? Illiterate people, this is the legendary mortise and tenon construction that doesn't use a single nail. The boss is awesome. I didn't realize that there was such a master carpenter in the small farmhouse. You don't use a single nail for such a big water wheel? Awesome, a decades-old carpenter in our hometown is not as good as you. The crowd was amazed and took out their own cell phones to take pictures. Jihan cried and laughed a little. What was there to photograph? Aren't you all going to barbecue? Jihan asked. There's no rush to barbecue, just casually grill it later. Yes, boss, you're so young, how did you open such a big farmhouse? Boss, do you have a girlfriend? How about you add a wiki? Everyone giggled and joked, and a few of the girls were even full of color. Such a young and handsome man living in seclusion in this small village to open a farmhouse, this sense of mystery came to the surface. Jihan's attraction to them can be described as a straight line skyrocket. Unfortunately, Jihan is not interested in them. This made them more or less disappointed. Boss Ji, let's barbecue together. Lu Shiming saw this and smiled to relieve himself. You can't get this carpentry work done for a while. It's almost noon, let's all eat and drink together. Okay. I'll grill you some fish. Blackie, go to the reservoir and catch 2 perch over here, hurry. Jihan nodded his head in agreement and put down his own tools while instructing Xiaohei to go catch the fish. Everyone sniffed and froze again. This big dog can still catch fish? Who are you fooling? You guys don't underestimate Xiaohei, it can do everything. Jihan explained, the fish in this creek aren't big, and you still have to go to the reservoir to catch them for grilling, so I'm letting it run errands. After saying that, Jihan washed his hands and started to work. So many guests came over for a group building, although he said he didn't need to greet them, but it was still okay to take the time to help everyone bake a few fish. Not long after, Jihan raised the charcoal fire. More than 10 minutes later, Xiaohei also beautifully ran back with a 7 or 8 pound perch in his mouth. The fish thrown on the ground is still desperately jumping. Oh my god, it can really catch fish? Crazy crazy crazy, what kind of dog is this? I love it. Boss, are you selling this dog? I'll give you $100,000, sell it to me. I'll give you $200,000, don't anyone steal it from me. The crowd once again clamored in surprise, and the gazes of a few of the girls looking at Xiaohei once again glittered, as if they couldn't wait to carry it home immediately. What's this? It's just a base. Blackie, one isn't enough, go catch a few more. Guys, do you guys eat spicy food? The fish I grilled still tastes good, you guys grill them up too. Jihan chatted idly while putting with killing well cleaned up and opened the grill. Not long after this baked fish flavor began to overflow out. When he sprinkled on some of his own secret barbecue ingredients, the aroma became even more intense, and everyone couldn't help but have their eyes light up. It smells so good, oh my god, why does it smell so good? I didn't realize that not only are you good at carpentry, boss, but the fish you bake also smells so good, it's really awesome. Wow! We're in for a treat today. Everyone, don't just stand there, let's bake together. The big guys all became interested and joined in the fun of the barbecue reunion. However, everyone soon found out the gap. The meat skewers and fish they grilled by themselves were very ugly, charred, and had an average flavor. However, the fish grilled by Jihan was golden on both sides, crispy on the outside, soft and smooth, making people's mouths water when they looked at it. Therefore, all the people decided to throw away their own meat skewers and joined in the activity of scrambling for Jihan's grilled fish, and a bunch of people grabbed the fish with great joy. Unable to help, Jihan and even baked 3 or 4 fish and a large pile of meat skewers leeks, before letting everyone eat and drink enough. After lunch, Jihan continued to work on his carpentry. Lu Shiming and the other people gathered around to watch, trekking in the green, fishing, enough to play until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon before returning to enjoy themselves. But no one expected, several girls left here. The first thing is to send Douyin. They will today's video clips captured on the internet, unexpectedly and quickly burst into the red. Many netizens flipped to see these videos and immediately came to be interested. Oh my god, this dog is so big, this physique is simply more ferocious than a lion. This seems to be a Caucasian, it's not common to see such a big Caucasian, it's bigger than all the champion dogs I've seen. Ha, it can even pull a saw, it can also catch fish, awesome. Oh, where is this farmhouse? The scenery is so beautiful, and the owner is handsome, I want to go so badly. Go with me, next time there's a place for company group building, go here. Who will help me ask the boss if this dog is for sale? I'll pay $1 million. The netizens were excitedly talking, and the number of clicks on the video continued to skyrocket, and even Jihan had an unexpected small fire. Of course the hottest is still Xiaohei. Netizens have nicknamed it the god dog Xiaohei, and many not-so-bad gold masters have even offered millions to buy this smart and domineering king of dogs. But all of this Jihan did not know and did not care. After a busy day, the making of his water wheel had reached its end, and when he quickly assembled the large water wheel, there was one more behemoth beside this creek. The sun set in the west. Dusk flows. A large water wheel, 7 or 8 meters tall, slowly turned at the edge of the brook, bringing up gurgling streams to irrigate the 100 acres of good fields on all sides. This perfect picture was as beautiful as a fairyland. 015 What does the immortal master like? Gifts are light. Not bad, not a waste of a whole day's hard work. The small spirit gathering array is really powerful, the spiritual chi in the air should continue to increase, it won't take long for my place to turn into a heavenly paradise. Jihan admired his masterpiece with satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment arose, making his mood couldn't help but improve. After his whole body attribute plus 10, his physical strength became super strong, and he didn't feel the slightest bit tired even after working all day. Instead, he started pouring out dinner with gusto. And of course he didn't notice. As night slowly descended, another burst of mist surged around this small farm, beginning to completely block off this place from the outside world. In the meantime, a faint mist also filled the great Qin palace. When the vision reappeared, the Qin emperor's palace was abuzz with excitement. When Ing Zhang arrived with the civil and military officials in a hurry, the familiar light door appeared in front of everyone again, and the officials, who didn't quite believe in the immortal's words, were suddenly dumbfounded. Ah, it's true. All the ministers see this, right? This is the gate of the immortal realm. Ing Zhang smiled broadly in delight. 7 days had passed since the last time I came back. During these 7 days he had continuously adjusted the state policy of Great Qin and continuously bestowed favors on the world, causing many of the populace to cross their fingers in praise, and all the people to return to their hearts. However, he had been wanting to set foot in the immortal realm one more time, but he had been slow to wait for the mist to descend, and there were many among the 100 officials who were secretly suspicious. In order to dispel such doubts, when Ing Zhang learned that the mists had reappeared, he immediately summoned the civil and military officials to gather here, so that they could see with their own eyes whether he had lied or not. Fairyland, this is really fairyland, your majesty is honestly not deceiving me. There really are fairies, surprisingly there really are. God bless my great Qin, God bless his majesty. The 100 officials wailed in excitement, everyone no longer had any doubts, and each one looked at the light door with fervor. Your majesty. Li Xin excitedly worshipped, I wonder if I am fortunate enough to follow your majesty and pay homage to the immortals? I pray to pay homage to the immortal. I also pray. The 100 officials bowed down excitedly, anyone who wanted to go over there together. If they could set foot in the realm of immortality, this would be a great event that would go down in history, so naturally, they did not want to miss it, and all of them wanted to receive the same treatment as Wang Ben. Good, all the ministers will go with me to pay their respects. Immortal Master has an easygoing personality, I'm sure he won't be offended. But this light door is very peculiar, unusual people may not be able to pass through it, let's all try together. Ing Zheng commanded with a face full of anticipation. It was obvious that he also wanted to test the characteristics of the light gate and obtain some more information. Unfortunately, the civil and military officials were depressed after taking turns testing it and realized that they couldn't get through. Once they got close to the light door they would be bounced off, but it was Fusu who had an accident. Not only was he not bounced off, but he seemed to be able to get close. Fusu was fortunate enough to be able to step into the realm of immortals. Follow me there later. Ing Zheng commanded with a big smile. Only. Fusu bowed in surprise and agreed, while the 100 officials were envious. People cannot figure out why they cannot pass, but Wang Ben Fusu can go with them. This is simply differential treatment. Looking at the joyful Fusu and Wang Ben, the mood of the 100 officials cannot help but sour. Your Majesty, should we go over now? Wang Ben inquired. No. Ing Zheng frowned and said, last time I paid a visit to the immortal master empty-handed and brought back so much immortal food, it would be more or less rude to go empty-handed again this time to pay a visit, wouldn't it? Your Majesty is right, although the immortal master doesn't care about the worldly goods, we can't be so rude. Right, it's not good if we offend the immortal. But what gift should we give? Gold, silver, and jewelry? 3 animals and blood food? The 100 officials looked at me and I looked at you, all frowning. They didn't know what gifts to give. What did this immortal master like? Father. Fusu arched his hand and said, I've heard that immortals prefer beautiful jades, and the legendary immortal realm is even full of cranes, so why don't we offer 10 pairs of beautiful jades and 4 white cranes? Although these mundane things are not worth much, but it is a light gift, enough to show my great Qin's respect for the immortal master. I don't know what father thinks. Fusu's proposal immediately brightened everyone's eyes. Right, where can you send an immortal a gift of gold, silver, and jewelry? Sending beautiful jade is more like it. If you send a few white cranes, you'll be able to please the immortal master, or at least you won't be rude. Good, Fusu said it well, when rewarded. Ing Zheng laughed with satisfaction and hurriedly ordered, quickly. Order 10 pairs of fine jade and 4 white cranes to be prepared. Fusu and Wang Qing will accompany me to visit the immortal master. Only. Fusu and Wang Ben agreed excitedly. In no time this gift was ready. Fusu hand holding a tray with 10 pairs of jade, Wang Ben greatly grinning carrying 4 white cranes, the 3 of them directly stepped into the light door disappeared. With a flash of light, the 3 of them once again arrived outside the small courtyard of Jihan's farmhouse. Looking at this fairyland-like beauty, breathing the sweet-smelling scent between the air, the 3 of them were instantly soothed, and Fusu was even more curious to check around. Stay close to me, don't run around. This mist is very odd, no matter where you go, you will end up back here, you can't go out at all. Last time I have already tried it myself, I expect that it must be the immortal master who has set up the misty array in this neighborhood. Ing Zheng took a few deep breaths while instructing Fusu. He felt that the air here was much better than the last time he came back, and a breath of it made one's body feel relaxed, which was incomparably amazing. It's worthy of being a heavenly paradise. Ing Zheng laughed. Wang Qing calls the door, we pay our respects to the immortal master. Yes. Wang Ben agreed and hurriedly said loudly, Sir, we have come to disturb you, please meet us. 016 How can this weapon be used to cut vegetables? Whose voice? Old Wang and old Zhao? You 2 bandits still dare to come? See if I don't break your dog's legs. Jihan, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, was enraged as soon as he heard Wang Ben's voice. He was so angry that he copied the kitchen knife and killed out ready to chop. When he met Ing Zheng, the 3 of them stepped into the small courtyard, and Wang Ben was carrying 4 handsome white cranes in his hand. Looking at Jihan's imposing appearance, Ing Zheng's 3 men were dumbfounded. Immortal master, what are you doing? Wang Ben inquired sheepishly. Jihan froze for a few seconds, awkwardly threw the chopper to the side, and hurriedly said, What's that? I'm here to welcome you guys. Oops, you guys are here just to come. Why do you still bring gifts? Really, quick, put it down. The so-called stretching hand does not hit the smiling face person. Once he saw that Wang Ben and the others had brought gifts over, Jihan was too embarrassed to get angry. With his eyesight, he naturally saw at a glance that these 4 white cranes were something good. Today he ordered many pheasants, peacocks and ostriches on the internet, only he didn't get the white cranes, which made him unusually sorry, feeling that his cave was not quite perfect. But how could he not expect that Wang Ben and the others would bring white cranes off? This is just like sending a pillow when you're sleepy, good man. Understand This old Wang and Zhao really know how to give gifts, a glance can see that they lack of rare and strange livestock here, plus these 2 are mountain people, want to get the white crane should not be difficult. Jihan were still have the nerve to be angry at them, hurriedly welcomed them in with a smile. Sir, I miss you after not seeing you for so many days. Ing Zheng laughed. Today, we have brought 10 pairs of beautiful jades and 4 cranes to pay our respects. Please don't mind if you don't. No, how could I be too ashamed? Put the stuff down, I love it, but didn't we just meet last night? Jihan beautifully accepted the white cranes. These white cranes as soon as they broke free of their restraints would have wanted to lift their wings and fly away, but under the gentle caress of his master-level beast mastering technique, they instantly became well-behaved and articulate. Coupled with this small farm is full of spiritual energy, they instantly fell in love with this place. I'm afraid to drive them, do not want to go. Not bad, go play by the creek yourself. Jihan waved his hand in satisfaction, and the 4 white cranes immediately spread their wings and flew, frolicking over the small farm for a while before landing in the creek to play in the water. This scene naturally caused Ding Zhang and the others to secretly marvel again. An immortal master was an immortal master, taming the white cranes with ease. This was simply an immortal tactic. Wait, Mr. said we just met last night? But it's obviously been 7 days since we met? This is really a day in the sky and a year on the ground. Fairyland is fairyland, it's extraordinary. Ying Zhang suddenly sensed the information in Jihan's words, and after comparing them, he immediately marveled again. It turned out that the flow of time here was different from Great Qin. It's worthy of being an immortal's treasure. Awesome. Hurry! Ying Zhang said in a hurry. Fu Su, come over and pay your respects to Mr. Fu Su immediately stepped out and bowed down respectfully. My name is Fu Su, please accept this small gift. Your name is Fu Su? Well, you city people are really good at playing, a family playing cosplay. But all comers are guests, all go in and sit down, it's just time for dinner, let's have a whole fish feast tonight. Jihan greeted while casually taking the tray, and threw the valuable jade aside, not even bothering to look at it. In his opinion, these must be worthless fake jades, 3 pieces of $10 at the stall, not as valuable as the white crane. Xiaohei, get drinks for the guests. Drink for yourselves, my food will be ready soon. Jihan said and dove headfirst into the kitchen to get busy. Today this guy Xiaohei caught a lot of fish, so why don't we just have a whole fish feast and it won't go to waste. Woof woof. Blackie protested his unfair treatment while aggressively pulling open the refrigerator door, then dribbling out a dozen beers and some Fat House water Sprite. This scene, again, made Fusu look blank. Is this an immortal dog or a lion and tiger? Fusu exclaimed in shock. Ha ha. Wang Ben laughed at the situation. Your Excellency need not panic, this is a fierce dog tamed by an immortal master. It looks vicious but is actually very intelligent and will not bite indiscriminately. As for the immortal liquor, especially this Sprite, the minister will be very loved to drink. Gongzi can taste, the immortal master character amicable will not blame. All sit down, drink the drinks, don't look like a bumpkin disgraceful. Ying Zhang rebuked in dissatisfaction, and Fusu hastened to apologize. After the 3 of them sat down and took a few sips of the drink, Fusu quickly fell in love with the taste of the happy Fat House water, a taste sensation that came from more than 2,000 years later and made him feel his soul take off. At this time, Wang Ben, however, noticed the kitchen knife that Jihan had casually tossed aside. This kitchen knife is steel forging, looks very exquisite sharp. Wang Ben picked up immediately after love. This seems to be the immortal master's knife for cutting vegetables, I wonder what the color is. Curious, Wang Ben couldn't help but draw his own sword and then slash against this vegetable knife. There was a ding. This chopper didn't move at all, and Wang Ben's bronze sword even popped out a big gash on the spot. It can be imagined that if 2 people fight with all their might, this bronze sword must be cut off on the spot. What a terrifying sword, this kind of divine weapon is used by immortal master to cut vegetables. What an outrageous display of heavenly possessions. Ying Zhang couldn't help but exclaim and sigh. Immortal master's methods are truly astonishing. Fu Su was also appalled. Good sword, good sword. How could an immortal master throw away such a good knife? It's a waste. In that case, Mr. Wang will reluctantly pick it up and take it home. Wang Ben pretended to sigh, and then under the dumbfounded gaze of Ying Zhang Fu Su, he even directly swaggered and skimmed the chopper onto his back waist in preparation for taking it away. Since the last time he resisted more than 10,000 pounds of potatoes, he has already liked the feeling of being a bandit, and he can't help himself with such a good knife. This is what the immortal master didn't want, I'm just picking it back up, yes. That's right. Wang Ben defended himself with a thick skin. 017 Why does Lao Zhao like to ask history questions so much? Come on, let's eat and eat. Tonight's whole fish feast is guaranteed to please you all. 1 chopped pepper fish head, 1 steamed osmanthus fish, 1 boiled fish, 1 pickled fish, 1 braised fish chunks, and 1 lotus carp. In no time, Jihan served the dishes on the table. The 3 of them, especially Fu Su, who had never tasted this kind of food before, could only feel the aroma going straight to his nose, causing him to swallow furiously. Let's start, don't be polite. Jihan casually greeted. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. Ying Zhang nodded and introduced to Fusu. Most of Immortal Master's dishes have spicy things put in them. This thing is unbearable at first, but after getting used to it, it makes one's blood flow, soothes one's body, and prolongs one's life, so try it. Yes. Fusu chucked a slice of fish and swallowed it. A wave of aroma and spiciness collapsed on his tongue, and he stared in shock. So fragrant, so spicy. But really tasty. The spicy flavor with the fresh aroma of the fish, each bite is a supreme enjoyment. Ying Zhang 3 people immediately appetite, eat hearty. It's worthy of being immortal cuisine, it's really memorable. After sighing, Ying Zhang suddenly looked at the large water wheel next to the stream and asked, Sir, what is this? I haven't seen it yet last time I came. A water wheel, you haven't seen it before? Jihan casually explained, it's a gadget that automatically irrigates the land by using the stream water. I have a whole water wheel here, which can not only irrigate more than 100 acres of good land, but also attract tourists to come over to take photos and play. How good it is! Irrigation? Taking pictures? Sir, how many acres can this one water wheel irrigate? Although Ing Zheng couldn't quite understand what Jihan was actually saying, he immediately became interested when he heard that he could irrigate good land with a water wheel. More than 100 acres. Jihan said unconcernedly, where the water flows swiftly, the irrigation area is a bit larger, and where the water flows gently, the irrigation area is a bit smaller. More than 100 acres? The three of them, Ing Zhang, sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Oh my god, this is definitely a great artifact. Take a good look, the water wheel design is really subtle. Utilizing the force of the water flow to turn the water wheel in turn drives a small funnel, constantly bringing the water flow to the bank ditch, and then irrigate the good land. This not only can save a lot of manpower, but also the water flow is stable. If the Great Qin have this kind of magic weapon, certainly can be a great agricultural Write it down, go back, and imitate it. Ing Zheng secretly gave an order, and Fusu decisively began to observe and record it carefully. It shouldn't be too difficult to imitate this thing. Besides, didn't the immortal master put it out for everyone to imitate? Ing Zheng decided to copy it with peace of mind. He didn't care about any intellectual copyrights or anything like that. As long as it is favorable to Great Qin, all copy. This time is really not a vain trip. Immortal Land really has treasures everywhere. Just one thing is enough to make Great Qin take off. However, after Ing Zheng took a bite, he couldn't help but ask, Sir, I have a question. I wonder if I can ask you to solve it? What question? Jihan was surprised. I have heard what Mr. said last time, that Li Si and Hu Hai are both guilty of great crimes. Ing Zheng said seriously, I just want to ask if they deserve to die? Wang Ben and Fusu exchanged glances, all of them unable to stop their hearts from jumping up and down. Ing Zheng has been keeping Li Si locked up for the past few days, and has also been cold-shouldering Hu Hai, so it turns out that he is struggling with this issue. That's right. Historically, they were indeed the scourge of Qin, and Ing Zheng should have killed them by all accounts. But Li Si hasn't committed treason yet, and Hu Hai is still only a 13-year-old kid. Besides, Li Si is also a capable minister, so it's too bad to kill him just like that, right? So Jihan's answer, absolutely related to the fate of these two people. Wang Ben Fusu also could not help but stop their movements, listening carefully. For this question, Jihan was full of puzzlement. Why does this old Zhao like to ask historical questions so much? What does it matter to me whether Li Si Hui should die or not? They've been dead for thousands of years. However, thinking about the fact that old Zhao should be a senior Great Qin little fan, it is normal to have this kind of question. Jihan smiled slightly and did not think too much about it. Li Si, this person is not at fault. He is still loyal to Emperor Shi Huang, and his ability is quite good, but he is just too obsessed with power to the point of committing a great sin. As for Hu Hai, in fact, he is not to be blamed. The one who should be blamed the most is still the first emperor himself, who made him spoil Hu Hai all the time. As the saying goes, spoiling a child is like killing a son. A son doesn't teach his father. The culprit for a bare child's mistakes should be his parents. Jihan casually commented, only stating his own opinion of these two, but Ing Zhang automatically brainstormed many deeper understandings. Li Si has done nothing wrong? That means he doesn't need to be killed? That's right. As long as I'm alive, how can he dare to plot against me? As long as he's beaten from time to time, he'll still be an important minister of Qin. The immortal master is really thinking of my Qin. As for Hu Hai, Ing Zheng has to admit that he is indeed responsible for this. This child has been spoiled since childhood, and he is the one who spoiled him. That means he should just go back and beat him up more often, right? What can a 13-year-old kid do? If Ing Zheng can run a country, he can't beat him up. That must be it. The immortal master's guidance is brilliant. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. I'm enlightened. Ing Zheng gratefully arched his hand, and Wang Ben and Fusu also looked relieved. Only Jihan was stunned. What enlightenment? What enlightenment? What did I say? What the hell are you talking about? 018 The first set of smokers in Great Qin, officially born. After a full meal, Jihan lit a cigarette and beautifully began to gulp up the clouds. Sir, what is this? Wang Ben began to inquire as usual. Cigarette a cigarette after a meal, happy as a god. Jihan said unconcernedly, you guys want to smoke, take it yourselves. Cigarette? The three of them, Ing Zhang, were full of oddities. They really couldn't figure out what was going on with Jihan holding a white object in his mouth and then continuously puffing smoke. How is it that he is living like a god? Could this be the way immortals cultivate? By swallowing special spirit smoke to become stronger? Rumor has it that immortals swallow heaven and earth's spiritual chi and produce smoke from their mouths and noses. Could it be that this is exactly the case? That's right, it's definitely like that, and this tiny thing, once pressed it even rises up in flames. It must be that immortal's treasure. Good stuff, it's all good stuff, why don't we try it too? Your Majesty is wise, I'll try it first. The three of them, Ying Zhang, secretly combined their efforts for a while and immediately became interested. Not long after, the three people also followed the pattern of Jihan, picked up cigarettes, deep inhalation of a mouthful, one choking, desperately coughing up. Just started sucking, don't suck so big mouth, slow down. Just get used to it, right? Who doesn't smoke and drink? Jihan followed the good advice and taught seriously. Not long after, the first set of smokers began to be born in Great Sheen. Three dressed in ancient costume of the history of the big man, holding a cigarette, gulping look, but not at all out of place, really let the season cold a little laugh. This cigarette is really good, it's a bit refreshing. Ying Zhang commented, and there is also an inexplicable aura when smoked, I like it very much. Of course. Jihan nodded and said, men don't smoke cigarettes, they smoke loneliness, come on. We'll play mahjong together if we have nothing to do, just enough people. Who are we going to play? Wang Ben naively asked, who is mahjong? Your sister? Jihan was speechless. When he saw that Ying Zhang and Fusu also looked bewildered, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. These three people couldn't have teamed up and come here to amuse him, could they? Could it be that these three guys were filming some kind of trick show and deliberately came here to trick him? How else would they even know about mahjong? But Jihan looked east and west, and there was no one around here to shoot secretly. I now suspect that you didn't run out from the mountains, you clearly ran out from the mental hospital. Forget it, count me out, I'll teach you mahjong. Jihan helplessly moved out the mahjong table, then told them the rules of the game. Well said, these three people can barely get a half understand, and then Jihan pulled a few of their half-cocked open kill. This mahjong is a university question, it involves math, logic, statistics, psychology, game theory, thinking, situation analysis and many other knowledge. To play mahjong, you need to be able to count cards, have rules for playing cards, be able to count cards, and figure out other people's minds, so it's not just a simple entertainment. Red center, hey, touch. Wow. One Kong. Ha ha ha, self-touch. Pay up. Jihan explained while crackling a flurry of kills, easily killing the three of them. However, when he wanted to collect the money, the reaction of Ying Zhang's three people made him want to vomit blood. Money? What is it? Mr. should be talking about currency, silver taels, right? But we don't have silver taels with us. Yes, when would I ever go out with silver taels? The three of Fusu were in a high position of power and usually didn't need to carry money on them. So when Jihan asked them for money, they were immediately confused. Why don't we take credit? Fusu weakly said, next time we come over, we will definitely double the compensation and never default. No money? What the hell, you guys don't have any money? Are you guys just messing with me? Jihan was so depressed that he wanted to curse his mother, and after double-checking that they really didn't have any money, he could only pinch his nose and agree to their shameless request for credit. Little Black, bring me paper and a pen. Jihan commanded, and Xiaohei immediately farted around and brought over a few sheets of white paper and a pen, and when he wrote down the names of a few people on the paper, Ying Zhang, Wang Ben, and Fusu were dumbfounded again. What is this? It's as white as snow and as light as a cicada's wing, why can you write on it? Sir, shouldn't writing records be done with bamboo slips? What is this? Oh my, you can write without a brush? The three of them, Ying Zhang, kept exclaiming in astonishment, as if they had seen aliens. Jihan cried and laughed as he looked at these three guys. Nima, acting is so pompous, you guys would not know that this is paper? Tease, want to owe money not or right? Jihan rolled his eyes and said, look carefully, I'll remember it. Sir. Fusu excitedly got up and worshipped, may I ask what this is? This can be 10,000 times more convenient than writing on bamboo slips, it is definitely a holy thing of the literary path. Your lordship, would you guys not recognize the paper? Jihan said without a trace of anger, the acting is a bit over the top, isn't it? Paper? Is this thing called paper? Fusu continued to pursue, sir, how is it made? Nonsense, of course it's paper making. Jihan said in a depressed manner while touching the mahjong, boil the bark of trees, bamboo, flax and other plants, cut them, whack out the pulp, mix it with water, fish it out with a gabion mat to dry it and it's done. Is it so simple that you don't understand? You guys don't usually use your hands to pick at the toilet, do you? Bar. Ha ha ha, cons are for keeping score and keeping score. Jihan continued to slay, but the information he inadvertently revealed made Fusu's eyes grow brighter and brighter. 019 Ying Zhang's condition, old Wang the bandit. Ha, who, again and again and again. It's finally my turn to win, pay up. On the mahjong table, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Ying Zhang, Wang Ben, and Fusu were all smart people. Plus, mahjong wasn't something hard to learn, so they learned it after a few rounds. This mahjong thing is addictive. In Ying Zhang's words, it's an allusion to the art of war. Coupled with the fact that everyone had their own winners and losers, the three of them soon fell in love with it. While playing cards, smoking, drinking fat house water and beer, and fixing a little barbecue if nothing else, this little life should not be too comfortable. After all, Ying Zhang was getting old. He couldn't help but yawn after playing until after 10. Seeing this, Jihan said helplessly, "Old Zhao, your physique is too bad, let's leave it at that for today and play again next time." "Good, we will take our leave first. Many thanks for your hospitality, sir." Ing Zhang had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. But just as he got up and was about to leave the table, his eyes went black and he almost didn't pass out. "Father! Your Majesty!" Wang Ben and Fusu were so frightened that they rushed to assist him, and Ing Zhang's body shook several times before he finally sat back in his chair with a pale face, still unable to stop gasping for air. "What happened? Why is this happening?" Ing Zhang said with palpitations in his heart, I just had a spinning sensation, as if I was about to faint." "Let me take a look for you." Jihan frowned and smoothly put his fingers on his pulse. During this period of time, he had nothing to do but read many messy books, and by virtue of the nature of the system, any knowledge he had read would be converted into his skill proficiency. So he also learned some medical skills, and now his medical skills are at the expert level, and he usually helped a lot of old people in the village to adjust their bodies. At this moment, he raised his hand and found that Ing Zhang's pulse was weak and floating, his heart was panicky, his blood pressure was high, and his yin and yang were not in harmony, which meant that he was going to die suddenly. "Sir, how is my father's emperor? Is he sick? Sir, you are still a healer? What's going on with His Majesty?" Wang Ben and Fu Su asked anxiously, and even Ing Zhang couldn't help but feel anxious. "Your health is too bad, isn't it? High blood pressure, fatty liver, cholesterol, any number of messy chronic diseases. Have you been frequently dizzy and breathless lately, stomach upset, and often waking up in the middle of the night with transient convulsions in your sleep?" Jihan inquired with a frown, and Ing Zhang immediately froze like a wooden chicken. "Yes." Ing Zhang said with a pale face, "How did you know about these symptoms? Is I suffering from some incurable disease? Your body should be suffering from years of late nights and hard work, coupled with greasy food and no exercise, plus many trace toxins in your body, so your heart rate is becoming more and more abnormal. If it continues like this, if it's light, you'll pass out and vomit blood, if it's heavy, you'll only die suddenly on the spot." Jihan's conclusion immediately scared Ing Zhang into a cold sweat. He knew that Jihan hadn't lied, and he couldn't help but be frightened when he thought of what happened to those gray rabbits from the last drug test. He had to know that he had eaten no less than dozens of these golden pills. Although he had eaten them at separate intervals, the toxins had not killed him on the spot. But now that the toxins had accumulated in his body and could not be eliminated, it was still a problem. "Sir, help!" Ing Zhang cried out in shock and pleaded. "Sir, please save my father's life." Fusu was grateful. "Yes sir, you must save His Majesty." Wang Ben, Fu Su and the two of them also couldn't help but anxiously plead. Ing Zhang is the pillar of Great Qin. If he falls, then Great Qin will really die. After all, there is no one but him to hold down the world. "Don't worry." Jihan waved his hand carelessly and said, "Old Zhao's body can still hold out for a few more years, he won't die in a short period of time, and the reason why he almost fainted tonight is because he was too excited about playing mahjong. Tell you what, you guys go back first, tomorrow I'll go up the mountain to pick some herbs, next time you come over again, I'll help you to adjust your conditioning. You remember to eat more greens and less meat, more exercise in the morning, noon and night, walk 100 steps after meals, less late at night and sit down soon, I'll give you a long life." Jihan's comforting and exhortation instantly made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. He was an omnipotent immortal master in everyone's opinion, and since he had said so, then there must be no problem. "Great, thank you sir. We'll take our leave first and come back to bother us next time." Ing Zhang solemnly paid his respects again and again before turning around to leave in peace. Not long afterward, the three of them walked into the mist and disappeared without a trace. "Strange? There's so much mist outside the courtyard in the middle of the night?" Jihan muttered curiously, but the next moment he stared in shock, incredulously sweeping towards the mahjong table. "Where are my cigarettes? Where's my lighter? Why is the whole bar of yushi I just opened gone? Where's my limited edition lighter? Why is it all gone? What the hell? Blackie, you dead dog, did you hide it?" Facing Jihan's questioning, Xiao Hei whimpered in aggravation. It desperately gestured as if it was saying something. When Jihan heard it, he roared in anger, "You mean old Wang, that bastard took it? Your old man old Wang, yesterday moved my potatoes, today took my limited edition lighter, I'm not finished with you. Where is my knife? I have to chop this up." "What? My kitchen knife was also taken by him? Is he Joe Pickpocket? Xiao Hei, you stupid dog, why don't you watch it? Next time he takes something you yell at him. Old Wang, you bandit, you wait for me, don't let me see you again, next time I'll break your legs." Over the small courtyard, the roar of Jihan's grief and anger echoed. 020 Wang Ben, who is possessed by the King of Forces, are these all gifts from the Immortal Master? The flow of time in the two worlds is really different. When Ing Zhang and the three of them returned to the Great Qin Palace, the sky had already dawned, and a whole night had passed. The civil and military officials waited here in agony, and when they saw them appear, everyone immediately became excited. "Back, finally back, it's good that nothing happened. Greetings to your Majesty, we have exhausted our efforts and are really worried. Marquis Tunwu, why did you and the others go for a whole night? But did the Immortal Master have some instructions? Everyone opened their mouths to inquire. It suddenly dawned on Ing Zhang that all of this confirmed his suspicions. This fairyland deserves to be called a fairyland. They had obviously only been here for 1 or 2 hours, but the Great Qin had already spent the whole night. It was no wonder that the 100 officials were worried. Ministers, please relax. Ing Zhang laughed. Ing Zhang laughed. 1 day in the sky and 1 year on the ground. We've only been here for a short while, but a whole night has passed here. It's just that the fairyland is too magical, so you don't have to worry about it. I see. It seems that we were overly concerned. The big guys breathed a sigh of relief, but Wang Ben laughed at the sight. Pa! With a crunch, he was seen flinging his lighter in a dashing manner, a poke of fire rising as he picked up a cigarette and began to pretend. After pretending to exhale a mouthful of smoke. Only then did Wang Ben say with a face full of contempt, "What are you all worrying about? The immortal master has an amicable disposition and is extremely kind to my Qin. How could he harm his majesty?" Yes, Marquis Tungwu is right, it is we who have been villains in vain. But Marquis Tungwu, what is this? Why is there a fire on the ground? And smoke coming out of your mouth and nose? Could this be an immortal's object? The 100 officials pointed in amazement. You dirtbags! Wang Ben said proudly, this is the immortal treasure spirit smoke. Only immortals can enjoy the good stuff. After inhaling it you can prolong your life, understand? See this knife? This is the immortal master gifted this marquis of the divine weapon. A knife can chop the world 9 states, the town dome to kill ghosts. Have you seen it? Wang Ben, a flurry of blowing, from time to time also proudly pulled out his own back waist on the kitchen knife to show off and attracted the whole scene envy and jealousy. Ing Zhang and Fu Su were shocked and stunned. Old one, do you guys still want to have face? These were gifted to you by the immortal master? This chopper can barely say that you picked up, but these packs of cigarettes and lighters, clearly you get back up by hand. When the immortal master finds out, he'll have to skin you. Your Majesty, don't look at me like that. Wang Ben stalked his neck and said with a straight face, the immortal master is omniscient and omnipotent. He must have known that I took this thing and the fact that he didn't stop it means that he agreed to acquiesce to it, so it's him who gifted it to this marquis. Ing Zhang and Fusu followed Jihan's example and subconsciously despised the bastard. This cheek was really thicker than a city wall. In that case, bring me 2 packs. Marquis Tungwu, give me 2 packs as well. Ing Zhang Fusu made a decisive move, and one person split 2 packs. Seeing this, the other civil and military officials also gathered around. Marquis Tungwu, share a packet with this official as well. What 1 packet? Where 1 packet? This is not even a few packets left, you also deserve to take a whole packet. That's right, share me a good, this is the immortal spirit smoke, I have to taste the flavor cannot. The big guys scrambled excitedly. Li Xian even wailed, Marquis Tungwu, give me 1, you and I are lifelong friends, you can't be so petty. You are the bandits. Wang Ben wanted to cry without tears, and watched the courtiers you won and I won, and in a short time, he divided his smoke cleanly. Then a bizarre scene happened inside this Qin emperor's palace. The guards, eunuchs, and palace maids were shocked as they watched these high-powered bigwigs, each with their sleeves rolled up, holding an unknown object in their mouths as they gulped down clouds and mist, as if they were immortals. Are they not practicing immortality? It must be so. Is this the immortal master who has imparted the immortal laws? Great, the heavens have blessed my great Qin. The crowd was secretly envious, and the civil and military officials were intoxicated by the nicotine stimulation, all of them looking like they were enjoying themselves. This immortal spirit smoke refreshes the mind, it's really good. I don't know why, but smoking this stuff is inexplicably powerful, I like it. Swallowing clouds and spitting mist like an immortal, this stuff is good. Everyone slurped and everyone was in a rather good mood. Seeing this, Ing Zhang instructed Fu Su, tell us about the harvest from this trip to the immortal realm, and also let all the ministers have a clear idea in their hearts. Only. Fu Su arched his hand and hurriedly said, Lords, this trip to the immortal realm can be said to be very rewarding for us. Not only did we taste the immortal delicacies, but we were also gifted with treasures by the immortals. There is a thing called a water wheel, made of wood, no need for manpower to irrigate 100 acres of land, can make my great Qin 10,000 people harvest. There is a thing called papermaking, available bark flax, made of white paper as thin as cicadas. A white paper can easily write down 10,000 words of truth, tens of thousands of times stronger than bamboo slips. Finally, the immortal also said that His Majesty's labor and hard work in the country, benefit in the autumn, should enjoy 100 years of life. Fu Su's bragging again caused the 100 officials to clamor in unison. If Jihan was here, he would have to spit in his face. This guy's ability to brainstorm is comparable to Wang Ben. He only said that Ing Zhang should exercise more and live a long life. This is just a polite remark, but you took it seriously right away? However, once these words were spoken, the officials got excited again. We congratulate your Majesty, congratulations your Majesty. Everyone bowed in excitement. With the immortal master's blessing, Great Qin will surely last for 10,000 years. Good, well said. Ing Zhang nodded with satisfaction and directly ordered, tell Fusu to develop the water wheel and papermaking as soon as possible without fail. Only. Fusu excitedly bowed in agreement. 021 Li Si was reinstated to his official position, and shameless Wang Jian. Without realizing it, Jihan's influence on Great Qin is deepening. The one who benefited the most was naturally Fusu, who used to be ignored by Ying Zhang and was often reprimanded and punished. But now, Ying Zhang not only treats him kindly but also makes him responsible for making water wheels in paper, which is a great achievement after their trip to the fairyland together. This made his status in the eyes of Ying Zhang and the 100 officials soar. On the other hand, Hu Hai was the opposite of him. This unlucky kid didn't mess with anyone, but he was beaten up by Ying Zhang when he had time, and he was beaten up when he couldn't answer the questions. This is what I call a strict father teaching his son. Hu Ji's tears were so painful that she tried to plead for Hu Hai several times, but she was severely reprimanded by Ying Zhang, and she was relegated from being a wife to being a good person. The immortal master once said, "If you don't teach your father, you'll never be able to teach him." In the past, I doted on you so much that you were so rude at such a young age. From today onwards, I'm going to change this stinking problem of yours. Kneel down for me. If you move, you will be dragged down to the battlefield to be blamed for 30. Outside the Hall of Thought and Government, Ying Zhang roared angrily. Hu Hai and Hu Ji, the poor mother and son, knelt outside the hall with fear and trembling, not daring to move a muscle. Your Majesty! A small eunuch cautiously said, "Sinful Minister Li Si has brought it. Bring him in." Only. In a short while, the woebegone Li Si was brought into the hall. With a face full of bitterness, he fell to his knees and shouted, "I, Li Si, pay my respects to your Majesty. I have sinned, and I ask your Majesty to take serious responsibility." "Li Si, you are a smart man." Ying Zhang sneered with a torch-like gaze. "You know that I have no evidence to dispose of you, and you're still willing to admit your guilt, which really impresses me. Since the immortal master has already said that I am guilty of a great crime, then I am guilty." The guilty minister does not dare to argue. "I only beg your Majesty to give the decree to grant death." Li Si desperately kowtowed and begged. During this time, even though he was locked up in prison, he had learned about the recent events from various sources. The series of events proved that Great Qin really did have an immortal master. At this point, Li Si knew that he was bound to die, and he did not dare to take a chance, but only sought a quick death so as not to implicate his family. With his knowledge of Ying Zhang, if he dared to beg for forgiveness and contradict him, the Li family would have to die. But what he didn't expect was that Ying Zhang didn't give him death. Instead, he waved his hand and said to the eunuchs, "Come on, give the left minister a seat." "Way." The little eunuch nodded his head respectfully in agreement and quickly moved a chair. This was the chair that Ying Zhang had sat in at Jihan's place last time, and after finding it comfortable, he came back to have the craftsman build it. Li Si trembled with fear, but hesitated to sit down. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. How dare I sit down?" Li Si continued to plead, "I beg your Majesty to grant death." "Fine." Ying Zhang waved his hand unconcernedly and said, "The immortal master said that you are a person with great mistakes but no great sins. You just have too much power. I will forgive you for your innocence and reinstate you in your official position, so you can do your best for my Great Qin in the future." This? Reese was dumbfounded. How could he not expect this outcome? He was practically doubting his ears. Did he hear it right? "I thank your Majesty and immortal master. I cannot repay your Majesty's great favor with 10,000 deaths." Li Si wept with joy, kneeling on the ground for a long time and refusing to get up. A kind of ecstasy after the robbery made him respect and fear this immortal master. South of Xianyang City. Inside the Wang family's residence. Wang Ben is respectfully reporting to his father, Wang Jian, about the trip to Wonderland, while his son Wan Li is also listening. "Incredible, simply incredible." Wang Jian pinched his beard and exclaimed, "I didn't realize that there were such strange people in the world. Fortunately the immortal master has blessed Daqin, otherwise Daqin would be in danger. What the great father said is very true." Wang Li also couldn't help but laugh. "Father was even fortunate enough to set foot in the immortal realm along with his Majesty. The status of my Wang family is really as stable as Mount Taishan. Ha, this is natural. Immortal master even gave me a precious sword and an immortal weapon. This sword and immortal weapon can both become heirloom treasures of my Wang family, definitely good things that are hard to exchange for even 10,000 gold." Wang Ben beautifully pulled out his own kitchen knife and lighter, showing off another burst of bragging. Seeing this, Wang Li was a bit embarrassed and weakly said, "But father, I heard the 100 officials talking privately, saying that you stole all these things from the immortal masters. This is not good, is it?" Fart. Wang Ben was so angry that he sprayed furiously. "Can the things of my old Wang family be called stealing? This is the immortal master's reward for my extraordinary valor, understand?" Wang Li and Wang Jian, the grandfather and grandson, were stunned on the spot. "Nima, are you that shameless? Do you believe that? Cut the crap, do you want this thing?" Wang Ben said with indignation and dissatisfaction, "This is what my father has worked so hard to bring back." "Yes, child naturally wants it." Wang Li hurriedly agreed with a smile. But before he could take the lighter, Wang Jian snatched it away, and this old man's eyes glared as he said angrily, "You two assholes, do you still have old me as an elder in your eyes? Is this immortal stuff something you can desecrate? Come. Let the old man keep it. The old man has a hard life and can take it." After the old man returns to heaven, this treasure will then be passed on to my great-grandson. What business is there for the two of you? After saying that, Wang Jian beautifully played with the delicately modeled lighter, turned around and left the hall without looking back. Wang Ben and Wang Li once again looked at each other. After half a second, Wang Li sighed in embarrassment. Father, I'm afraid you inherited this thick skin from your great father. This is natural. Wang Ben muttered in dissatisfaction. This old man is too thick-skinned, shameless. 022 A shocking discovery in a Qin dynasty tomb. The Wang family's grandparents and grandchildren didn't expect it. The lighter they fought over was like a butterfly on the other side of the ocean, after gently flapping its wings, and set off a huge wave in the latter days. Midnight. While Jihan was sleeping. Instead, there was a team of archaeologists near the Qinling Mountains, excavating a large ancient tomb. The stunningly beautiful Su Chuyun, who had a hot body, was closely following behind her mentor, Dr. Tang Zhengqing, as she conducted the final cleanup of the main chamber of this ancient tomb. This was an ancient tomb from the Qin dynasty, which was only recently discovered. But unfortunately it had long been patronized by grave robbers, and apart from the main chamber, the rest of it had long been ransacked by grave robbers. The main chamber was only spared because it was cleverly designed and buried too deeply, which made everyone secretly happy. Teacher, can you determine who this ancient tomb belongs to? Su Chuyun inquired curiously. From the inscription at the entrance of the tomb, as well as the inscription in the main chamber, we can deduce that this should be the tomb of Wang Jian's great-grandson Wang Yuan from the Qin dynasty. Tang Zhengqing's reply with conviction instantly made the archaeologists present all excited. This was a big person. It's a big loss to find such a powerful tomb only now. Luckily this main chamber wasn't pried open by grave robbers, or else not a single thing inside would remain. Su Chuyun sighed in a small voice. Doctor! An archaeological team member said in surprise, the main chamber has been opened, there is no silt inside, everything is well preserved, and a pair of main coffins were found. Good. Great. Make a final inspection right away. Tang Zhengqing was trembling with excitement and led everyone right to the main chamber. Only to see that this is a 20 to 30 square feet sized stone room. Inside there are some already broken wooden shelves, earthenware, and a few bronze tripod furnace and a huge sarcophagus. After everyone came in, their eyes were immediately attracted by this sarcophagus. It had relief carvings both inside and outside, and it looked quite exquisite, and at a glance, it was something that could only be used by people with very high status. Open the coffin. Tang Zhengqing decisively ordered, and several archaeologists carefully tested it before pushing this sarcophagus open with force. Only to see a well-preserved ancient corpse placed inside this coffin. Judging from the shape and physical features, it should be a male. The ancient corpse's clothes, silks, fabrics, and some other things had all rotted away, except for some gold, silver, jewels and jade that were still intact. On the left-hand side of the corpse, there was also a jade box. On top of this jade box, written in small seal script were the 4 big words, Immortal Master gives treasure. Immortal Master gives treasure? What does that mean? What is this thing? And who is the Immortal Master? If this ancient tomb is the tomb of Wang Jian's great-grandson Wang Yuan, then this Immortal Master should be someone from the Qin dynasty, but there's never been any record of this person in the history books. Teacher, do you know what's going on here? Everyone murmured in amazement, and Su Chuyun was also filled with astonishment. Tang Zhengqing was also secretly excited, he felt as if he was about to discover a heavenly secret. After he took a deep breath, he curiously opened the jade box, only to see that there were actually 2 oddly shaped things placed inside, one that looked like a kitchen knife and one that looked like a lighter. Both of these things had been oxidized heavily and the exterior has not only changed color, but is rusty. But anyone can recognize them as kitchen knives and lighters at a glance. What's going on here? Isn't this nonsense? Did the Qin dynasty have kitchen knives? Yes, there should be, just how come the shape of this chopper is so much like a modern one? And is this a lighter? Why do I feel it's a bit wrong? Where in the Qin dynasty is there a lighter? This couldn't have been put there by grave robbers, could it? The crowd looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Everyone had thought that they would see some earth-shattering treasures, but when they opened the jade box, why did these 2 things look so familiar? This is not right. Teacher, what's going on? Su Chuyun exclaimed. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Tang Zhengqing frowned and analyzed, this lighter-like thing has the worst rust, and many of the parts have already stuck together, thoroughly decayed, so we can't tell its true purpose. This knife is a good judgment, this is indeed something similar to a kitchen knife, but how could the great-grandson of the Honorable Marquis Wucheng bring this kind of thing to accompany a burial? And did you guys find out, this knife after more than 2,000 years of oxidization surprisingly can still barely keep its shape. This should be mixed with many trace elements, similar to the product of stainless steel. Oh my god, unbelievable, unbelievable. As we all know, the iron smelting technology of the Qin dynasty was still very backward, the weapons were mostly bronze, how is it possible for stainless steel to exist here? And who is this Immortal Master? Why are the treasures he gifted so peculiar? One question after another was continuously thrown out, and the people present all became excited as they all realized the importance of this. Once these questions were solved, it would definitely have a huge impact on the rewriting of history. Isn't the lifelong wish of the archaeologists present to unearth unknown historical secrets? At this moment, everyone was naturally ecstatic. Doctor. At this moment, one of the team members outside the ancient tomb said, "A reporter learned about the news of the ancient tomb and came over overnight for an interview, and he wants to see you no matter what. What should we do?" Reporter? Good. I'll be right out. You guys take this jade box and follow me. Tang Jingqing's eyes glowed as he decisively chose to accept the interview. He couldn't wait to announce this major discovery of his to the world. He knew that only by drawing more attention to it would he be able to get more funding for his research, and he would end up with more honors and benefits. Note, stainless steel does not necessarily not rust, just not easy to rust only, thousands of years passed, and then good stainless steel as usual rust stains. 023 Last night's lost things, in this tomb? Ding! Congratulations on getting a correction value of 1000. Congratulations on your full body attribute +2. Congratulations, you have activated the system mall, you can view and purchase things at any time. A series of system prompts appeared at exactly 8 in the morning. Jihan was directly awakened in his sleep. He was filled with confusion and didn't come back to his senses for half a second. What's going on? How did I get another modifier? Did I do something? Jihan was puzzled. He just slept. He didn't do anything. How did he gain correction values and rewards? What's wrong with this system? However, this opening of the system mall was a secret surprise to Jihan, who directly chose to open the mall in his mind. Not long afterward, a large number of treasure icons appeared in his mind. What beast spirit Dan, 10 complete Dan, high-tech drawings, divine weapons and other things, what to have what? Jihan looked at half a day to see the dazzling. All of these things are exchanged with correction value, and the price is also very expensive. He only had 6,000 modifier values right now, so it seemed like he couldn't buy anything good. Nima, is there a golden elixir that makes you immortal if you eat one? Jihan joked dumbly, but as soon as he spoke, the system mall unexpectedly searched automatically, and then the graphic introductions of several treasures popped up. Great Tao Golden Pill, the most precious treasure of heaven and earth's creation, serving it will give you a lifespan of 1 epoch, golden immortal cultivation, and the correction value required for redemption. 9 turns Golden Pill, the most precious treasure of the immortal way, taking it can make you an immortal, redeeming the required correction value. Humanity Golden Pill, the most precious treasure of the humanity, can be taken to become an immortal, enjoying a life of 10,000 years. The redemption requires 6 million modifiers. One rare introduction after another suddenly left Jihan half stunned. Nima, this system is too awesome, right? All these things? It was a pity that the exchange price was too high, otherwise Jihan would have to exchange a few of them. But for him, this is also a happy thing, sometimes lack of something in the system mall to exchange a good. Rather, how did this correction value come about? How should I continue to earn it? Jihan thought hard and couldn't come up with a clue when he thought about it. After washing up, he cooked himself a noodle, and while teasing Blackie and eating the noodle, he turned on the TV by hand. Viewers, we are now inserting a news item. Last night the staff of our Yanjing archaeological team found a Qin dynasty tomb deep in the mountains of the Qinling Mountains, and the owner of this tomb was confirmed to be Wang Yuan, the great-grandson of the Qin dynasty's god of war, Wang Jian. In the ancient tomb our archaeologists made a world-shattering discovery, and now we have the leader of the archaeological team, Dr. Tang Jingqing, to introduce it to us. On the TV program, a female reporter was rambling excitedly, and a field shot of an ancient tomb appeared in the background. Immediately afterward, Tang Jingqing appeared on the TV. He said to the camera, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have found 2 antiquities suspected to be made of stainless steel inside the main coffin of this ancient tomb." Oh my god, stainless steel? How is this possible? The female reporter clucked her tongue. It can't be wrong. Tang Jingqing continued, "These 2 pieces are not common bronzes, nor are they unusual iron weapons. From the various details it should be deduced that they are special steel forged by adding many trace elements, very similar to modern steel. Our archaeological team has reason to suspect that the forging technology of steel had already appeared during the Qin dynasty. Next we will bring these 2 pieces of antiquities back for inspection and laboratory testing. Once our deduction is confirmed, then the global historical ranking of ancient special steel will change dramatically." The more Tang Jingqing spoke, the more excited he became, and the female reporter was constantly clucking on the sidelines. And when the picture focused on these 2 antiques, Jihan instantly froze up as he recognized them as his kitchen knife and lighter. This kitchen knife had a peculiar shape. He had asked the village teacher to specially build it, and there was still a large opening missing at the back of the knife. As for the lighter, it was a gift from a classmate. This lighter Jihan used for several years, has been unable to throw away, and now even if it is rusty, he recognized it at once. He even saw the 4 big words "Immortal Master Giving Treasure" written on the jade box. What's going on here? Why is the thing I lost last night in this ancient tomb? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Jihan desperately shook his head, constantly reminding himself that it was an illusion. But after staring at the TV screen for a long time, Jihan could finally be sure that all of this was not an illusion, and that it was real. Old Wang? Old Zhao? Ying Zhang? Wang Ben? No wonder, no wonder. The more Jihan thought about it, the more wrong it became. A bold guess popped into his head. Could it be that the two guys, Old Wang and Old Zhao, were travelers? Have they traveled from ancient times to modern times? No, or they can travel between two worlds? If that's the case, it would explain all of this. It would also explain why they were so ignorant and why they were acting so strangely. System, is my guess correct? Jihan inquired. Unsurprisingly, the system, which had been silent, continued to remain silent. Jihan didn't want to get a response from it either. In fact, he had already confirmed his judgment in his heart. After all, these two knights together could tell that Old Wang and Old Zhao were really out of place in this world. Even the most rustic old farmer would be able to use a smartphone, right? But they didn't even know anything about it. Wasn't that unreasonable? So Jihan affirmed his inference. Although he didn't know what magical changes had happened after the system was upgraded, causing them to be able to run to a small farm every night. But that was surely the centerpiece of all this change. Thinking clearly about this, Jihan's gaze became brighter and brighter. 024 Is this the truth? A great gift for Old Zhao. After arriving at the correct deduction, Jihan figured out many things that he had originally been puzzled about. He even had the legendary system, so for something else to happen, it wouldn't be that hard for him to accept. So he could be as bold as possible in his inferences. First of all, assuming that Old Wang and Old Zhao were really Ying Zhang and Wang Ben, and that Fusa was the Duke of Great Qin, then his every move would surely have changed Great Qin. From potatoes to water wheels, from Zhaogao to the handling of Hu Haley Sea, these modernization impacts would surely have had a huge impact on Ying Zhang and Great Qin. This means that Great Qin may well have changed and may not have died in the 2nd century. Jihan thought about the 3 strategies he boasted about with Ying Zhang, and immediately cried and laughed. This guy won't really do it, will he? Will this change history? The more Jihan thought about it, the more he panicked, so he hurriedly searched the internet for an answer. As a result, after half a day's work, he finally breathed a sigh of relief that the history of the latter days had not changed, and that he, the man of the latter days, would not disappear. According to the settings in many science fiction novels, the altered Great Qin should move to another time and space. Even if Great Qin stretches for 10,000 years, it will not interfere with our time and space. Of course, based on the Mandela phenomenon, it can be inferred that spacetime will be automatically corrected after history is changed, but the correction will most likely miss some small details. For example, although Great Qin is heading to another time and space, the kitchen knife and lighter that Wang Ben brought back unexpectedly appeared in this time and space. This should be the so-called time and space correction error. In other words, the correction value is the benefit I gained because I changed history? The more Jihan thought about it, the more he analyzed it, the closer he got to the answer. He finally knew where the correction value came from. He also figured out everything, which made him secretly surprised, but also couldn't help but cry and laugh. This system of his own was really a dog's blood. Inexplicably engage in such a big event also did not say earlier, but also have to go to grope themselves. The old King Lao Zhao, these two guys should feel that he is omnipotent immortal, right? Otherwise they will not move to shop this place as a fairyland. This jade box also has the 4 big words Immortal Master Gives Treasure written on it. It's really unbelievable that Old Zhao, this fat man, is the first emperor of Qin, and Old Wang, this old bandit who likes to shun things, is actually Wang Ben? Ha, it's a bit interesting. The corner of Jihan's mouth flashed with a smile, suddenly feeling amused. Although he himself was secluded in this small village pouring his own small farm, but the people coming and going were all ancient big shots, and without realizing it, he had already changed history. In that case, it was quite interesting. Moreover, if Jihan wanted to obtain more correction values, he would have to keep changing history, which made him look forward to it even more. Old Wang and Old Zhao must be in awe of me right now to be right. I have to maintain my immortal master's pushiness, and then use this identity to continue to push for changes in Great Qin to gain even more benefits. I don't know what Great Qin has become now. I have to ask around when they come tonight. If I guessed correctly, Old Zhao should want to fight the Xiongnu now. In that case, I can prepare a few gifts for him. Although Great Qin's bows and crossbows are invincible, they will suffer a lot of casualties if they want to defeat the Xiongnu, so get Old Zhao stirrups, saddles, and binoculars, and he'll be happy to have them. Oh yes, his health is too bad. If he doesn't recuperate, he won't live for a few years. This can't be done. If Qin Shi Huang dies too early, Qin will lose too much. Jihan secretly calculated, was informed of a large amount of intelligence information. He began to plan his next every move. Originally, he had wanted to go up the mountain to pick some herbs to give Old Zhao a physical conditioning. But when he seriously thought about it, this was a little too slow and didn't fit his immortal master's compulsion. System, are there any elixirs that can allow one to cleanse the sinews and marrow, detoxify the body and prolong life? Jihan casually inquired, and the system mall in his mind automatically finished searching, popping up several types of pills. Penetrating Veins Elixir, a holy product of martial arts, can cleanse the tendons and marrow, opening up the meridians of the entire body. Redeeming it requires 60,000 modification values. Demolition Pill, a martial arts treasure that allows one to shed one's bones and obtain a brand new shell. Redemption requires 30,000 modification values. Detoxification Pill, mortal grade supreme treasure, allows one to detoxify and strengthen the body, regaining a healthy physique. Redemption requires 1,000 modification values. One elixir after another was introduced. The only one that works is this detoxification elixir. Although Jihan wanted to give a big gift to old Zhao, but he was shy. He only had 6,000 correction value and couldn't afford to buy anything else if he wanted to. Just as well, detoxification pill is detoxification pill, it'll work just fine. Anyway, old Zhao's condition isn't too serious. One detoxification pill will allow him to expel the toxins and restore his health. Jihan decisively made a decision and spent 1,000 modification values to exchange this pill. Immediately after that, he went online to download and print a design of stirrups, saddles, and palms, and then ordered 100 military binoculars online before completing his plan. These were the big gifts he was going to give to old Zhao. With their help, sweeping through the Huns would be as easy as rolling up a mat. After all this, Jihan started to work on his own farm, weeding and fertilizing, and then preparing to build a strawberry shed, busy as ever. In the morning and afternoon, a wave of guests came. One family was traveling by car, and one wave was a few friends getting together for dinner, all referred by regular guests. Jihan run this small farm is not to earn much money, just like this kind of birds and flowers planting fun. There are guests to come lightly, he is even happier. So every time the guests come, Jihan is enthusiastic hospitality. These two sets of guests, naturally, also enjoyed themselves to the fullest. 025 10,000 taels of gold, Ing Zhang's grand gesture. After a day's work, night slowly descended once again. This time Jihan learned to be smart. He secretly observed, and really found that there were some strange changes happening around here. What a big fog! It seems like there has been such a big fog for the past few nights. Sure enough, this time and space should change when the fog appears. Surprisingly, a light gate has appeared, they must have come through it. After a brief observation and analysis, Jihan quickly affirmed his judgment. After briefly walking around the fog again, Jihan realized that this farm of his had been surrounded by the fog, and he could not walk out of here no matter what. At the same time, this light door, he couldn't get close to it either. That is to say that no one could enter or exit the farm now, but it was old Wang and old Zhao and the others who could step through the light door to this place. The secrets of this place would also not be known by anyone. This is a good setting, I like it. Jihan dumbly laughed after not thinking much more, directly walked into the kitchen to prepare a big meal. Lao Wang, Lao Zhao, these two guys are greedy ghosts cast. Later on must be another round of eating and drinking. However, time is short. Jihan did not have time to get what delicious, simply the whole mandarin duck hot pot, good, convenient and delicious. At this time, another 7 days had passed inside the Qin Emperor's palace. When the palace was once again shrouded in mist, the three of them, Ing Zhang, Wang Ben, Fu Su, were naturally in another burst of ecstasy and anticipation. These past few days they had really not been living a human life. After tasting Jihan's food, they now tasted like wax when they ate any mountain delicacies, and the fact that Qin didn't even have stir-fried vegetables was really hard for them to swallow. At the same time, this Yushi cigarettes are smoked out. It's hard for them who just became smokers. Especially when Ing Zhang was reviewing official documents, he liked to have a couple of puffs, but just when he liked this stuff, he broke off. How could he not feel bad? Minister Wang, this time you must bring back more cigarettes, I will reward you. Ing Zhang tried his best to compel Wang Ben. Your Majesty. Wang Ben wailed, I don't dare, if I take any more, the immortal master is afraid that he will let his dogs bite. Ing Zhang was speechless. Come to think of it, if Wang Ben, the shameless one, shuns things again, Jihan will have to take a knife to cut him. Father, we can buy Fuso laughed, last time we played mahjong we lost a lot of silver to the immortal master, why don't we just bring a bunch of gold over there, I'm sure the immortal master won't be stingy. Good. Fuso has a point. Quickly go to the treasury and carry 10,000 taels of gold, let's go see the immortal master immediately. With a wave of his hand, Ing Zhang decisively had people move a large amount of gold. Most of the currencies in this era were copper coins, named Qin half-tael, but of course there were also silver as currency, as well as gold. One catty was 16 taels in the Qin dynasty. 10,000 taels of gold would be equivalent to 625 pounds in the latter days. All of this gold was cast into the shape of a small gold brick, a piece of about 6 or 7 pounds. There are more than 100 pieces, all loaded in a large treasure chest. This weight, Wang Ben easily moved up. The three of them stepped through the light gate with ease, and once again appeared outside Jihan's small farm. Sir, is it in? What's for dinner tonight? Wang Ben, a self-same person who was more familiar than once, smilingly pushed open the door and walked in, as if he had returned to his own home. Jihan glumly walked out of the kitchen, glared at him and said, Old one, you still dare to come? Not afraid I'll break your dog's legs? Not afraid, not afraid. Wang Ben said with a disinterested face, Sir, we have brought a great gift over. Great gift? Jihan was filled with curiosity, nodding at Ing Zhang Fusu while looking at the box that Wang Ben had opened. A golden yellow color instantly brightened his dog's eyes. Gold? Jihan's scalp tingled in shock. So much gold? He, a rustic country bumpkin, had never seen it before. Sir! Fusu arched his hand with a face full of shame and said, last time, I owed quite a lot of silver on credit. This time, I specially brought some gold here. I hope that Mr. won't mind. This doesn't need to be so much? Jihan secretly smacked his lips. These guys are not ashamed to be dog big. A shot is so much gold. This is at least several £100, right? Row. This time the stone hammer. They must be the big shots of history, or else who else would be able to afford such a large amount of gold? Estimated at the current gold price, 1 kilogram of gold is $300,000 to $400,000. 100 kilograms is $30 to $40 million. The gold here is at least worth hundreds of millions of ah. Jihan's heart thumped and his mouth almost watered. But he thought about it is not right hundreds of millions of dollars count a ball He cannot be so unproductive brother is a man with a system. Not to mention the immeasurable value of his help to Great Qin, based on his small farm alone, would he put billions of dollars in his eyes? In the future, he will definitely be able to beat many large plutocrats and become rich as a nation. So hundreds of millions of what? Now just find a real estate small boss or assets of more than 100 million, this gold is enough to buy a Yinjing small courtyard only. Calm down, calm down. Jihan quickly calmed down in the heart, face, and warmly said, oops, to come on the come well, bring something why? Go, sit inside, this box throw the corner to go. Yes. Wang Ben nodded his head in agreement and directly placed the box in the corner. Sir. Ing Zhang hemmed and hawed and said awkwardly, do you still have spirit cigarettes here? It's weird not smoking for a few days. Smoke my ass, no class at all, smoke a cigar. Jihan howled with bravado, Shohei, get lost and take my cigar out. People have sent hundreds of pounds of gold over, Jihan naturally can't be petty. Previously, his classmates abroad gave him a few boxes of cigars back. He has not been willing to smoke, this time all of a sudden become a billionaire, can be celebrated. In a short while, everyone had a black and thick cigar in their hands. Looking at the giant cigarettes, Ing Zhang and the three of them were dumbfounded. 026 hot pot in movable type, Great Qin update. Smoke it, don't be polite, this stuff is a foreigner's cigarette. Cut off the tip of the cigar, light it up and smoke it, it's awesome, it's addictive, and it lasts a long time. A real man should smoke a cigar. But don't get it in your lungs, it's strong. Jihan cheerfully explained, and in no time everyone had learned it. There is no difference between cigars and cigarettes, just an exaggerated shape. Ing Zhang was extremely fond of them. Colorful, this is excellent. Ing Zhang smiled broadly, although cigarettes are refreshing, they are too civilized and do not fit in with my way of being an emperor. This cigar is very good, it's quite dominant in the mouth, I like it. Well, this smoke is also big, quite strong enough. The more Ing Zhang smoked, the more he liked it, and he could not get enough of the stuff. Even Wang Ben Fusu is a favorite. Men, you have to have some hobbies. Although we are separated by thousands of years of history and culture, but this point in the man's personality is common, so in a short while we have become cigar friends. At the same time, Ing Zhang and the others also felt the change of Jihan. After clearing their identity, Jihan got along with them much better, at least without the previous awkwardness. Come on, it's time to eat. Jihan greeted, let's eat hot pot tonight. Hot pot? What is this? Ing Zhang's eyes glowed. Jihan didn't bother to explain and directly brought out his own small copper pot. This wasn't some hot pot that used an induction cooker, but a pure copper hot pot that specialized in burning charcoal, which conducted heat much better and cooked things with a much better flavor, especially suitable for shabu shabu. This copper pot was set towards the table. A few plates of dipping sauces, and a whole bunch of meats, fruits, vegetables, mushrooms, and other dishes, and a hot pot meal begins. Ha! What kind of eating style is this? But it's quite interesting, actually scalding the meat. This way of eating is simple, I wonder how it tastes. Father, look, this copper stove is cleverly designed, you can place charcoal underneath, and then use raw meat to shabu shabu. When you return to the palace, you can make the craftsman imitate it. The more the three of them looked at it, the happier they were, and by now the scent was already wafting out. Needless to say, it must be delicious, after all, it was produced by Jihan. In the past, everyone could only sigh at Jihan's food. After returning to Great Qin, they could not even imitate it if they wanted to. Now this hot pot is simple, go back and let the craftsman get a few stoves. Can't you enjoy the delicious flavor anytime, anywhere? Thinking of this, the three of them were immediately in a good mood. Eat, what are you thinking about? Jihan cried and laughed, shabu shabu whatever you want to eat and get whatever you want to drink. After saying that, he took the lead to start eating himself. The soup made from big bones, shabu shabu into the thin and tender lamb, and then dipped in the dipping sauce a few seconds later, it was so fragrant. Ing Zhang and the others followed his example and tried a few bites, their eyes instantly glowing as they stuffed their heads and ate furiously. Kai, this meat smells so good. Father, you eat more greens and less meat, Mr. said, this mutton is better for my son. Bull, don't take my mutton. The more the big guys ate, the higher they got, 1 bite of food and 1 bite of wine. This really shouldn't be too good. 7 days. Wang Ben sighed with a sad face. Since the last time, this marquis hasn't eaten anything good for 7 days. It's not easy. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. 7 days? Jihan's gaze stared, immediately sensing the message in those words. Wang Ben said that it had been 7 days since they went back, right? But only 1 day has passed here. That means the flow of time is different between here and Great Qin. It's about a 1 to 7 flow, right? Not bad. Jihan's eyes flashed, and in order to extract information, he began to chat with them. Naturally, Yingzheng Fusu knew everything, and with Wang Ben, a loudmouth, beeping away, it didn't take long for Jihan to sort out the whole situation. First of all, after killing Zhao Gao and Su Fu, as well as many magicians, Ying Zhang did cause a lot of turmoil in Qin and was secretly criticized by many people who said that he was brutal and unkind. However, with the implementation of the 3 policies of the Immortal Masters, many people benefited from them, and these voices gradually weakened. Now Great Qin was beginning to actively prepare for war and was ready to fight Xiongnu at any time. Potatoes are also being planted on a trial basis, with more than 10,000 pounds of potatoes being sown into 300 acres of fertile land, guarded by a special army and attended to by hundreds of farmers day and night. In 2 or 3 months, the potatoes will be ripe. By then, the army and the people will be secure, and Ying Zhang will be able to attack the Xiongnu and drive them out of the loop with ease. In the past few days, the craftsmen of the general's office have already built a water wheel, and father has ordered the state capitals to build it on a large scale for the benefit of hundreds of millions of Qin people. With the benefit of this water wheel, this year will definitely be another good harvest year, and the people can also recuperate. As for this papermaking technique is a bit difficult, the craftsmen have tried many times without success, but please teach me, sir. Fu Su got up and respectfully asked for advice. At this point, Jihan already knew their true identities, so naturally he wouldn't find it strange, much less hide it. He was still planning to gain greater benefits by changing Great Qin. So after Jihan recalled the online constitution of papermaking, he said, the trick to this papermaking lies in whacking the bark flax and other plants to make pulp, and simmering it long enough. Jihan Kaikai talked, pointing out several shortcomings of Fusu in a row. This papermaking is similar to making tofu skin. After pounding the pulp, water has a layer of fibers. Bamboo mats from the water can be fished out of the sun to make a thin layer of paper. The trick lies in the consistency of the pulp water. Jihan explained very clearly, and the more Fu Su listened, the more excited he became. I believe that as long as he goes back and experiments a few more times, he will be able to make paper. Many thanks for your guidance, sir. Fu Su said excitedly, with this holy relic of the way of literature, my Great Qin literary world will surely flourish. That's just the beginning. Movable type printing hasn't even made its debut yet. Jihan disdainfully skimmed his lips, and Fusu's eyes immediately widened. Sir, what is word printing? 027 Does Great Qin need reform? Ying Zhang is furious. Fusu's desire for knowledge could be described as quite strong. He was well aware of Jihan's unfathomable depths, and he also knew that once he dug out all sorts of astounding technologies from here, it would allow Great Qin to make countless fewer detours, and continue to grow bigger and stronger. So when he heard about the new term of movable type printing, he instantly became interested, his eyes staring dead at Jihan as if he was a hungry wolf. The movable type printing technique is actually a type of printing technique. When you develop the paper-making technique, you'll realize that it's too troublesome to transcribe certain poetry classics by hand. A book can be produced in bulk by simply carving the typeface onto a wooden clay tablet and easily printing the fixed typeface on paper. Jihan explained as he pulled out a book. The words in this book Fu Su didn't understand much, but he was like a treasure, holding the book and almost bursting into tears. Treasure, truly a treasure. Such a light and thin paper bound into a book, less than 2 taels in weight, yet hundreds of thousands of words can be written. This is really a supreme treasure. Fu Su was trembling with excitement. He could see the value of this book at once. Not bad indeed. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben also nodded their heads in succession. With this, who will use bamboo slips in the future? The thought of a few thousand pounds of bamboo slips that can eventually be simplified to the weight of a book, the benefits of this little cutie. All think about it. Engraving and printing is a large pile of text fixed carving on a wooden board. When you use a layer of ink, you can print once. The advantage is simple and convenient. The disadvantage is more rigid, can only be fixed to print something. Printing with movable type is to individually carve out a single font independently, and once you want to use it, you keep splicing the words together, and then brush them with ink to print them. There is nothing difficult about this type of printing, and the advantage is that there is a high degree of freedom, and it can be combined and printed at any time. Jihan said while using the carrot block on the table as an analogy. Fusu and the others were also quite smart and figured it out in no time. Colorful, this technique is colorful. Ying Zhang laughed out loud. You're screaming so happily, do you know what the biggest function of this thing is? Jihan asked back without any good humor. Ying Zhang awkwardly asked back, sir, this thing can't just print books, it doesn't seem to be of much use specifically. Bull. Jihan's eyes glared. This thing is an artifact to control the 100 schools of thought and cultivate talents for great Qin, and it won't appear until more than 1,000 years from now. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't bear to see great Qin decline and the foreigners oppressing my children and grandchildren in the 9 states, would I have given this thing to you? What? Hiss. The 3 of them sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and they all froze as if they were dumbfounded. Controlling the 100 schools of thought? Cultivating talents for Qin? Something that won't appear until 1,000 years from now? An immortal master is an immortal master, and it's so extraordinary when it comes out. This thing seems simple, but it contains the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and the immortal master actually bestowed something that was more than 1,000 years old to great Qin, which is simply a heavenly grace. Many thanks for the great favor, sir, we are grateful. The 3 of them, Ying Zhang, rose in unison and respectfully made a big salute. Jihan accepted it openly before continuing. Great Qin has always been known for its strength and force, but its culture has never been very prosperous, and its talents are even more withered, which is why it has been scornfully called the barbaric Qin and the tyrannical Qin. Now that the world is unified, the situation has not changed. Qin emphasizes the legalism and belittles other doctrines, resulting in the 100 schools of thought refusing to return to the heart, and even with the remnants of the 6 kingdoms in secret. The root of the problem is that Great Qin's education model is too backward. The general public simply do not have the opportunity to learn cultural knowledge. Most of the literati and scholars come from the 100 schools of thought and are firmly controlled by them. This kind of talent lifeline absolutely can't let outsiders control. Great Qin must snatch it back, so the cultivation of talent is the most important thing. Jihan Kaikai talked, and Ying Zheng Fusu couldn't help but nod repeatedly. These words could be said to have spoken to their hearts. Assuming that after you have developed papermaking and 2 types of printing techniques, you print many enlightenment texts on a large scale, and enlighten countless children within the boundaries of the Kyushu region, cultivating loyalty to the king and love for the country from a young age. Then when this group of people grows up, Great Qin will have an army of hundreds of millions of talents, and at that time, it will not be something that the 100 schools of thought can hold? Jihan continued to speak, and the more Ying Zhang listened, the more excited he became. Colorful, colorful. Ying Zhang excitedly slapped his thighs and said, Mr. Jihan's words are like a purest enlightenment, they really make me understand. That's just how it is. Jihan was dumbfounded. If he didn't know that taking too many steps would rip his balls off, Jihan would have had to put all sorts of modernized things all over it. With his help, Great Qin will certainly develop rapidly. Of course, this development has to be adapted to them as well. So Jihan gave mostly new things that they could accept and adapt to, and even a lot of things he gave a thought and then let Fusa go back and study on his own. Don't underestimate the wisdom of these ancient people, they are even smarter than modern people. As long as they open up their eyes, their development will definitely be able to surprise Jihan. Come, keep eating. Jihan casually greeted. But Fusu tangled for a while, but wanted to say, Sir, I have a question that I don't know whether to say or not. Oh? What question? Jihan was surprised. Sir, do you think that my great Qin needs to change in the future? Fusu gritted his teeth and said, will the Qin continue to adhere to the legalist philosophy, or will it follow the Confucian way? The moment these words came out, the faces of Ying Zhang and Wang Ben became extremely ugly. Especially Ying Zhang was so furious that his face turned blue and he slammed his chopsticks on the table with a snap, scaring Fusu into fear. Father, forgive me, I have doubts in my heart and I dare to ask, please explain. Fusu hardened his head and shouted. 028 reprimanding Fusu and enslaving the 100 schools of thought. Asshole, how dare you, is this kind of question even for you to ask? I'm not dead yet, how can this great Qin allow you to be so reckless? Ying Zhang became more and more furious, growling and wanting to whip Fusu. Wang Ben was not surprised to see this, as this was the norm for father and son to get along. Why did Ying Zhang dislike Fusu in the past? It was because they didn't see eye to eye. The Qin dynasty was strengthened by the change of law, and the legalist philosophy is the foundation of the Qin dynasty, and Ying Zhang is a loyal supporter of the legalist philosophy. However, Fusu was a gentleman, but he liked the Confucian way of loving the people. This made Ying Zhang extremely dissatisfied, and father and son often broke out into quarrels because of this, which is why Fusu was not well received in the past. Now, Fusu dared to say to his face that he wanted Qin to reform. How could Ying Zhang not be angry? You yellow-bellied child, how can you change the ancestral system of the great Qin? Change what? Change the means of believing in Confucianism, is it? Foolish, foolish. Ying Zhang cursed angrily in a foul manner. Fusu didn't dare to talk back and could only stubbornly kneel on the ground, his heart quite unconvinced. Seeing this, Jihan shook his head and said, get up and sit down. Yes. Fusu was relieved to see this. Ying Zhang snorted coldly and didn't get angry again. Since Jihan had already opened his mouth, then it was not good for everyone to not give face. Fusu. Jihan asked with a smile while shabbling the mutton, do you want to be an emperor or a subject? Fusu trembled, looking at Jihan with disbelief, not saying anything for half a second. He didn't dare to answer this kind of question. Since ancient times, emperors and kings have been merciless, and if his ambition is too big, he will be careful of Zhang's punishment. Don't be afraid, do you know why you are quarreling? Jihan said unconcernedly, because your father has always wanted to nurture you into a qualified emperor, but unfortunately you have always wanted to be a subject. No, it's not. Fuso anxiously defended, my dream all along has been to be an emperor who benefits Great Qin just like my father. Ha! Jihan snorted disdainfully, if that's the case, then why did you ask such a childish question? Those who are emperors should rule over the 8 directions and turn various doctrines into their own. It is true that Great Qin has used the legalism as its foundation to grow stronger and stronger, but today, relying on the legalism doctrine alone has long been insufficient. Your father also realized this, so over the years he has actively introduced other schools of thought into the imperial court, constantly testing the waters. And you? You've been brainwashed by the Confucian doctrine, and all you think about is how to dispense benevolence, and that's what annoys your father. If you only want to be a vassal, then this is correct, you can be a Confucian inheritor, you can be full of benevolence and morality. But if you want to be an emperor, you can't just be full of benevolence, righteousness and morality, understand? You have to have the way of the hegemon, the way of the king, you have to learn to control other doctrines instead of submitting to Confucianism and being at the mercy of others. Jihan threw out his words, shocking Fu Su with a face full of consternation. No one expected that he would hit the nail on the head and completely break the fundamental conflict between father and son. Those who know me, sir. Zhang smiled sardonically. The world thought that he was a brutal and stupid person who only knew how to live by the teachings of the legalists, but he did not see that there were already more voices of 100 schools of thought in the Qin courtroom. Over the years he did continue to try to absorb the essence of all parties, but unfortunately the results have not been great. But that didn't mean that his path was wrong, did it? Zhang knew that any doctrine was just a tool, and emperors had to learn to utilize these tools rather than be controlled by them. Fusu was a young man, and after being educated by Confucianism, he was immediately enshrined as a treasure, with his mouth open and his morals and benevolence closed, and his thoughts had long been deeply corrupted. This kind of person once won the emperor, then the disadvantage is very obvious, he will be a big Confucian easily controlled. Zhang could see this, which is why he was so disgusted by his behavior. But sir, isn't Confucianism bad? Fusu argued unconvincingly, the sages teach benevolence, righteousness, and love for the people, is there anything wrong with that? The sages are right, it's you who are wrong. Jihan cursed in a flurry of anger without any good reason, no doctrine can be perfect, nor can a chaotic world be governed well. Can you use benevolence and love for the people to govern the murderers? Can you use love to make grain produce more? Can you use benevolence and righteousness to make the floods stop flooding? A doctrine is a tool, 100 doctrines have their own advantages and disadvantages, can never simply take and leave. To take the essence of the dregs, the use of self-confidence, is the way of the emperor, in order to work for the well-being of the world's people. Do you understand? Jihan's reprimand left Fu Su long speechless. He was shocked as he received this onslaught of knowledge, his mind in a daze, as if his 3 views were about to explode. When dealing with poor people, those who are rulers should be benevolent and righteous like their father, so they should use the Confucian way to govern and love the people. When dealing with criminals and murderers, use thunderous means to deter them, and the way of legalism is especially outstanding. When dealing with agriculture, use the agricultural family. For diplomacy, let's use the Zonghong family. The way of the battlefield, let's use the soldier. For engineering and construction, for weapons development, let's use the Mahists. To cure diseases and save lives, let's use the healers. These are tools, and those who are emperors and kings must remember to make good use of tools, not be controlled by them. When the 100 schools of thought are used by Great Qin can truly last for 10,000 years. Jihan's gushing, domineering words once again shocked everyone. Zhang's eyes grew brighter and brighter as Jihan spoke what was in his heart. Fusu, on the other hand, was struck by lightning, and the obsession with Confucianism in his heart began to slowly dissipate, and a new philosophy began to be quietly born. 029 Golden Danes in Cavalry Trio, a great gift. Sir's lesson is right, Fusu is enlightened. Father is right in scolding me, the past me should indeed be scolded. After a long time, Fusu firmly raised his head. He solemnly saluted Jihan and Zhang. The stubbornness of the past was long gone from his face, as if he had been revitalized. Seeing this, Jihan Zhang smiled in relief. The Fusu at this time was what a qualified Great Qin heir should look like, instead of being a Confucian pawn like before. My son is like this, my heart is very comforted. Zhang laughed out loud, thank you, sir, otherwise this idiot's son may not even know where he went wrong until he dies. What are you thanking me for? Have you had enough to eat and drink? Play mahjong when you're full, I have to make a killing. I can't take your gold for nothing, just take it as your gambling capital pressed here. Jihan pulled the 3 of them with gusto, and once again opened the table to rub hemp. Zhang and the 3 of them were also quite addicted to this mahjong, and they had a good time winning and losing against each other. Of course, Jihan still won more than he lost, and easily killed them in a big defeat. After playing a dozen or so rounds in a row, Ing Zhang yawned again as usual. This guy's body is too poor to stay up all night. Okay, that's it for today. Jihan helplessly called a halt. He was afraid that if he continued to play, this guy would have to die suddenly. Sir, forgive me, my body really can't do it. Next time I will accompany you to the end. Ing Zhang smiled awkwardly, rather like a helpless man who couldn't make it. The years are not forgiving. People in middle age have no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos. Once a person reaches the age, do not serve the old cannot owe. Don't panic. Jihan dumbfounded. Before leaving it, bring a few things back. Package you worry free. This is also considered my big gift to you. Big gift? Ing Zhang was surprised. Right. Jihan pulled out a jade box and desperately flirted. 3 great gifts. This first one is this immortal Dan. I said I would go up to the mountains to help you find herbs to regulate your body. But lately I've been too busy to have time, so why don't I simply bestow you with an immortal Dan? This Dan is called the 9 turns marrow cleansing gold Dan. It is enough to allow you to expel toxins from your entire body, and even allow you to regain your health and extend your life by 100 years. After saying that, Jihan opened the jade box, only to see a golden pill emitting a faint fluorescent light and a medicinal fragrance placed inside. Immortal elixir? The 3 of them, Ing Zhang, immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, all of them numb with shock. Is there really an elixir in this world? It's not wrong, this is clearly an elixir. It's tens of thousands of times stronger than the ones practiced by those magicians. This kind of medicinal scent is soothing to the body when you inhale it. If you swallow it, you'll take off, won't you? All along, in fact, everyone has been so skeptical of immortal Master Jihan's identity. After all, he hadn't demonstrated the means of an immortal to fly through the sky. But now everyone didn't dare to doubt it. He was clearly a real immortal. How else could he take such a precious thing? Ing Zhang was trembling with excitement as he took the golden elixir and said, "Thank you, sir, I am unable to repay you, and I will never say anything if you have any drive in the future." This was the most sincere assurance from Ing Zhang, and it was also his heart. Because he knew that this golden elixir was worth a lot of money. Even if he was rich in the 4 seas, he couldn't buy it, and since Jihan was able to give him this golden elixir, he had to know how to return the favor. There's no need to be like this is nothing to me. Jihan smiled faintly and continued, the second and third great gift is for your conquest of the Xiongnu. Although Great Qin soldiers and horses are strong, if you want to defeat the Xiongnu you need to pay a high price. This stirrup, saddle, and horsepalm cavalry 3-piece set can help the Great Qin cavalry to increase their fighting strength by several times, and easily defeat the enemy. And this telescope, also known as the 1,000-mile mirror, allows one to spot the enemy from 10 miles away, and is definitely a great artifact in battle against the Huns. Jihan said while pulling out the drawings of the saddle, stirrups and horsepalms. At the same time, a large box by the wall was opened to reveal a box of brand new military binoculars. These binoculars were all ordered online and he specially had them sent to him. There were as many as 100 of them. He looked for a large manufacturer of military supplies, and this manufacturer still has stores in the city. A phone call over, they immediately asked to send things over. With these things, abusing Huns is like abusing vegetables. Cavalry 3-piece suit? Binoculars? The 3 Ing Zhangs curiously received this great gift to check it out. They were all smart people and immediately saw the mystery of these things. The drawing of the saddle and stirrup given by Jihan was very simple, a drawing of a cavalryman riding on a horse, but one could still see the graphics of these 2 things. After all, these 2 things were not anything highly technical. However, Wang Ben had already seen the beauty of this thing at a glance. Rather, it was this horse's paw that Jihan had taken great pains to explain before they were willing to believe that horses could also wear shoes. Colored, your majesty, and see. Wang Ben said excitedly, cavalrymen have to use their legs to clip the horse's back when riding, which is extremely demanding on horsemanship, and it's hard to lend strength, and you can only use one hand to swing your sword when fighting. But this saddle and stirrups can allow people to borrow strength, easily sit on top of the horse, and even allow people to use both hands to control the strings and swing the sword. The combat strength will be extraordinary. If this thing is equipped to the cavalry, only 5,000 riders can easily kill the Huns. Wang Ben became more and more excited, and Ing Zhang was also pleasantly surprised. Fusu instead picked up a telescope and looked at it. After he glanced at the mountains in the distance, he suddenly exclaimed in shock. Father, look, this thing can really see into the distance. Is it really that amazing? I'll take a look. Oh my god, this is simply a divine weapon. If this thing is equipped in the army, 10 miles away can find the enemy, the Huns simply have nothing to hide. Ing Zhang Wang Ben tried it himself and immediately became ecstatic again. They can imagine that once these things are equipped to the army, it will really not be too easy to abuse the Huns, and it will not even be difficult to reach the Hun royal city. 030 Amnesty, Heaven's Mandate. After eating and drinking, Ing Zhang's 3 men naturally returned home with a full load of joy. Just after returning to the palace, Ing Zhang ordered, quickly, send another 300 soldiers to guard my chambers, no one is allowed to come near. Transfer troops? Why? Your Majesty, what are you doing this for? Your Excellency, what is wrong with His Majesty? Several officials in the palace exclaimed. But Ing Zheng didn't bother to talk too much nonsense with them and directly returned to his own chambers in a hurry. The surroundings of the chambers were quickly surrounded by layers of people. No one was allowed to approach without Ing Zheng's order. This solemn scene caused many people to be secretly surprised. Only Fusu and Wang Ben knew that he was about to take the golden elixir. This was a real golden elixir given by the immortal master, not a good thing that anyone could eat, so it would be strange if Ing Zheng wasn't excited. More and more civil and military officials were rushing here. Everyone was afraid that something had happened to Ing Zheng, so they were all a bit agitated. Your Excellency, what's going on here? You have to give us an explanation, right? Yes, His Majesty is the pillar of Great Qin, nothing can happen to him. His Majesty looks in a hurry, could something have happened? The 100 officials were anxious, and several times they wanted to rush into the hall to check the situation. Fusu has been stopped, and finally had no choice but to say, Immortal Masters gave a golden elixir, can let the father to extend the life of 100 years to restore health, the father is taking it, all the adults do not disturb. Golden pill? Another golden elixir? Could it be the stuff those warlocks refine? Will this golden elixir be poisonous? What if something happens? Your Majesty is reckless, this golden elixir must be tested before it can be swallowed. The 100 officials murmured and were all anxious again. Inside the palace, after specially bathing and burning incense, Ing Zheng solemnly opened the jade box. The aroma of this golden elixir is spreading again, and a single inhalation will make one's body feel relaxed. When Ing Zheng looks at it, it's as if he's seeing a great beauty. Detoxifying and molding the body, restoring health, and prolonging life for 100 years? And I wonder if it's true or not. Nah. It must be true. There is no need for the immortal master to lie to me, he is omnipotent, throwing out something with his hand is enough to make me change my life. Maybe one day in the future, I can follow the immortal master to cultivate immortality and live forever. The more Ing Zheng thought about it, the happier he became, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a hint of a smile. Although he had the world at his fingertips, he cared more about his own body and longevity, after all, so what if he was powerful? After all, what's the point of having power? If you live a short life, everything is just a dowry for others. Therefore, looking at the golden dan in his hand, Ing Zheng secretly made up his mind that he must have a good relationship with Jihan. After contemplating for a moment, he no longer hesitated and decisively swallowed this golden elixir. He wasn't worried that this golden dan was poisonous, Jihan would never harm him. This kind of immortal didn't even need to go through the trouble of poisoning him if he wanted to kill him. Sure enough, a burst of warmth immediately came from his body after the elixir was taken, as if something was burning in his body. Not long after his body, it began to heat up continuously. It was as if there was a flame burning inside him. The terrifying heat continued to scorch every cell of his body, and Ing Zheng couldn't help but stifle a grunt. In the next moment, all sorts of agonizing expressions surfaced on his face, and his body was soon drenched in sweat. A large amount of black, foul-smelling substances were expelled from his pores. While Ing Zheng was in pain, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This should be detoxing, although it was a bit hard to bear, but he didn't care. As an emperor of his generation, Ing Zheng's endurance was quite terrifying. As an emperor, Ing Zheng's endurance was quite terrifying. He still gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain that ordinary people could not bear. As the various toxins continued to be discharged, Ing Zheng felt better and better. He felt that his strength was slowly recovering, as if his body was returning to its peak state. Half an hour later, the medicinal power ended. The sound of Ing Zheng's excited laughter came from within the palace. The 100 officials outside the palace looked at each other in dismay, none of them knowing what was happening. When Ing Zheng appeared in front of everyone after bathing and dressing again, everyone present was stunned. Ing Zheng's complexion had gone a shade whiter and his body had lost a large amount of weight. At this time, he no longer looked like he had a big belly, but instead, he had lost dozens of pounds and had a middle-aged robustness. His gaze was sharp and overbearing, showing even more imperial dominance. His dragon walk was full of power in every move. Anyone could tell at a glance that Ing Zheng's body was too good to be true, as strong as an ox. This is definitely the effect of the golden elixir. Ministers, the immortal master has bestowed the golden elixir to prolong my life for 100 years to remake my healthy body. Ing Zheng smiled broadly and announced, "This is God's blessing for Great Qin. Pass on my imperial decree to grant amnesty to the whole world in a 3-day celebration in Xianyang City. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty." In front of the palace gate, the 100 officials excitedly knelt down and shouted. Everyone present could not help but be ecstatic. Everyone no longer doubted the immortal master's methods and couldn't even help but secretly admire the power of this Jindan. At this time, the world has just been unified, and the remnants of the 6 kingdoms are waiting to move, so if the news that Ing Zheng's life has been prolonged for 100 years by the immortal master spreads out, then the world will really be at peace. Because it means that Qin is the one to whom the mandate of heaven belongs. That's why this wave of publicity has to be done, and it has to be done in a big way. Fusu, Wang Ben. Ing Zheng continued to command, the telescope imparted by the immortal master must be kept safe, and draw general-level military generals skilled in this stuff. Cavalry 3-piece suits start development and production right away. Within 2 months I want to equip all the cavalry, I want to use them against the Xiongnu people as soon as possible. Promise. The two of them, Fu Su and Wang Ben, agreed in succession. With the recovery of Ing Zheng's body, the terrifying war machine of Great Qin will eventually become even more ferocious, ready to show its fangs at any time. The imperial historian, on the other hand, is excitedly recording, on the 22nd day of the 6th month of the 29th year of the first emperor's calendar, the immortal master has given the golden elixir, which has prolonged the first emperor's lifespan by 100 years, remodeled his divine body, and granted amnesty to the whole world. 0310, this tyrannical Qin's fortune is not long to go. One by one, the edicts were swiftly issued. The news that Ing Zheng had taken the golden elixir to prolong his life for 100 years and granted amnesty to the whole world quickly spread to the 8 regions of Great Qin, causing the people to cry out in astonishment. Many of the people who had made minor mistakes and were tortured by the city officials were released and returned home, all of them kneeling and worshipping happily. The hearts of the people all over Great Qin were also stabilized once again. Many of the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms, however, scoffed at this, and have vilified it in secret. What immortal masters granting golden pills to prolong life for 100 years, this is simply naive and ridiculous, foolish. Tyrants dream of immortality every day, ridiculous, ridiculous. This guy Ing Zheng must have a short life expectancy and is starting to daydream. Oh, this tyrannical Qin will not have long to live. Various rumors that began to ferment in the shadows. But this was never able to withstand the tide of amnesty, and never caused much of a storm from start to finish. At this time, Husu's research, too, quickly took a turn for the worse. Under Jihan's guidance, the key technology of papermaking was quickly broken through, and the craftsmen of the General Works House finally developed a paper that was white with yellow in color after dozens of trials. This kind of paper was not as good as the white paper Fu Su had seen though. But the writing is quite smooth, and the degree of softness and hardness is moderate, and within a few days it was highly sought after by all the civil officials in Xianyang. The literati, too, were in an uproar. Many began to write letters requesting that Great Qin open up the sale of paper. Having tasted the benefits of this paper, they couldn't wait to try this legendary immortal paper. However, Ing Zheng knew that this paper was related to the control of the 100 schools of thought, so he hesitated to agree to sell it to the public. Apart from rewarding the civil officials with a little bit of paper, all the other paper was hoarded, and he ordered the general office to set up 3 paper-making factories to start full production. Immediately after is the horsepalm, stirrups, saddle this cavalry 3-piece suit. The principles and techniques of these 3 things were very simple, and after Fu Su took the drawings and described them to the craftsmen, a number of samples were produced on the same day. Kaya, this conception is really wonderful. Why did we not think of using this to assist in mounted archery in the past? This stirrup allows the foot to lend strength, and the saddle allows one to be steady as a mountain on a bumpy horse's back, and the comfort is still good. It's really marvelous. There is also this horsepalm. It is really a divine idea. No one thought that the hooves of a warhorse can really be stapled with iron nails. Yes, with this horsepalm is like a horse wearing shoes, the horse hooves step on what road are not afraid of. These 3 things will surely enhance my cavalry strength. Great. The craftsmen of the general's office were full of praise for this. Fu Su was ecstatic, and immediately ordered, this is the most important weapon of the country, no one is allowed to disclose it, and the general mansion will transfer another 1,000 armored soldiers to defend it, so as to prevent the enemy from stealing secrets. Please ask Marquis Tungwu to send a few cavalry over to try the power of these 3 treasures. Promise. The crowd agreed excitedly. In a short while, the outside of this general's residence was surrounded by a large army. Wang Ben, Li Xian, Tu Sua and other Qin generals who got the news rushed over with great excitement. There were also 2 more groups of cavalry on the large schoolyard. On one side of these 2 groups of cavalry were 3 equipped with stirrups, saddles, and palms, while on the other side were 10 blank slate cavalrymen equipped with nothing. 3 to 10, that's a bit of a big difference, isn't it? My lord, is this cavalry 3-piece set of yours really that powerful? Li Xian and Tu Sua were a bit unconvinced, although they could also see that this thing was somewhat useful. No one knew what was going on without trying it. Come on. Wang Ben ordered triumphantly, sprinkle the schoolyard with small stones to simulate real battlefield conditions. In no time, this schoolyard was sprinkled with small stones. The faces of the cavalrymen bristled and became quite ugly. What the cavalry feared most in battle was not the number of enemies, but the road with small stones. If this warhorse stepped on it, its hooves would have to be scrapped. War! Wang Ben waved his hand. The 2 sets of cavalry immediately whistled and fought. They both rushed towards each other with wooden swords in hand, skillfully charging, chopping, and killing each other in pairs in this schoolyard. This was supposed to be a battle with asymmetrical numbers. But what blew Li Xian and the others away was the fact that this side with fewer people was not the least bit outnumbered. Only to see that they easily rode on their warhorses, and every time they made a sword strike, they could go all out, and one person could easily withstand the onslaught of more than 3 enemies. And everyone could see it. These warhorses seemed to have a piece of iron stapled to their paws, and any small stone under their feet. The warhorses didn't need to dodge, they could trample it into pieces with a single kick. Color this cavalry 3-piece set is strong enough. The stirrups and saddle allow one to lend strength, and with a long-handled machete, the power will definitely be even more ferocious. This horse's palm is also excellent. This is like putting shoes on the horse. In the future our cavalry horses won't be afraid of breaking. Li Xin Tu Sua wailed in excitement. They naturally saw the mystery. Once this cavalry 3-piece set was equipped to the entire army, then the combat power of the Great Qin cavalry would definitely skyrocket, and even the loss of war horses would be greatly reduced. Especially in weekday training, the horses will be better protected, and many of the horses that were retired due to hoof wear and tear will also be able to profit from this. This is definitely a first-class artifact for Great Qin. My lord, how many cavalry 3-piece sets have you created in this general's house? Li Xian smiled cheekily. Give this marquis 3,000 sets to try. Bull, you deserve it? Tu Sua growled furiously. Of course such divine weapons are prioritized to equip the cavalry under my command. What does it have to do with you? Both of you shut up. Wang Ben wailed. This physical should equip our army first. Dream on, what business is it of yours? Come on, if you want to grab this treasure, win the sword in my marquis hand first. Afraid of you? Wang Ben and Li Xian argued excitedly. Fusu watched the drama from the sidelines, crying and laughing, but his eyes had grown brighter and brighter. 032 Various programs, what to do with bullion. Ding. Congratulations on gaining 3,000 modifiers. Congratulations on your full body attribute plus 3. Early the next morning. The system's beeps woke Jihan up from his sleep right on time. Now that he had figured it out, every night after Ring Zhang and the others went back, they were bound to have many impacts on Great Qin, and the bigger this impact was, the more his correction value would be when he settled the next day. So this system prompt was nothing unusual. I have to go out today. This guy Wang Ben is so thick-skinned, he eats and takes, and he also smuggled away several strips of Jade Creek and 2 boxes of cigars from me. There's no stock left at home, so I have to go out and get some. Oh yes, these gold is also a trouble. Surely can't go out to sell it with a big fanfare, otherwise it will be watched. Still have to find a way to get rid of it. Also need to change a car. Home, this small broken van should be replaced. Change a big pickup truck, strong enough. The strawberry shed must be built, and the fruit trees must be weeded and fertilized with help, so let's get it done today. Jihan quickly planned his various matters, and after simply washing up and eating breakfast, he immediately made a call to the village head Wang Tigan. This was Jihan's own family uncle, and was also highly respected in the village. If you need help, he's the right person to call. Uncle Fugan, it's me. I need people to work on my farm, 300 a day. Can I get 20 or 30 people to do it? It's okay, anyone can do it, bring them over later. Jihan's trenchant words instantly made Ji Fugan on the other end of the phone smile with joy. The price of this work in the countryside is sky high. Generally in the city site work of the big workers only have this price. The ordinary people at home to help the farm laborers at most 1 or 200 a day. Jihan is not bad money, hundreds of pounds of gold here. Plus he wants to make his little farm a little better, so it doesn't matter at all if he gives a higher price for this countryside. So it was more than 10 minutes later. Ji Fugan, who was over half 100 years old, arrived in great numbers with a large group of people. Heard of 300 a day labor price, many village people cannot sit still. At once came more than 30 men and women, young and old. Jihan did not mind, and left all of them on the spot. Cold waifu, you're not kidding, right? There really are 300 days? Yes, you want all of us? You've made a fortune without saying a word, haven't you? The townspeople joked with puzzled faces. Jihan waved his hand carelessly and said, Uncles and uncles, you don't underestimate me. My several hundred acres of farm is not big, but it's still easy to earn a few $1 million every year. A few million? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Awesome, a cold wazi, this is too good for you. Yes, you're the most successful in our village. Look, I told you, Jihan is educated and capable, he won't be bad. You guys always say that Jihan is not capable, but he is actually engaged in pure ecological agriculture, and a lot of people from the city come here to spend money every day. Jihan, if you have any good things to do in the future, you must think of everyone. The townspeople exclaimed in astonishment, and their previous contempt for Jihan was quickly swept away. Of course, this is all exactly what Jihan wants to see. His farm is actually not very profitable, many times there is no money to buy fertilizer. But it's different now. He's got a lot of room to be generous in the future. In order to rationalize the source of this money, it was also easier for him to act by intentionally bragging about showing off his wealth. Don't worry, uncles. Jihan smiled and said, all the work in our farm is not hard. Looking for outsiders, I will give at most 150 a day, but we are our own family. Whoever of you want to come and help will give 300 a day for a packaged lunch, and we will never let you all suffer. Good, great, Manhwa Z is sentimental and righteous, so good. From now on, we can work at home, it's much easier. I told you, Jihan has a future. The big guy immediately smiled happily. You can work in the village, 300 a day, that's 9,000 a month, and that's a long-term job. It's much better than going to the city. Ji Fugan. Jihan said directly, I'll transfer 50,000 to you later, have someone buy fertilizer and herbicide, it's time to fertilize the potatoes and corn in the vegetable field. And the apples and pears in this mountain should be pruned, you are an expert in these, you don't need me to teach you. Oh yeah, build me a couple more strawberry trellises, you watch and buy the materials and stuff? Don't worry, I trust you, you arrange for everyone to work, no need for you to do it, I'll give you 500 a day. Jihan's words immediately made Ji Fugan smile with joy, and also made the village people envious. However, so many people have to have a leader. Ji Fugan is not only the village head, but also respected, the groundwork is a good hand, he came to arrange everyone is also convinced. Manhwa Z you don't worry. Ji Fugan patted his heart to guarantee, you this mountain village in the matter I guarantee to do for you. Hey, big guy, get to work. You guys go shovel grass, you guys go compost, don't be lazy. Under Ji Fugan's arrangement, dozens of village people began to busy themselves, everyone scattered to these hundreds of acres of mountains and forests, but also added a few points of farm atmosphere to this place. Jihan nodded with satisfaction, instructed Ji Fugan to help greet the city guests, and then the gold bars are loaded into a suitcase, thrown into the broken van and drove to the city. These gold bars are too hot to keep in your hands, you must sell them all. Specifically how to sell, Jihan thought of a way. Looking for the bank to find the official is definitely cannot explain the origin of these gold bars, he will get into big trouble. Then the only way is to find someone in the street. And they are the only ones who can swallow such a large shipment. 033 This kid is 80% a tough outlaw. Looking for the big man on the road to make a deal, this is something Jihan did not even dare to think about before. He was just an ordinary citizen who had never even been in a bureau, so how could he dare to mess with these unknown people? But now he had to do it. Because he was short of money, very short of money. Of course, in order to prevent others from going dark, Jihan was also well prepared. He went directly to the system mall and spent 1,000 modifiers to exchange for a master-level fighting technique. As for which big brother he should find to sell this gold to, Jihan also had a decision. Although he is not too clear about the city or what the gangsters, but looking for pawnbrokers will be right, and to find the kind of large pawnbrokers. These pawnbrokers are similar to the ancient pawnshops, often collect cars and houses, moving a few $1,000,000 to put out, they do not lack of money, what things dare to collect. And behind the large pawnbrokers, there must be a mob background. Jihan casually used his computer to check, and with his expert hacking skills, he searched for the details of the big bosses behind several pawnshops. One of them, Ming pawnshop, was very much to his liking. Jihan drove his dilapidated van, puffed and puffed to the city, and finally found this pawnshop along the river street. There were just two men in suits chatting in this store, and there were a few luxury cars in the store, which looked quite good. After walking into the store, Jihan also skimmed the second floor where there were two tattooed punks playing with their cell phones. There really is a bit of a doorway. Boss, I want to pawn something. Jihan walked in with a big grin, not caring at all about revealing his identity. What kind of disguise with a duck-tongued hat and other operations, he was completely uninterested in. Directly, he threw a piece of gold bar wrapped in newspaper onto this desktop. Pawn what? The person in charge of this pawnshop, Su Mingfeng, lifted the newspaper carelessly and frowned, then picked up the gold bar in amazement and examined it. Gold bars? Several other people in the store were also surprised. The two punks playing with their cell phones on the second floor even had their eyes glowing. Brother, where did this stuff come from? Su Mingfeng examined it and said, average purity, no markings, connoisseur. How much more do you have in your hand? Obviously, Su Mingfeng thought of Jihan as someone on the road. Now in the hands of such a large piece of gold is not a normal person, to know that normal people buy gold or to go to the bank to buy, that thing is high purity, not this kind of goods. Su Mingfeng frowned and sized up Jihan, secretly calculating in his heart. Jihan said with a leathery smile, what's the point of asking so much, knowing too much is bad for you, I just want to know can you guys eat it all? Hiss. Su Mingfeng was secretly shocked, this guy was not simple. That means this gold bar is just a knocker, right? Jihan has a lot more in his hand? This guy didn't rob a gold store, did he? But I haven't heard of any gold stores being robbed lately. Our strength you do not need to doubt. Su Mingfeng said, just go and ask about the name of Meng Tiger in Dongshan City, how much of your goods we can eat, and absolutely confidential. Okay. Jihan didn't say anything, and directly turned to his broken van to raise a suitcase, which he then opened in public. The people present were all scared out of their wits. This box is yellow, all ing gold bricks off. This guy is robbing the vault? There must be hundreds of pounds here. For a while, the crowd looked at Jihan with a hint of awe. This guy was definitely a tough bandit and probably had a team. These two punks on the second floor didn't dare to get greedy anymore, and with fear in their hearts, they called their boss. How is it? Can you eat it? Jihan inquired. Can. Su Mingfeng gritted his teeth and said, but I'll have to inspect the goods, cut them up and inspect them, and I'll have to call my boss for instructions. Yes. Jihan agreed. Take a message to your boss and tell him that I live in the 12th building of the Far East neighborhood. Take a message? Su Mingfeng was filled with confusion, not understanding what this meant. Still, he instructed his little brother to greet Jihan and then quickly began inspecting the goods. These gold he all cut and examined one time, and finally determined that it is not fake, not mixed with other things inside, before a long sigh of relief. Not long after his big boss Meng Jianzhang's phone call over, obviously have gotten the news. This Meng Jianzhang is not a simple role, ostensibly a real estate businessman, under the hands of more than a dozen properties, worth billions. But in fact he has a very wide range of contacts in both black and white, often do not see the light of day business. The power is quite powerful. Su Mingfeng said this matter, Meng Jianzhang also came to interest, because he has never confiscated such a large amount of gold. Boss, are we going to take this goods? Su Mingfeng asked for instructions. He's alone? Meng Jianzhang inquired in a bad tone. Definitely more than that. Su Mingfeng cautiously reminded, this guy is 80% a humongous outlaw yet, he seems to know that this is your store, and he's strutting over here, not afraid of us eating in the dark at all. Oh yeah, he asked me to tell you that he lives in the 12th building of the Far East neighborhood. I don't know what that means either. Hiss. Meng Jianzhang on the other end of the phone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Others didn't understand what this meant, but he knew exactly what it meant. This is the place where his little wife and illegitimate son live. These years, for fear of revenge, he did not dare to let anyone know. How did this guy know? Did he already know everything? This is a warning to Meng Jianzhang. Old Su, normal transaction. Meng Jianzhang hurriedly said, we don't want to mess with this kind of person, we can't afford to mess with them either, give a 10% higher price and consider it as making a friend. Good. Su Mingfeng let out a sigh of relief. After he put down the phone, he smiled and said to Jihan, older brother, there is a total of 627.3 pounds of gold here, the purity is not high, and there will be losses during the purification process. The bank's purchase price is now 396 yuan a gram. What about the rules of our pawnshop? 7 out of 13 return, stolen goods halved, so much gold we out of the trouble, so the most out of 60% discount acquisition, that is, 74.52 million. Our boss said he wants to make friends with you, that's why he offered this high price. What do you think, old brother? Okay. Jihan smiled in satisfaction. This amazing deal was settled so easily. 034 all sorts of brainstorming, can't afford to mess with it. Over $100 million worth of gold and ended up with 74.52 million in the bank. This price Jihan is still quite satisfied, after all, he is now tantamount to selling stolen goods. Usually someone is willing to pay half price to buy his good, 60% discount is already heavenly price. Su Mingfeng work very efficiently, perhaps as often deal with the relationship of the mob, they transfer money is also very have a doorway. First, they imitated and simulated an antique trading contract for Jihan. Pretending that he had traded a few pieces of antiques with a pawnshop, he then ostentatiously paid the money into Jihan's name account. The money was just laundered. After collecting the contract, Jihan these monies can be used openly and honestly, anyone who wants to check will not find out the slightest problem. Of course, the tax of this transaction is also the pawnshop to help pay. This also made Jihan feel much better about Su Mingfeng and the others. These guys have good eyesight, and they do things properly, so next time something happens, you can still look for them. Alright, the deal is done, I'm satisfied. Next time there's something good, ironically, I'll look for you guys again. No need to see me off, goodbye. Jihan beautifully patted his butt and directly turned around to walk away. When Su Mingfeng and the others saw him leave in a broken van, they couldn't help but secretly smack their lips again. A connoisseur, this car may look inconspicuous, but there must be heavy weapons hidden in it. Luckily, the boss didn't let us take advantage of him, or else he might not have been able to keep him even if he had called dozens of people over. Nonsense, if he dares to come alone, there must be someone outside to receive him. Are you afraid that he will rush in with a gun? These people are all desperados. Can't afford to mess with them. Su Mingfeng and the others desperately brainstormed, and the more they thought about it, the more they were in awe. At the same time, they memorized Jihan's appearance, fearing that they would accidentally offend this kind of outlaw in the future. All of this, Jihan naturally did not know. But what he wanted was this sense of inscrutable intimidation. He wasn't at all afraid that Su Mingfeng and the others would go dark and also had the ability to clean them up, and now that they were so sensible, it naturally made him quite satisfied. Next he started to get busy. First, he went to the automobile city and shopped around, and ordered a bully, a pickup truck, and a big family van, spending more than $2 million before and after. Immediately after he went to the tobacco store crazy sweep, high-grade cigarettes, liquor, cigars and so on. How many sweep how much? Enough to pile up a truck compartment. Finally, he also ordered from the internet ostrich, pheasant cubs also brought back. With the help of the 4S store staff, the 3 cars returned to the small farm in the evening, when Ji Fugin and others, who had been busy all day, happened to wrap up their work and saw the cars. Jihan, what are you doing? Wow, why are there so many cars? And are they brand new? This car is a luxury car, right? I've seen them in the city, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nonsense, this thing costs at least $1 million, even this pickup truck costs a few $100,000. Everyone gathered around with glowing eyes. Jihan admitted with a big smile, these are the cars I just bought, it will be easier to pull things in the future. My god, this has to be $2 or $3 million, right? Jihan, are you rich? Jesus Christ, is this all yours? Again there was a gasp from the big guys. A trace of envy couldn't help but appear on everyone's face. To drop $2 to $3 million to buy 3 cars at once was a lot of money for rural people, so there was no way for everyone not to be envious. Okay, Jihan will be richer in the future, everyone honestly come over to help work, the whole village will follow the light. It's been a busy day, let's all go home first. Ji Fugan loudly relieved himself, and only then did the big guys reluctantly disperse. Finally Ji Fugan stayed behind, took out a small book and said, Jihan, you see, this is today's expenditure, you give me to play the payment has been received, by fertilizer and pesticides I spent more than 8,000, at noon, we eat to buy food spent 302, the work is not yet settled, the future of a month to settle a good. Uncle, you don't need to show me the account book, I have a number in my heart and trust you. Jihan laughed, in the future, you just watch and help me take care of it, tell me if you don't have any money, transfer money at any time. Okay. Ji Fugan smiled and said, but I want to discuss something with you. What is it? You say. It's that you're missing a few helpers here. Ji Fugan awkwardly said, 3 sets of guests came during the day, although they are all self-driving barbecue, but there has to be someone to greet them, no. There is also this noon everyone's lunch, also have to be someone to do, I just thought to let my family that girl is idle every day, I let her come over to help a favor. Of course, you don't have to give such a high salary, just give a 2 or 3,000. Ji Fugan's old face reddened a bit, as if he was afraid that Jihan wouldn't agree. Uncle, why are you so polite? Jihan said unconcernedly, you're right, it's true that we need to find people to help out in this Nanjiale, and we also need to help everyone make lunch. Let's do it this way, you ask Yuding Maisie to come over tomorrow, and find 2 more village ants who are handy to help out. The wage will be 300 a day as usual, I don't lack this much money. After Jihan made his statement, Ji Fugan immediately smiled with joy. His daughter, Ji Yuding, is actually Jihan's cousin, siblings relationship is okay, the recent outside work is not smooth resignation home, just come over to help. Okay. Don't worry, Jihan, I will definitely manage this matter well for you. I'll have Yuding come over tomorrow. Ji Fugan smiled and left. After sending him away, Jihan began to unload the goods. But just as he wanted to call Blackie to help along, he realized that the guy had disappeared. 035 Divine Beast Mastery and the second light gate. Little Black, where did you run off to, you dead dog? It's not running into the mountains again, is it? Jihan muttered depressingly, and after searching for half a day, he couldn't find any trace of Xiao Hei. However, Jihan is not too worried, this guy is a large-sized general people simply cannot fight it, it is only afraid to run to the mountains to go wild it. But it's getting dark, why isn't it back yet? After dark, the small farm will be covered with mist, and if Blackie doesn't come back, he'll have to spend the night in the mountains. Jihan had no choice but to move things by himself. By the time he finished moving the goods on the van, it was also past 7 in the evening. By this time it was already dark, but Blackie still hadn't returned. Something's not right. Why aren't they back yet? The more Jihan thought about it, the more wrong it was, Little Black the dead dog wouldn't be in trouble, right? Finally, Jihan decided to look for it, after all, this is their own dog, but also spent 2 beast spirit den cultivation of the king of the dog, lost can be heartbreaking. But how to find it at night? If Blackie went into the forest, it would be hard to find him in the dark. Luckily I still have a hive of bees. Master level beast mastery is already barely able to communicate with the bees, but if I want to manipulate them, I might need to upgrade a bit before I can do so. System, upgrade my master level beast mastery. Jihan gave the order decisively after thinking about it. Ding! Command received. Deducting 2000 modifiers, your master level beast mastery is upgraded to divine level beast mastery. After a system prompt, Jihan's mind seemed to explode as if it had been blown up, and in the next moment there were suddenly many more mysterious messages in his mind. It was as if he knew the languages of various beasts and insects. It was also as if he was a large radio station that could make brainwave connections with all kinds of insects. Jihan raised a nest of bees in the south side of the small farm, usually they can help pick nectar and occasionally get some pure wild honey to eat. Now that he had upgraded to the divine level beast mastery technique, Jihan's control over them became even more comfortable. The densely packed bees in the beehive constantly danced out and surrounded him, but they wouldn't harm him at all, and instead, they exuded a sense of docility. Go, find Little Black. At Jihan's command, the bees buzzed and scurried around, and in the next moment, they were like an army of insects, densely scurrying towards the mountain forest. With the enhancement of the Divine Beast Mastery technique, it was as if Jihan had tens of thousands of additional images in his mind, and the images that these bees saw would all be transmitted to his mind through an unknown type of brainwave. In other words, he was tantamount to having tens of thousands of extra pairs of eyes. This miraculous scene made Jihan couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. This was simply a thing that transcended human imagination. No wonder it was called a divine beast mastery technique. This damn thing was truly divine. If I had known that this skill was so powerful, I should have upgraded it long ago. Controlling so many insects, who am I afraid of in the future? Jihan was beaming with joy as he desperately dispersed all the bees, eventually realizing that he could at most disperse them to a range of 10 miles. Once it exceeded this range, then he wouldn't be able to receive signals from the bees. However, this range was already large, and Jihan finally found Xiaohei through the all-around carpet search of tens of thousands of bees. This guy limped out of the mountain with a lot of blood on his body, looking very wretched. "Little Black, what are you doing this guy? How did it turn out like this?" Jihan greeted him in shock, and Little Black immediately whimpered in aggravation as soon as he saw him. "Woof woof woof." With a burst of gesticulating complaints from it, paired with its face full of grief and indignation, Jihan finally figured out the situation. It turns out that today there are a few wild boars running across the border to make trouble. This violent temper of Blackie is not happy, so he disliked them, and then also hunted down and killed to the people's lair. Who thought of encountering a wild boar king, and a dozen wild boars together to surround it, almost didn't trample it to death. "Ha ha, you dead dog, you deserve it. Who told you to mess with the boar? Never heard of 1 pig, 2 tigers, and 3 bears? More than 1,000 pounds of wild boar king rolls in the mud all day long. His body is like a cloak of armor. Tigers are afraid to see. You're fit enough to go." Jihan laughed and joked. Xiaohei immediately jumped up and down in defiance. "Woof woof woof." It desperately tugged at Jihan's pants leg as if it wanted to pull him along for revenge, which in turn caused Jihan to laugh. "You guys are quite vindictive, but it's right. This farm of mine is getting more and more full of aura. Everything from the mountains is heading here. I'm only afraid that there will be trouble in the future. Why don't we take in this nest of wild boars as well, so that they can also help watch the house and guard the yard or something?" The more Jihan thought about it, the more it made sense, and it just so happened that his divine level beast mastery was so awesome that he wasn't afraid of any big boar king at all. So he smiled after patting Little Black's head. "Go. Set off and take revenge for you. Woof woof." Blackie barked happily, and with a flurry of smoke, he ran toward the mountains. Jihan hemmed and hawed, waved his hand and brought tens of thousands of bees, buzzing, and also followed Xiaohei all the way to the mountains. It is difficult to walk in the mountains at night in the dark and windy road. Jihan also didn't care at all and didn't even bring a flashlight. Because his 5 senses are very sharp after the enhancement, in the darkness of the night is just like broad daylight. Any hint of wind and grass don't want to escape his eyes. At this moment, he was only thinking about how to subdue the great boar king, and didn't think about anything else at all. He didn't notice that the mist was unusually thick tonight, and in a short while it had firmly covered the neighborhood of his farm. Moreover, in the mist, there was a second door of light that appeared quietly. 036, the last emperor of the Ming, are you Chongjin? Nightfall. The mists are coming in. Ying Zhang, Wang Ben, and Fu Su had long since stopped being surprised. They traveled lightly and carelessly, as if they were visiting a neighbor's house, and casually arrived outside Jihan's small farm. "Sir, we've come to intrude again. What's for dinner tonight?" Wang Ben, the foodie, happily called out. But no one responded even after calling a few times. Jihan didn't come out either, which made everyone a bit confused at once. What's going on? Was Jihan not at home tonight? "Father, it seems like Immortal Master has not returned from his outing." Fu Su frowned and reminded, "The mists are a bit too big tonight, and look, you guys, there seems to be another light door over here." "What?" Ying Zhang Wangben was shocked. They looked over in unison, and sure enough, they realized that a second light gate had been added at the back. This strange scene immediately caused them to be secretly surprised. This was the Immortal Realm, and Immortal Master Jihan wasn't there, and suddenly a second light door appeared. They were also confused. This is like being a guest in someone's home. The host is not at home, and there is another guest. What the hell? I don't know who will come over. Ying Zhang whispered curiously, and the 3 of them simply stood still and waited when they saw the scene. After half a minute, a silhouette finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build, wearing a golden yellow dragon robe and an elegant face. His face was full of vigilance as he stepped through the light door, looking around as he walked, as if he was afraid of encountering something ghostly. Not long after, he saw the Ying Zhang trio. He first stopped in his tracks with vigilance, then frowned and asked, "Who are you people? Why are you here? Why is there a light door leading to this place in my chambers?" "Me? How can you call yourself me?" Ying Zhang was furious at his words. "There is no place other than the king's land under the sky. Who else dares to call himself me in the 9 regions other than the widow? How dare you? Traitor, I'll kill you." Wang Ben unsheathed his sword and was ready to cut. "How dare you call yourself I in front of Ying Zhang? Ha?" Chongjin was a bit flustered, his mind still foggy. After dealing with the various Zhangji this evening, the entire Daming Palace was filled with an amazing fog, and then there was an additional door inside his bedchamber. Chongjin tried to step through the door of light and appeared. At this moment, looking at the novelty of the buildings in this neighborhood and these two furious dudes, he didn't return to his senses for half a second. Where is this? Is this a dream? Father, Marquis Tungu, don't get angry. Fusa suddenly said from the side, I'm afraid that this person is only invited to this immortal realm by the immortal master, so we can't start a conflict at will, lest we offend the immortal master. Well, that's true. Ing Zhang sniffed and suppressed his anger, coldly snorted and said, Marquis Tungu, put away your blades. Promise. Only then did Wang Ben put away his sword, but his gaze was still unkind, and he kept staring deathly at Chongjin, as if he felt that he had offended his king. Chongjin was also even more confused. Fairyland? This is Fairyland? Chongjin frowned and asked, Who are you people? I am Emperor Chongjin of the Ming dynasty, are you immortal? Chongjin Emperor? Ha? Could this be the last emperor of the great Ming in the immortal master's mouth? Should be him. The immortal master gifted this Chongjin emperor extremely suffocated. Was Li Zicheng revolt killed into Kyoto, in the coal mountain a crooked neck tree hanging death, did not expect to grow this look. Oh, the original is a dead king, no wonder also called himself as me. Seeing this, Ing Zhang and Wang Ben immediately figured out where Chongjin came from. Upon determining that this guy was the fallen king of the last Han dynasty, the anger and hostility in Ing Zhang's eyes disappeared and turned into more than a hint of sympathy. As the initiator of the imperial system, now that he had seen the descendants of the same emperor, it was as if he had seen his own descendants, so naturally he could not raise any hostility. The last emperor of Daming? I will still hang myself? Li Zicheng can attack Kyoto? No way, this is impossible. Chongjin exclaimed incredulously, he felt like he was dreaming. Inexplicably coming here, these people claiming that this is a fairyland, and a guy claiming to be me, and saying that he's the king of a dead country? What's this all about? No need to wonder, this is not a dream. Seeing this, Ing Zhang patiently explained, This is the place of the immortals, the immortal master is out and away now, and we have come here as guests. Also, I am Ing Zhang, the first emperor of Great Qin, you should recognize me. This is my son Fusu, and this is Marquis Wang Ben of the Great Qin Tungu. Qin Shi Huang? How is this possible? Chongjin was once again shocked beyond belief. He pinched himself hard to make sure it wasn't a dream. He really had come to a strange place, where everything seemed so new, and there was a rare freshness in the air, where a single inhalation was enough to soothe one's body. Could it be that this place was really a fairyland? Great Qin has been extinguished for 2,000 years. Chongjin exclaimed, You say you are the first emperor, what proof is this? I don't believe it. We care if you believe it or not. Wang Ben coldly grunted impatiently, It's been said that this is a fairy realm, and immortals know 5,000 years before and 5,000 years after, and are omnipotent, so what's so impossible about letting you come here? What a stupidity! Alright Wang Qing, how can I say that he is also the king of a country? Don't be like that. Ing Zhang casually greeted, Chongjin, come and sit down, the immortal master has not yet returned, you can wait with me. This? Chongjin was a bit torn. In fact, by now, he had actually believed 80%. After all, such a magical means, who else but an immortal could do it? Ing Zhang, this guy has an extraordinary and domineering aura, simply more bullish than the aura of this Chongjin emperor of his, and ordinary people can't even pretend to be able to do it. After hesitating for a while, Chongjin sat down with them in the pavilion within this small farm. 037 You're a disgrace to the emperor. After everyone sits opposite each other. Chongjin carefully observed the three Ing Zhangs. He hoped that by observing the details, he would be able to tell if this was a scam or not. But after observing it again and again he was shocked to find that it all seemed to be true, and that he had really come to a place suspected to be a fairyland. Ing Zhang and the three of them didn't seem like liars either. Three of you, are you correct in saying that this place is an immortal realm with an immortal master? Chongjin cautiously tried. Not bad. Wang Ben nodded. Just now, you guys said that I am a dead king, and you even said that Li Zicheng will fight his way into my Daming's Kyoto. What do you mean by that? Chongjin continued to ask. Naturally, it is what immortal master said. Ing Zhang snorted, We are honored to listen to the immortal master's comments on the heroes of the thousands of years under this 9 states, and you, Chongjin, as the last emperor of the great Ming, are impressive to me. You are the king of a country, but you were forced to hang yourself by a few peasant rebels, it's really ridiculous. If I am in this world which has what Li Zicheng foothold, you simply lost the face of the emperor. Ing Zhang spewed furiously with a look of anger. Chongjin was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He wanted to retort several times, but in the end, he only retaliated angrily, Oh, my Ming dynasty has a long history of success, is it so easy to be destroyed? Some of the rebels are just scabies, your excellency cannot be alarmist. You still don't believe me? Ing Zhang was full of sympathy, how could an immortal master talk nonsense? If it weren't for our destiny, how would we know? He. Chongjin coldly laughed and countered, Could it be that the immortal master did not tell you the allusion to the second death of Qin? If you are the first emperor, what qualifications do you have to laugh at me? Great Qin died in the second age? Fusa sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. He really hadn't heard this expression before. Ing Zhang Wang Ben was rather calm, as they had known about this for a long time. Chongjin was a man of the latter days, and he must have known about these things from the history books as well, so Ing Zhang Wang Ben was not surprised by this at all. The fate of Great Qin has long been told by the immortal master. Ing Zhang gave a sardonic smile and said unconcernedly, "Even I know about my violent death at the age of 49 in the sand dunes, but so what? The immortal master has long since given me the golden elixir to prolong my life for 100 years to remake my health. And also gave 100 stone of immortal grain, water car and other divine objects, and even personally set the immortal master's 3 policies to reverse my Great Qin's fortune. Now my Great Qin will not die in the second world, but will extend for 10,000 years, and lay down a great territory." Ing Zhang's domineering declaration shocked Chongjin. The information exposed in his words further shocked Chongjin. This second death of Qin's fate can be changed? Qin Shi Huang even knew that he was going to die a violent death in the sand dunes? And he took the elixir? What's all this? Impossible, this can't be, this must be a fake. This is a dream, it can't be. Chongjin stubbornly refused to believe it. Ing Zhang didn't bother to say anything more about him when he saw this. If you don't believe me, you don't have to. Soon he will find out that it's all true and that no one lied to him. Where are the immortals? Chongjin raised his head and asked, "Where is the immortal master you speak of? I want to see him." "Is the immortal master not something you can see just because you want to?" Wang Ben snorted, "His old man has something to go out now and has not returned, you just wait, don't like to wait can go, no one stops you." "Oh." Chongjin's sneer, "Really is a fake, capable of you call the so-called immortal master out ah. You?" The 3 Ing Zhang people were speechless. Why was this guy so stubborn? It's so stubborn to keep thinking people are lying to him. But just as everyone had a weird atmosphere, Jihan finally came out of the mountain. He was as relaxed as if he was taking a stroll, leading Blackie out of the mountains, followed by tens of thousands of bees in a dense mass. There are 2 woefully large boar king, with more than a dozen small boars to follow behind, also tend to look horrified. Under the backdrop of the moonlight, Jihan looks like an immortal. These bees and wild boars added a bit of mystery to him. "Sir, you're finally back." Seeing this, the 3 of them, Ing Zhang, hurriedly rose to greet them. Although they were surprised that Jihan was followed by so many bees and boars, they had long been accustomed to it. Because in their impression Jihan is immortal, omnipotent, he can make the beasts and insects, it is not very normal. But this scene, let Chongjin dumbfounded up. He party was still stiff upper lip saying that there is no such thing as an immortal. But now? What was Jihan? Is there really someone in this world who can command so many beasts and insects? Is he really an immortal? For the first time, Chongjin was shaken by his own judgment. The credibility of what Ing Zhang and the others had just said had also instantly increased greatly. "You're all here? Ha! There's one more?" Jihan swept his gaze around the circle and instantly spotted Chongjin with that second light door, and his heart could not help but be shocked for a small moment. How he did not expect that he went out for a while. This missed, there is another light door, and it seems that there are people over again. This Chongjin wearing a dragon robe style at a glance is the emperor of the Ming dynasty, just do not know who. Jihan, in order to maintain his immortal master's compulsion, and did not take the initiative to open the mouth to ask, but chose to first settle their own these wild boars. This time, he went out and indeed found a nest of wild boars in the mountains. 2 of them weighing over 1,000 pounds, a male and a female king boar, gave birth to a dozen or so young boars, a large family with a not-so-good temper. After Xiao He was bullied by them, Jihan killed them with bees. With the bees' pervasive and shameless attacks, they easily stung these boars to death, and each of them had a lot of swollen eyes. In the end, Jihan used divine-level beast mastery, and after some coercion and lure to subdue them, brought them back, so coincidentally ran into Chongjin over. 038 Mr. is the immortal teacher Godman, please save my Ming. Jihan knew that a person's first impression was very important. No matter who this damning emperor who had just arrived here was, it was much harder to fool him than it was to fool Ing Zhang. At this time it just so happened that he had brought so many boars along with him, it would be a bit of a stretch not to take them and put on a show. So Jihan deliberately kicked the boar king before saying, "Take your wife and children to live in the west side of the mountain, don't run around blindly when you are fine, don't harm my fruit trees and farmland, or I will clean you up, do you understand? Moo 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 moo." The boar king let out a whimpering grunt and nodded his head repeatedly as he turned around and led his wife and children straight to the big mountain in the west. This humanized appearance again let Chongjin secretly shocked. "You guys go back to the nest too." Jihan waved his hand once again, and tens of thousands of bees quietly dispersed and quickly returned to the hive, their every move as orderly as soldiers. At this time, look at Chongjin. Ing Zhang and other people has long been shocked, full of awe. Jihan has shown that he is really an immortal. How can a mortal drive a wild animal or insect? This is not a fairy who is a fairy. Great Ming Zhu Yuchan, meet the immortal. I have mistakenly entered the fairyland tonight, please don't be offended by the immortal. Chongjin stepped out to greet with a face full of awe. The suspicions in his heart had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Ha! Jihan was quite satisfied with his reaction. This was what he wanted to see. After all, a poorly shaped image could not be a good way to fool people in the future. This guy is actually Chongjin? I did not expect. This Ming's fallen king actually ran here. This is a surprise. Sit, don't be polite. All comers are guests, no need to be so formal. I'm just an ordinary person, not some immortal master. Jihan greeted him with a warm face, which in turn made Chongjin feel flattered. At the same time, he also secretly decided that this must be a low-profile and easygoing immortal, otherwise it would not be so. I told you so, but you still don't believe me. After Ing Zhang was dumbfounded, he joked, Sir, what kind of feast are we going to have tonight? Hot pot. Jihan shrugged his shoulders and said, I haven't prepared anything tonight, so hot pot is very convenient. Good, hot pot is good, this marquis likes it. I returned to the palace after the special let a person do this hot pot copper stove, but the sauce but always do not do Mr. This flavor, is really greedy. Sir, Fu Su help you. In the midst of Chongjin's moment of confusion, Jihan directly moved out the fire boiler. All kinds of dishes and sauces were readily available, and with Fusu's help, this hot pot quickly burned, and a burst of flavor began to waft out. Ing Zhang pulled Chongjin to sit down and said, Sir is easygoing and loves food, you don't have to be formal, try the taste of this immortal food later, it will surely be unforgettable for you. Yes, many thanks to the first emperor. Chongjin was relieved. After the meal started, he tasted the hot pot and indeed found it quite delicious. Even if he had eaten countless mountain delicacies, he had to admit that he had never eaten anything so delicious. Jihan's master-level cooking skills were no joke. The aromatic thick soup, gently swishing the sliced meat and dipping it in this special sauce, instantly whetted one's appetite. Especially the vegetables are Ing Zhang's favorite. Ever since Jihan's small spiritual gathering array took effect, the spiritual energy in this small farm has been increasing every moment, causing the vegetables here to become unusually sweet and delicious, making people never get tired of eating them. If Jihan took these vegetables out to sell, even if they were 10 times more expensive than ordinary vegetables, I'm afraid there would be countless people clamoring to buy them. Today you guys are blessed, I brought back a lot of good wine and cigarettes, try them all. Jihan ate and drank while bringing out the good wine, cigars and such again, causing Chongjin to be confused for a while again. Is this how immortals live? Not long after, there was another member of this eating and drinking foursome. Chongjin drank a little wine and smoked a cigar and ate hot pot, and said in his heart that it really smelled good. Sir. Chongjin hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, the first emperor said that you gave him the golden pill to extend his life for 100 years, and change the fate of Qin's second death, but is it true? This is natural. Jihan nodded his head in acknowledgement. Since the history of Great Qin has changed, why is it that I can't see any changes from the history books? Ing Zhang asked his last doubt. He. Jihan shook his head before laughing. When the fate of Great Qin changed, there was already an additional divergent line in spacetime, meaning that you have long since ceased to be in the same spacetime, understand? No matter how much the fate of Great Qin changes, it won't affect the Great Ming dynasty in the latter days. Chongjin seems to understand, but the doubt in his heart is finally put down. He could not help but continue to ask, the first emperor also said that you have commented on the world's heroes, know the future of thousands of years, and even said that my Ming will be cut off here in me, but is it true? Of course. Jihan said regretfully while shabu-shabuing the meat, Old Zhu, you ascended the throne at the age of 16, and after you succeeded to the throne, you vigorously eradicated the eunuchs and worked diligently on political affairs, and even issued a sinful imperial edict 6 times, and your life was diligent and diligent, which is also considered to be a qualified emperor. Unfortunately, the late Ming too many shortcomings, not only natural disasters constantly, and the court party strife, but also the external enemy of the Jiannu into the customs, the internal popular uprising resistance. Your life can be described as extremely bumpy, and will eventually hang at the age of 33 on Coal Mountain, to which point the Great Ming dynasty will also break the fate of the country. Li Zicheng also did not sit firmly on the throne, but by the Guanhui Jiannu Qing army took advantage of, they broke the customs and entered the massacre, completely enslaved the 9 states for hundreds of years. Jihan's narrative once again let Chongjin cold sweat. This time he didn't dare to disbelieve, and there was no way for him to disbelieve. Could it be true that he would hang himself on Coal Hill at the age of 33? Is this Ming dynasty finally going to be cut short in his hands? I am useless, sorry ancestors. Chongjin cried bitterly, rose to worship after pleading, Mr. is the immortal master godman, please save my Ming. Save Ming, difficult. 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 Jihan frowned and shook his head. 039 set a small goal, kill 10 million people first. Why do you say that, sir? Since the fate of Great Qin can be changed, but the fate of my Ming dynasty is difficult to change? Please still ask the immortal master to save my Daming. I don't want to see the scene of my country's destruction. Moreover, I don't want to see the foreigners wreaking havoc on the land of my Kyushu. Chongjin anxiously pleaded. With a slight frown, Ing Zhang also said, you said it was difficult, but you didn't say it was impossible, right? With your skills, you should be able to change the fate of the heavens and renew the fortune of the Great Ming for a few hundred years, right? Yes, sir. Wang Ben also couldn't help but advise, didn't you say that Daming is the dynasty you admire the most? Sir appreciates Daming the most? Chongjin's eyes lit up. Yes. Jihan nodded and said, among the many dynasties in the 9 states, Great Qin sweeps across the 8 wildernesses I like the most, and Daming has the hardest bones I appreciate the most. Daming's ancestral motto is not to make peace, not to pay reparations, not to cede land, not to pay tribute. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods of the earth. Although each of the 16 generations of emperors was an oddball, they were never soft-boned. Even when they were killed under the imperial city, they never groveled, and this is something I greatly appreciate. Jihan's words said Chongjin's blood boiled and trembled. Zhang Wang Ben Fusu was also secretly appreciated. No peace, no reparations, no land cession, no tribute. Good, what a tough dynasty, this marquis likes it. Wang Ben appreciated. Ha, worthy of being my descendant, I am very pleased. Zhang also praised with satisfaction, my Kyushu bloodline should have this kind of backbone. In that case, all the more reason for you to help, sir. Fusa said, you can't just sit back and watch Daming being bullied by foreigners, can you? Yes, I beg you sir to save my Ming. Chongjin bowed and saluted with a face full of sincerity. Jihan helplessly helped him up and said, sit down, old Zhao is right, saving the great Ming dynasty is difficult, but it is not without a solution. If you are willing to listen to me and your heart is tough enough, then there is still a ray of hope. Sir, despite letting go of your hand. Chongjin excitedly said, I will absolutely do as I am told, and I am definitely ruthless enough. Oh, don't brag just yet, the difficulties you face are more than 100 times greater than old Zhao. Jihan poured himself a cup of wine, snickered, people old Zhao on the Great Qin control absolutely first class, just the state policy out of the question, slightly adjusted can let the Great Qin rejuvenated. What about you? How much control do you have over the Ming dynasty? How many civil and military officials are under your control? How many battle-ready soldiers are left in the Ming dynasty's million-strong army? The guards everywhere are rotten and corrupt, the officers at all levels are corrupt and cowardly, and the civil officials are in constant struggle. There are also large landowners in various places who encircle the land and run horses. Land annexation is serious, merchants in various provinces collaborate with the enemy and sell out the country for money, and the major feudal lords and dignitaries embrace their own armies. The entire Ming dynasty for hundreds of years down, from top to bottom has long been a rot. You take over as a mess, the treasury empty can run rats. This complexity of the situation, you are mentally prepared? Jihan's series of questioning let Chongjin dumbfounded. The 3 of them, Zhang, were also secretly shocked, and they all couldn't help but sympathize with Chongjin. To be honest, this situation was indeed troublesome. The difficulty of trying to save the great Ming dynasty was indeed more than 100 times greater than saving Great Qin. Even if Zhang were to come in person, he would have to face such a complicated situation with his hands tied and a headache. If we compare the great Ming dynasty to a giant, Jihan continued, then now this giant is a sick patient who is already terminally ill, with pus flowing from the soles of his feet, sores growing on the top of his head, and all his internal organs have rotted. If you want to save it, you have to change the blood, bones and heart, scrape off wherever there is pus, and cut off wherever there is poison. Corrupt officials who gang up and harm the people, kill. Military generals who are afraid of death and cowardly, and those who are afraid of the future, kill them. Those who are in control of the government and have their own army, kill them. Merchants who collaborate with the enemy and betray the country, and who speculate, kill. These garbage remnants are all tumors. If you catch them, you can have your family exterminated. Let's set a small goal of killing 10 million people first. As long as you are ruthless enough, then the Ming dynasty will still be saved. Jihan was murderous in every word. Not only did it scare Chongjin dumbfounded, it also made Zhang and the others' scalps numb. First set a small goal to kill 10 million people? That's crazy, isn't it? How many people have to die? Sir, the world says that I am a tyrant, you are even more brutal than me. Zhang secretly smacked his lips. This marquis supports Mr.'s statement. Wang Ben laughed coldly, in a chaotic world, heavy punishment should be used, when you're seriously ill, strong medicine should be given, and garbage should be killed. Sir, will this be too cruel and rough? Chongjin said with fear and trepidation, killing people indiscriminately, I'm afraid it will provoke civil unrest. Oh. Kill or not kill as you, if you cannot bear to go to Coal Mountain earlier to find a crooked neck tree to hang. I didn't let you kill indiscriminately, I just let you kill the person who should be killed. Do you think those civil ministers and military generals have a few are innocent? Hong Chengqiu, Zhu Daso, Wu Sangui, these people, the late period of time, all surrendered to the Jiannu to be crowned king and worshipped the marquis. Ming war treasury empty, you several times to the 100 officials to raise donations only to raise 2 or 300,000 too. Do you know Li Zicheng killed into the northern capital from the 100 officials copied out of the home how much money? More than 70 million taels. They are all fat and oily. Shanxi ate merchants' family all year round with the Jiannu secret deal, for the enemy to provide food, weapons, iron ore. Their assets have long been broken billion, you know? On your Chongjin poor ding ding, the national treasury private treasury together cannot come up with 500,000 taels. You think they should not be killed? If you don't dare to kill people, don't eat peacefully and stay up until it's time to hang yourself. Jihan angrily scolded. Chongjin face red, trembling, the heart has long been filled with hatred and killing. He is not hate Jihan, he hates those civil servants and military generals, hate those damn traitors, these people should be killed off. Note, the capital of Daming is Beijing, and for fear of being harmonized, another name, Baidu, was used instead. The Great Qing dynasty will be harmonized, so it is replaced by Jiannu. 040 pointing out ways to save the Great Ming dynasty. It should be killed, all these trash should be killed, they should all be copied and exterminated. Don't worry sir, I get it all. From today onwards, my heart will never be soft, once I find the opportunity, I will definitely clean up all these people and kill a clear sky. Chongjin gritted his teeth and assured, obviously has made up his mind. Seasonal cold to see the situation is satisfied with the smile up, this is right, so chaotic you still women's benevolence, it would be better to hang yourself earlier. Mister, forgive me. Chongjin again apologized, I have made up my mind, will never let you down, please teach me how to save the day. First of all, you have to integrate all the power you can use in your hands. Jihan Kaikai said, the so-called power comes out of the barrel of a gun, if you want to turn the tide, you must first take control of the army. After you have a few obedient armies in your hands, you will have the ability to defend yourself and fight back, at least you won't be a bare bones commander. At that time who do not listen to you to destroy who, lack of money and lack of food on the plagiarism, first stabilized North Jili, and then troops out of Liaodong routed the Jiannu, turned back to clean up the South Jili. The whole court from top to bottom, the whole 9 states from south to north you kill once, and then white grain, stabilize people's livelihood, train the new army, reform the tax system and finance. This set of big moves to play out, I package you the whole Ming dynasty to turn the world upside down. Jihan Kaikai talked, his tone confident and calm, giving a sense of trust that could not be ignored. Chongjin listened more and more excited, he could not help but excitedly said, right, Mr. Right, this plan is very good but the specific implementation, how to control the details. How should I control the military power? I'm not afraid of Mr. Joke, I really don't have many people around me to use the ministers are all on the surface of a set behind a set, I really can't trust them. Chongjin this person, suspicion is very heavy. At this time and then listen to Jihan said so many treacherous corrupt officials in the Ming dynasty, but also on the side of the people are suspicious. This plan is good, but how to implement it? Who exactly should be trusted and who should be brought into the fold? Chongjin heart is really not a bottom Ha! Jihan was not surprised by this. He swept a glance and said, all full of food and drink, right? Go fishing, let's chat while fishing. Right. We can also jerk skewers. You guys chat, this marquee builds a fire. Wang Ben was not polite at all and went straight to the creek fishing platform. While barbecuing and fishing, drinking, and sipping cigars, this rare enjoyment of life he would not miss. In fact, before working out the specific details, I have to talk to you about the loyalty and treachery of this Daming courtiers so that you can make a judgment. Jihan held his fishing rod in his hand and leisurely fished while continuing, first of all, it's this treacherous courtiers, there are quite a few treacherous courtiers in the Daming dynasty. For example, this Donglin party member Qian Qiani, usually full of benevolence and morality, when the Jiannu killed into Nanjing many ministers to martyr themselves, he even refused to jump into the water on the grounds that the water was too cold, decisively cast the Jiannu. For example, this Wei Zayod, this person surface decent, in fact, cowardly and extremely shameless, Li Zicheng attacked the northern capital after he was the first to lead the kneeling down. For example, this eunuch Gao Qiqian, not only during the war everywhere constrains military generals, but also before the war fled, and then surrendered to the Qing dynasty. For example, this eunuch Wang Dehua, when Li Zicheng entered the capital, he was the first to open the city gates. In the midst of Jihan's casual conversation, he kept naming the historical traitors he knew one by one. Chongjin on the spot was angry almost brain bruises, because all these people he recognized, and also thought they were loyal ministers. Damn, these guys all deserve to die. I won't let them go, definitely not. Chongjin gritted his teeth and secretly memorized every single one of them. Jihan followed by saying, this is too many treacherous officials I will not list, you know that after Li Zicheng entered the capital, but there are more than 2,000 officials in the northern capital city surrendered collectively, TSK, simply appalling After finishing the treacherous ministers, let's continue to talk about the loyal ministers, that is, the people you can trust and entrust with important responsibilities. Hearing this, Chongjin immediately became excited. He pricked up his ears and listened, afraid that he might miss one. He was short of people nowadays, if he could know who the loyalists were, he could have someone available It must be very important to him. First is the eunuch, this is your sidekick, loyalty and treachery would be very important. Jihan smiled and introduced, in this huge palace of yours, there are only 3 people available, one is Chao Huachun, the second is Wang Cheng'en, and the third is Fang Zhanghua. Chao Huachun, this person is loyal and capable, he can be entrusted with a heavy responsibility to take charge of the East Chamber. Wang Qingjin, this person need not be said. Li Zicheng into the capital after you hanged in the coal mountain, he is the only accompanied by the side of the person who hang together, can be considered loyal. There is also this Fang Zhenghua is also a person who sacrificed his life for the country, although it is a eunuch, but it is also admirable. And he is quite forceful, he can be in charge of the forbidden army. These two people have small shortcomings, but also need to be carefully coached to be used, but in this haste they will be you can really rely on the inner ministers. Jihan enumerated, with his own historical knowledge of the latter days to the suspicious Chongjin on a lesson, let him know what people available, what people cannot be used. Good, I remember. Chongjin was secretly ecstatic, he was like a treasure, I did not expect. I entrusted the important task of Gao Qiqian. Wang Dehua was so treacherous, but this Wang Cheng'en is good, the last even with me together with the self-cancellation, is a person who can be trusted. Sir, please continue, I am all ears. Knowing which people can be reused, I will have a clear idea in my mind. 041 The 5 fierce generals, the brocade guards and the East Chamber. After this inner minister, let's talk about the military generals among the outer ministers. The world's millions of armies all rely on the control of military generals, so their loyalty and treachery become extremely important to recognize. If the wrong person will lose everything. The end of the Ming dynasty. In fact, there are many loyal generals, just you this person is too suspicious, will not recognize people with people, and ultimately ended up with the end of a rebellion. If you want to turn the tide against the trend of the Ming dynasty, you have to use Sun Chuanting, Lu Xiangshang, Zhao Changjiao, Zhuo Liangyu, Huang Digong 5 people. Jihan continued to lecture. Chongjin is naturally sitting upright, dare not have the slightest distraction. So much so that Ying Zhang and the others are also listening with great interest. First is this Sun Chuanting. Jihan said, this person is known as the last pillar of the end of the Ming dynasty. There is Chuanting, death of the Ming, death of the reputation. He is loyal and talented, can be ordered to the governor of Shaanxi military and political, suppress the rebel Li Zicheng. Then is this Lu Xiangxing, this person has courage and strategy, loyalty and boldness, under the Tianqiong army can conquer and fight, can be used. This Chao Changjiu is the nephew of Chao Wenjiao, the first fierce general of the late Ming dynasty. This person also has the courage of 10,000 men, can be used. And this Huang Digong is nicknamed Huang Gangzi. This person fights bravely and faithfully, and is a famous general of the Beijing camp, and finally lost the battle with the Qing army, can be used greatly. As for this Zhuo Liangyu is a talent, but unfortunately he is arrogant, must be beaten from time to time. This point you have to remember. Oh yes, there is a Gao Jia. This person was originally a general under Li Zicheng's command, loyal after surrender, can also be used. Jihan's series of analysis, once again let Chongjin eye shine. His hard calculations for a while, if you use these people well, may not be unable to control hundreds of thousands of troops. Lastly, let's talk about this civil minister. Jihan said with a serious face, it is said that Daming is the dynasty with the most backbone. In fact, this is not true at all, because after the destruction of Daming alone, the high officials who committed suicide and martyred themselves amounted to more than 1,000 people. These people can follow Daming to martyrdom at the last moment, even if there are all sorts of minor flaws, it's still better than those who commit delivery of treason. First of all, this Shirkafa, he is a clean and loyal official, quite versed in military affairs, he can be the secretary of the Ministry of War. Secondly, this Fan Jingwen, after the Chongjin emperor hanged himself, he did not eat or drink for 4 consecutive days, and finally took the whole family to the well and died, can be the first minister. Niunlu, the minister of the household and ministerial lecturer, had his entire family of 13 hang themselves. Li Banghua, the left imperial historian, committed suicide by throwing himself into the water. Shi Bangyao, the left capital deputy royal historian, commits suicide. Right minister of war Wang Jiayan commits suicide. De Lizi Ling Yichu commits suicide by hanging. Right Minister of Justice Meng Zhaoxiang's entire family committed suicide by throwing themselves into a well. The whole family of the royal historian Chen Liangmu has committed suicide by throwing themselves into a well. Cheng De's family hanged themselves. The whole family of Kim Hyun, the head of the military department, has committed suicide. One after another astonishingly loyal and famous person came out of Jihan's mouth one by one. Chongjin was shocked and wept, and the 3 of them, Ying Zhang, also secretly admired him. These people may not be considered to be high-ranking, nor do they have much talent, but to be able to commit suicide at the time of the country's collapse, this is worthy of respect. This kind of person can be used even if they do not have great talent. Even if he has all sorts of minor faults and even makes some minor mistakes, he can still be changed and used. Chongjin such as a treasure like desperately memorize, afraid to miss any name, these are his future is worth relying on people. Immortal master is truly a man of God. Ying Zheng couldn't help but sigh, with this omniscient ability, Chongjin's chances of flipping the game are much higher. Don't be hasty. Jihan shook his head and said, it's still too early to say this, the situation in the Ming dynasty is chaotic, and the struggle between the various classes is intense, and has long since reached a point of irreconcilability. Chongjin, you guy with soft ears, what others say to believe, it is easy to be fooled by the ministers. Even with my full assistance, in the end, whether you can turn the tide or not still depends on your own struggle. Chongjin sniffed and immediately turned red with embarrassment. He assured with all his might, Mr. Criticism is right, I will certainly caution myself daily in the future and never let you down. Humph. Jihan sat steadily and nodded in satisfaction. After figuring out who can and can't be used, then everything will be much better. Jihan continued to point out, immediately after you go back, straighten out the interior of the palace, find an excuse to launch a major purge, and kill a wave of those old eunuchs before you do so. Then you will promote Wang Qingzhen and other people, secretly will have long been abolished almost the East Chamber to get up again, so you have your first team and intelligence agency. Secondly is the Jinui, you this stupid by the civil ministers a flick of the flicker, the abolition of the Jinui monitoring the duty of the 100 officials, this is equal to self-defeating martial arts. The current commander-in-chief of the Brocade Clothes Guard should be Luo Yanxia, this person is greedy and dim-witted, colluding with eunuchs, scourging the outer court, should be put to death. After killing Luo Yang's sex you can use Li Yuanyin, he is Li Chengdong adopted son, thoughtful means quite high, currently should be with his father and son Chuan Ting under the command of the service. After saying that, Jihan paused for a moment. After Chongzhen had digested the information he had said. Only then continued, to master the brocade guards in the East Chamber, then you have available people in your hands, this time you can begin to control the Beijing camp. Order Huang Digong to reorganize the capital camp, select 20,000 of its elite, and transfer Chao Changjiao to Baidu, select 30,000 soldiers from the stragglers to train the new army. These two armies, if properly trained, are enough to give you the ability to turn the tide of the Great Purge, remember. Jihan's exhortation excited Chongzhen inexplicably. After he nodded deeply, he said, don't worry sir, I've remembered. But sir, is this only 50,000 people too little? Is 50,000 people too few? Actually, I still think it's too much. Jihan's careless reply instantly made everyone a bit stunned, are the troops still too much? 042 Do you know the most important undercard of the Great Ming? Soldiers lie in essence and not in many, the Great Ming dynasty has millions of soldiers but was killed by the Jiannu routed in all directions, as if into no one's territory. Although you can recruit 100,000 or even 200,000 soldiers with a single order, but how many battle-ready soldiers are there in the end? The Ming army has long been corrupted, even the capital battalion suffers from empty pay and insufficient training, it's not easy to select 20,000 elites from over 100,000 capital battalions. And do you know what the most important bottom card of the Daming dynasty is? Jihan asked rhetorically with interest, and Chongzhen was immediately confused. The bottom card? There is a bottom card, ah? He thought about it, but he didn't know what kind of cards could withstand the millions of rebels and the ferocious Jiannu. That bottom card is naturally firearms. Jihan reminded. Firearms? The three Yingzhangs were very surprised, obviously not knowing what firearms meant. Chongzhen is also full of confusion, he naturally knows what firearms are, the popularity of firearms in the Ming dynasty is still quite good. But most of the firearms at this time are slow to load. Often, after a large army starts fighting a wave, it immediately switches to cold weapons combat, because you can't reload in time, and firearms are no different from burning sticks. What's the use? This thing can withstand the Jiannu 100,000 Iron Horsemen? Believe it or not, firearms are the future development trend. Jihan said seriously, the Ming dynasty's firearms were already considered good at that time, but unfortunately, it did not pay attention to it, resulting in the late stage being left far behind by the foreigners, and even more so by the foreigners shelling the country's gates. Of course, saying so much you all must have little concept, I'll give you a demonstration. After saying that, Jihan directly commanded in his mind, system, I want to exchange firearms. Buzz. Inside Jihan's mind, the system mall quickly activated. A large number of firearm icons were immediately displayed, from the oldest flintlock to modernized firearms, all of them were available, and they were not expensive, a few points of modifier value could be exchanged for one. Jihan casually exchanged a Desert Eagle and an AK. Ding! Redeeming a Desert Eagle, 100 rounds of ammunition, deducting 30 points of correction value. Ding! Redeem an AK-47, 200 rounds of ammunition, deduct 50 points of modifier value. After a system prompt, only a flash of light was seen. There were two more guns and a whole bunch of bullets on the table next to Jihan. What is this? How did they suddenly appear? Heavens, divine means, this is simply divine means. Sir, how dare you say you're not an immortal? Ying Zhang and the others were so frightened that they exclaimed in unison. Everyone hadn't even seen Jihan make a move, so how did they appear here? Everyone thought their eyes were hallucinating. After they came back to their senses, everyone looked at Jihan with more than a hint of awe. This must have been the god sleeve drying technique. Chongzhen at this time also confused up, these two guns are firearms? How with their own impression of firearms is not quite the same. Don't worry, try it. Jihan casually picked up this Desert Eagle, after fumbling for a while he knew how to use it, only to see that he easily loaded the magazine and then pulled the bolt. Aimed at a pile of stacked wood not far away then madly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Terrifying gunshots resounded through the night sky, but they didn't startle anyone due to the obstruction of the mist. Only seeing the bullets flying, this one big tree was immediately hit by the wood chips, splashing in all directions, and the wood was hit with a big hole. Jihan wasn't satisfied after emptying a magazine. Plunging up the AK-47 was a burst of sweeping. Poo 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 poo. A large number of bullets were like fire dragons spraying, frantically sweeping past, and the pile of wood was even swept into slag. This terrible scene directly scared Ing Zhang, Chongjin, and the others silly. What is this? Is this an immortal weapon? This tiny piece of black iron is so powerful? It's horrible. If it hits a body of flesh and blood, will it not be beaten into mush on the spot? Is this a firearm? But why aren't the firearms of my Ming dynasty this powerful? There was a burst of exclamations. Everyone was dumbfounded. The crowd looked at the firearm in Jihan's hands, and all of their gazes had a trace of fervor and excitement in them. This was a divine weapon. With this thing in place, any 1,000 armies would have to be destroyed. See, this is the power of firearms. After Jihan laughed dumbly, he said, firearms will eventually eliminate the cold weapons. Imagine if there are 10,000 soldiers holding firearms on the battlefield against 1,000,000 cold weapon iron horsemen. Guess who will win? This? Is there any guessing here? It's definitely the firearms holder who wins. With this kind of weapon, it's hard for an army of millions to get close. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, clearly having a clear perception of this firearm. Such a thick tree trunk could be pierced and burst. This was simply 100 times more terrifying than a bow and arrow. Moreover, this thing has a long range and is not difficult to operate, so can it not eliminate cold weapons? Everyone suddenly came to a sudden realization. No wonder Jihan would say that 50,000 people were more than enough. This kind of soldiers and horses are really an existence that crushes quantity with quality. Ah, sir, Ing Zhang said excitedly, can my great Qin make such divine soldiers? Not for the time being. Qin's foundation can't keep up, but in the future it should be able to. Jihan laughed. Of course you can discuss with Chongjin. After he develops this kind of firearms, you can trade with him. Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. Ing Zhang's eyes sizzled as he said, Chongjin, you have to sell me some of this stuff. How about I use gold to trade with you? Sure Huan, I don't have any either. Chongjin smiled bitterly and said, the firearms of the Ming dynasty are still very backward, which is as powerful as this kind of firearms of Mr. No, you will have it soon. Jihan assured with conviction. Really? Chongjin's eyes immediately widened in surprise at his words. 043, the road to the development of firearms in Ming. Sir, what do you mean when you say that I will have it soon? Does it mean that you want to help my Ming dynasty develop firearms? No, even if it is research and development it may not have results so soon. Could it be that you want to bestow these firearms on me? Chongjin was full of excitement and hope. But Jihan shook his head decisively. This firearms thing has to be a gradual, scientific study. Jihan said seriously, the development of firearms in the Ming dynasty is already good. There is no way I can do something like pulling up seedlings. It will only harm you. These two firearms, I'm just giving you guys an eye-opener. Of course you can bring it back for defense, but large-scale firearms still need to be developed by you. After saying this, Jihan handed the Desert Eagle to Chongjin and the AK-47 to Ing Zhang. Both of them were immediately ecstatic and loved it. This is an epic-making artifact. Although there was only one for each person, it was absolutely superb for self-defense. Thank you, sir. Ing Zhang Chongjin was so excited that he refused to let go of the two snatches as he hugged them. Jihan does not care about this. He exchanged these two guns as for everyone to open the eyes. They do not need them. He didn't need them himself, and it wouldn't be good for him to be seen at home, so he might as well give them to Ing Zhang for self-defense. Sir, you said that the great Ming dynasty can also develop such horrible firearms, is that true? Chongjin couldn't help but continue to ask. Not in a short period of time, but by emphasizing on firearms research and development, it will be possible one day. Jihan confidently said, and with me pointing you out, many difficult problems can be easily cracked. What are you afraid of? Yes. Chongjin excitedly said, Mr. said yes, if there are such firearms to equip the new army, even if there are only a few tens of thousands of people, I can sweep away the Jiannu and the chaotic army, freeing up my hands to rectify the whole of the Ming. The more Chongjin thought about it, the more excited he became. These firearms of Jihan gave him hope. It was at this time that he realized the truth that the soldiers were more refined than numerous. Also realized that firearms are the trend of future development. But how should the Ming dynasty develop firearms now? The firearms of the Ming dynasty have never been bad, it's just that the corruption is serious, the status of the craftsman is low, and the supervisors are substandard, leading to the lack of development all the time. Once you go back, you have to seize the time to rectify the Bureau of Warfare, strictly formulate detailed production planning, and strictly prohibit the appearance of jerry-built behavior. As for the person in charge of the Bureau of Warfare, available to the Ming dynasty's first firearms master Sun Yuan was Sun and Ding, this person inherited his father's knowledge of firearms, is definitely a generation of firearms masters. There is also the South Jin Ministry of War Right Minister by Mao Kong. This person is also a generation of firearms master. Jihan continued to point out Chongjin. From the development of the fire rope gun to the flintlock gun, to the storage and precautions of gunpowder. From solid shells to the making of blooming shells, to the evolution of artillery and the simple development of grenades and much more. Jihan everything in detail, while bragging while chatting, will be these ahead of the knowledge on the installation of Chongjin. Although Chongjin cannot understand it. But he remembers He desperately memorized everything Jihan said, keeping this deep in his mind, not daring to have a single moment of forgetfulness. These could all be the knowledge imparted by the immortal master. If he forgot a little, Chongjin wanted to smack himself a few times. This guy is really lucky. Ying Zheng couldn't help but say enviously, with such painstaking and meticulous guidance from an immortal master, even a stupid pig can turn the tables. Your Majesty's words are very true. Tonight we can see the benefits of this firearms, and we have made the trip worthwhile. Wang Ben and Fu Su were also in a good mood. Ying Zheng was even more joyful at the news. This is not only a worthwhile trip, but also a profitable one. For no reason at all, I earned an AK-47, which is so powerful that when it fires, it's like killing God and Buddha. How can I not be happy? This thing is even stronger than the Qin crossbow. Ying Zheng said seriously, it's a pity that the foundation of Qin is so poor that it can't develop this item yet, so I can only give this only one for personal defense. Your Majesty need not sigh. Wang Ben comforted, there will be a day when Great Qin will also have such firearms. Right. Ying Zheng's gaze was fixed, and he said seriously, Mr. Ying Zheng has shown me how big the world is, we were really frogs at the bottom of the well. I wanted to wait for the potatoes to ripen before I opened the station and to eliminate the Xiongnu, but now I can't wait any longer, I must keep up with Mr. Wang Ben Fusu, immediately after you return, give me an intensified production of the cavalry 3-piece set, at all costs, the faster the better. I must go to war as soon as possible and make a little achievement to repay the favor of Mr. Instruction. Promise. Wang Ben Fusu agreed in unison with fervor. Today is not only Chongjin was greatly educated, the three of them are also benefited, the heart of the fist rubbing their hands on the thought of doing a big job. After some small talk is late at night. Jihan said his dry mouth, finally the account of all over again, the specific how to implement also have to look at Chongjin himself. Today it ends here. Jihan said, the night is late, disperse. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Chongjin bowed excitedly. Ha ha ha, what a relief to have enough wine and food tonight, thank you for your hospitality, sir. We will take our leave first, and come back to bother us next time. Chongjin old brother, you can go back to vigorously develop firearms, do not take it lightly And, to be this firearms development maturity, have to sell some to me only good, the price you just opened, I will never pay back. Ying Zheng enthusiastically said close to Chongjin, this is to let Chongjin flattered up. Don't worry about the first emperor. Chongjin respectfully said, you are my most admired ancestor, if you can help me, I will never say anything. Good, ha ha ha. Let's go, we'll take our leave first. The crowd dispersed as they joked and laughed. Chongjin reluctant to part with, a step 3 back and forth to leave the place. 044 Chongjin's Great Cleansing, the official start. The Great Ming Dynasty. Forbidden City, outside Qinqing Palace. A large amount of mist shrouded this ancient palace. Many eunuchs and palace maids around anxiously wanted to enter the palace, but could not get close, as if they had been hit by a ghostly wall. What to do what to do? It's been a night, the emperor hasn't come out for a whole night. What's going on? Why is there such a big fog in the palace? Eunuchs anxious, all afraid of what happened. And when the dawn not long after, the fog began to slowly dissipate. The big guy's heart a joy, only to see Chongjin full of joy out of the Qinqing palace, the people immediately went forward to kneel to welcome. Ega, my royal master how you stay in the temple for so long Yes, this fog is so thick and scary that the slave girls can't even get in. Your Majesty, are you alright? The inner ministers were filled with worry as they shushed him. Chongjin face, first scanning a circle of the crowd, and then his eyes lingered on Wang Dehua, Gao Qiqin and others for a while after. Only then said with a cold smile, I'm not in the way, in the future, this Qinqing palace does not need anyone to clean, if there is a fog, anyone and so on are not allowed to get close to, violators kill without amnesty. Yes. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement with trepidation. Although everyone could see that Chongjin had a secret. But he does not say everyone dares not ask more questions. Your Majesty. Wang Dehua groveled and smiled, you must have been hungry after a hard night's work, how about I let someone pass you breakfast? He. In the face of Wang Dehua's attentiveness, the coldness in Chongjin's heart increased. If it was in the past he must have been secretly touched, and felt that this dog lackey is really thoughtful. However, since he knew that Li Zicheng entered the capital after this guy opened the city gate for the first time to surrender, he could not help but want to pull out the sword to cut people. No, I'm not hungry. Chongjin impatiently waved his hand in rejection. Having just returned from eating so many good things from Jihan, he was naturally not hungry. Moreover, the fairyland was worthy of being a fairyland. He felt that he had only stayed for an hour or two, but when he returned to Daming, it was already daybreak. The flow of time was obviously not the same. Now Chongjin, ambitious, cannot wait to scramble to do a good job. What to eat and rest he is not interested at all. Come on, pass Wang Qinzhen, Fang Zhenghua, Xiao Huachun. 3 people have an audience. Chongjin gave an order on the spot. Your Majesty, why do you want to see a few of them? Wang Dehua was creeped out. Xiao Huachun has already begged his resignation due to illness. Ask so much for what? Chongjin rebuked in dissatisfaction. Why don't you go and pass the order? Yes. Wang Dehua was so scared that he agreed. He felt at this time that Chongjin had changed a lot from the past. This made him very uneasy and even felt that something was not good. But he had no choice but to do as he was told. Not long after this, Wang Chang'an and the others had arrived. Even Xiao Huachun, who had resigned due to illness, had rushed into the palace. The 3 panicked and fell to their knees, saluting Chongjin in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. Well. Chongjin, satisfied with the nod, suddenly cold-faced sternly. Come on people, will Wang Dehua, Hai Qiqian take down, dragged out to be beaten to death with sticks? What? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. No one expected Chongjin to suddenly flip. What the hell is going on here? Did Wang Dehua and Gao Qiqian offend him? Your Majesty, spare your life, but where did the slave girl not do well? Your Majesty, the slave girl is loyal to you. Gao Qiqian and Wang Dehua were so frightened that they desperately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Wang Chang'an and the others were also startled. What is this for? Suddenly calling them over, is it to make an example of them? Your Majesty, calm your anger. Wang Chang'an's 3 men were thus also scared and desperately kneeled on the ground. But to everyone's surprise, Chongjin not only did not anger them, but one by one to help a few of them up. Imperial Master. Everyone was stunned. Not only was no one moved, but they were all stunned. Do not be afraid, Hai Qiqian. Wang Dehua should be killed. Chongjin cold voice and shouted, last night I got the immortal master dream, already know the future. These 2 dogs even collaborate with the enemy in treason, deserve to be executed. No, Your Majesty, no, absolutely not. You're dreaming. This dream is reversed. Yes, the dream is the opposite, we are loyal, Your Majesty. Wang Dehua, Gao Qiqian and the 2 of them were terrified and desperately pleaded. But Chongjin has no longer nonsense, directly to the side of the small eunuchs drank, dragged down, clubbed to death. This? The surrounding little eunuchs looked at each other, all of them not daring to move. These 2 are big brother level eunuchs. Many small eunuchs are with them to make a living. Now face this kind of order, we do not know whether to listen to. What are you waiting for? Wang Chang'an said angrily, did you all not hear the emperor's order? Drag them down. Fang Zhenghua also rebuked angrily. The little eunuchs panicked and agreed, which dragged these 2 away. Not long after, the palace resounded with this Wang Dehua and Gao Qiqian's miserable screams. With Chongjin's death order, the 2 must be killed alive. This has naturally let the entire harem are trembling up. These 2 people just died, the power of the harem will be reshuffled again. Many small eunuchs and 24 supervisors who depend on the existence of the 2 of them will suffer a major purge, which is a predictable thing. Xiao Huachun, with immediate effect you are back to being your silliest eunuch in charge of the seal eunuchs, and to be in charge of the East Chamber. Don't tell me that you are sick, you are good for an old thing, I want to use you. Fang Zhenghua, from now on you manage the forbidden army for me. Wang Qinzhen, you are still your eunuch of the Palace of Ceremonies with a brush, and usually serve me around. Wang Dehua, Gao Qiqian left behind, all cleaned again, not allowed to leave any hidden danger, understand? Chongjin's series of personnel appointments and dismissals suddenly let everyone shocked again. Yes. The slave girl takes the order. Wang Chang'an and the others were both shocked and delighted, and hurriedly agreed respectfully. Eunuchs as the emperor's house slaves, all appointments and life and death by the emperor to decide. Since the death of Wei Zhongxian, there is no one in the harem and Chongjin counterweight, we would not dare to disobey orders? 045 I want to use you, and to use. A grueling purge began to unfold in the Forbidden City. Hundreds of eunuchs were brutally killed by decapitation. The 24 eunuchs and the eunuchs at all levels of the East Chamber were quickly replaced with those of Wang Qinzhen, Xiao Huachun, and Fang Zhenghua, who were now the 3 great kings of the eunuchs. This change of power in the Great Cleansing also quickly made a lot of noise. But eunuchs are always eunuchs, a royal family slaves only. How many people die will not cause too much concern, and even the civil and military officials have no reason to interfere. Therefore, the cleaning was carried out exceptionally smooth. Half a day later, Xiao Huachun easily East Factory firmly in their hands again, and respectfully came to the Qianqing Palace to resume orders. Reporting back to the emperor, the East Factory has been cleaned up and down, and all the manpower has been replaced with the slave girls people. But over the years the East Factory has been deserted for a long time, many of the positions of the fancier have been vacant, the slave girl requests for additional manpower. Xiao Huachun respectfully knelt on the ground. His body was faintly bubbling with a lot of fury and blood aura, obviously he hadn't killed many people just now. Quasi. Zhongjin satisfied, you do a good job, recently stepped up the expansion of the East Chamber manpower, the action to be smaller, I do not want to let too many people know. And, from today onwards, the East Chamber to shoulder a greater responsibility, not only to secretly monitor the officials, but also to talk about the news of the state capitals, the Jian news side also have to probe clearly, understand? Yes. Chao Huachun agreed excitedly. Zhongjin so much attention to the East Chamber, this is the glory of the eunuch's awe. If he can make the East Chamber return to its former glory, he, Fang Zhenghua, is also honored. Wang Qinzhen, how many silver taels do I still have in my inner treasury? Zhongjin continued to ask. Back to the emperor. Wang Qinzhen replied bitterly, there are only 320,000 taels of silver. Only 320,000? Ha ha ha. Zhongjin's face became more and more ugly, but he remembered that Jihan said that Li Zicheng copied 70 million taels of silver from the hands of the 100 officials after he entered the capital. This is still only silver. How many lands and stores and antiques and paintings add up to that? These assholes are really fat. It's ridiculous that he, the emperor, is not as rich as these people. East Factory immediately will be the North Capital. More than 7 great officials' home assets, secretly detailed investigation clear, I have a big use. Zhongjin immediately commanded. Yes. Chao Huachun agreed repeatedly. He is even more stupid to know that Zhongjin is trying to take corrupt officials off. These days there are not a few officials are not greedy, if it is a small greedy Zhongjin may be able to turn a blind eye, but some people are too greedy, do not kill them to stay in the new era. Slaughter a few fat sheep can easily fill the treasury. When the time to recruit troops to buy horses to fight the war can be money, want to rely on the Ministry of Money? That's thinking too much, the treasury is empty. I let you go looking for people, are found? Zhongjin continued to ask. Reporting back to the emperor. Wang Qinzhen said cautiously, Deputy General Huang has been waiting outside the temple, this Sun and Ding have also arrived, when will you see them? There is no hurry. First order the Forbidden Army to gather in the schoolyard. Zhongjin commanded, and then summoned Liaodong Chao Changjiao, South Jin by Mokong to the capital to have an audience, and issued a decree to reward the 3 sides of the governor Sun Xuanting, ordering him to steadily encircle Li Zicheng. Seal the Ministry of War Minister Lu Xiangxing as the governor of Xinda, order him to take office immediately. Yes. Wang Cheng'an agreed again. He didn't know what Zhongjin was really up to. To make such a big commotion at once, is this the rhythm of making things happen? Only after fixing all this, Zhongjin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the immortal master's guidance as good, this huge mess, he finally saw a ray of hope. Now it was time to seize the time to set things right and secretly build up his strength. Summon Huang Digong and Sun He-ding to the schoolyard to review the 3 armies with me. After dropping a sentence, Zhongjin went straight to the schoolyard. At this time this palace school field has been filled with soldiers. The guarding forces of the northern capital during the Ming dynasty were the Beijing battalion that guarded the capital, and the 26 guards personal army that guarded the imperial city, also called the Forbidden Army. However, over the years, Ming laxity, the Forbidden Army is also a lack of training, although one looks tall, but it is just a flower show, combat effectiveness is not strong. Huang Digong is a 30-year-old middle-aged man, he is tall and sturdy, imposing, at first glance, is a master of God's internalization. As for the Sun He-ding, he was a young man in his early 20s. His robes were a bit worn out, and he didn't look like his family was well off. Greetings, Your Holiness. Zhongjin's arrival drew a loud salute from the Forbidden Army. Huang Digong and Sun He-ding also saluted at the sight of the situation, the two of them although they do not know why they were called, but the etiquette aspect does not dare to have the slightest slackness. Huang Cheng, please rise. After waving his hand casually, Zhongjin asked, do you know why I asked you to come over? The last general does not know. Huang Digong's heart is full of doubts, at this time he is only a deputy general, in the many civil ministers and military generals is also silent, the emperor looking for him for what? I want to use you, and to use, are you willing? Zhongjin opened the door to ask, his face actually with a hint of a smile. The last general is willing. Huang Digong excitedly knelt down on one knee, full of sincerity, the last general is willing to serve your majesty to death. Good. Zhongjin nodded in satisfaction. Huang Digong is a loyal and courageous man handpicked by the immortal master, and at this time he also likes the more he sees, it is a pity that this kind of tough general is not used. I order you to be the chief governor of the Beijing camp. Zhongjin's serious order, from now on to me to rectify the capital camp, I do not want to see this army dirty corruption situation, can you do it? This? Huang Digong was dumbfounded on the spot. How could he not expect that he had skyrocketed, all of a sudden sitting in the position of the chief governor of the capital camp, which was tantamount to handing over most of the capital city's army into his hands? What a great trust this was. 046 Whoever disobeys the holy decree shall be executed with 9 clans. Your Majesty, did the last general hear correctly? Huang Digong did not dare to believe it for a long time, and the surrounding forbidden troops also clamored in unison, even Wang Qinzhen and the others were dumbfounded. Imperial Master. Wang Qinzhen reminded in a low voice, "Are you crazy? The cabinet and the Ministry of War will not agree." Not bad, the cabinet and the Ministry of War had the right to disagree. They also have the right to overrule the emperor's orders. This odd system of daiming. Daiming was ruled by the emperor and the scholarly community, and the cabinet had enormous power. Every emperor in the Daiming dynasty except Zhu Yuanzhang spent his whole life fighting against the cabinet. Chongzhen wanted to give so many troops to Huang Digong alone, which was obviously unreasonable, and it was unlikely that the cabinet would agree. Do my words not work? What I say is imperial decree. I will not only make Huang Digong the chief governor of the Beijing camp, but also make Fang Zhenghua the grand commander of the Forbidden Army, and anyone must follow his orders. Is that clear? Chongzhen roared angrily, but the surrounding crowd continued to be silent. No one took any notice and no one said anything. Apparently all felt that this was the emperor messing around. Promote Huang Digong as general governor everyone can still accept, but let a eunuch as the Forbidden Army commander. This is also too much nonsense, right? Fang Zhenghua received the decree to take office. Chongzhen annoyed roar. Yes. Fang Zhenghua also got up regardless. He directly led the order to agree, and angrily looked at the entire Forbidden Army and roared, "Forbidden Army generals, listen to the order, form up." This? The crowd was once again confused, to listen or not to listen to this order? Formation. Fang Zhenghua unsheathed his sword and roared with vigor. His body was overflowing with killing intent, ready to slash at any moment, scaring everyone in unison. Most of the forbidden soldiers subconsciously took a step forward, only a few refused to take any notice, and a few of the forbidden soldiers' top brass even sneered at each other. Damn things! Fang Zhenghua knew the unspoken rules of the military. If he couldn't bend these people today, then no one would listen to him in the future. This was provoking His Majesty as the new chancellor. But before he could storm out to kill, Chongzhen actually raised a black object and aimed it at one of the senior members of the Forbidden Army. Bang! There was a loud boom, and everyone was all taken aback. This senior member of the Forbidden Army was blown away on the spot, and when he landed on the ground, everyone could only see that a bloody hole had been broken in his heart, and half of his body had almost been disintegrated, and the whole person was desperately convulsing and breaking off, and he died without resting in peace. Oh my god, this what? This is a firearm? Why are your Majesty's firearms so fierce? Everyone was all scared out of their wits. Everyone was scared out of their wits and didn't know what the hell it was. Sun and Ding is even more eyes glowing, staring dead at the gun in Chongzhen's hand, as if he saw some absolute treasure. Bang bang bang! Chongzhen hadn't stopped yet. He pulled the trigger 7 times in a row. Each time the bullet accurately hit a disobedient Forbidden Army senior, scared everyone changed their faces in unison. The other did not listen to the order to step forward hurriedly in unison. This time Chongzhen only cold-faced put down the gun. Fang Zhenghua, tell me what happens when you disobey an imperial decree. Chongzhen growled in annoyance. At this moment, Chongzhen had long since had no scruples. The future of him is about to hang, the immortal master so help him. If he does not fight for mercy, even he will look down on himself. So Chongzhen looked a little hysterical, with the usual gentle image is very different, suddenly scared everyone's scalp. Back to his holiness. Fang Zhenghua was shaken and roared in excitement, those who disobey the holy decree will be executed with 9 clans. Now, who else wants to disobey? Chongzhen questioned again. Your Majesty, rest your anger, the last general will obey the order. A vice-commander of the Forbidden Army was so frightened that he knelt on one knee and yelled lowly, "Greetings to the Chancellor! Greetings to the Chancellor!" A piece of the Forbidden Army roared neatly, their voices shaking the heavens. Fang Zhenghua looked at Chongzhen gratefully, and his face could not help but feel a little guilty. He knew that it was all because of his lack of prestige, so Chongzhen personally came down to shock the Forbidden Army. This is a help and a shame for Fang Zhenghua. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would firmly hold the Forbidden Army, vigorously reorganize them, and not let Chongzhen down. Very good. Chongzhen this time finally satisfied up, he nodded and then instructed, you and Huang Digong 2 people need to rectify the manpower and horses as soon as possible, without the disobedient, unqualified people. Select the elite armor. The Forbidden Army left 8,000 people, the capital camp left 20,000 people, and then strict training. Also gather the entire army's firearms, weed out the unqualified ones, and then start training vigorously. In the future both of these armies will focus on firearms training. Yes. Fang Zhenghua and Huang Digong cupped their fists and led the way. However, after hesitating for a moment, Huang Digong couldn't help but ask, Your Holiness, the Forbidden Army only leaves 8,000 people behind. I can understand, but the capital camp has 160,000 people, why only 20,000 are left behind? It's not about leaving only 20,000, it's about using the Divine Opportunity Battalion as the base and selecting 20,000 people to join it. The rest of the capital battalion won't move, got it? The situation of this capital battalion eating empty paychecks is especially serious. Do you think there are really still 160,000 people? Chongzhen's rhetorical question immediately embarrassed Huang Digong. This is indeed the case, around the situation of eating empty pay is indeed very serious, 5 out of 10 people even if it is good. And also have to weed out a lot of unqualified soldiers. Picking 20,000 is indeed still reasonable. I will ensure that I live up to the holy order. Huang Digong hurriedly guaranteed, if there is any slightest discrepancy, I will be willing to bring my head to meet you. Aha! Chongjin nodded his head in satisfaction before he said to Sun Haydin, you come with me. Yes. Sun Haydin agreed excitedly and hurriedly followed him straight to Qianqing Palace. Although he did not know what Chongjin wanted to talk to him, he did not want to guess. At this time he was full of Chongjin just used firearms. This thing he wanted to study research. With his generation of firearms master's eyesight, he could naturally see that this was definitely an epoch-making product, more than 100 years ahead of even the world's most advanced firearms. 047 Chongjin's lecture, Sun and Ding's shock. Come on people, give seat. Inside the Qianqing Palace. Chongjin surveyed Sun and Ding with a warm face. This young man's face could not help but show a trace of nervousness and cold sweat, and finally said with trepidation, Your Holiness, the grass people do not dare to take a seat. Your Holiness has any orders, but please speak clearly. 2 things. Chongjin opened the door and said, 1. I want to vindicate your father's son Yuanhua. 2. I want to appoint you as the governor of the Bureau of Warfare, preside over all firearms research and development and production matters. This? Sun Haydin was dumbfounded on the spot. How could he not expect happiness to come so suddenly? His father's son Yuanhua is a famous Western firearms expert. When because of the traitor Kong Yid mutiny was implicated in the incident was killed, all these years the Kong family has been living a miserable life. Now Chongjin not only want to vindicate his father, but also want to reuse him, and even let him preside over the entire Bureau of Warfare Research and Development and Positive Production? This is also too unbelievable. Your Holiness, you're not joking, are you? Sun Haydin cautiously said, why are you doing this? Because my Ming needs firearms. In the future firearms will replace cold weapons and become the most important force of a country. Chongjin said seriously, I just want to know, are you willing to help me? Ken. Of course I am willing. Your Holiness said it so well, firearms will eventually replace cold weapons, and this is the lifelong wish of the herborist and my father. Blessed by your Majesty's indulgence, I am willing to die in the service of your Majesty. Sun Haydin excitedly fell to his knees, his body trembling with excitement. He had inherited his father's skills but had nowhere to utilize them, and now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he was as excited as if he had met Bull, and had long since thrown everything to the back of his mind. Good. Chongjin satisfied with a big smile, Iching please rise, have you help? I worry about the great cause is not. Your Holiness. Sun and Ding eyes burning said, you just used should be a firearm, right? Can I borrow it to have a look? No. Chongjin seriously said, this is the immortal's gift to the treasure, is more than 300 years after the product, you now look at it is not good for you. Regarding this point, Jihan had specially explained. Now the foundation of firearms in the Ming dynasty is not good enough to be plucked. Sun and Ding if you look at the desert eagle must be bewildered cannot, as if an elementary school student, suddenly give him to do college high math problems, he will be full of brain will be confused off. So this thing can only be used to Chongjin body protection. A product of more than 300 years later? A gift from an immortal? Sun Haydin was a bit confused, and his brain was a bit less than adequate. However, he did not doubt these words, because Chongjin would not lie to him, and did not care to lie to him. And this thing really didn't look like something from this era. With such a strange shape, such a huge power, and the ability to keep linking shots, this is simply the king of firearms. Immortal once said, if you work hard on research, sooner or later my Ming will have this kind of firearms. Chongjin comforted, Sun Iching, I am looking forward to it. Immortal also mentioned the minister? Sun Haydin was dumbfounded on the spot. People in this era still believed in gods and ghosts. As soon as he thought that the immortal had mentioned himself, Sun Haydin couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Don't worry, your Majesty, I will not dishonor my mission. Good. Chongjin asked with satisfaction, how much of your father's skills have you inherited? More than 80%. Sun Haydin replied confidently, my father likes to study artillery, and I like to study cannons, so you can say that each has its own skill, but what my father would do I would do too. This is the result of my latest research, please read it, your Majesty. Saying this, Sun Haydin pulled out a notebook. It was a yellowed and old scroll with a large number of diagrams and data of artillery and cannons recorded on it. Your Holiness, nowadays, there is no country with the most sophisticated firearms than the Europeans, who are already starting to use flintlock muskets. Sun Haydin introduced, and we are still using the old fire rope guns and Lumi cannons. This point has long lagged behind Europe. However, I have already researched and copied this flintlock, and my new flintlock is no worse than the flintlock produced by the Portuguese in the Bugaleo cannon casting factory. After Chongjin carefully looked over the notes, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. Sun and Ding is worthy of a first-class firearms experts. If by Maokong transferred to the North Metropolis, then the level of firearms research and development of this Bureau of Warfare will greatly improve and is not inferior to the foreigners. And Chongjin brain also has a lot of knowledge imparted by the immortal master. This flintlock is really good, but loading is still too troublesome. Chongjin pointed out, the immortal master had said that he wanted to solve this problem. You can use paper-cased bullets, you can try to develop them after you take control of the Bureau of Warfare. Paper-casing bullets? Sun Haydin's breathing immediately became much sharper. His mind opened up at once, and his many years of experience in firearms research and development allowed him to immediately think of the benefits of this paper-cased bullet. And it didn't seem to be too difficult to develop. Once it is developed, it will surely greatly increase the firing speed of the flintlock pistol. Ah, Your Holiness, what else did the immortal master say? Sun Haydin excitedly inquired. Said many ideas for the development of firearms, such as the development of this grenade, the development of the blooming cannonball, the proportion of gunpowder, the safety of the production and preservation of gunpowder, and so on. Come, sit down and say, I will give you a lesson. All of this knowledge is from thousands of years later. If it wasn't for the immortal master's teachings, I wouldn't have been able to know it at all. You as the person in charge of my Bureau of Warfare, you must receive a bit of inculcation of future firearms. You are unaware that the immortal master has in his hands the terrifying firearms that combine dozens of bullets at once. Chongjin proudly flaunted. Suddenly Sun and Ding scared to death. Then the two of them talked and memorized. Chongjin kept passing on the knowledge he had acquired from Jihan to Sun and Ding. Every word made him tremble with excitement. Wonderful, too wonderful. These ideas are fantastic. I already can't wait to start developing and producing them right away. 048 Is Your Majesty not afraid of a repeat of Wei Zhongxian's disaster? After some secret talks, Sun Haydin retired with a sense of excitement. In fact, he did not know that this conversation between him and Chongjin was destined to change the fate of the entire Ming dynasty. Lord Sun, our family Chao Huachun. His Majesty has ordered us to take you to take over the Bureau of War, please. Outside the Qianqing Palace, Chao Huachun has long been smilingly waiting here. For this famous big eunuch, Sun and Ding cannot help but feel a little uncomfortable. Many thanks to eunuch Chao. Please. Together, the two of them left with even decision. Not long after this North Capital Military Bureau set off a storm of blood. Shoulder the Holy Order of Sun and Ding is responsible for checking the artisan skills, unqualified all eliminated. Chao Huachun is responsible for checking corruption, once found immediately copy the family dismissal. The two-pronged approach stirred up the War Bureau up and down the Whale. In less than half a day's time, this Bureau of Military Battles up and down was cleaned all over, all the corrupt leaders were eliminated, all the unqualified firearms and craftsmen were also quickly eliminated. Immediately after Sun and Ding immediately announced to improve the treatment of craftsmen, immediately the enthusiasm of all the craftsmen were inspired, and began to work overtime production and research and development. In the meantime, Fang Zhenghua was also reorganizing the Forbidden Army. Huang Digong even started to reorganize the capital camp with great fanfare, selecting high-quality soldiers and starting to replenish them into the Xinji camp, preparing to expand the Xinji camp to 20,000 people. This fanfare of movement immediately let the capital up and down the clamor. Cabinet immediately seized and rejected. Chongjin issued a decree. A large number of civil officials are directly kneeling outside the Golden Palace to scold. Your Majesty, this is the act of the fainting king, who will appoint the eunuch for the Forbidden Army commander throughout the ages. Your Majesty cannot be so stupid. Your Majesty is not afraid of a repeat of Wei Zhongxian's disaster? With the eunuchs in power, the country will not be a country. Please, Your Majesty, take back your order. The imperial historians were desperately wailing and cursing outside the hall. As a group of civil officials and imperial power against the pawns, they cannot be afraid to offend Chongjin. What difficult to hear what? Even if they are killed by the battle, they can also be famous in history. In the past, as long as they made this move, Chongjin would immediately be taken to death. Because he wants to face heavy reputation, afraid of their own in the history books will be written bad, but also afraid of provoking the whole group of civil officials. After all, the former Chongjin was very naive and felt that he could not leave the support of these civil officials. But now Chongjin has changed. After having been trained by Jihan, he doesn't care who is screaming at the door, and doesn't care what reputation face, and doesn't care about the mood of the civil officials. Like to kneel, let them kneel. Let them curse whatever they like. Don't pay any attention to them, leave them all out to dry. Chongjin ordered with a cold smile, opening up this silent confrontation. Over the years he has long been fighting with the civil officials in secret power struggle countless times. His experience can be said to be quite rich. At this time, you should hang them out to dry, because these imperial historians belong to the mad dog. The more you take care of them, the more excited they will be. The more you order them to kill, the more they will come forward. So let's just wait and see who outlasts who. The first day, we are peaceful. The imperial historians you scold you, Chongjin in the Xinjiang hall to deal with official business. The second day, the imperial historians scolded tired, occasionally a few words, continue to be peaceful. The third day, several older imperial historians kneeling fainted. Chongjin also considerate to let them send them to the imperial medical department, angry everyone simply want to vomit blood. On the fourth day, just when the imperial historians could not hold out and wanted to retreat, Chongjin's counterattack has arrived. Lords, make way, make way. The old slave has to go to the cabinet to deliver the decree. Holding the imperial decree in his hand, Wang Changnan proudly passed by the royal historians, instantly enraging the crowd of royal historians who were ready to retreat. Eunuch Wang, what's going on here? Why did His Holiness not see us? What holy decree is this? What decree is Eunuch Wang going to announce in the cabinet? When will His Majesty see us? Eunuch Wang, give us an answer. The angry royal historians surrounded Wang Changnan at once, vowing to get a statement from him. Wang Qingzhen heatedly smiled and said, "Don't make it difficult for the old slaves. His Majesty doesn't see you. What can the old slaves do? This is not, the saint has just given the cabinet a decree, dismissed Wei Zhao's position as the chief minister, and tasked Fan Jingwen Fandarin to take over as the chief minister. Oh yes, sure, Kefa adults will take over as the minister of war, into the cabinet." Wang Qingzhen deliberately burst out the big news, suddenly scared everyone dumbfounded. The royal historians looked at each other and immediately sensed a hint of trouble. This kind of theater of confrontation between a king and his ministers was useful for weak and deceitful kings, but it was a joke for strong emperors. Your cabinet can dismiss the emperor's enthronement. But the emperor can replace members of your cabinet, too. This first aide Wei Zhaod has been trusted by Chongzhen, and now say that the replacement of the replacement? Fan Jingwen and Shirkafa quickly on the throne, this movement is also too big, right? More than that. Wang Qingzhen laughed and deliberately said, "His Holiness, this time the commotion is not small, appointed and dismissed quite a few people. I'm sorry, lords, the old slave still has to go and announce the decree." "Oh yes, you guys take your time kneeling, the old slave will leave you alone." Wang Chang'an left smilingly, but the imperial historians felt their scalps numb, and the whole place couldn't help but be silent. Something is going to happen, something big is going to happen. Your Majesty's character wouldn't be like this in the past, why is it so serious today? This is the rhythm of reorganizing the cabinet. Something big is going to happen. The imperial historians were horrified and talking. They did not know that Chongzhen was ready to step by step the officials who were martyred in Jihan's mouth, and pushed them to the major positions, and they did not know that he was ready to set off a major purge. But little cute. All can see that this Chongzhen is only afraid to make things For a time, a variety of panic brewing in the 100 officials. This protest is so unsettled, everyone is in danger, who did not insist on kneeling in front of this golden palace. 049 Test firing the flintlock, a brand new firearm for the great Ming dynasty. Day 4. Chongzhen personally inspected the Forbidden Army and the capital camp. After Fang Zhenhua and Huang Digong's training, the face of the two armies has been greatly improved, leaving most of the elite. Especially Huang Digong was quite skillful. After beheading 7 or 8 disobedient officers, the order of the Beijing camp immediately much better, coupled with a few days of training, this once elite soldiers and horses have become decent. Formation, welcome your Majesty. Huang Digong drew his sword and roared, and 20,000 soldiers of the Beijing camp displayed their flags and neatly lined up. Welcome, your Majesty. Everyone roared and roared in excitement, their voices shaking the sky. This kind of momentum already has the initial appearance of an elite army. As long as it continues to be rigorously trained and equipped with a large number of firearms, it can definitely become an iron army. Very good, Huang Digong, Fang Zhenhua, both of you have done a good job, I am very satisfied. Chongzhen appreciated. Thank you for the trust of your Holiness, I do not dare to take credit. Huang Digong, the two of them hastened to be modest. Alright, these are your merits. Chongzhen continued to ask, now the army's firearms equipped how? Back to your Majesty. Sun and Ding, who accompanied him on the side, quickly said, now the Forbidden Army and the Divine Mechanic Battalion have been equipped with 80% of the Rumi Sinjijin. These are fine products that are not easy to blow up, and can fully support the training for a period of time, and there is no problem with the ammunitions. The development and production of flintlock rifles and paper case bullets has also officially begun, and a number of wooden-handled grenades have also been produced. These samples I have brought with me, and I ask your Majesty to taste and try them out. Good. Lift it up and try it. Chongzhen smiled with great joy, apparently also did not expect Sun and Ding so powerful. All of a sudden these things will be drummed out. But think about it, people Sun and Ding would have produced flintlock muskets, and paper-cased bullets, nothing technical, just use a layer of craft paper wrapped gunpowder. As for the grenade is even more simple, Jihan provided the fuse solution, easily this new type of grenade produced. Imperial Master. Wang Qingzhen said from the side, Xiao Changjiao, Bai Mokong, and Li Yuanin seek an audience. Have they arrived in Baidu? How come so soon? Chongzhen exclaimed. They arrived yesterday. Wang Qingzhen laughed. Xiao Changjiao and Li Yuanin heard the transfer order and then rushed over from the army. Bai Maokong was going to come to the capital to report his duties, and it just so happened that he came over. Good, come good, let them come in. Chongzhen commanded. Yes. Wang Chang'an nodded his head, and in no time 2 tall and burly military generals and a thin civil official walked into the barracks. They swept a glance at the imposing capital camp, all of them subconsciously brightened their eyes, and immediately afterward, they hurriedly saluted Chongzhen. I, Xiao Changjiao, Bai Mokong, Li Yuanin, pay my respects to your Majesty. The 3 honorable ministers, please rise, quickly rise. Chongzhen was in a good mood, directly smiled and helped the 3 up, immediately let them a little flattered. And at this time Sun and Ding brought the new style of weapons, was also carried up. This one big wooden box contained a dozen flintlock rifles, dozens of wooden-handled grenades, and a large pile of paper-cased bullets. Come, the three love ministers have come just in time. Chongjin laughed. The Bureau of Warfare has just developed a new type of weapon, let's try it together. Huang Digong, start. Yes. Huang Digong waved his hand and immediately 10 soldiers stepped out. These soldiers quickly familiarized themselves with the use of these new products under the explanation of the accompanying artisans from the Bureau of Military Warfare. Immediately afterward, they began to try them out. The first thing to try was a wooden-handled grenade, which had a fuse trailing from the end because the fuse was not yet very mature. When using it, the soldiers need to hold a torch to light the fire, and after lighting the fuse, they threw it out, and at once threw it to 20 or 30 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions and flames rang out. Everyone present was startled. Only to see this large number of shrapnel and steel ball burst out. The explosion point was not only blown out a big crater, but also the nearby tents and debris were blasted by the shockwave mess. The scene is very horrifying. Oh my god, this booming thunder is powerful enough. It's a new wooden-handled grenade researched by the Bureau of Warfare, said to be easy to carry and powerful. Indeed, it's not bad. If this is thrown into a pile of people, it will kill dozens of people. Everyone murmured in horror. Sun and Ding immediately explained on the side, Your Holiness, according to your command, we only need to use wooden molds to produce a single iron shell for this wooden-handled grenade, then connect it with a wooden handle, stuff gunpowder steel balls inside, and then connect the fuse to make it. The power of this grenade is quite good, and the cost is low. It's definitely better than our previous booming thunder. It can be mass-produced. Good. Chongjin naturally smiled when he saw it. He waved his hand to signal everyone to continue the trial. Immediately after that, the 10 soldiers quickly loaded their bullets and then test-fired their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets continued to be fired, hitting the target 100 paces away again and again. The power of this flintlock rifle impressed everyone again. Your Holiness, the range of this bird cannon is about 50 to 80 paces. The range of the Rumi Sinjijin is about 100 to 150 paces. After 100 paces, the accuracy and power decrease rapidly. But this new type of flintlock gun of ours can reach about 150 to 300 paces, and with the use of paper-cased bullets, the loading speed will be greatly increased. A skilled soldier can load more than 3 times every 60 breaths, which has definitely reached the current European standard. Sun Haydin's introduction caused the crowd to clamor again. Firearms Master Bai Maokong also couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect, never thought that this Bureau of Military Warfare would have such a great reform. My emperor is wise. With these firearms, I'm afraid that the fighting power of the capital battalion is only going to increase quite a bit again. Chao Changjia was also secretly smacking his lips. 050 The Great Purge, Chongjin began to slaughter fat sheep. Chao Changjiao, Li Yuanin, Bai Mokong, 3 people are a little dark and exhilarating. They consider themselves to be a silent and unknown person, at least in front of the emperor is not on the stage. But now Chongjin personally summoned them by imperial decree, but also in front of them to try out the new weapons, which represents what? This naturally represents to reuse them, take them as their own rhythm. The 3 of them were all smart people, so they were naturally secretly excited. The great Ming dynasty has continued for hundreds of years, and any literati and military generals have a dream of serving the court, and the idea of imperial power still firmly enslaves everyone's thinking. So when guessing that Chongjin is going to use them, they have nothing but happiness in their hearts. Sure enough, after the experiment, Chongjin opened the door and said, Bai Aiching, how is this new weapon of the Bureau of Warfare? Back to your majesty, these firearms are already the most advanced level in Europe. Bai Mokong praised, especially this bullet made of paper shells, even Westerners have not yet thought of, I admire. Ha ha ha. Chongjin laughed out loud, obviously very satisfied with this answer. Immediately after he said directly, Bai Mokong, I want to promote you to the north capital of the Ministry of War, and also served as the Artillery Bureau Chief Governor, specializing in casting artillery for me. What do you think? Artillery Bureau? Bai Maokong was shocked, he never thought Chongjin would reuse him so much. However, he was proficient in all kinds of firearms, and was even very good at artillery, which was very much in line with his expertise. I kowtow to the Emperor's grace. Bai Mokong didn't even think about it and directly kneeled down and shouted, I will not dishonor my mission and cast the best cannons for your majesty. Good, ha ha ha. Chongjin was in a good mood, continued, Li Yuanin, I worship you as the new capital commander of the Jinui, what do you think? Jinui? Li Yuanin was stunned and dumbfounded. How he did not expect, his own military junior general was suddenly transferred to the capital, but also directly by Chongjin as a hand of the Jinui. Is this a dream? Why did he feel so unreal? I am not joking. Chongjin said seriously, Li Yuanin, are you willing? I am willing to serve and die. Li Yuanin decisively agreed, and only then did Chongjin nod his head in satisfaction. Immediately after he turned to look at Chao Changjiao said, Chao Chang, I know that you are loyal and courageous, now the Ming unrest, the people are in distress, you are willing to help me? I will die for you. Chao Changjiao excitedly knelt on one knee. Your Majesty has orders, but please command. Good. Chongjin decisively ordered, has been since the Ming guards rotten, all over the military system is chaotic, millions of troops weak, I am very painful. Coinciding with the great disaster in Hunan and Shanxi, hundreds of thousands of victims flocked to the capital, I will order people to resettle the victims to give kanji relief. Your task is to select 30,000 strong from among the victims to set up a new army. I appoint you from the 2nd grade Dingwa general, full authority to train and command the new army, for my Ming Ding Qiankuan. I will follow your orders. Chao Changjiao was trembling with excitement. How could he not expect Chongjin to reuse him so much? 30,000 new army, this is a considerable number of soldiers and horses. If all of them are equipped with new firearms, this is definitely the future emperor's personal army, much higher than what the status of the border army are. But after coming back to his senses, Chao Changjiao inquired awkwardly, Your Majesty, how much silver have you allocated to the last general? Recruiting new troops and training them all requires silver. How much do you want? Chongjin asked with a faint smile. At least 3 million. Chao Changjiao smiled bitterly, refugees face yellow muscle thin, want to become elite must eat and drink well vigorously training, this armor, war horses, firearms, swords, which have to be money, the minimum have to 3 million. 3 million? The crowd smacked their lips in unison, this was too much, wasn't it? Wang Qingzhen was even so angry that he exclaimed, General Chao, this is simply impossible, now the treasury is so empty that it can run away with rats, where is His Holiness going to get you 3 million? But eunuch Wang, Chao Changjiao said in a depressed voice, without silver taels the last general can't possibly let the new army train on a hungry stomach. Your Holiness. Sun Yiding also smiled bitterly, the treatment of the artisans of the Bureau of Warfare has been raised quite a bit, and you have also ordered the full production of flintlock rifles and wooden-handled grenades, so how can you not grant us a few million taels? If I were to cast cannons, I would also have to invest a massive amount of silver taels. I Mao Kong reminded awkwardly. There are also these hundreds of thousands of disaster victims resettlement, also have to ask for silver. Wang Cheng'en depressedly said, so much silver, where does it come from? The series of questions were suddenly like a pot of cold water, dousing everyone's sizzling hearts. But Chongjin was dumbfounded, not only did not panic, but calm. Money? He will lack of money? Jihan taught him a long time ago, okay? If you don't have money, you can raid the house. There are so many corrupt officials in the capital, why don't you kill them? Li Yuanin, you, the new commander of the Jinui as soon as possible, then join forces with the East Chamber, I want to do a few people. Chongjin ordered with a cold smile. Yes. Li Yuanin hurriedly agreed. He knew Chongjin was going to kill someone. Jinui Wei and East Chamber joined forces to handle the case, which is definitely not a small case. As expected, that night, the East Chamber and the Jinui every fan received a long list, in which the former First Minister Wei Zayot is at the top of the list, the former Jinui commander Luo Yangshe is also in the list. The East Chamber and the Brocade Guards all mobilized, the night of the whole capital is in fear. One by one, the homes of great officials were kicked open. More than 100 officials at all levels were brutally raided. A big operation called Checking Corruption but actually Slaughtering Sheep was launched with great vigor, thousands of people were tragically implicated, and more than 1,000 people were tragically beheaded. The entire capital inside and outside was immediately frightened and trembling. Countless officials were dumbfounded, their hearts palpitating. Everyone suddenly realized that this Chongjin changed 051 is fruit on small farms facing stagnation? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a correction value of 3000. Congratulations on your full body attribute plus 5. Congratulations on acquiring the danger sense skill. Another beautiful morning. Jihan woke up to the familiar system prompt. Feeling the power that had become stronger within his body, as well as the inexplicable addition of a mysterious passive skill, he couldn't help but outline a smile at the corner of his mouth. Danger sense skill? Not bad. This thing sounds good right away. You can sense danger in advance, so you won't be afraid of being victimized. Chongjin is now surely fist-pumping big job, right, also do not know what is the time difference between the great Ming dynasty and us here. Jihan muttered as he started to wash up. He hadn't even finished his work yet, and the people from this village had already arrived one after another. The big guys greeted Jihan while happily starting to work. Someone applied fertilizer, someone weeded, someone started washing and brushing, and the whole small farm immediately became lively. Jihan smiled slightly at the sight, very much enjoying the hustle and bustle. Not long after Ji Fugan also came, he brought along a young girl with a clean look and some quirky spirit. This was his daughter, Ji Yuding. This little girl was a year younger than Jihan. She grew up right behind him. Jihan was also familiar with her. Uncle Fugan, Yuding, you're here. Jihan casually greeted, have you eaten? Do you want to eat something first? I ate long ago. Ji Yuding laughed playfully, you're just getting up, third brother? What time is it already? My dad said you were going to take me in, what am I going to do today? Actually, there's nothing to do. Jihan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You'll just take the 2 ants to help cook a lunch for everyone, and if there are guests from the city coming over, you'll help to greet them, and then you'll drink tea or something if you don't have anything to do. Oh yes, I recently got a lot of pheasants and ostriches back, you have time to help me feed them, the wage is 300 a day, dry or not?" Wow! That's it? Ji Yuting was filled with disbelief. Such an easy job, and in this place of birds and flowers, $300 a day? That's too high a paycheck, isn't it? Third brother, you've gotten rich recently, haven't you? I heard you even bought a few $1 million luxury car? Ji Yuting said excitedly, "Do you want a girlfriend? I have many girlfriends, how about I introduce you to one?" Get lost, what's so good about women, there's so much trouble and affect my fishing. Jihan laughed and scolded, "It's fine, just get busy, I'll take a look around." Saying that, Jihan clapped his hands and called for Xiaohei. One person and one dog then began to patrol their territory. First of all, it was the white cranes, ostriches, pheasants and other birds of prey by this creek. They all lived very well, and each one of them appeared to be vibrant in this place where the spiritual chi was overflowing. Second is the wild boar clan that just moved over last night. A dozen or so wild boars just foraged freely in the mountains and forests, and helped patrol the farm all right, which was very well behaved. Of course, they do not dare not good behavior, not to steal food farm fruits and vegetables, only Jihan feeding them dare to eat. Because once they steal food, they will be severely punished by the army of bees. They do not want to be stung all over the body, red, swollen, itchy and unbearable. Lastly, there are the fruit trees and vegetables on the farm, many of which are nearing maturity. For example, these turnips and potatoes are all ready to be harvested. More than 10 acres of large watermelons are also growing happily, and the lychee trees, longan trees, and nectarine trees on the hill are also full of fruit. As for the other fruit trees, they are not fruitful yet because of the season. However, under the nourishment of the spiritual chi of this small farm, the growth cycle of any vegetables and fruits will be greatly shortened, and the pests and diseases are almost extinct, so there is no need to spray too many pesticides at all. In terms of taste and flavor, they are also absolutely top of the world. Even in Europe and the United States, some of the sunshine is very adequate place grow out of the fruit, is not as good as 1/10 of the quality of the fruit of the season cold. Jihan casually picked a bunch of lychee, peeled and tasted a bite. This lychee big skin package juice, a mouthful, sweet and fragrant. Jihan dared to swear that he has never eaten such delicious lychee. This is simply immortal fruit. Awesome! But how should I sell so many fruits? Jihan some headache up. First of all, eat certainly cannot eat so much. The mountains are all over the mountains. How this must have more than 100,000 pounds it. Even if you let the old Zhao Lao Wan Laoja they take some back to eat, the village folks each family and then send a little, but the rest of how to do? Finding a fruit vendor was definitely not an option. These fruits are all planted by Jihan after spending countless efforts, and now that the quality is so good, he can't afford to let those fruit vendors earn it. Headache. Jihan shook his head with a bitter smile. After strolling around the mountain for a full hour or two, Jihan brought Xiaohei down the mountain. At this time, however, he realized that there was already an additional set of guests in the small farm, which were 7 or 8 young men and women who came in 3 cars. And they seemed to be friends of Ji Yuting. Several people were now fiddling with their cell phones and reflectors, and a tall girl in a red dress with outstanding makeup and a friendly smile was saying something in front of the camera. This is a live broadcast? Jihan's face was full of oddities. Third brother, you're back? Ji Yuting hurriedly explained, these are my friends, I think the scenery here is nice, so I invited them over to live broadcast, you won't mind, right? Saying that, Ji Yuting explained in 3 words for a while. It turned out that the anchor woman's name was Su Xiaoxiao, a little-known anchor. Ji Yuting used to help out with odd jobs in her team, and her relationship with her was also very good. This period of time after the resignation they also often have contact. Now that Ji Yuting is helping out on this farm, she happens to want to help publicize and advertise, so she invites them to come over and broadcast for a while. This way. Jihan was a little bit crying and laughing. What's so good about live broadcasting here? Isn't it just some mountains and water? 052 This dog king can still command the boar king? Ladies and gentlemen of the water, today we have come to a very special place. Recently I haven't had time to come out to play. Today we have a rare time. We just happened to come out to stroll around. Everyone look at the scenery here, it's really very good, although it's a little far from the city, but it can be described as a beautiful mountain in water. Su Xiaoxiao playfully laughed and gossiped to the camera. In the live broadcast room, more than 100,000 other netizens were blowing water and farting. When the camera was focused on Jihan and Xiaohei, many people even directly exclaimed, this dog is so big, it looks a bit familiar. Isn't this the divine dog Xiaohei who had a small fire a few days ago? Yes, it's that dog that can pull a saw. Douyin all had a small fire. Quick, Xiao interview this dog, it's smart, let it perform a program. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. The netizens playfully swiped their screens and joked. Su Xiaoxiao froze on the spot for a moment. She had originally come over to help her little sister, and in the meantime, she was relaxing and unwinding in this farmhouse, so how did she still meet a small netizen? Su Xiaoxiao's gaze also sized up Jihan and Xiaohei. Xiaohei naturally didn't need to say much. The dog was frighteningly large and could be seen to be rather unimpressive at a glance. Jihan, this person is also handsome. There is a kind of fresh and unassuming temperament. There is even a kind of attention-grabbing evil intent breath, completely not worse than any star male god. Especially after the constant remodeling of the system and the constant washing of the aura. Jihan's skin was better than a woman's, and his every move was characterized by a kind of immortal aura, as if he was dashing like an exiled immortal. Su Xiaoxiao also looked dumbfounded for a moment. Yuding, is this your cousin? Su Xiaoxiao inquired with glowing eyes after she came back to her senses. Yes. Ji Yuding laughed, this farm is my third brother's. Hello boss Ji. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and reached out her hand, saying, you won't mind if we broadcast live here, right? Of course not, welcome welcome welcome. Jihan politely shook her hand and smiled, make yourselves at home. After saying that he was ready to withdraw. But Su Xiaoxiao stopped him. Hey, boss Ji. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, the netizens seem to be quite interested in you, is it convenient for you to go live with me? Live broadcast? Jihan cried and laughed, I don't know how to do that either, can I still perform a heartbreak for you guys? Put. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were amused. Emma, this old man is quite flirty, I like it. This farmhouse is nice, the scenery is nice, and the owner speaks well. The netizens in the live broadcast room were amused. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao laughed, boss, why don't you just take us for a stroll, and by the way, introduce you here, which can also be taken as publicity. Ha! That makes sense. Jihan's eyes lit up, suddenly thought of his lagging fruits, and said, but there's nothing to stroll around here, I'll treat you guys to some melons. Xiaohei, you dead dog, don't hurry up and go pick a watermelon, hurry up. Ha! Everyone was filled with confusion. How does a dog pick a watermelon? Who are you kidding? Just when everyone was a million times more puzzled, Blackie barked up to the sky in triumph. After a burst of woof 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 chaotic barking, the south side of the mountain scurried out a dozen of large and small wild boars, two of which were large-sized wild boar king, had actually grown tusks. Their appearance immediately frightened the crowd. Su Xiaoxiao, Ji Yuding, and the other girls even brushed themselves off and hid behind Jihan, just barely missing a scream. Wild boar king, it's really wild boar king. It's got tusks, it must be wild, and I don't know how many years it's been growing. Oh my god, this is much more ferocious than a domesticated wild boar. Live run, it's dangerous. The netizens in the live broadcast room exclaimed in fright. But just as everyone was scared and confused, the dozen or so boars of this boar family didn't hurt anyone, but instead, Xiaohei jumped in front of them in a burst of bravado. Woof woof woof. Blackie gesticulated and gave orders in a foxy manner. After the two boar kings weakly glanced at Jihan, they helplessly scurried into the watermelon field after Little Black. What is this? This dog king can still command the boar king? Impossible, this is not scientific, didn't it say 1 pig, 2 tigers, and 3 bears? The netizens once again exploded, but Jihan burst into tears. He naturally knew why this was, it wasn't that Xiaohei was too powerful, in fact this boar king wasn't afraid of Xiaohei, they were afraid of Jihan's army of bees. This mysterious man had become their nightmare. The subdued boar king was afraid of no one but Jihan. The way Xiaohei was giving orders in this fox-like manner, they didn't dare to slack off so this scene appeared. Not long after, Xiaohei once again brought the two boar kings out of the field. It surprisingly took 2 large watermelons, placed them on the boar kings' heads, and then ordered them to walk out with the watermelons on top of them. The tusks of these 2 wild boar kings were growing upwards, and when paired with the long pig mouths, they formed a space just big enough for the watermelons to get stuck. Xiaohei, the bastard, took advantage of this and easily completed the task that Jihan had given him, picking the watermelon out of the ground. I must be hallucinating. This dog is divine, this is too smart, isn't it? The question is, why is this boar king so cooperative? Could it be that they have some kind of love? Oh my god, I swear I've never seen such exaggerated animals in my life, are this dog and boar king becoming spirits? The netizens clamored and swiped the screen in excitement, and the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. After Su Xiaoxiao and the others came back to their senses, each one of them couldn't help but have their eyes glowing. This little farm is really a treasure. Who would have thought that Jihan would make such a big splash without saying a word? This is simply an unexpected surprise. It's really the right place to come today. 0.53 watermelons are $1,000 a pound, love it or leave it. Oh my god, are we really not blinking? Did you all see that? This dog can actually pick watermelons, yeah. This boar king won't attack people either, and will even help top watermelons. I feel like my worldview is collapsing, Boss G, what's going on? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were glowing with excitement, a burst of continuous fire trying to get to the bottom of the matter. She saw the number of people in her live room skyrocket. Think about the scene just now, so explosive, it will be a big fire. By then, her popularity will definitely be even hotter, and it will be a great joy for her. It doesn't seem like much. Jihan said casually and perfunctorily, these dozen of wild boars are from the hills around here, they come over to play when they're not doing anything, so they have a good relationship with Little Black, they won't hurt anyone. Come, let's eat melon first. You guys came to my farm, of course I have to treat you to something good. Saying that, Jihan directly cleaned the watermelon. Then he copied a watermelon knife and cut it familiarly on the table. Not long after, a sweet smell began to emanate, and everyone inexplicably actually had an urge to drool. Look at the cut melon, a thin skin capsule red, a look is very appetizing. Ha! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, so fragrant. Ah, you guys smell it, there is a light sweet flavor, this watermelon must be delicious. Ooh, it's delicious just looking at it. Gosh, it feels so good to eat it, I don't know why. Licked the screen, this watermelon looks appetizing. The audience in the live room swiped the screen again. As for Ji Yuting and the others at the scene, they swallowed their saliva in unison. I do not know why this watermelon has a great attraction to everyone who has not eaten watermelon. Why this watermelon will be different. I want to eat it. Su Xiaoxiao said pitifully, Boss Ji, little brother, can we eat it? Of course, come on, everyone eat. There's not enough left, there's a whole bunch in the field, eat. Jihan smilingly greeted. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were pleasantly surprised and could not afford to be too polite. One by one, they could not wait to pick up the melon and nibble it. One bite down, the sweet juice let everyone cannot help but stare wide-eyed. Ooh, yummy. Oh my, why is this melon so sweet? It's so delicious, can I have another piece? Don't grab it, save me a few pieces. The deliciousness of this watermelon instantly made everyone remove their disguises and reveal their original forms. Everyone was transformed into foodies, nibbling happily, not caring about the image at all. This large-scale eating broadcast scene immediately attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. Straight swallowed saliva. Nima, is it this delicious? This acting is really good, it can't be for the sake of advertising for this boss, intentionally putting up such a fight, right? You don't say, it's really possible. It won't be, you guys see that the anchor is also eating so happily that he doesn't even care about his image. This melon looks really tasty, but I guess later this boss will definitely have to sell the melon. Boss, hurry up and sell the melon, I like this melon even when I look at it. The netizens were talking with greedy eyes. Su Xiaoxiao, however, no longer cared. What live broadcast was put behind her, and in one breath, she even ate 7 or 8 pieces of watermelon, and her belly couldn't help but bulge from eating. Other people are the same, each one is eating to hold up, only reluctant to stop. Can't eat anymore, really can't eat anymore. My god, it's so strong, I've never eaten so much. I won't get tired of eating this watermelon for 10,000 years, it's really super delicious. Boss, are you selling this watermelon? I'll bring a cart back to give my family a taste. I'll take a cart back too, my parents will be so happy when they eat such delicious watermelons. Everyone spoke, all excitedly exchanging praises. But just when the netizens in the live broadcast thought that Jihan would take the opportunity to publicize his watermelon and brag about how good it was, he silently shook his head. I'm sorry everyone. Jihan apologized, it's fine for me to treat you guys to watermelons if you're guests, but if you buy them, I don't think you'll buy them. Why won't you? Su Xiaoxiao lightly laughed, Boss Ji, what are you talking about? Such a delicious melon, we would be cuties if we don't buy it. And yes boss, we'll definitely buy it. Yeah, the watermelon outside is $1.50 a caddy, we'll give you 3, okay? Yes, I want 100 pounds. Me too, pick the big one for me. Everyone was trenchant, all vying to be the first to buy. But Jihan shook his head and said, $3? Are you guys kidding? My lowest price for this melon is $1,000 a caddy. More, how much? $1,000? Are you crazy, boss? Everyone exclaimed in unison, each person thinking that their ears were out of order. In the live broadcast room, it also instantly boiled over. This boss is awesome, the lion's mouth is not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. Oh, you can't play hunger marketing so exaggeratedly, right? This boss must be brain damaged. Yeah, you're selling $1,000 of something that costs $1 or $2? You're just blowing smoke up your ass. What's wrong with this guy? The entirety of the netizens clamored in mockery, each as if they had seen a little cutie. As if. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly rounded up the situation by saying, Boss Ji, you should have said it wrong, right? Are you trying to sell it for $10 a caddy? Actually, this melon is really tasty, even if it's $10 a caddy we will still buy it. No. Jihan firmly shook his head, I'm not wrong, you guys didn't hear me wrong, it's $1,000 a caddy. My melons are selected from high-quality varieties, use all kinds of high-quality fertilizers, don't use a single drop of pesticide from birth to fruition, and are watered with mountain spring water, which is very precious. I invite you to eat those politely, and because you are Yuting's friends, I don't care how much you eat. But if you guys want to buy it, you can't go below $1,000 a caddy, below that it's an insult to my melons, there's no way I'm selling them. 054 Poverty really limits your imagination. Jihan's stubbornness left everyone present speechless. It also made the netizens in the live broadcast room cry and laugh. This guy is out of his mind, what kind of melon can be sold for $1,000 a pound? Third brother, don't joke. Ji Yuting anxiously said, who would buy it if you set such a high price, crazy. Not crazy, it's not like I'm in a hurry to sell. Jihan shrugged his shoulders and said unconcernedly, if you can't sell it, you can eat it yourself. If you can't eat it yourself, you can feed it to the wild boars. In any case, you can't condescend to my melon. Boss G, you really have a personality. Su Xiaoxiao cried and laughed, you sell this melon so expensive, is it that the yield is too low and the planting is not easy, that's why you set such a high price? The yield is actually not low. After thinking about it, Jihan returned, I planted about 17 or 18 acres of land, and there are 4 to 5,000 pounds per acre anyways, so I should have 70 to 80,000 pounds of watermelon in my hands. 70 to 80,000 pounds? Su Xiaoxiao said speechlessly, so many watermelons and you're still selling them for $1,000 a caddy? You want to sell $70 to $80 million for these 17 to 18 acres of land? Are you growing gold? You could say so, in fact, this melon is more precious than gold. Jihan's serious words once again left everyone speechless. No one actually knew that Jihan really wasn't bragging. If this melon is given to the old Zhao Laozhu they sold to the Qin Daming dignitaries, with gold for them will be happy, this is the immortal melon sucked the spiritual qi. Eat more can detoxify and nourish the face, prolong life, right? You want to buy it away for $1 or $2 a caddy? Who are you insulting? Boss G. An eyed man said with a face full of disdain, you're deliberately taking advantage of our live broadcast to clamor and shout out prices, trying to create a hotspot to create exposure, right? I have to say, that's a good tactic on your part. Lu Ping, what are you babbling about? My third brother is not such a person. Ji Yuding was instantly furious. Yuding, don't be angry. The man with the glasses sneered, who sells watermelons for so much, he's not making hotspots on purpose, I'll take his last name. Ha, this handsome guy is right, this boss is not honest. This boss is too thievish, deliberately eye-catching, 666, awesome my brother, but the more he does this the less I buy his melon. The netizens in the live broadcast room also agreed with this statement, and everyone subconsciously despised Jihan. This glasses man took a look and immediately laughed, boss, play bad, right? Don't be a smartass, your melon will have to rot in the ground if it exceeds $3 a caddy, do you believe me? Although I admit that this melon is really delicious, but so what? No one is stupid these days. Ha! Jihan raised his sword eyebrow and didn't see any anger, but asked curiously in return, have you ever been to the SKP supermarket near Yanjing Ambassador Street, this handsome man? What SP supermarket? The glasses man was confused. Haven't been there, it seems that poverty really limits your imagination. Jihan disdainfully disliked, it's a supermarket that specializes in imported food, fruits, and vegetables, and the people who go anywhere to shop are the relatives of tycoons and ambassadors of various countries, all of them rich. The apples in their supermarket cost $800 a caddy, a strawberry costs $1,000, and a few mushrooms cost a few $1,000s. Are you surprised? Think people are crazy, right? Can this be sold? To tell you the truth, their business is good, customers come every day, there are many rich people in this world. $1,000 a caddy is a sky-high price for you, but for the rich, it's just a snack money, get it? Jihan crackled a dislike, immediately making this glasses man dumbfounded, half speechless. He had a red face and wanted to retort, but he couldn't do so. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded in unison. You just personally ate my watermelon, if I remember correctly, you ate a full 1.5, your belly is going to burst, right? Do you dare to say that my melon is not delicious? To tell you the truth, my melon is 10 times and 100 times more delicious than those so-called imported high-end watermelons. Why can they sell at a high price but not mine? Do we domestic products have to be inferior? Do we have to sell them for $1 or $2? To tell you the truth, not only do I not sell cheaply, I have to buy high, can't afford it, don't buy it, I'm not begging you to buy it. $1,000 a caddy, this is the domestic price, if you sell this melon abroad, I have to sell $3,000 cannot, love to buy not buy. Besides, do you think I'm short of money? Don't you see the cars at the door? Jihan's domineering words instantly silenced the entire room. This man with glasses was even more embarrassed and had no place to go. Only after a long time did the live broadcast room clamor and brush up again. 666 this boss speaks dominantly, ha ha. Cowhide boss, I suddenly believe that this watermelon can be sold for $1,000 a caddy. It's really poverty that limits my imagination, I really can't understand the world of the rich. I'm in the business of high-end imported fruits, I prove that what this boss said is true, just by looking at this watermelon alone I know that it's absolutely delicious, maybe it can really be sold at such a high price. The netizens were buzzing, and the wind began to change quietly. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao apologized, I'm sorry boss G, we ate and drank and questioned the fruits of your labor, I'm really sorry. It's fine, those who don't know are not to blame. Jihan waved his hand graciously and said, it's not even a big deal, there's nothing to apologize for. It's good that boss G isn't angry. Su Xiaoxiao lightly smiled, let's put it this way, we really want to bring some back for my family to try, you pick 2 or 3 melons back for each of us, I'll pay for it. Good. Although I can't give you a discount, but don't worry, I'll personally pick some good melons for you guys, they're absolutely delicious. Jihan assured with a smile, and in order to show his sincerity, he simply went down to the field himself to pick melons for them. 055. Such a good watermelon you used to feed pigs? For the good and bad of the watermelon, Jihan has a set of his own judgment standards. He could feel the concentration of aura inside this one watermelon. A watermelon with a high concentration would definitely be the sweetest and tastiest. In order to make Su Xiaoxiao, the first batch of guests, feel that they were all getting good value for their money, he personally picked 20 to 30 large watermelons from the ground, each of which was quite perfect in character. Come, choose at will. Take whichever you want. Jihan greeted with a smile, and Su Xiaoxiao and the others began to pick melons with delight. Their live broadcast team picked 2 watermelons each, while Su Xiaoxiao herself picked 7 or 8. 20 watermelons, 213.5 pounds. Count you 210 pounds, 210,000 thanks. After Jihan waited, he helped pack it while preparing to collect the money. Su Xiaoxiao is obviously not poor. She doesn't talk nonsense and directly transfers 210,000 to Jihan, which in turn makes a ghost cry in the live room. Really, Bai? Such an expensive melon, it's really the first time I've seen it in my life. Crazy, 210,000 can buy 10 cars of watermelon well. Dear brothers, who crowdfunding to buy a melon, I'm out of 100, like a melon rind is good. Ha 100 you can see at most. Everyone said one thing to each other, and the number of netizens in the live broadcast room increased. Of course Su Xiaoxiao definitely wouldn't lose money, because after she sold her misery for a while, many of her fans had swiped gifts for her, and this melon money was immediately earned back. For this little rich woman, Jihan did not forget to continue wool gathering. He let Ji Yuding went to the mountains to pick some longan, lychee, nectarine to Su Xiaoxiao taste, and let her crave to the point of no return, a bite, and bought another 10 pounds of 8 pounds each. Of course, the price is still 1,000 pounds. This is the bottom line of Jihan, in his words, no discounts and no bargaining, cannot afford to buy out, do not come to insult my good things. Moo moo moo. Not far away, a bunch of small boars couldn't help but stir. Although they were afraid of Jihan and didn't dare to come forward, the flavor of this watermelon was just too good, so when they saw that everyone wasn't paying attention, they sneaked over to nibble on the rind. The rind of the melon left over from everyone's meal just now was quickly chewed up by them. The 2 big boar kings were relatively honest, only daring to watch from the sidelines, not daring to come over and fight for it, fearing that Jihan would beat them up. What's so good about melon skin? There are still melons here, feel free to eat them. You guys have worked hard today too. Xiaohei will go pick watermelons again, so that De Zhuang's family can eat their fill. Jihan was in a good mood, smilingly throwing one melon after another. The 2 wild boar king immediately eyes glowing, with a small boar as a burst of wildly gnawing. Finally even the small black and the nearby white crane cannot help but join in. A dozen large watermelons were gnawed cleanly by them. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were dumbfounded as they watched from the sidelines. My god, feeding pigs? You used such a good watermelon to feed pigs? Brother, are you crazy? This is all money. The tycoon is not bad, money cannot be so defeatist. Here just a watermelon are tens of thousands of dollars, you just feed the pigs? Ooh, for the first time I feel like I'm not living as well as a pig. The crowd exclaimed inside, all shocked by Jihan's act of defeat, and the live broadcast room was abuzz. In this regard, Jihan did not care. Just enough money and stuff to spend, and it was unlikely that he would be short of money. After sending Su Xiaoxiao and her party away, Ji Fugan and the others had also wrapped up their work, and everyone walked down the mountain hungry, and the ant who had helped make lunch had already made a good meal. Everyone with a bowl of rice gathered together to feast, quite a lively rural atmosphere. The crowd from time to time also joked and laughed. After eating, Jihan went to pick some watermelon cut to everyone to eat. The crowd clamored after eating it. My goodness, why is this melon so delicious? Manhwa Z, how did you grow this melon? It's too delicious, isn't it? Ooh, it's so good, so sweet. The townspeople praised in surprise. No one expected the watermelon in the field to be so delicious. Jihan smiled faintly and said, eat more if it's delicious, it's enough. Later one person will bring a few more watermelons home for the family to taste. Okay, thanks a lot Manhwa Z. I told you, Jihan is generous. Yes, Jihan has been generous since he was a child. This melon must sell for $2 a caddy, right? When will it go on sale? Everyone chatted happily. Ji Yuding said in a heartbroken voice, what $2 a caddy? This melon is $1,000 a caddy. What the hell? $1,000 a caddy? Yuding, what nonsense are you talking about? Everyone clamored and laughed. Obviously the village people don't believe in this kind of words. What is the price of this watermelon? Everyone cannot know. It's true, I didn't lie. Ji Yuding huffed and puffed. My friends, they just bought 210 pounds and spent 210,000. You guys think I'm joking? These melons planted by my third brother are especially tasty, better than that what imported high-end fruits. In Yanjing big supermarkets, this kind of melon sells for 1,000 a caddy and some people rush to buy it. Ji Yuding's words with conviction suddenly made everyone confused. Is it really that expensive? It can't be, everyone has eaten a lot. Manhwa Z, this melon of yours is made of gold? Ji Fugan exclaimed with wide-eyed astonishment. Ha, Uncle Fugan, this melon is worth more than gold. Jihan said unconcernedly, eat up, everyone eat. We can eat as much as we want as family members, there is no charge, and we will all take some back to our families later. My God, we don't dare to eat such an expensive melon anymore. If this bite goes down, a day's wages will be gone, right? Yes, the city people are really rich, a watermelon costs $10,000 and they eat it too? I think it's still unlikely, where can this melon be sold for so much? You girl, you even lied to us? The simple villagers spoke to each other, still full of skepticism and disbelief. Obviously this price had exceeded their imagination of what they could accept. Seeing this, Jihan smiled faintly and didn't explain, so everyone could believe it if they didn't. 056 The Gospel for Anorexics, Huma Su of the Su family. Old Chen, go to the Pingshan Sanatorium right now. Immediately, the faster the better. Fellow water friends, let's stop our live broadcast here for now. I got such a good melon today, I have to send some to my good girlfriends. She's quite pitiful, she has a very serious anorexia, she hasn't eaten much properly since she was a child, and she relies on fluids every day to maintain her life. I think something this delicious will definitely make her better, I'll have to bring it over and share it with her. Business car. Su explains seriously to the camera. At this time, she had long been in no mood for live broadcasting, and all she could think about was her good girlfriend. But the netizens in the live broadcast room are not dry off. Anchor, don't turn it off, we still want to watch it. Yes, the goddess's best friend must also be a goddess, take us to see it. I've heard that Pingshan Sanatorium is the largest high-end sanatorium in Dongshan City, and the people who live there are all rich and famous, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, so is Xiao Xiao your girlfriend a rich woman? Wow, take us to see a rich woman. Yeah, please show us the rich girl. The netizens swiped their screens in excitement. Because of the incident just now, the number of people in this live broadcast room had been no less than 500,000, which caused Su Xiao Xiao to become entangled. Alright, but my friend doesn't like too many people, we'll just quietly broadcast live later. Su Xiao Xiao helplessly nodded her head in agreement. Half an hour later, the convoy drove into the Harrison Sanatorium. Su Xiao Xiao was obviously a regular visitor here, and after registering, she took her 2 female assistants along with her to the second floor. Of course, the live broadcast was being broadcast quietly. It's not allowed to take pictures and live stream here, so everyone will just watch. Su Xiao Xiao walked while explaining in a low voice, this is a real high-grade sanatorium, the basic expenses of a random ward every month are more than $180,000. But as long as you have money, this place has everything, not only do you have beautiful nurses to look after you 24 hours a day, but the security is also very strict. Oh yes, there are also tons of top-notch doctors to protect your health. So this is a place where many rich and powerful people often stay. My friend's family is very good, she lives here all year round because of her health, later we will go and take a look. Su Xiao Xiao's explanation made everyone clamor again. The netizens just loved watching this kind of live broadcast, this was a place that ordinary people didn't have the chance to come to, so everyone watched quite vigorously. Not a moment later, Su Xiao Xiao and the others walked outside a secluded room at the end of the second floor. This room was a suite that was very luxuriously decorated, and at a glance it didn't look like a ward at all, instead it looked like a hotel. At this time in this room, in addition to the 2 beautiful nurses, there was also a delicate-looking woman with a soft face, as well as a rich-looking middle-aged couple. Yen, just eat a little. This is the chicken soup your mom personally made for you, how many sips do you want? You haven't eaten a bite for half a month, you rely on glucose every day, how can you stand it? If this goes on, your anorexia will only get worse. The voices of the middle-aged couple's anxious and bitter persuasion were faintly heard. Many of the netizens in the live broadcast room, however, were instantly heartbroken. My God, this beauty hasn't eaten for half a month? Is anorexia this horrible? Such a beautiful and tender goddess is suffering from the disease, it's heartbreaking. Ha! Isn't this the chairman of the brilliant group, Su Brilliant? My goodness, this is a big boss worth tens of billions of dollars. This is his second daughter, Su Yen? Yes, that's her. Anchor is awesome, you're actually friends with Su Yen? Everyone murmured in surprise. At this time the people in the room also noticed Su Xiao Xiao. Yen, uncle and aunt, hello. Su Xiao Xiao greeted awkwardly. Su Yenran stood up in surprise and smiled, Xiao Xiao you're here, it's been a long time since I've been here, I've missed you. Xiao Xiao it's you, come and sit. You haven't been here for a while, come and play more often, Yen doesn't have many friends and you're the only one who's willing to keep her company. Mr. and Mrs. Su Huihuang also warmly greeted with smiles. Su Xiao Xiao nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice and said, don't worry uncle and auntie, I will come to see Yen when I have time, today I brought a good thing over. Oh. What is it? Everyone was surprised. Watermelon. Su Xiao Xiao took a watermelon from her female assistant's arms and flaunted, this watermelon is something I bought back with great difficulty, it's very tasty, and the owner of the melon seller was shameless and charged me $1,000 a caddy. $1,000 a caddy? Expensive, right? This even better melon, Yan Yan has tasted it, she doesn't like it. Yes, Xiao Xiao, thanks for your kind words. Yan Yan's condition is a bit serious, so she might not be too keen on eating it. Mr. and Mrs. Su Huihuang politely declined. Obviously they didn't think much of the melon. Because what mountain of imported fruits have they not bought for their daughter to be able to eat what they want? They've never seen Su Yanyan like watermelon. So instinctively, they wanted to reject it for her. But Su Yanyan was staring fixedly at this melon at this moment. A faint sweet flavor overflowed from the melon. She actually subconsciously swallowed her saliva. A sense of hunger surged up from the bottom of her heart. Dad, I want to eat this melon. Su Yanyan weakly opened her mouth. The people present all froze. She actually wants to eat melon? She actually offered to say she wanted to eat? This isn't a dream, is it? Yan Yan, you really want to eat it? Su Huihuang exclaimed, you're not lying to me, are you? No, really want to eat it. Su Yanyan asked with a face full of sincerity, it looks like it's delicious, can I eat it? Yes, definitely yes. Quickly, cut the melon, get the knife. Su Huihuang and his wife were excited and full of joy, where would they still refuse? 057 No negotiation, don't want to talk. Many people might not understand why Mr. and Mrs. Su Huihuang were so agitated. However, Su Xiaoxiao knew exactly because the couple had perhaps heard this once in their lives, that Su Yanran would actually take the initiative to say that she wanted to eat. In the past, no matter how much delicious food was placed in front of her, she wouldn't even bother to look at it. Even if she starved to death, she would not take the initiative to eat a bite of something. The norm for her to stay alive was to be given fluids, and many times she could only be forced to eat a little bit of food to the point where she was getting worse. Now she even wanted to eat this watermelon? It's really unbelievable. Quick, cut the melon. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but get excited as well. She personally washed a watermelon knife and then cut this watermelon. After this watermelon was cut, the sweet aroma was even more intense, and the red flesh of the melon made people's mouths water. This melon looks good. Su Huihuang said with a face full of anticipation, Yan Yan, try eating a piece. Aha! Su Yan Yan nodded happily, and her pretty face couldn't help but have a small hint of anticipation. For some reason, smelling this sweet odor, she suddenly had a sense of appetite that she had forgotten for many years. She carefully picked up a piece of watermelon. Tentatively, she took a bite. Then her eyes widened in surprise. It was so sweet, it tasted really good. Her mouth was watering, her brain was putting out drastic signals, and her stomach was sending out a feeling of satisfaction that she had never gotten before. She cried. A single tear ran down her pretty face. Is this what good food tastes like? It's so good. Su Yanyan murmured in a soft whisper, and immediately afterward, she continued to eat one bite at a time. Under the stupefied gaze of the crowd, this severe anorexic actually ate with pleasure. She greedily enjoyed the taste of food that she had never enjoyed before. She was intoxicated in it and could hardly extricate herself, and she did not have the slightest resistance to this watermelon at all. One piece after another. Piece after piece. Su Yanyan actually ate an entire watermelon by herself. This horrifying scene scared the doctors who had rushed to the scene and were dumbfounded. The people present were even more confused. Was she possessed? Is this watermelon really that good? I'm not dreaming, am I? Isn't this a dream? Ooh, Huma's eating, she's really eating. Great. If we had this kind of watermelon earlier, Yan Yan wouldn't have to suffer for so many years. Xiao, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Su Huihuang were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Seeing this delightful scene, their emotions were completely out of control. Is this melon really this delicious? A severe anorexic, instantly cured? This is a god melon. I definitely want to buy one to taste when I have money. This melon made the goddess cry. How delicious must it be? I suddenly feel that Boss G didn't cheat anyone. His melon is really worth 1,000. Oh no, maybe he even sold it at a loss. Yes, such a good melon, these rich people will buy it for $100,000 apiece. The netizens in the live broadcast room also clamored and roared in unison. This unexpected live broadcast gave everyone a clear perception of Jihan's melon, which was definitely not an ordinary watermelon. After eating a watermelon sufficiently, Su Yanyan couldn't hold out any longer. She stopped with a red face and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, it was really too delicious, I couldn't hold it back for a while. It's fine. Su Huihuang said excitedly, as long as you want to eat it, even if it's more expensive I'll buy it for you. Xiao, where did you buy this melon from? I'll go buy it right away. It's a melon grown in a small farmhouse in Jijia village at the foot of East Mountain. Su Xiao laughed lightly, all of their fruits are super delicious, this boss is very individualistic, 1,000 pounds, not a penny less. Money is not a problem. Su Huihuang anxiously inquired, is this much? Yan Yan likes to eat it, I have to go buy more. You help me ask him if it's okay for me to get it all, I'll go over and sign the contract now, and the price is negotiable. Su Huihuang, this old father, was really worried about his daughter's rations. After discovering that Su Yanyan likes to eat this watermelon, he couldn't wait to bag all of Jihan's melons on the spot. Uncle, don't be anxious, his family's melons and fruits are all over the mountains, there's no worry about buying them. Su Xiaoxiao comforted. Of course I'm anxious. Su Huihuang hurriedly urged, do you have his phone number? Quickly call and ask for me, or it's fine if I go over right away. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao pulled out her cell phone and tried to dial Jihan's number. When she transferred money just now, she had already left a phone number with Jihan for each other, and after dialing the phone, she had purposely put it on speakerphone. Not long after, the phone came on the other side of the voice of Jihan. Hey, who is it? Boss Ji, it's me. Su Xiaoxiao said playfully, I have a friend who wants to bag all your fruits, do you think it's okay? The price is negotiable, we'll go over there right away to talk about it in detail. No negotiation, don't want to talk. Jihan's set of 3 consecutive rejection combos instantly struck Su Xiaoxiao with a face full of confusion. Su Huihuang and the others were also dumbfounded, and the netizens in the live broadcast room almost went crazy with laughter. This guy really has a personality. Is there any money not to earn? You don't need to come over, there's nothing to talk about, when you guys rush over it's night, I don't have time to receive guests in the middle of the night. And our family's fruits don't negotiate prices, and won't be packaged and sold to anyone, no matter how high your friends offer, I'm only selling 1,000 pounds. Have your friend come over tomorrow if you want it, I still have to feed the pigs, that's all. Jihan was resolute and hung up the phone in 3 words. Su Huihuang was furious and said, how can he be like this, is there money that he doesn't earn? Feeding pigs, feeding what pigs? Feed the boar. Su Xiaoxiao awkwardly said, he likes to take these watermelons and feed them to his litter of wild boars. Su Huihuang. Yen Ran Su. Netizens. 058 Doesn't it smell good to drop a wave of grenades first when you meet a tough enemy? No surprises there. Jihan's melon is on fire again. After Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast ended, the content of today's live broadcast began to spread in all directions. From the small blackened boar king picking watermelon, to the $1,000 melon, to the change of Su Yanyan, the anorexic, it was all spread by the sand sculpture netizens. All kinds of emoticons, all kinds of small videos flew all over the place. Not long after this matter soared onto the hot search, causing countless netizens to pay attention. As for the local high society in Dongshan City, this matter has also caused quite a stir. After all, the Su family in this acre of land is quite a weight. Everyone knew about Su Yanyan's situation. Now, after knowing that she was actually obsessed with a type of watermelon, many of the rich second-generation people who liked her had moved on, and many foodies idly paid attention to it. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Jihan. He didn't care much about these things either. At this moment, he was busy in the kitchen of his house. Night was slowly descending, the people in the village had returned to their own homes, and the smoke from the cooking of each house was also faint. Jihan was stewing a cup of Buddha jumping wall. He was a lover of food, plus the fact that old Zhao and old Zhu were sure to come later, so he had a very sumptuous dinner tonight. Buddha jumping wall, pork belly chicken, and return pork. Spicy shrimp, kung pao chicken, braised large intestine. One cuisine after another kept coming out of the oven, and the aroma began to fill the surroundings. By the time he set the dishes on the table in the gazebo outside the house, the small farm had long been wrapped in mist, and Ing Zhang, Wang Ben, and Chongjin had arrived in droves. And in Chongjin's hand, he was holding a long wooden box. Ha! What are you holding, old Jew? Where's Fusu? Why isn't he here? Come, all sit, the food is just right, eat and drink together. Jihan greeted with a smile, Ing Zhang and the others were also not polite, and everyone took their seats. Now every few days, everyone would come over for a meal and exchange ideas, just like going to a neighbor's house, and everyone became more and more familiar and casual. Gongzi has been busy supervising the production of the cavalry 3-piece set recently, so he didn't come over. Wang Ben explained while saying in surprise, it smells so good, what is this, sir? This is Buddha jumping wall, this is chicken with pork belly. Come on, taste it. Jihan casually explained while greeting everyone with chopsticks. After Ing Zhang's 3 men ate a few bites, they all started to praise the food again. However, Chongjin put down his chopsticks, solemnly got up and worshipped, Sir, thank you for your great kindness to save my Ming from the fire and water. These 7 days I have thought about a lot, but also in accordance with Mr. Instructions one by one to make changes, and now the situation has changed. I have put 8,000 Forbidden Army, Jinyui East Factory, 20,000 Beijing Battalion firmly in the hands. All levels of officials in the courtroom have also been gradually replaced by me a lot. Now Chao Qingzhou has been ordered to recruit 30,000 new troops from the disaster victims for refurbishment and training, and I have decreed that more than 100 officials should be copied out of their homes, amounting to more than 5 million taels of silver. All of this is Mr. Credit, I dare not forget, so I specially brought a few new flintlock rifles produced by the Bureau of Warfare, wooden-handled grenades and paper case bullets, to ask Mr. Review and Evaluate. After saying this, Chongjin opened the wooden box. Sure enough, there were 3 brand new flintlock rifles right inside, as well as a dozen or so wooden-handled grenades, and more than 100 rounds of rudimentary paper-cased bullets. Jihan had little interest in these things. But Ing Zhang Wang Ben was different, and they were instantly excited. The two of them picked up this flintlock pistol and wooden-handled grenade and studied them lovingly. Marquis Tungwu, be careful. Chongjin hastened to say, this grenade power is quite terrible, once the explosion are absolutely difficult to be spared, must be careful to put lightly, do not touch the open fire. Oh? Power so big? Wang Ben leapt to his feet and said, can I try this thing? Ying Zhang also looked at Jihan and Chongjin when he heard this. Obviously this epic-making weapon was very attractive to him, he wanted to see how powerful it was. Try it. Jihan said indifferently, the commotion here will not spread out anymore, feel free to try. Good. Wang Chang, try. At Ying Zhang's command, Wang Ben immediately prepared to test it. Under Chongjin's patient explanation, he quickly mastered the usage. Directly after lighting the fuse with a lighter, he smashed this wooden-handled grenade far away, and 3 seconds later, a loud rumbling noise shocked the night sky. Only to see the fire in the distance, shrapnel shooting in all directions. A large amount of dirt and wood chips were blown out. The terrifying shockwaves swept over from afar, shocking the big guys who couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. What a terrifying might! Ying Zhang exclaimed, this is like a heavenly thunderous boom. If it didn't come from Chongjin, I would have thought that it was an immortal method from an immortal master. This power is truly appalling. Wang Ben also face wildly changed. If it is thrown into the pile of people on the battlefield, easily can be more than a dozen people blown into meat paste. If it is a few thousand hundreds thrown together, this who can block off? Chongjin, is this thing expensive? Ying Zhang asked with concern. Not too expensive. Chongjin replied honestly, the miscellaneous costs of this thing add up to less than 1 or 2 silver pieces, and it's very easy to produce. Oh yes, you Daqin don't use silver. Let's put it this way, according to our Daming silver to gold exchange ratio, about 10 to 16 wooden-handled grenades for 1 tael of gold. This is so cheap? Ying Zhang Wang Ben was ecstatic. This thing is simply a divine weapon, low cost and powerful. If Qin had this thing, who would still take life to fight off? Doesn't it smell good to throw a wave of grenades first when you meet a tough enemy? Chongjin, how many of these do you have? Ying Zhang asked excitedly, I'm going to fight the Hun soon, how about you sell me tens of thousands of these? Price as you wish, even if it's 1 or 2 gold pieces apiece, I'm willing to buy them. Sell grenades? Chongjin was a bit surprised, he also didn't expect Ying Zhang to be so interested in this stuff. 059 You don't want me to move it alone, do you? Chongjin did save a lot of wooden-handled grenades in the past few days. Now he knows the importance of firearms, so all produced firearms grenades are strictly guarded and controlled, strictly forbidden to leak. But he never thought of selling it off. So when Ying Zhang wanted to buy it, he was a bit embarrassed. Old Zhao wants to fight the Huns, it shouldn't be difficult for you to support him for 10,000, right? Jihan opened his mouth to help at this time. How dare Chongjin say no when he saw this? He quickly nodded his head and said, Mr. Zhou, 10,000 is nothing, my Bureau of Warfare every day to produce thousands of wooden-handled grenades, the first emperor, if you want, I free to give him 30,000. Good, ha ha ha. Ying Zhang burst out laughing with satisfaction at the sight. But this won't do without a fee, how about I give you 30,000 taels of gold? Ying Zhang waved his hand atmospherically. No. Jihan decisively waved his hand to block, I have no problem with you two sharing this, but this is not how things are sold. What is the meaning of this, sir? Chongjin and Ying Zhang were both surprised. Is it wrong to sell 30,000 grenades for 30,000 taels of gold? Although this profit is as high as 10 times, but you and I would like to do something, it is good for everyone off. Old Zhu, are you short of money? Jihan asked with a smile, just copied the family copied very cool it, a few million taels of silver easily to hand, no money and a bunch of fat sheep waiting for you to slaughter, you will lack of money? Indeed. Chongjin confidently laughed, with Mr. Guidance, I will not be short of money for the time being. So what do you want this gold for? Keep it to get moldy? Jihan reminded, you have to ask for food. Ask for food? Everyone froze. Right. Jihan said seriously, do you know how many people live in Daming? Nearly 100 million, how much land is there? Just 5 to 800 million acres. Such a little land to feed 100 million people, with the agricultural production at that time, it was already difficult, plus land annexation and natural and man-made disasters, how many people must starve to death every year? Many people had to eat the bark of trees in the year of abundance, and if it came to the year of disaster, it was really miserable. And people Lao Zhao is much better off, only more than 20 million people, the domestic and not the slightest war, although the food is also considered a shortage, but the future of potatoes in this high-yield grain seed to promote out, he is absolutely not a shortage of food So you want gold is useless you have to ask for food, no food you let your soldiers and people chew grenades? Jihan's series of pointers instantly brightened the eyes of the Ying Zhang trio. Yes, this is much better than trading with gold. First of all, Ying Zhang was very satisfied, because the gold mining technology of Great Qin was very backward, and could only mine some surface open-pit gold mines. Even if he collects all the gold in the country, he won't be able to get much of it. If he exchanges the gold for grenades, he will be poor as a pants in no time. But he has a lot of food. The granaries were full everywhere, and the people were recuperating after the war, so there wasn't much of a shortage of food at all. If potatoes are popularized, he will become a big landlord. And for Chongjin, for this proposal is also very moved. He knows the precious food, at least around the capital, but there are hundreds of thousands of victims waiting to feed it. Mr. Right, ah. Chongjin excited wailed, although my Ming dynasty rich, but the people live is really bitter, all over the disaster constantly, every year there are countless victims of the stray lost, I pay nah. If the first emperor is willing to exchange food for firearms, I am grateful, price concessions are no problem. Chongjin's statement instantly made Ing Zhang laugh. Food, I am not lacking. Ing Zhang laughed out loud. I have been reserving a large amount of grain and grass in the armament granaries all over the world for many years. This time the northern attack on the Xiongnu can be said to be a sure thing. It won't take much grain at all, and I can mobilize as much as a few million stones with a single order from me. Good. Chongjin also said happily, since the first emperor also has this intention, then it is settled, a stone of grain for a wooden-handled grenade. I will then send you 1,000 flintlock rifles with 30,000 rounds of paper shell bullets. So very good. Ing Zhang nodded his head in satisfaction, but since you are short of grain, then I will give you 300,000 stones first, and the extra grenades and firearms will be owed first, so you can just give them to me slowly. Good, the first emperor is refreshing, I toast you. Come on, drink this cup full. The more the two talked, the happier they got, and they couldn't wait to hook up and call themselves brothers after the cooperation was accomplished. However, the two suddenly looked at each other, but suddenly fell silent. Because they suddenly thought of a problem, how to deliver so many goods. People were not able to enter each other's worlds, and a light gate did not allow too many people to enter and exit to carry them. Grenades, flintlocks were fine, tens of thousands of them weren't that much. But this food is a big problem. 1 stone of grain is 120 pounds, and 300,000 stones of grain is 36 million pounds. How can we move such a large amount of grain? Do we rely on people? The potato grain seeds bestowed by Mr. last time were a whopping 10,000 jin. Ing Zhang reminded awkwardly, they were all carried by Wang Cheng alone. After saying that, everyone silently looked at Wang Ben. Wang Ben, who was burying his head and eating furiously, quickly sensed something bad. He raised his head with a dumbfounded look on his face, just in time to see the encouraging eyes of Ing Zhang and Chongjin. Wang Ben followed Jihan's example and exploded, his voice trembling as he wailed, you guys don't want this marquis to move it alone, do you? Your Majesty, no way, it'll kill you. Minister Wang, I trust you. Marquis Tungwu, you can do it. The two unscrupulous emperors, Ing Zhang and Chongjin, continued to encourage. Wang Ben, however, was scared and filled with despair, begging as if his life was worse than death, sir, help. Ha. Jihan laughed joyfully, how can several tens of millions of pounds of grain be moved by old Wang alone, when the whole village has to go to his house to eat? I'll figure it out. 060 What kind of curse is this Ming dynasty under? The deal between Ing Zhang and Chongjin, Jihan is extremely want to facilitate. Because it not only related to the trade exchanges between the two dynasties, but it would also have a huge impact on both De Qin and De Ming, and would be more favorable to him. But how to solve this dilemma? If the deal goes well, the future transactions of the two major dynasties will be measured in millions and millions of tons at a moment's notice. It would be impossible to carry such a large amount of trade by hand alone. System, is there a solution? Jihan helplessly asked the almighty system. There is. The system intelligently replied, Master can open the trading space, which can easily solve this dilemma. Trading space? Jihan froze, and soon the system flooded an unfamiliar piece of information into his mind, and after he read it, he suddenly came to a realization. Trading space was a hidden function of the system. It could form an infinitely large space which was manipulated by Jihan. With his permission, it was possible to open some of the functions of the space to Ing Zhang and Chongjin, allowing them to easily put things inside the space. Once they wanted to trade, Jihan could make the exchange and delivery of things from both spaces with a single thought, and then they could also easily take them out when they returned to their own worlds. This thing was similar to a storage ring or game backpack space, not hard to understand, but easily solved the problem Jihan was facing. And Jihan also had 100% control over this trading space. He could easily freeze any party's right to use it, and he could also draw as much as he wanted. All of these were his powers. Not bad, open the trading space. Jihan ordered with great joy. Ding. Command received. Automatically generating 3 trade triggers, deducting 3,000 modifiers. After a system prompt, Jihan had 3 more triggers in his hand. These 3 triggers are similar in appearance, the appearance of ancient and domineering, there are dragon-shaped relief, vaguely there is a stream of light color flashes, looks like a god. These 3 triggers are trading triggers. One of them was the main trigger worn by Jihan, while the other 2 were subsidiary triggers. Wearing them not only opens up a vast storage space that is void and independent, but this trigger can also automatically protect its owner, and can withstand fatal damage once every 24 hours, which is very powerful. Good stuff. Jihan gushed as he brought the main trigger finger to his thumb. Then he directly handed the 2 subsidiary triggers to Ing Zhang and Chongjin. These 2 are storage triggers that I condensed with immortal law. Jihan bragged and snubbed, they contain endless storage space, they can receive any item, and they will automatically generate a defense shield that can withstand fatal damage every 24 hours, so take them with you. Ha! Ying Zhang and Chongjin were pleasantly surprised. After they put on this trigger finger, they really vaguely felt that there was a huge space in this trigger finger that could easily put away any item. After trying it out, the two of them instantly fell in love with it. Many thanks, sir, this is an immortal weapon. Ha, with this, why do we need to worry about carrying food? Mr. is really extraordinary, easily solving such problems, I toast you. Ying Zhang Chongjin's face was filled with ecstasy, this is a good thing, they have made a lot of money off. Wang Ben on the side is also after the rescue like secretly thankful, fortunately Jihan give power to solve this problem, otherwise, he felt that he can go back to write a suicide note. One person carrying tens of millions of pounds of grain? It would be strange if he didn't die. Old Zhao, next time I'll prepare you more seeds of high-yield crops such as corn and rice, and I didn't get you more potatoes, so you have people plant them on a large scale. The Ming dynasty 100 million people waiting for food, a year will have to consume billions of food, your hundreds of thousands of stone grain is a drop in the bucket have to prepare more. And you can prepare more charcoal, old Zhu definitely needs charcoal. Jihan continued to point out, and Ying Zhang naturally nodded his head repeatedly. Chongjin also sighed on the side, yes, what Mr. said is very true, this damn weather also don't know why, every year is colder than the year, not only the crops are not good, the people every year for winter charcoal is also expensive and scary. The mountains and forests within 100 miles around the capital have almost all been cut down, and there are even people sneaking into the imperial tombs to cut down the wood. There's no way, I can't ban it even if I want to, there's no charcoal fire in this winter, it's really going to freeze to death. If old brother Shi Huang can get a large amount of charcoal, I'm willing to trade artillery with you. This offer made Ying Zhang happy again. Charcoal, he's not short of it. It's easy to get. Wang Cheng, go back and prepare more charcoal. Ying Zhang ordered with a smile. Only. Wang Ben agreed repeatedly. Jihan took a sip of beer but laughed, old Zhu, do you know why your Ming dynasty is getting colder and colder? It's because you are in the Little Ice Age. Little Ice Age? Chongjin froze. Right. Jihan continued, this is a very peculiar natural phenomenon that can often affect the globe and lasts for several years or even a decade long. It is characterized by a decrease in temperature from year to year, and frequent disasters everywhere. If I'm not mistaken, there must have been a succession of earthquakes, droughts, floods, and locusts all over the Ming dynasty over the years, more than a dozen times more than before, right? Hiss. Chongjin sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. He thought about it seriously, and it really was. He'd had headaches before, why did disasters just end here and reappear somewhere else? What kind of curse is this great Ming dynasty under? Damn! Chongjin said in exasperation, no wonder it's like this. That's why you must store more charcoal and more grain, or else at least tens of millions of people will have to die in the next few years in the great Ming dynasty. Jihan seriously exhorted. Tens of millions of people? How is this possible? The crowd were all stunned on the spot, Chongjin also completely froze in place. 061 Poor is tactical penetration, rich is bombastic. Sir, am I hearing this right? You said that tens of millions of people will die in the great Ming dynasty? How is this possible? Sir, you are joking, right? This must be a joke, I don't believe it, it's impossible. Chongjin's emotions became somewhat agitated. This was the first time he had lost his temper like this. Even before he heard that he would hang himself on Coal Mountain and that the Great Ming would be destroyed, he had never been so agitated. At this time he actually subconsciously dared to question Jihan. Tens of millions of people. These are all human lives. How can tens of millions die? The population of the Ming dynasty is only about 100 million, how can half of them die? This is too much, right? Even Ying Zhang Wang Ben couldn't help but be taken aback. You think I'm joking? Jihan sighed and laughed bitterly, this is the truth, the years of Little Ice River disaster led to a reduction in food production everywhere, the plague is constant, all kinds of rebels are burning and looting in all directions, and the Jiannu is in rebellion from time to time. At the end of the Ming dynasty, in addition to a few places such as Jiangnan, most other places have 9 empty rooms, and the people do not have 1 in 10. Jiannu after entering the customs on the Ming is a massacre, dozens of cities because of resistance to the Jiannu and washed in blood, kill is not chicken and dogs left behind. After that, they even put forward the cruel order law of keeping the head but not the hair, keeping the hair but not the head, I don't know how many people were killed. So over and over again tossed down, to the Jiannu completely wiped out the South Ming after the population has dropped to less than 50 million, a full tens of millions of people died in the disaster and military chaos, everywhere is a corpse. The more Jihan spoke, the more grief and indignation he felt. The three of them, Ying Zhang Chongjin Wang Ben, also had reddened eyes. It was as if everyone had seen this tragic scene. This is all my fault, all my fault. Chongjin burst into tears and said in agony, I am sorry for the 10,000 people of the 9 states, I am sorry for the ancestors. It's okay, you still have a chance to change in this life. Jihan seriously said, so you not only have to vigorously develop guns to cripple the Jiannu, but also have to work hard to save food to fight against natural disasters, tens of millions of people's lives waiting for you to save. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I, by no means, will fail to fulfill Mr.'s important trust. Chongjin solemnly bowed high and low. He felt that a heavy burden had inexplicably been placed on his shoulders. For the sake of the hundreds of millions of people in the Ming dynasty, he must walk down one road to the black, God blocking to kill God, Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had met Jihan. With the help of this immortal master, he had the possibility of turning the tables. Old brother Shi Huan, please prepare more grain for me. Chongjin said seriously, as much as you need, I can trade firearms for it. Good. Ying Zhang laughed out loud, and the contract between the two was settled once and for all. Old Zhao, when are you going to fight the Huns? Jihan inquired in surprise. Soon. Ying Zhang domineeringly said, my army is almost ready, hundreds of thousands of descending soldiers have also arrived in the north. Once the cavalry three-piece suit is thoroughly equipped with all the cavalry, we can start the war, about 7 or 8 days later. So soon? Jihan frowned darkly. Although it was said that Great Qin had so many epic-making weapons. But the Huns were not to be messed with, and in a real fight it would be easy to have casualties and a large number of wounded soldiers. Originally, he wanted to get a large amount of Yunnan Baiyao and then teach some medical treatment knowledge, or get some medical books to Lao Zhao, so that he could cultivate some physicians to reduce the casualty rate. But now it seems to be too late. It looks like we can only get some alcohol to disinfect it, and we can take our time with the other stuff later. Luckily, this battle has a huge advantage, there shouldn't be many wounded. Old Zhao, just wait, tomorrow I'll go prepare some goodies for you, and I'll guarantee you smooth sailing in this great battle. Oh yeah, after old Zhu hands over the first batch of wooden-handled grenades to you, you should let the people bring them all with them, and blow thee up if you have nothing to do, we don't like grenades. Isn't that what they say? If you're poor, you're tactical, if you're rich, you're bombastic, if you can't, you can tie the grenades to your crossbow and use it as a cannon. Jihan patiently exhorted. Ying Zhang was unusually touched, he knew that Jihan was afraid that he would suffer too many casualties that would affect the power of Great Qin. You are overly concerned, sir. Ying Zhang said in a domineering manner, if I still can't clean up the Huns with all these goodies, what's the point of me needing this million-strong army? We will definitely win, isn't it good to have fewer casualties? Jihan said in a bad mood, this grenade thing is just a dead thing, it's better than fighting hard with your life. Yes, sir, the lesson is right, I remember. Ying Zhang curiously asked back, but what is the meaning of tying a grenade to a crossbow and using it as a cannon? Don't you understand? Jihan rolled his eyes and said, grenades are not far enough to kill on the grassland, and their deterrent effect on the enemy is too low, so you must have a cannon. But you don't have a cannon, how to do? Just use a crossbow, this thing does not move a few hundred paces of range, and the crossbow arrow is thicker than a baby's arm, the force is huge. All you need to do is tie a grenade to the crossbow and fire it, and it will hit everywhere within a few hundred paces. Isn't this just like a cannon? Jihan gave an explanation and description. Ying Zhang, a turd who had never seen a cannon before, finally understood what it meant. Wonderful, this is a very good method, and it can be used in siege warfare as well. Ying Zhang clapped his hands in excitement, and Wang Ben's eyes were also glowing. Because this move easily solved the problem of not having enough grenades to throw. Imagining the scene of a row of car crossbows firing in unison and then a rumbling burst of explosions a few hundred paces away, these two couldn't help but be happy. Even Chongjin could not help but thump his heart. Mister, this method is wonderful. Chongjin surprised, both simple and practical, good. Good a chicken Jihan did not have a good temper, did Qin temporarily know artillery can only be so will be used, how many of your guns have been built? 062 The emergence of mortars and heartless guns. Jihan's question made Chongjin slightly embarrassed. This flintlock musket, paper-cased bullets, wooden-handled grenades are good to say, the technical difficulty is almost none, in the Sun and Ding's efforts at once to get out a lot. But this cannon, but let him worry Whitehead. Although Bai Mokang is a master of firearms, artillery is also extremely proficient, but this cannon is a university question. The process of making artillery in the Ming dynasty is very complicated. First of all, you need to cast the mold, drying, polishing, testing, a series of procedures to get down a gun from the production to the completion of at least a few months' time. Although the Ming dynasty already has the means to imitate the top red-coated cannons at that time, but an artillery bureau is difficult to make dozens of cannons a year, which is obviously not in line with the expectations of Jihan's heart. The artillery bureau has been neglected in recent years, and the craftsmen are scarce, so it's very difficult to complete the development and design of the rear-mounted artillery as well as the blossoming shells proposed by Mr. in a short period of time. Even if Bai Mokang intensifies the development, it is unlikely to be completed within a short period of time. Chongjin carefully explained. Jihan rolled his eyes as soon as he heard it. The great Ming dynasty without artillery is a toothless tiger, and that's not good. Of course, at that time the environment and technological constraints, this is also something that cannot be helped. After all, a cannon does not move a few thousand pounds, a little problem will have to be destroyed and recast, it is really not easy. There is also the development of this flowering bomb is not easy. At that time, although the Ming dynasty had already had open fire bullets, many countries were still reluctant to use open fire bullets and continued to use heavy solid bullets because the fuses were not up to scratch. This was also the reason why artillery became heavier and heavier. After all, it was a technical job to shoot out one big iron ball weighing tens of pounds. The end of the Ming dynasty. Jin knew 6 times to enter the customs to burn, kill, and loot. Once more ferocious, they will fight at any time. It is difficult for Daming to resist without artillery. You do this, let Bai Mokong continue to research along these lines, but you can first develop 2 types of artillery for transitional use. One is a mortar, one is a heartless cannon. Jihan thought hard and finally came up with a temporary solution to the problem. When Chongjin heard it, he became interested. Mortar? Heartless cannon? What is this thing? First let's talk about this mortar. Jihan took out his own cell phone, then searched for a video of the mortar firing and made it available for everyone to watch. The 3 of them, Ying Zhang, exclaimed again. What was this little square? Why was there a figure appearing? This must be the Immortal Master's immortal technique. Awesome. This kind of technique is truly amazing. Heavens, this cannon fires so fast. Everyone exclaimed in unison, not too shocked. After all, even a divine object like a trading trigger finger had already been seen, and everyone's acceptance of cell phones was still relatively acceptable. The focus is on this video of the artillery. The video shows a clip of a ghost fight. A platoon of mortars blasted out, and the scene was really earth-shaking and quite dominating. After watching it, Jihan searched for a heartless cannon video for everyone to see. This is when the 8th Route Army developed a simple artillery. Research and development difficulty is almost equal to 0, is a person can research out. This mortar, very powerful. Jihan continued to explain, it has a small barrel, low casting difficulty, fast firing speed, and it can be fired continuously without cooling, and the firing angle is flexible, so it can support a full range of strikes. Compared to the red-coated cannons that weigh thousands of pounds without moving, this thing is simply a godsend. Imagine a random soldier carrying it can run all over the mountains, put it down and fire it. How terrifying is this deterrent to the enemy? Imagine 100 mortars lined up, shooting out hundreds or even thousands of shells per minute. How desperate is the opposite side? Jihan Kai talked, Chongjin suddenly surprised. Even Ying Zhang's eyes were glowing with gluttony. This thing is definitely a divine weapon on the battlefield, you can't miss it. If you want to cast a mortar you have to pay attention to a few points. Jihan urged, one is that this gun barrel can no longer be made of iron or copper, it must be high-quality steel, preferably 100 forged steel or 1000 forged steel. The Daming dynasty already has a very mature forging steel technology at this time, I won't dwell on this point. Secondly, this shell, you can't do the fuse of automatic excitation for the time being, then learn from the wooden handle grenade like leaving a fuse on the outside, ignite it and then stuff it into this barrel and then shoot it out. This is also feasible. Cannonballs can no longer be designed into a round ball shape, have to be designed to look like the cylinder tip in the video. This is not difficult to design and manufacture. Just use a mold to create an iron shell stuffed with gunpowder, steel balls, iron shavings, and other things, then create an isolation plate at the end of the shell, and a layer of gunpowder behind the isolation plate, which is called the firing charge. After the fuse ignites the firing charge, the shell will be shot out, and when the shell hits the ground this front layer of gunpowder happens to explode, and the scene definitely shakes the ground. Jihan patiently explained. Chongjin listened more and more excited. The production of this thing is really not very difficult. The Ming dynasty has long had a mature casting technology, with pine elm or clay molds, easily can be mass-produced. And this shell is a modified version of the wooden handle grenade. What is the difficulty? Ignite and blow out, not on the line? Wonderful, too wonderful. Chongjin excited eyes light, Mr. Talent, I admire to I go back and let people produce, immediately produce, ha. After the excitement. Chongjin asked with anticipation, Sir, what is this heartless cannon again? This thing is not simple. Jihan silently took a sip of his cigar and said with a deep face, you have to promise me that this thing will not be utilized easily because it is too heartless. 063 This thing is awesome, gotta get it. Sir, don't worry, if it's not a necessary moment, I will never easily use the heartless cannon. Just sir, why is the muzzle of this cannon so huge? It looks like a large barrel, can this be fired? Chongjin is full of curiosity, obviously can't figure out the principle of heartless cannon, also can't figure out how heartless this cannon is. Jihan laughed softly and explained, this gun barrel is actually a barrel, the thickness and sturdiness requirements are very low, far inferior to the barrels of mortars and redcoat cannons. It is characterized by simplicity, convenience, and cheapness, casually making a barrel-like shape out of iron, so that it doesn't leak can be used. Then it's just a matter of wrapping the gunpowder in burlap to form a large explosive packet, followed immediately by tying a piece of isolation board to one side of the packet, and then a layer of launching charge, and leaving the fuse open. When fighting a war, swing this thing in front of the enemy's position, light the fuse and stuff it into the barrel, and when the firing charge explodes it will hurl the explosive packet 100 meters away, and then a big explosion will occur. This thing, because the amount of gunpowder added is too large, once the explosion, dozens of meters around the range of the enemy will be shocked by the 7 orifices of the blood and die. No matter where you hide, cannot hide, can be said to be very heartless, mourning the good things. Let's put it this way, this thing is equivalent to dozens of wooden-handled grenades bundled together and thrown 100 meters away. You guys imagine the scene. Jihan's explanation once again made the Chongjin trio swallow their mouths furiously. Nima, this thing is awesome, must get it out. So what if the enemy charges over with thousands of troops? 10 heartless cannons lined up will make them despair until they vomit blood. Good stuff, good stuff. Ying Zheng said excitedly. Chongjin, old brother, quickly develop this thing. I'll trade you grain for it, the price is negotiable. This is natural. Chongjin happily assured, this thing is not too difficult to manufacture. I'll go back and let the artillery bureau step up production. Well, that's more like it. Jihan nodded with satisfaction and said, in the future, all the soldiers and horses under your command will have to eliminate cold weapons and must be 100% hot weapon configured. When going to war with the enemy, first come with a wave of mortars to wash the ground, and then bombard the enemy with heartless cannons when they get closer than 200 paces. As soon as the enemy gets close to 150 paces, use 4 rows of flintlock rounds to make sure that someone is firing at all times to pin the enemy down dead. And then get on your shields, throw grenades, and hide behind your shields and fire cold shots. With such wave after wave of operations, even if 1,000,000 iron horsemen charge at you, you will be able to resolve your opponents with minimal losses. Chongjin sniffed and got secretly excited again. He carefully noted down the wave of combat procedures. After simulating it in his head, he immediately became ecstatic. If he played like this, anyone would have to be screwed over by him. Sir, I suddenly feel that Great Qin's 1,000,000-strong army is a bit weak. Ying Zheng laughed bitterly from the side. If we follow your kind of equipment, if old brother Chongjin only needs a few tens of thousands of people, I may not be able to defeat him. This is natural, although the Qin crossbow was very strong, but cold weapons are always going to be eliminated by hot weapons. Jihan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. What are you afraid of? First buy some good stuff from old Zhu here and use it, then train a cannon army yourself first. After winning against the Huns, I will naturally slowly help you gradually upgrade your domestic infrastructure, and by then you can also build your own guns and cannons. After Jihan pacified him for a while, Ying Zheng Wangben then smiled happily. With Jihan's guarantee, what are they afraid of? I will go back and mobilize my troops to prepare to fight the Xiongnu. Ying Zheng said excitedly, this time, I will not only drive the Xiongnu out of the river Lu, but I will also completely exterminate the Xiongnu, and then erect a monument to Mr. Two-Man City. That's a good idea, just right, immortal Master Jihan visited here, ha. Jihan smiled and joked, and the crowd couldn't help but laugh again. But old Zhao, if you want to destroy the Xiongnu, you'd better kill Bolden. Jihan admonished, this dog is the son of Two-Man, he should only be in his teens now. This guy is a lordly figure who can stretch and bend with great eloquence. Historically, he not only killed his own old man, but also endured humiliation and rose against the trend, conquered more than 20 countries such as Lulan, Yusan, Hujia, etc., and controlled most of the western region, with the string controlling soldiers of 300,000 people. At that time, Great Qin had already fallen, and the struggle between Chu and Han led to the hardship of the people and weak military strength within the territory of Kyushu, so Bolden became the greatest threat to the north. Not only did he lead his troops to break through the customs and plunder the central plains for a long time, he also ruthlessly humiliated Emperor Liu Bang of Han, definitely a great enemy. Jihan was eloquent, telling everyone about that humiliating history. From the siege of Baideng to the humiliation of Empress Liu, the three of them were furious. This damned Bolden should be killed. I must cannon brand him to death, I must not let him go. Anyone who dares to trample on the dignity of my 9 states must be killed. Hee, this Liu Bang's little boy is really incompetent, how dare he be bullied by the foreigners like this, a waste. There was a burst of cursing and swearing. After Chongjin's tirade, he couldn't help but suggest, older brother Shi Huang, this Liu Bang seems to be just 3 years younger than you, and he's working under you as a small pavilion chief, so you'll have to clean him up. Of course. Ying Zheng sneered coldly, ever since the last time Mr. Liu Bang and Xiangyu would mess up my Qin, I have already sent people to secretly search for them. Now Liu Bang has long been captured by my men and is being secretly sent to Xianyang. I will kill this dog by 1,000 cuts. And Xiangyu, this guy, although it's not good to catch, but it doesn't matter, I will always secretly send people to hunt him down. Jihan and Chongjin glanced at each other and had secret admiration. This old Zhao enough ruthless long ago secretly cut the opponent, hiya. Well, eat and drink enough, come on, try the melons I grew. Jihan smiled as he picked a few watermelons and cut them open for everyone to taste. After a few people tasted it, there was naturally another round of exclamations and sighs. Especially Ying Zheng, he instantly fell in love with this sweet and juicy watermelon, and wailed that he wanted to bring more back. 064 The capital city is running out of food? I'm not kidding. After we've eaten and dined. Ying Zheng and the three of them stepped into the night color and quietly took their leave. After all, it is not good for the emperor to be absent from the palace for years. Especially Chongjin has not yet stabilized the situation in Daming, but also dare not leave too long, hurriedly return to the palace. At this time, Daming has dawned. The gray sunlight in the sky shone into the great hall, and Chongjin's face was covered with excitement. Because of the various artillery solutions given by Jihan, let him feel the incomparable power of science and technology, his heart is on fire, cannot wait to do a big job. Wang de companion, come in. Chongjin opened his mouth. Imperial Master, what are your orders for calling your old slave? Wang Qingjian, who had been guarding the outside of the hall, respectfully walked in. Chongjin also no nonsense, directly ordered, declare by Maokong over for an audience, immediately. Yes. Wang Chengyan immediately conveyed this order. Within a short while there were several small eunuchs trotting away. Your Majesty, you have worked hard all night, do you want to rest for a while? Wang Qingjian asked with concern while carefully making tea for Chongjin. I am not tired. Chongjin waved his hand unconcernedly and asked, waiting for you to pass a note to the Ministry of Households to urge them to allocate a few thousand stones of grain to save to give kanji. Hundreds of thousands of victims around the capital are waiting to be fed, if you do not let everyone eat, but it will be eaten in a big mess. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this won't work. Wang Qingjian said with a disheveled face, the Minister of the Household has been crying poor, saying that there is really no food. They have been urgently purchasing grain and grass in the capital, but it is still a drop in the bucket. Because of the influx of many stragglers, the price of grain around the capital is also skyrocketing day by day. Now a stone of grain has risen to 32 taels. The Ministry of Revenue is also difficult. How much? Chongjin sucked in a breath of cold air. 32 taels of silver and a stone of grain? Crazy, right? A few taels of silver for grain in the daytime, and all of a sudden it's skyrocketed so many times, the people's life is still not good enough? What's going on? Chongjin angrily asked, not just from the provinces in Jiangnan allocated many grain? How the hall of the capital will also lack food? What a joke! The emperor rests his anger, Wang Chengnan panicked and explained, according to the investigation of the people from the East Chamber, it's all unmeasured traitors who are secretly raising the price, which is still going to skyrocket. Damn! These dogs, they all deserve to die. Chongjin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He suddenly thought of what Jihan said about the 8 imperial merchants and the prophecy of tens of millions starving to death. There are these dogs making a mess, the people are not worried about starvation. Order the Ministry of Revenue to continue to allocate grain and grass relief for the victims. Chongjin ordered in a cold voice, in addition, let Fan Jingwen send someone to negotiate with the major grain merchants so that they must bring down the price, or else suffer the consequences. Yes. Wang Chengyan breathed a sigh of relief and scrambled down to pass on the order. Not long after, Bai Maokong had also arrived. I kowtow to your Majesty. Bai Maokong bowed respectfully. Chongjin's taut cold face immediately revealed a hint of a smile, and then said, Iching do not need to be polite, I let you come over as there are 2 brand new artillery, you need to step up the rush. Ha! Bai Maokong was filled with confusion. There's another cannon to be built? Your Majesty, I'm afraid this just won't work. Bai Maokong said awkwardly, the artisans of the artillery bureau are understaffed, and with the need to build the red cannon and develop new artillery, where is the manpower to build other cannons? No more red-coated cannons will be built in the future. Chongjin snorted disdainfully, this kind of artillery is bulky and powerful and small, the manufacturing cost is also very high, the transportation is also very difficult, it is not very useful to build, why waste time? Just personally lead a team of senior artisans to complete the development of the new artillery, and all the other artisans, give me full production of these 2 new types of artillery. After saying that, Chongjin handed Bai Maokong the simple drawings that he had just taken the time to draw. He had seen the video of the mortar and the heartless cannon. Drawing a simple drawing was not difficult for him, as long as he could read and understand it. Iching and see, this is called a mortar, it needs to be made from 100 refined steel, it's not too difficult, it fires fast, it's powerful, and it's easy to carry. This thing is called heartless cannon, it is more simple to manufacture, but the power is quite appalling, love secretary to step up production. Chongjin pointed to the drawings and kept explaining. His memory was so powerful that what Jihan had said just once, he could easily retell it again. Bai Maokong was also a smart man. He immediately saw the power of these 2 types of artillery. After sucking in a mouthful of cool air, Bai Maokong exclaimed, Your Holiness, who made this? These 2 cannons are simply astounding, could this be designed by you, Your Holiness? No, this is the immortal's dream imparted. Chongjin loftily snubbed. Bai Maokong was suddenly filled with consternation. These 2 kinds of artillery, can you manufacture? Chongjin pursued. Bai Maokong seriously thought about it, and immediately nodded his head. Your Majesty rest assured. Bai Maokong swore, these 2 kinds of artillery are not difficult to build, and can even be said to be very simple, I will be able to build samples for test firing in less than 2 days. Good. Chongjin satisfied with a big smile, Secretary of Labor and Hard Work, I thank you for the Ming. I do not dare to be. Bai Bai Maokan was immediately moved to a feverish state, and his heart was warmed. Chongjin so much attention to the development of firearms, he has also honored it. Next, Bai Mokang immediately returned to the artillery bureau to work overtime. Not 2 days will be this mortar and heartless gun to drum out and easily test fire success. Chongjin personally inspected, was also shocked by the power of these 2 guns. Immediately after Chongjin ordered the establishment of a secret warehouse in the Forbidden City to store firearms, a large number of grenades, flintlock muskets, paper shell bullets were sent to this warehouse. No one knows, these things are eventually Chongjin was included in the trading trigger finger, ready to trade with Lao Zhao. 065 This is to open the Great Qin firearms era? Inside the Qin Emperor's palace. Ying Zhang is also busy at the moment. After obtaining Jihan's instructions, he took Chongjin's wooden case and went back to the palace in a hurry and had 2 car crossbows delivered. This car crossbow is also called a bed crossbow. This is a kind of mounted on a wooden car, can be moved at any time of the large crossbow equipment. Each use has to have several Hercules turn the winch, and then place 3 children's arms thick crossbow arrows can be used. Its power was quite terrifying. Not only can it be shot hundreds of paces away, and also has the strength of 10,000 pounds, even the strong city wall can be deeply rooted in, is definitely the strongest existence of the Qin Bao. Father, what do you mean by this? Yes, Your Majesty, what are you doing by having these chariots and crossbows brought over? Could it be that Your Majesty wants to test whether the crossbow craftsmen of the general's office are lazy? No, it must be that His Majesty has obtained something good from the immortal master, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. Fu Su, Li Xin, and the many civil and military officials who had heard the news were puzzled, but they were all excited. Now everyone had learned to be smart and knew that Ying Zhang would go to the immortal realm every few days, and every time he went there, he would be able to salvage a lot of goodies. So everyone was too lazy to guess and simply watched the show from the sidelines. Wang Cheng, start. Ying Zheng commanded. Only. Wang Ben agreed and snapped out his lighter again. Oh yeah, this lighter was just shunned from Jihan's desk. It doesn't matter if our Marquis of Tungwu has money or not, and it doesn't matter if he's a good mixer or not, he does like to pass along lighters. In full view of all the people, Wang Ben first smugly lit a cigar and smoked it before tying each of the 3 wooden-handled grenades to the crossbow arrows that had already drawn the bowstring. What are you looking at, bunch of dirtbags? This is a grenade given by the immortal master, tied to our crossbows. It's a crossbow, it's very powerful, look at it. Wang Ben wailed and explained while receiving a torch from a soldier. This pretentious look of his immediately made the group of ministers a bit upset, and the ones with fiery personalities almost didn't go up and beat him up. But soon everyone's attention was attracted by this car crossbow. Only Wang Ben quickly lit the fuses of the 3 wooden-handled grenades. Snort! The fuse ignited and burned rapidly. Wang Ben trembled in fear and hurriedly roared hysterically, quickly. Shoot it out, quick! Shoo shoo shoo! The soldier manipulating the vehicle crossbow immediately cut the rope, and 3 crossbow arrows with wooden-handled grenades flitted out like lightning, and in the next moment accurately hit one of the city walls 300 paces away. Boom boom boom! 3 earth-shattering explosions instantly rang out. The courtiers and soldiers were instantly stunned. Only to see that the 3 crossbow arrows that were deeply embedded into the city wall had long been blown apart, and a large amount of stone chips were splattered between the flames. The terrifying big explosion had actually blown out 3 deep craters in the city wall. The vicinity of this explosion site was a mess, and it looked exceptionally terrifying. Heavens, what is this? What is this? Could it be a heavenly divine thunderbolt? Could this be the immortal master's immortal technique? Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty. Yes, I congratulate Your Majesty. Many of the civil ministers were excited and exclaimed in ecstasy. Wang Ben, however, scoffed and said, "What do you know? This is the power of science and technology." The immortal master said that in the future, we Qin people can also make this kind of good stuff by ourselves, so that we can bombard people and horses with a single arrow. After saying that, Wang Ben used the torch to ignite a few wooden-handled grenades and smashed them out from afar. Rumble! There was another big explosion of fire in the distance. Now everyone could see that this was not an immortal mine, this was a grenade that would explode. Good stuff, really good stuff. We can make it ourselves in the future? This is too incredible, isn't it? Haha, with such a divine object in hand, who else can my great Qin army defeat? The ministers were thrilled, and the military generals were even more excited with their eyes glowing. Li Xian immediately knelt down on one knee and roared, "Your Majesty, this item is of great use to my northern expeditionary army. Please, Your Majesty, please grant my minister 100,000 or 800,000 pieces, and I will definitely suppress this headman city completely." Little Li Xian, what business is it of yours? Tu Sua wailed in anger, "Most of your command are cavalry, can you carry this thing around? It should be given to the army under my command. Why not? If we can't carry a vehicle crossbow, can't we still smash it with our own hands?" Li Xian stubbornly argued, "Didn't you hear Marquis Tungwu say that this treasure is called a grenade? This is clearly smashed by hand. Shameless boy, if you have the ability to fight with this marquis. Let's fight, are you afraid of this guy? The two fierce generals were immediately ready to fight one-on-one. Seeing this, Ing Zhang waved his hand and said, "Alright, be quiet, I have only brought back a dozen or so of this item, but I will be able to get 30,000 of them in 7 days, which can be used on the Xiangnu, and each of you will have a chance to do so. Tu Sua, you immediately lead 50,000 foot soldiers to set off first. 7 days later Li Xian will lead 10,000 cavalry to set off, arrive at Shangdu County and then turn around with Meng Tian, then crush the Xiangnu with a thunderous force." Only. Li Xian and Tu Sua kneeled down on one knee in excitement. "Fusu, allocate grain and grass from all the granaries to Xianyang, the more the better, quick." Ing Zhang continued to order. "Father." Fusu was filled with astonishment. "What do you mean by this? With a war in the north, shouldn't the grain and grass be redeployed to the north? This grain and grass is used to exchange for firearms, understand?" Ing Zhang patiently explained, and Fusu immediately understood in seconds. "Yes. I will go and do it right away." Fusu immediately agreed. "Wang Ben, select another 1,000 men from the army to prepare for the establishment of a cannon army." Ing Zhang ordered seriously, "We'll have to drill up after Chongjin's delivery in 7 days, understand?" Only. Wang Ben agreed excitedly. Others didn't understand what was going on, but he knew exactly what was going on. He knew exactly what was going on. Ing Zhang was preparing to start the era of firearms in Great Qin. 066 sweeping frantically in preparation for war, more of the same. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a correction value of 2000. Ding. Congratulations on your full body attribute value of +2. It was another beautiful morning. Jihan got busy early in the morning. After knowing last night that Ing Zhang was going to seize the war, he had been busy all night and had searched and placed many orders on the internet. Communication is very important in a war. First order 500 super high power walkie-talkies for old Zhao, and 500 for old Zhu as well. Potatoes, corn, pumpkins, watermelons and whatnot aren't uncommon. Find a grain dealer and get it done. Buy as many as you can, the more the merrier. Alcohol stuff can only be found in large pharmaceutical companies. Find a few more, at least buy 50 tons or more. And Yunnan Baiyao, anti-inflammatory drugs and the like, buy as much as you can. Jihan began to contact the manufacturers while he was calculating. Walkie-talkie, grain seed and so on are very good to buy, willing to smash money immediately. Someone delivery, how much to have how much? On the contrary, this large quantity of alcohol and medicine is very troublesome. Without medical qualification people are not allowed to buy and sell. Jihan had no choice but to use his hacking skills to find several people who were medical intermediaries before he could quickly get this large order done. Of course the price he paid as a result was also very high. The prices of these things were more than 3 times more expensive than the market price. It was fortunate that it was someone like Jihan who didn't lack money, otherwise he would have to die of heartache. Busy after all this is already 9 o'clock in the morning. Jihan took the time to walk out of the room to take a look, but found that today this small farm is unusually lively. In addition to Jifugan, these villages over to help the villagers, there are also a large number of fashionably dressed men, women and children, and the parking lot is full of all kinds of luxury cars. Third brother, you're finally here." Ji Yuding said excitedly. Quickly, there's a big customer, our farm is on fire you know? What's going on?" Jihan frowned slightly as he took Blackie and walked over. Ji Yuding explained the matter in a few words. It turned out that yesterday's events had made Jihan's small farm a big hit, and its local popularity in Dongshan City had skyrocketed, thus attracting many netizens to spontaneously come over to clock in and observe. And that's not all, a large family of the Su family also came. Su Xiaoxiao had also come with her live broadcast team. Many powerful people, gourmets, noble women, and big bosses in Dongshan City who had nothing better to do had also rushed here. That's why it even attracted several media reporters. That's why it created this lively and boisterous scene. As soon as Jihan appeared, the big guys recognized him. The crowd's eyes lit up. This guy is really handsome enough. His body exudes a refreshingly out of the ordinary dusty atmosphere. Boss Ji, is it? Su Huihuang took the lead to extend his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Su Huihuang from the Huihuang Group. I want to package all the melons and fruits in your house. The price is open at your discretion. Is that okay?" I said no. Jihan shook his head decisively and refused. In front of so many reporters with Su Xiaoxiao's live camera, Jihan shrugged his shoulders before saying seriously, "My fruits can be sold, but they can never be sold cheaply, and they can't be used by anyone as a tool for profit-making and monopolization. So no matter how high a price anyone offers, our fruits will only be sold loose and will not be contracted to a single person. Everyone can line up and make a reservation if they want to buy it. Each person can only buy 1,000 pounds at a time, first come, first served, no exceptions." Jihan's reply immediately caused the entire room to clamor. Many of the rich bigwigs in the crowd were instantly disgruntled. Especially a few rich dudes who wanted to chase after Su Yanyan were so angry that they started cursing. "What the hell, I have money and you still won't let me buy it. Playing the oddball routine, boss, you don't have a problem in your head, do you? It's a good setup. Aren't you afraid of smashing your hands? I'm afraid you don't know what it means to say that the customer is God, right? Brothers, let's give this little brother a lesson. Right, give us God a smile, or we won't buy a single one. In the face of the crowd's displeasure and mockery, Jihan didn't even bother to explain. Buy it if you like, get lost if you don't. Do you guys think I'll be short of money? Jihan impatiently said, which way is the door? No one is stopping you. You? Many people were confused by the anger on the spot. 666, this boss has personality, I like it. You have to make an appointment to buy such an expensive melon, awesome. If he keeps on playing like this, his melons will have to be famous all over the world. Yes, these days you are not afraid that your product is good, but afraid that you will publicize it. This old brother is too good at playing the trick of wanting to escape. In Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room, many netizens who were watching had swiped the screen. Many people in the scene were so angry that they wanted to leave on the spot. When I have never eaten melon, money what cannot be bought, I come to you to be angry, eat go you. Let's go, this boss is sick in the head, his melon is completely speculative. If he sells his melons, I'm going to myself upside down. Let's all go and let him perform alone. Many red-eyed people in the crowd began to clamor. Jihan did not mind this. After disdainfully skimming his lips, he fed a few more melons left over from last night's meal to the boar. This attitude of his made everyone dumbfounded again. This guy is really tough enough, really not afraid of everyone leaving? Such an expensive melon, it's not bad if someone buys it, but he's still so tough, and he even feeds watermelons to wild boars in public. Is that an insult? Boss G, I'll buy it. Su Huihuan was the first one who couldn't hold it together, although he was also angry, but he didn't dare to be hard. People do not sell the melon. Jihan maximum loss of a little money. He could not buy the melon. Su Yanyan will have to everyday infusion. The thought of this needle has to be stuck to the blood vessels of the baby girl. He was heartbroken, straight shivering. The first thing he did was to buy the melon, and he had to buy it. How expensive it is must be bought. No matter how arrogant Jihan is, he has to buy the melon back in a low voice. Limited to 1,000 pounds, right? Good, I want 1,000 pounds. Su Huihuang said with a smile on his face. Boss G, do you think it's okay? Pay immediately. 067, isn't this the king's wife selling herself? Su Huihuang's performance made the faces of many people present look as if they had eaten. Everyone saw how tough Jihan's attitude was, and originally wanted to give him a downward spiral, letting him know that he knew the evils of society, and letting him know that the buyer was God's. But Su Huihuang didn't compete. This goods for their own baby girl, what aggression are willing to suffer? A little rule is nothing. In any case, first buy the melon, say. And he was afraid that Jihan would back out. So he hurriedly had someone transfer the money, and the $1 million of melon money arrived quickly. Boss G, the money has arrived, right? Su Huihuang asked with an expectant face. Do you think I can pick this melon? As a big shot worth tens of billions of dollars. Su Huihuang actually looked a bit pleasing at this moment. Of course. Jihan receives the money and nods with satisfaction. Uncle Fugan, put all the work on hold today, bring the folks to help pick watermelons, first pick 1,000 pounds. Okay. Ji Fugan nodded his head furiously with a face full of stagnation on the side. The other villagers of the Ji family village were also all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. I'm not dreaming, am I? What Yuding said yesterday was true. Someone really buys $1,000 a caddy melon? And 1,000 pounds at a time? 1,000 pounds is $1 million, my god, is this melon made of gold? Don't talk nonsense, other people's Hanwazi has good fortune, he grows this as a high-end pollution-free watermelon, you guys know a ball. This kid Jihan is capable, if my second kid has half of his ability, it's good. Quickly, all come and pick watermelons, quickly. The townspeople murmured enviously as they began to pick watermelons. This one big watermelon was soon picked out of the ground and then piled up in front of the crowd. A faint sweet scent began to fill the air. Ha! Do you guys smell it? This melon seems to have a very sweet smell. Bull, how can a melon with such a thick skin have a flavor? Do you think it's an apple? I can smell it too, it really smells. This melon looks delicious. In the pile of people, a burst of inhaling sounds quickly resounded. Whether everyone admitted it or not, the watermelon looked absolutely delicious. The corner of Su Yanyan's mouth, who was wearing sunglasses next to Su Xiaoxiao, showed a hint of surprise. She felt hungry again. She hadn't eaten anything early in the morning. Yan, you're hungry, right? Su Huihuang said with a face full of concern. You didn't eat anything in the morning or last night, now hurry up and eat some. Uncle Su, is it okay? Su Xiaoxiao frowned and reminded, watermelon is very damp and cold. Yan already ate so much yesterday, if she eats it again now, will it spoil her body? It's fine. Jihan suddenly spoke from the sidelines. He took a serious look at Su Yanyan to make sure that she was the anorexic in Ji Yuding's mouth before continuing. The melon I planted definitely won't get wet and cold. It not only won't eat bad people, but if you eat it for a long time it can also wash the muscles and marrow, detoxify the skin, and make people strong and healthy. Eat it, it's okay to eat as much of this stuff as you want. This kind of watermelon is best eaten within 3 days after picking, even if it's frozen and preserved. Try to eat it within half a month, otherwise it will affect the taste. Jihan's explanation made many people skim their mouths in disdain. Blowing off steam, why don't you say that your melon is a golden elixir and that eating one can bring the dead back to life? Aren't you just selling yourself short? And the cleansing, detoxification, and skin care? Strengthening the body? What's the difference between this and selling health products? Cootie. Just believe it. Everyone snickered, but Su Yanyan unexpectedly believed it. I don't know why, but she was convinced by Jihan's words. Thanks. She revealed her stunning face after removing her sunglasses. The large, soulful eyes looked deeply at Jihan as if they could speak, and then revealed a shy and timid smile, which for a time caused many people to look dumbfounded. You're welcome, eat, taste this freshly picked melon. Jihan kindly copied a watermelon knife, then cut it for her. Aha! Su Yanyan nodded with a red face. She wasn't too embarrassed to eat melon in front of so many people. It wasn't very elegant after all, but she was really hungry. She had never had the feeling of hunger before, and now she had no resistance to hunger at all, and when she was hungry, she couldn't help but throw away all of her bones and manners. She carefully picked up a piece of melon and ate it in small bites, and a satisfied smile could not help but appear on her face. Gulp! Many people couldn't help but swallow furiously. Watermelon is even sweeter when you cut it, yikes. Watching Su Yanyan eat it one bite at a time, everyone surprisingly couldn't help but salivate. Dad, cut some melons for the big guys to eat together. Su Yanyan suddenly opened her mouth to suggest. She was a smart and kind girl. For one thing, she wasn't too good at eating alone, and it was very embarrassing in her mind that so many people were watching her eat. Secondly, she also wanted to help Jihan publicity campaign. So many people dry watching not to buy, his melon in the ground are not smashed in the hand? Right. Su Huihuang is not a stingy person, and quickly said to his bodyguard, quickly cut melons for everyone to eat, everyone has a share, anyway, this melon can't be preserved for too long, let everyone taste it. Su Dong atmospheric, how can this be a good thing? Yes, Ms. Su is also generous enough. Then we won't be polite, thank you, old brother Su. Come on, let's all taste it together. The crowd excused themselves and didn't nag. In a burst of compliments they all went forward and picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it. The bodyguards were busy for a long time. A full dozen melons were cut before everyone present got a piece. And the moment everyone took their first bite of the melon, all sorts of astonished and appalled voices rang out from the pile. Why is this melon so sweet? Yummy, really yummy, woo-woo. Old Wan, don't you dislike melons? How come you nibbled on the melon rind too, your lordship? 068 What kind of person is this man? After some first-hand attempts, anyone present no longer dared to say that Jihan's melons were expensive. Instead, they felt that the melon was cheap, and had a feeling that it was worth every penny. After all, for the rich a bottle of red wine or tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands, a so delicious melon, charge you 1,000 a caddy expensive? Expensive you do not eat people eat well. As for Jihan's attitude arrogant or not, now for everyone has been unimportant for anyone who has such a delicious melon, will be 100 times more arrogant than him. Boss, I want 300 pounds, oh no, 500 pounds. I want 800 pounds too. If this is used as a gift, it's guaranteed to be super dignified, I want 1,000 pounds. Boss G, can you sell more? 1,000 pounds is only 100 or so melons, we don't even have enough to share. Yes, I want to give some to my big customers, how can this be enough? Many rich people got excited at once. People were placing orders for reservations and even complaining that the limit was too small, just hating that they didn't buy enough. This scene, again let the presence of reporters and live broadcast netizens surprise dumbfounded. Some people quietly counted, just a few minutes time Jihan at least reservation sold 20,000 to 30,000 pounds. Tens of thousands of pounds of melon is tens of millions of dollars this is ing robbery? Crazy, this is worth more than a gold mine. I don't understand the world of the rich, poverty limits my imagination now. Originally I thought Su Huihuang was a trustee, but now it seems not, this melon must be very tasty. Whoever treats me to one of these melons, I'll give him a monkey. The netizens were excitedly talking. Reporters also flocked over wanting to interview Jihan. Unfortunately, Jihan doesn't like to show his face and decisively refused the reporters' interviews, while also instructing Jifugan and the others to pick melons for the customers who placed orders as soon as possible. The entire small farm quickly began to get busy. A large amount of money kept hitting Jihan's account, and cart after cart of melons were quickly pulled away. The reporters who couldn't interview Jihan had no choice but to start interviewing the tycoons who had purchased them, and directly pursued the question, "Gentlemen bosses, don't you think you're losing money by buying such expensive melons?" Loss? What loss? Sandiao, a bottle of red wine hundreds of thousands of dollars I can afford to consume, what is this melon? That's right, this is the thinking of the poor, 1,000 pounds is only $1 million, take it to give away how dignified. Not only is it honorable, it is simply suitable for both young and old. Many powerful people have several mouths to eat. You know what a chicken? Believe it or not, if this quarter boss allows us to round up this melon, I can speculate to $10,000 a caddy. The rich man's reply immediately filled the reporters with consternation. Everyone cannot refute, but also suddenly realized that this melon is only afraid to fire off. From now on, the land of the 9 states will appear a fruit of luxury brands. And all of this is a miracle created by this low-profile young man, Jihan. Admirable. How did he do it? The big guy couldn't help but be a little secretly amazed. Jihan's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist, so that people couldn't help but want to explore and couldn't help but want to pay attention to it, and everyone even vaguely felt that he wasn't simple. What exactly is this man? Is he really just an ordinary farmer? At this time, Su Yanyan was also full of color and peeked at Jihan from time to time, and Su Xiaoxiao playfully snickered from the side. How is it? Does Miss Su have a crush on him? Do you want me to go and ask for prestige for you? What nonsense are you talking? Su Yanyan red-faced and stomped her feet. I didn't. Shay, see, you're not thick-skinned enough like this. Su Xiaoxiao pretended to be sophisticated education. These days it's hard to find good boys. If you like, you have to chase. If you can't chase, you use force. Anyway, the girl with force is not a crime. Ouch, haha, Anchor said so reasonable, I actually have no words to say. Oh, who doesn't know that Xiao Xiao is the king of strong mouth? All without the experience of teasing a man. That's right, Anchor on we sit and wait for you to flirt with men. There was another burst of light laughter and snickering in the live broadcast room. Su Xiaoxiao gave a cold snort with a weak heart and said, who said I don't have experience? I'm going to tease you guys. This flirting has to be one step at a time. Little brother Jihan, do you want a girlfriend? With a red face, Su Xiaoxiao walked behind Jihan, looking at him with a hopeful face. Jihan was full of confusion and shook his head decisively. Don't. Why? Am I not beautiful? Su Xiaoxiao stomped her foot. Generally. Jihan honestly said, it's mainly because women are too troublesome, and there's still a lot of broken things that are annoying. Su Xiaoxiao was instantly struck by lightning. Laughing my ass off, this reply is divine. Nima, this dude is a loner, steel straight man. I agree with you on that point, women are so full of, doesn't the game smell good? Right, women are tigers, stay away from women and live a long and healthy life. Doesn't our goddess Xiao Xiao want to lose face? The netizens in the live broadcast room, too, burst out laughing. Su Xiaoxiao unwillingly said, I'm not the one who's troublesome, people are super good, super sweet, and super obedient, okay? Fine, then be good and obedient and don't bother me. Jihan's reply made everyone laugh maniacally again. Su Xiaoxiao is super faceless and stomps her feet in anger. What the hell, can't you even add a wiki? Come on. Jihan had an expression of having seen through everything long ago, and said vigilantly, you just want to pick me up, crave my beauty, and want to cheat me out of my body and feelings. You're also ready to control my paycheck card, manage my pocket money, make me work as a cow for you, and squeeze hundreds of millions of my resources every day. Woman. You're thinking beautifully. Jihan arrogantly rolled his eyes and decisively turned around and walked away. Su Yanyan was dumbfounded, and Su Xiaoxiao was also dumbfounded. When everyone came back to their senses, they all burst out laughing again. Convinced, Master Ji receive my worship. This dude is not a straight man of steel, this is a diamond. Admire admiration, wit, he was almost cheated a few $100 million. 666, this farm is so interesting, the melons are sweet and the boss speaks well, I super love it. Love it, I'm going to hit it, who's teaming up together? Go, team up to steal melons and tease Jihan, I really love this ascetic male god, sisters together. The netizens in the live broadcast room, once again excitedly swiped the screen. Su Yanyan snorted a laugh, and her soulful eyes couldn't help but turn into a curved moon. 06910 billion this is ing crazy. Jihan's melon was unsurprisingly big again. Many of Dongshan City's rich and powerful bosses heard about it and kept joining in the rush to buy it, selling out 40,000 pounds of melons in just half a day. At the same time, there are several thousand pounds of longan, tens of thousands of pounds of lychee and tens of thousands of pounds of nectarines have also been ordered, only the manpower is insufficient, and they have not been picked for the time being. With so many fruits sold out, Jihan made a profit of more than $70 million, a figure that immediately stunned countless people. This unprecedented fruit sector luxury goods big rush also quickly fired the whole network, let more netizens have attention. Jihan's melon also got an additional name as a result, Dongshan melon. Other fruits netizens have also called Dongshan lychee, Dongshan longan. Unconsciously, the brand of this Dongshan fruit so quietly resonated throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, and began to shape into a luxury product in the fruit sector. That afternoon, the alcohol, grain seeds, and other things he had ordered also kept arriving. Truck after truck arrived one after another, and a large amount of goods were piled up inside and outside this farmhouse, again attracting curious onlookers from the villagers. Jihan, what are you doing buying so many of these things? Ji Fugan asked curiously. Nothing, these are all friends' things. Jihan casually explained, it's temporarily placed here with me. Oh. Ji Fugan didn't bother to look deeper, but carefully glanced at his complexion. Then in the encouraging eyes of the other villagers, he awkwardly asked, "So what, Jihana, our village is poor. You're also a family member of the Ji family who grew up here. Look at you today, you've made a big fortune. Why don't you also help the big guys to get out of poverty and become rich?" "Yes, Mr. Han, we want to learn how to grow melons from you. We won't learn from you for nothing, we can pay tuition. Cold Wazi, you teach us, this village is too poor, everyone is living in a tight spot. We also want to get rid of poverty and become rich." The surrounding villagers opened their mouths to help. In the face of the crowd's hopeful eyes, Jihan was not surprised. Because today he made tens of millions of dollars in one go, it was really too much of a shock for everyone. And in the future, all the fruit trees on the side of this mountain of his are golden, and he will make at least $10 billion a year. This is exceptionally attractive to anyone. The village people who are afraid of being poor naturally want to follow along and plant trees and melons to get rid of poverty and become rich. Everyone thought it was because Jihan's skill in planting melons was good, but they didn't know that it was all because of the effect of the spirit gathering array. They couldn't have grown such good melons even if they planted them for the rest of their lives. "Uncle Fugan, how many households are there in our village?" Jihan suddenly asked. 132 households. Ji Fugan hurriedly replied, "A total of 288 heads." "Aha!" Jihan nodded before saying, "I can grow 4 crops of this melon a year, and I can produce melons all year round, and the other fruits are also very productive, and I'll expand the fruits when my turnip and potato harvest is over." I made a rough calculation. My more than 100 acres of land and a few hundred acres of mountain fields will produce a minimum of 10 million fruits per year. That means this small farm's fruit sales in a year will reach $10 billion, and the sales will be so stable that countless rich people will be scrambling to buy them. Jihan's words immediately caused the crowd to swallow their mouths furiously. 10 billion, this crazy. Is this money that good? Who among us doesn't have land or mountains? But we are all a year of hard work down to earn less than a few $100,000, and sometimes have to lose money on fertilizers and pesticides. The gap is too big, right? The entire Dongshan city, all the fruit farmers together, also not worthy of giving Jihan shoes. And Jihan continued, "The cost of my fruit tree watermelon is the same as when you planted it, and I even saved money on pesticides because I don't need to spray pesticides. The cost is even lower." This? What's going on here? Isn't making a killing? Everyone was once again filled with sizzling heat. But Jihan shook his head and said, "Uncles, you must be thinking, learn to grow melons from me and get rich, right? To tell you the truth, it can't be done. This melon and this fruit can only be grown in my acre of land to be so sweet, out of here no one can grow it." Jihan's explanation immediately made the whole audience clamor. Everyone thought he didn't want to teach and complained. "Cold waifu, everyone has watched you grow up, you can't lie. That's right, you've made $10 billion this year, there's nothing wrong with teaching everyone, we're not stealing the market from you." Ji Fugan is smarter. He tentatively asked, "Jihan, do you mean to say that the main reason why your melons are so good is that this land is good?" "Right." Jihan nodded and said, "This ground was specially treated by me, that's why the melons grow well. Your ground doesn't work, get it?" This? Everyone was a bit dumbfounded by this. But the thought of not being able to follow along with the planting of this melon to become rich, the crowd inevitably lost some. "But uncles, don't worry." Jihan continued, "I've made a little money myself, and I can't watch the people in the village suffer from poverty. I'm going to hand over the sale of this fruit to all of you from today onwards. Our village can set up an agricultural development cooperative, and in the future, we can fully represent my fruits, and can have a 10% share. This 10% is more than $1 billion of profit. Let's split it by household. Each household will be able to share more than $7.5 million each year. Of course, this is just an idea. The specific how to implement still need to meet and discuss. Uncle Fu Zhen, you call everyone back. In 2 days we will hold a whole village clan meeting to discuss." Jihan's words just fell. Everyone has long been dumbfounded. This isn't blindfolded, right? 7.5 million? This is split among us? This is too generous, isn't it? Great. Manhwa Z hasn't forgotten our village people. Everyone's eyes glowed with excitement, and everyone couldn't help but be ecstatic. 070 The Battle of Great Qin's northern attack on the Xiongnu. Jihan's decision was well thought out. He was born and raised here, and every family in Jijia village is related to him, plus he doesn't lack money, so it's only right to help everyone. After all, many folks are suffering. So it's not a big deal to give them the sale of this fruit and then give everyone a 10% cut. He'll take the big head himself, and throwing out some small profits will save him a lot of trouble, which is something he's happy to see. In response, the villagers naturally thanked him profusely. Everyone went home happily to share this joy with their families. In a short while the Ji family village up and down all excited, many villagers working outside the village have also received calls to rush back. After nightfall, Ying Zhang and Chongjin arrived again. This time everyone completed the deal easily. Chongjin brought 30,000 wooden-handled grenades, 1,000 flintlock rifles, and 30,000 rounds of paper-cased bullets. Ying Zhang also brought 300,000 stones of grain, which was enough to fill dozens of basketball courts. Among them, 30,000 stones of grain were for trading, and the rest was treated as an advance. Chongzhen still owed him a large pile of firearms. As for Jihan, he also handed over these tens of tons of alcohol, Yunnan Baiyao, and grain seeds to Ying Zhang. With the aid of the trading space, this all became very simple. When Jihan's mind moved, the goods in this trading space were easily transferred, and Ying Zhang and Chongzhen were naturally surprised and delighted. After a bout of drinking and eating, the two left again. When Ying Zhang returned to the Qin Palace, the first thing he did was to summon Li Xian to prepare for an expedition. It would take several days to go all the way from Xianyang to Shangxian, even with a fast horse, and the time wasted would definitely be longer if we transported grenades there slowly. So Ying Zhang thought about it and decided to go on a personal expedition. He had a trading trigger in his hand, so he could take out the firearms from the trading space at any time, which would be very convenient for transportation. At the same time, he was not afraid of bumps at all now that his body had gotten better. So Ying Zhang ordered Li Xian to lead 10,000 iron horsemen, and Wang Ben to lead 3,000 of his personal guards to follow him, and they headed north. The Qin courtiers were horrified. But no one can stop them, because no one can stop Ying Zhang from making up his mind. A few days later, Ying Zhang's army arrived at Shang County day and night. By now, a huge number of troops have already gathered around Shangxian County. In addition to Ming Ten's 300,000 troops defending the north, there are also 50,000 foot soldiers brought by Tu Suo, as well as hundreds of thousands of descended soldiers from the Six Kingdoms. With such a large number of people pressing on the border, the Xiongnu people were immediately frightened. All over the north, smoke was also rising, and the atmosphere of a great war enveloped everyone, so that everyone could not help but feel nervous in their hearts. Meanwhile, the arrival of Ying Zhang also secretly surprised Meng Ten, Tu Suo and the others. Everyone rushed out of the camp to greet him, and as the army lined up on both sides, Meng Ten and the others took the lead and shouted on one knee, "Your Majesty! Don't be rude!" Riding on a black horse, Ying Zhang looked down on the whole army, and saw that there were soldiers everywhere, just like an ocean. This spectacular scene caused him to be overwhelmed with bravado. And not only did he not have any fatigue after running for a few days, he was still in high spirits at this time, and couldn't wait for the war to start right away. "Meng Qing, has the battle plan been finalized?" Ying Zhang inquired. "It has been finalized." Meng Ten quickly said, "We have strategically deployed according to your Majesty's request, and have decided to split our troops into 3 directions to kill the city of Tuman, and completely exterminate the Xiongnu." "Good. I personally came from Xianyang just to give you a great gift to help you destroy the bandits." Ying Zhang raised his hand and pointed in public, and the open space to the left of the entrance to the barracks was suddenly enveloped in divine light, and after the light disappeared, a huge amount of supplies appeared on this open space. A large number of wooden boxes containing firearms and wooden-handled grenades. Lots of alcohol and other things in cardboard boxes piled up like little mountains. This sudden scene immediately caused the whole army to be in an uproar. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and descending soldiers, shocked, looked at this pile of supplies, and everyone couldn't help but wonder if they were hallucinating. "This is the treasure given by the immortal." Ying Zhang drew his sword and roared, "By the order of the immortal master, exterminate the Xiongnu, and Qin will be victorious. Destroy the Xiongnu. Victory to Qin! Victory to Qin! Great Qin Wansheng!" All the soldiers roared desperately in excitement. This morale instantly skyrocketed to the extreme. Everyone couldn't help but be excited for a while. Immortals, immortal masters, this is real. It has always been rumored that Great Qin is blessed by immortals, and the soldiers of the 6 kingdoms didn't believe it, but this time they all believe it. Ying Zhang's show of skill has made Qin's soldiers believe in their invincibility, and made the soldiers of the 6 countries fearful of resisting. In this battle, all descended soldiers who are willing to contribute will be regarded as soldiers of Great Qin. Ying Zhang continued, "Those who have made war achievements will be heavily rewarded with pastures, cattle and sheep, and those who are brave enough to kill the enemy will be knighted. Long live Qin! Victory to Qin!" This time the surrendered soldiers of the 6 countries were all excited. They were originally very resistant to joining this war because they were afraid of being used as cannon fodder by Great Qin. But now, after seeing the means of this immortal and knowing that Great Qin was blessed by an immortal, everyone knew that Huns were dead. The battle must have been won easily. And everyone is eager for Great Qin. Ying Zhang has given everyone the chance to become true Qin people, so naturally everyone is excited and ecstatic. Now go back to the camp and recuperate. Tomorrow morning, we will march out and attack Tuman City in 3 directions. After Ying Zhang decided on the time to go to war, the whole army immediately prepared for the sacrifice with joy. At the same time, he also gathered Meng Tian, Li Xian, Tu Suo and the others and began to teach the distribution of the grenade alcohol and other things. He will be sitting in Shangxian County in this big battle, and will not go to the battlefield in person. The specific battle still had to be executed by the 3 Meng Tian men, and that night everyone once again began a serious study of the specific details of the battle. When it was determined that everything was okay, the Great War opened so brazenly. 071 Great Qin's might, times have changed. Early the next morning, the army departed quickly. Meng Tan, Li Xan, and Tu Suo each led an army of 50,000 with more than 100,000 descended soldiers and attacked from Yulin, Shaoguan, and Jiuhuan in 3 separate directions. Ming Tian had been stationed in the north for more than 10 years, and had long been clear about the Xiongnu tribes in the neighborhood. The 3 of them swept across the area, and easily eliminated many small tribes in a quick and easy manner. Wherever the army passed, heads rolled. Once they encountered Huns, no matter if they were men, women, and children, they were forcefully decapitated, slaughtering their tribes and exterminating their clans, and their blood flowed for thousands of miles. Formation, quickly form a formation. Where are the crossbows? Give it to me. Throw the grenades, quick. South of the loop, Li Xian was the first to run into a tough fight. This is a large tribe with a population of more than 10,000, and the tribe's tents alone cover an area of more than 10 miles. Under the Universal Army, tens of thousands of Huns rode in on horseback and fought with Li Xian's army. Li Xian is also a man of considerable generalship. He ordered his foot soldiers to form up for defense, and the crossbow cannons and grenades greeted the wave first. Rumble. After an earth-shattering explosion, a large number of Huns were killed by grenades, and crossbows bombarded the Hun army from hundreds of paces away. Damn, what is this? God, this is God being angry. Retreat, retreat. The Huns were terrified and fearful. The horses were frightened and scurried around, and the scene was a mess. Some wanted to retreat, some wanted to charge, some were blown up on the spot, and some were trampled to death on the spot by the horses. No retreat, no retreat. The Hun leader roared angrily, "This is a demonic spell, it's not a god's anger. What are we afraid of with the blessing of the heavenly God? Charge me. Charge. Kill." The Huns barely summoned the courage to charge. But what awaited them were thousands of wooden-handled grenades that whistled and smashed over. Rumble. There was another earth-shattering explosion, thousands of grenades blew up in the pile of people, and a large number of warhorses and Huns were blown up and died on the spot. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Shrapnel and iron shavings swept out, killing those who touched them. Shockwaves swept out, and the Huns 10 meters around the point of explosion had to vomit blood. A wave of grenades smashed down, at least 2,000 to 3,000 Huns were killed, and more than half of the Huns were injured by the shockwave. The battle results could be described as exceptionally brilliant. Ha ha ha. Li Xian laughed wildly in excitement. Cavalry out, brothers, kill for me. Kill. 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 The Great Qin Iron Cavalry roared out. Wave after wave of crossbow arrows swept over the mountains and swept over the Xiongnu people furiously again. A charge came forward. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry that had been equipped with the cavalry 3-piece suit advanced like a wall, crushing their way through, trampling and hacking to death thousands of Huns. The chaotic Hun army simply couldn't withstand this terrifying offensive. After a wave of impact, tens of thousands of Huns were dead or wounded, and only hundreds of riders fled in panic, only to be chased up and hacked all the way by the Qin cavalry. The might of Great Qin immediately made the Huns despair to the point of vomiting blood. It also made the soldiers of the 6 countries see the horror of Great Qin, so that no one could rise up a trace of resistance, only to be submissive. Report General. An adjutant general cupped his fists and roared lowly, "The enemy has been completely annihilated, with no survivors. More than 3,000 warhorses have been collected, and our casualties are less than 10. Good. Ha ha ha. Li Xian laughed with satisfaction. Surround the entire tribe and clear the remaining Huns, kill them all regardless of their age. Only. The vice general agreed and immediately led his troops to surround the area. The only 2,000 to 3,000 old and sick people left in this Hun tribe panicked, but what awaited them was only extinction. Some may think this is cruel. But after seeing the Han Chinese imprisoned in the Hun's sheepfold, the soldiers present all went berserk. The Xiongnu people have long been breaking through the customs and plundering, not only robbing food and gold and silver, but also like to bring a large number of Han men and women back to their tribes. These people are the wealth of the Huns. Men as slaves to herd sheep, women as concubine slaves to bear children. Their lives were worse than death, and they were often beaten, scolded, and killed. Not only were they not clothed, but their expressions were numb, just like livestock. Damn, these damn Huns, how can they be like this? These Kill them all, the Huns must be killed. None of the soldiers in the army were burning with rage. Even the surrendered soldiers of the 6 kingdoms were gnashing their teeth in anger. Li Xian even took the opportunity to roar, "These women are from the land of Zhao, and also from the land of Wei. They are all my Qin subjects now, and seeing the Xiongnu people oppressing our sisters like this, do you think they should be killed or not? Should be killed. Killable." The surrendered soldiers of the 6 kingdoms roared with vigor, and everyone was murderous. At this moment, everyone's heart completely eliminated the previous obsession of the 6 countries, and they only felt that all of them were people of the Central Plains, and all of them were people of Great Qin. The Xiongnu people were oppressing the people of the 9 states so much, so we should all be united against each other. Kill for me. At Li Xian's command, the old, weak, women and children of this tribe were killed cleanly, and the blood of the Xiongnu's was contributing to the integration of the 6 kingdoms with Great Qin. All of this was what Li Xian was happy to see. It was also specially ordered by Ying Zhang. She needs this war to absorb the soldiers of the 6 countries and bring them back to the center. After beheading this tribe, Li Xian rescued more than 3,000 Han men and women on the spot, and captured countless gold, silver, and jewelry, more than 200,000 cattle and sheep, and more than 30,000 war horses. This enormous wealth made everyone unable to resist, secretly smacking their lips. The Huns are rich, this way to kill, must get rich. Leave 5,000 people to transport the cattle and sheep back to Shan County, others continue to depart. Li Xian gave the order, and the army continued on its way. The other 2 armies were also out in a frenzy, crushing one Han tribe after another, decimating and plundering along the way, killing the Huns with fear and defeat. The entire river loop area was plunged into war. Tens of thousands of Huns were slaughtered. 072 With the help of immortals, why should Great Qin worry about not being able to last for 10,000 years? Damn, what's going on? How did the Qin send out so many troops to attack us? What the hell do we do now? Who can tell me? Are you all deaf? Desert North, Headman City. King Tuman of the Huns was roaring angrily within the royal court. The news of Great Qin's troop dispatch had reached here early on, and at first the Huns didn't think it was a big deal, thinking that Ying Zhang had just finished his domestic battles and was simply incapable of a northern expedition. But reality gave them a cruel slap in the face. Not only did Great Qin send out troops, but they came in force and in large numbers. Divided into 3 directions, they swept along the way, easily decimating the scattered Xiongnu tribes wherever they passed. In just 3 days, the Huns in the river loop area were crippled. A large number of tribes began to migrate north of the northern river, the entire grassland was in chaos, uncountable cattle and sheep were plundered, and the entire Xiongnu clan could be said to have suffered a great loss of vitality. Tuman had no choice but to start shrinking his army according to the old ways. Then a large number of elite cavalry were sent out and began to attack in all directions. In the past, this kind of tactic was invincible, and anyone who wanted to make an enemy of the Xiongnu people in this vast and boundless prairie was asking for their own demise. Even the most powerful enemy would collapse in the face of their wolf tactics of running in all directions. However, the Qin army they faced this time had them in a state of shock. The Qin people seemed to have something that could look far away, causing them to be able to spot the Huns' attacks at any time. At the same time, there was a long-range communication device in their army. This black box-sized thing that could talk from a long distance away caused the Huns to be at a disadvantage everywhere in this battle. As for the grenades in the hands of the Qin army, it made them even more desperate. Many Huns subconsciously thought that this was a heavenly thunderbolt sent down by the gods, so much so that they had absolutely no faith in fighting. In the face of Tuman's anger, the leaders of the various ministries drooped their heads and did not dare to say anything. Because they had long been killed by the Qin army. Father, I think we should withdraw from the river loop and retreat to the king's city. Bolden hesitated for a moment and said, You guys shouldn't have noticed yet that from the mouths of the clansmen who escaped, I noticed that they also have an additional new type of equipment. What kind of equipment? Headman frowned. It's not clear yet. Bolden said seriously, it's a piece of equipment mounted on a horse that frees one's hands and allows the cavalry to fight with increased strength. And the thing they threw out that would explode isn't a divine heavenly punishment at all, it should be a weapon as well. From all aspects we can judge that Great Qin is by no means something we can fight against. We should shrink our forces to hold on to Tuman City and let the Qin army get lost in this prairie. Their supply lines are too long and the progress of hundreds of thousands of troops is slow. We only need to delay until winter to completely drag them to death. The young Bolden uttered a brilliant idea that instantly made the eyes of the various leaders glow. Tuman was not too happy with this young son of his, but the move was a brilliant one. Good, let's do it. Tuman said, pass the order down, all the ministries gather towards the king's city, all the elite ministries are responsible for attacking and breaking the back, quick. Yes. The leaders of the various Xiongnu ministries agreed with a low roar. Immediately after Tuman's order, this prairie was once again in an uproar. In the meantime, south bank of the North River. In a huge military camp, more than 100,000 soldiers were in the process of repairing. This was Meng Ten's army, and in the past few days the 3 armies had marched in tandem and had easily eliminated all of the Xiongnu tribes in the river loop area. Now Li Xian and Tu Suo have already crossed the North River with their troops and horses in high spirits, heading straight to the desert to kill, but Meng Tian, who is cautious by nature, is not slow and ready to rest and reorganize here. General, the other 2 armies have already killed over, why are we still dawdling here? Yes General, if we're late, we won't even be able to have soup. Generals Li Xian and Tu Suo are making a lot of money, we can't lag behind. Several vice-generals under Meng Tian anxiously and bitterly advised. But Meng Tian turned a deaf ear and just silently led a tour of the wounded soldiers' camp. Although there were few casualties from the many days of fighting, there were more than 1,000, most of whom were wounded by arrows. After a brief lesson from Jihan, Ying Zhang specially ordered someone to write a guideline for treating wounded soldiers in the camp. The Qin army's battle-wounded camps had to be kept clean and tidy, and the camps had to be fumigated with vinegar every day, and bandages had to be sterilized by steaming in boiling water. The final treatment of the wounded soldiers was always to splash the wounds with alcohol, sprinkle Yunnan Biao, then simply suture and bandage them, and then take anti-inflammatory drugs. This whole set of process made the military doctors exceptionally confused, completely not understanding what this meant, and even Meng Tian didn't understand what this was all about. However, everyone dared not disobey the dead order given by Ying Zhang. So the doctors did what they were told, and the thousands of wounded soldiers were taken care of surprisingly well, with 7 out of 10 soldiers dying and 2 seriously injured. Now 8 or 9 out of 10 wounded soldiers can be cured. This caused the military doctors to exclaim and sigh in amazement, and Meng Tian was also overjoyed. He wasn't the least bit worried about the battle situation and wasn't interested in grabbing the credit, but he was still quite happy that the wounded soldiers were able to recover so well. Your Majesty is truly a man of God. With the help of an immortal, why would I worry about not being able to prolong my life for 10,000 years? Pass the order down, leave 1,000 men to protect the wounded soldiers and transport the supplies back to Shan County. The rest of the ministries, 1 person and 2 horses, will kill their way across the North River early tomorrow morning and go straight after the Xiongnu royal court. After making sure that the wounded soldiers were fine, Meng Tian decisively gave the order to go to war. Yes. The vice-generals wailed in excitement and quickly went down to convey the military orders and reorganize their troops. Now we do not lack of anything. The horse is even more frightening. The 3 armies of hundreds of thousands of people, 1 person and 2 horses can easily be put together. The Huns want to stall for time, but we will not let them do what they want. Fighting fast and eliminating them as soon as possible is the way to go. 073 The earth shook and the city of King Tuman fell. After crossing the North River, Great Qin's 3 armies and the Xiongnu people started a series of great battles, and both sides killed each other in an unusually fierce manner. The 3 armies were like 3 iron swords, ruthlessly piercing into the hinterland of the grassland. The Huns attacked again and again, not disrupting their pace at all, not to mention blocking their path. There was only a mantis of self-destruction. Bolden's plan failed. No one was able to stop the Qin army. And the vast and boundless prairie didn't slow down the Qin army. They were 1 man and 2 horses, with a surprisingly fast speed, and advanced to the vicinity of the royal city of Tuman in just half a month's time. Li Exayan, Tu Sua and Meng Tian led the army to converge. A full 400,000 to 500,000 army, a great piece, stretches for 100 miles, scared the head of the Xiongnu people on the wall of the head of the city of Mannum. Damn. They're coming, they're really coming. Have these Qin people taken the wrong medicine? Why are they in hot pursuit? Do they want to destroy us completely? The Xiongnu ministries panicked abnormally. At this time, most of the Xiongnu people on the prairie gathered to this king city. A full 170,000 or 180,000 people crowded this not-so-big king city to the brim. Outside of the city are large swaths of enemy troops, which makes one's heart despair. Everyone don't panic. Headman pretended to be calm and pacified. Our city walls are tall, they can't attack. The God of heaven is blessing us. What are you all afraid of? Tall walls? Behind the pile, Bolden gave a bitter smile. The walls of this king's city were no more than 7 or 8 meters high. It was a simple stone and mud city, and the lack of materials in the grasslands did not allow for the casting of any great city. This is also the only city in the grassland. How tall can it be? The headman of the well thought he could defend himself with this city. If this is a fight, it won't take half a day to be finished. Xiongnu is going to be finished. We have to think of a way back. Bolden's eyes flickered as he secretly contemplated. But before he could think of any backtracking, on the opposite side of the Qin army sprang out a cavalryman. He whistled and approached the Xiongnu royal city, roared loudly, "Xiongnu King Tuman, listen, His Majesty the First Emperor of Qin has ordered, hand over Bolden, I will leave you a whole body, if not, Xiongnu chickens and dogs will not be left behind." The Huns on the city wall all froze for a moment, and then looked at Bolden in unison. Emperor Qin named him? What does this mean? Bolden's face changed wildly. He had wanted to take advantage of the pandemonium to withdraw quietly with his own men and horses in order to rise again. But how could he not expect the situation to be like this? He's never been to Great Qin, and he's never offended Ying Zhang, so how could he be targeted by him? And he even asked for him by name? Father, no. Bolden growled anxiously, the Qin emperor is trying to alienate us, and he said that he would spare your body only if he handed me over, so it's clear that there's no way we can have peace talks. Let's fight them. Humph. Headman snorted in annoyance. If Ying Zhang had an order to hand over Bolden for peace talks, then he would definitely do so without hesitation. However, if he had to hand over Bolden to save his body, Headman would be a fool to agree to it. Call down and prepare to defend the city. Headman roared. Father is wise. After Bolden breathed a sigh of relief, he hurriedly shouted, my son will go to reorganize his troops and fight these dog thieves. Wait. Tuman sneered, you stay here, don't go anywhere. Headman's order caused Bolden, who wanted to escape, to turn pale. Although Headman didn't know why Emperor Qin was targeting Bolden, he was clear that this young son was certainly not simple. With the big battle coming up, he must not be allowed to mess things up. So Bolden was forced to stay on the walls, unable to escape even if he wanted to. The Qin army on the prairie outside the city was ready to go to war. Hundreds of thousands of troops kept approaching, looking aggressive, and every soldier had a contemptuous sardonic smile on their faces, not putting the Huns in their eyes at all. Two generals, how many wooden-handled grenades do you still have in your hands? While observing the city wall in the distance with his binoculars, Meng Tian said to Li Xian Tu Sua, how about this, let's concentrate the grenades in our hands, and smash them all into this king city, and bombard this city wall. Good, this is a good idea. I still have 3,000 grenades in my hand. I have 5,000. Li Xian and Tu Sua expressed their approval of the proposal. If more than 100,000 Xiongnu people defend the city, they will lose a lot of money. Before the battle, Ing Zheng instructed us that once we hit the city, we have to smash all the grenades out. This is a deadly order, so they naturally don't dare to hide anything. In the end, Li Xian pulled out 3,000 survivors, Tu Sua 5,000, and Meng Ten had 6,000, and the three of them together had more than 14,000 wooden-handled grenades. Concentrate the entire army's chariots and crossbows, strap on the grenades, and blast me. Quickly! Beat the drums for battle. Chariot and crossbow formation, strike. More than 1,000 car crossbows had already tied up their grenades, and after igniting them, they swooshed and shot towards the headman king city. A large number of crossbows and arrows viciously stuck into the city walls, city heads, or shot into the city. The next moment, more than 3,000 grenades exploded in a crazy big explosion. Rumble! A burst of fire rushed into the sky and the ground shook. A large portion of the walls of King Two-Man City instantly collapsed. This kind of low city wall made of clay was not at all resistant to beating. A burst of explosions collapsed the city wall, and a large number of soldiers screamed miserably, either killed by the explosions or buried by the city wall. Inside the city, there were also explosions and fires in all directions. Many tents were engulfed in flames, and cattle and sheep fled desperately in fear. The scene was chaotic. Go on, shoot. Third round, shoot. Bombardment after bombardment, one after another. The two-man royal city was immediately plunged into a sea of fire. Countless Huns died tragically in the sound of the explosions, and many people knelt on the ground in horror, looking at this scene that was like heaven's punishment and kowtowing desperately. Oh my god, is this the gods punishing us? Help, help! No, how can this be? 074 with this inscription, I glorify the immortal master for all ages. An epoch-making weapon like the grenade easily crushed the royal city on which the Huns relied. After more than 10,000 grenades were all shot out, the entire royal city had long been plunged into a sea of fire and wailing, and more than 100,000 Huns were blinded. All troops attack, kill. Long live Qin. Victory to Qin. Li Xian, Tu Sua, and Meng Tian coincidentally gave the order for the entire army to make a general attack. They knew that the Xiongnu people had already been crippled and scared, and they had to take advantage of the victory to completely eliminate them. Otherwise, once they came back to their senses, the Qin army would have to pay a greater price in order to completely eliminate them. Kill! The three of them excitedly unsheathed their swords and roared madly. Kill, kill, kill! Hundreds of thousands of troops roared madly and also wailed and pounced. This is the last battle to exterminate the Huns. The Huns inside the city have been scared out of their wits. Killing in is picking up the credit. Whoever runs slow will drink the soup. Whoever runs fast, eats meat. So every great Qin soldier seemed like they were pumped with chicken blood, excitedly charging forward furiously. The tidal wave of soldiers and horses quickly rushed through the ruins of the city wall. After entering the city, the Qin army killed and cut down people as they saw them. Some of the Huns wanted to fight back, but they were crushed by a large number of Qin crossbows, and those who resisted were shot into a hornet's nest on the spot. Kill! Kill them all, leave no one behind. No, don't. The city erupted into pandemonium. There were screams, wails, and shrieks. The Qin army was outnumbered, strong and powerful. The Huns have long been scared out of their wits. Where is their opponent? The battle is often a touch and then collapse, simply cannot organize an effective defense. Quickly follow this king to kill out. Hurry. Bastard, don't mess up, don't mess up. Hold them back, quick. Headman growled anxiously, desperately trying to escape with his men. But no one paid any attention to him in the chaos, and the people around him were getting fewer and fewer, and the Huns were fleeing in all directions, completely out of order. Two-Man wanted to vomit blood in despair. He barely organized a few thousand men to try to kill their way out. But before he could kill 300 paces, he was surrounded by a group of people, and in no time those around him were dead or wounded, and even he was hit by an arrow. Kill, ha ha ha. Brothers, we can't let them get away. The surrendered soldiers of the six kingdoms in the Qin army were the most frantic, each of them charging desperately, slashing at the vitals of the Huns, killing the Huns with fear and trepidation. These descended soldiers of the six countries were desperate to get Great Qin's war credit. They were well aware of the power of Great Qin, and also knew that they had to have war credit if they wanted to be completely integrated into the Qin army, so everyone fought hard not to be left behind. Half an hour later, this battle for the ages was gradually coming to an end. From the beginning of the Huns fell into absolute desperation. They cannot resist the Qin people crazy attack. Just half an hour was killed. The remaining Huns were horrified and wanted to kneel down and surrender, but they were swarmed by the excited Qin soldiers, and were all chopped to pieces by the chaotic swords. Reporting to the three generals, 152 people from the top of the Han royal family were captured alive, including Hun King Tuman, Prince Bolden, and the leaders of the various ministries. Please send them down. An adjutant general led a group of men, driving away the captured headmen and others, and came to the outside of the city to report to Meng Tian's 3 men. Li Xian was delighted at the sight. This Tuman was in a sorry state at this time. Where was there any trace of the Hun King's appearance? Kill them all, leave no one behind. Li Xian impatiently said, "Oh yes, which one is Bolden?" His Majesty commanded to bring him back to Xianyang to be properly greeted. Make sure he enjoys the 18 major tortures once. Why? Bolden growled incredulously in the pile of people. I don't know the Qin Emperor, and I have never broken through the pass to invade Great Qin. Why target me? At this time, Bolden had a depressed grip in his heart. If he was beheaded here on the spot, he did not feel wronged at all. But on what grounds did Ying Zhang target him, and had to bring him all the way back to Xianyang to be tortured? This was simply humiliating. Is His Majesty's will not something that you can speculate on? Li Xian sneered. You are Bolden, right? Detain and take away, the rest, kill. No, I am the king of Xiongnu. How dare you all act recklessly? The gods of heaven will not let you go. All of you are. Headman and the others cursed hysterically, but everyone was already too lazy to listen to too much of their nonsense. The swords chopped down, and one by one, all of the top Xiongnu were killed. Bolden looked at this scene with despair. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Because his legs had long been broken, and he had been tied up and guarded, no one could save him. The only thing that awaits him is a horrible death by torture. By now, the Huns had been completely exterminated. Even if there are a few survivors in small tribes, it will be difficult to make any waves, and the prairie will completely fall into the hands of Qin. In the past, even if the attack on Xiongnu won a great victory, it would not leave troops and horses stationed in the grassland. Because of this, it is not easy to control the emperor, so often after the army withdrew, other foreigners appeared on the grassland. But this time, Ying Zhang's ambition has long been to make the whole world the land of Qin, so not only will he not withdraw, but he will also send a large army to guard this place. He will send a large army to defend the area, so that all the foreigners like the Yuezhi and the Chang will not be able to take advantage of him. Anyone who dares to reach out will be chopped off by Ying Zhang. After the big battle, it was naturally time to harvest the loot. Endless amounts of wealth and cattle and horses from the king city of Xiongnu were continuously transported back to Shaanxi County. At the same time, Meng Tian took out an imperial decree that Ying Zhang had prepared long ago. His Majesty has ordered that a monument be erected immediately after the capture of the Xiongnu city to show the achievements of the Qin Empire. With this monument, we will honor the immortal master's name for eternity. 075 The case of the shipwreck in Jiangnan, and the rebellion in the capital of the Great Ming. Qin's battle against Xiongnu lasted for half a month. During this time, Ying Zhang stayed in Shaanxi County and never returned to Xianyang Palace, so he didn't come to Jihan's small farm for 2 consecutive times to eat and drink. Similarly, Chongjin also had no time to go there. Because at this time he was facing a big trouble. After many days of fermentation, the grain shortage in the capital of the Ming dynasty has become more and more serious. Chongjin had sent people to interview this major grain merchants in the capital, asking them to reduce prices and sales. But these grain merchants are either scoffing and ignore, or is contrary to the public, on the surface of the price reduction, in fact, the lack of catty, so that the people are angry and dare not say. Coincidentally at this time a few from Jiangnan grain to the capital of the ship, accidentally sunk the ship. When the news into the capital, the panic is completely diffused. Countless people flocked to the rice store to buy high-priced rice. Grain merchants are making a lot of money. The Ministry of the Household's disaster relief silver but therefore quickly spent, hundreds of thousands of people waiting to feed the victims. All of a sudden there is no rations. The whole capital is almost a mess. The Ministry of the Household saw a day even on 8 folded crying poor and miserable. Saying that if you do not allocate words, these hundreds of thousands of victims will have to starve. Qianqing Palace, Chongjin the faster this fold the more angry, could not help but slap the table growling, "Bastard things, I approved to them millions of disaster relief money, less than 10 days to spend it all? Do not think I do not know what is going on outside this." The major grain merchants teamed up to do bureau speculation high grain prices. I see them simply lawless. And this grain ship sinking is what happened. How can a ship sink in a good place? The East Chamber has not found out anything yet? Chongjin's roar made the eunuchs tremble. This period of time of high food prices event, in fact, there really is a ghost. Even this grain ship accident is odd. But who dares to say? Who dares to investigate? Shaanxi 8 merchants all have their hands in the air. Inside and outside the dynasty are their people, all over the state government which officials have not received their favor? Which is not with them the relationship between the generals. If this kind of thing is exposed, it is going to turn the world upside down. Back to your Majesty. Xiao Huachun immediately stepped forward and replied stiffly, after the East Chamber's fangs verified that the shipwreck in Jiangnan was quite strange, and that the grain had been transferred before the sinking of many of the sunken ships. At present, the East Chamber has taken control of the relevant people, all details are being interrogated. It is suspected that there is a major involvement with the Chow Transportation Division of the capital. However, several key witnesses have refused to speak. And of the 16 large grain merchants and 23 medium-sized grain merchants in the capital, all of them have been found to be hoarding grain for profiteering. Among them, many grain merchants, led by the Shanxi merchant fan family, have built more than a dozen secret grain silos on the outskirts of the city, hoarding more than 1 million stones of grain and grass. Chao Huachuan's word for word shocked the hearts of everyone present. They have felt a hint of bad, and then remembered the last time Chongzhen's thunderous tactics. Everyone's back spine is even more dark cold. This master heard the news. I'm afraid it will be even more furious. Witnesses refuse to open. You cannot do the case? I raise you what to do for food. Immediately pry open the witness's mouth. I want real evidence. If you East Factory cannot do, let the Jinui to do, save standing in the pit not. Chongzhen furious reprimand. His Majesty rest his anger. His Majesty rest his anger. Chao Huachun hastily assured. The old slave went back to the night interrogation. Be sure to pry open the mouth of these dogs and thieves, to get all the conclusive evidence. I'll give you 1 day. If you can't find out about this shipwreck case, I'll be sure to punish you severely. Chongzhen roared angrily. Yes. Chao Huachun hurriedly agreed. Where's Li Yuanin? Has he arrived yet? Declare. Chongzhen continued to urge. Not long after the Jinui all-commanding officer Li Yuanin entered the hall to bow. I pay my respects to your majesty. Salutations. Chongzhen, full of iron face, said, Li Aiqing, I want you to Jin Yiwei can take over the case of Toon Grain. This major grain merchants have hoarded millions of stones of grain for profiteering. Do you really think that I do not dare to kill them? You immediately mobilized troops to bring people to seize their stores, grain silos, copied the home of these treacherous merchants. No evidence does not matter. In the process of the seizure can always find evidence. I give you the imperial sword. You can decapitate them first and kill them later. Those who dare to resist will be killed without amnesty. Can you do it? Yes. I will not dishonor my mission. Li Yuanin excitedly promised. A wave of excitement instantly flashed from his eyes. 076 Copy the family and exterminate the family, shoot on sight. The capital. In a huge and luxurious mansion in the south of the city. More than a dozen large and small grain merchants were drinking tea and chatting. I heard that Chongzhen wants to investigate the shipwreck case and the high grain price case? Have you all heard the rumors? This yellow-mouthed child also dares to take us? Really tired of living, right? It can't be helped. Who made him inevitably get complacent as he recently took control of the 2 new armies? Ha! If he dares to try checking one of them, believe it or not, I'll let people burn the grain right away. Burn grain? That's a law. The grain merchants chuckled lightly and murmured. Recently, rumors have been spreading outside, and they are well informed, so they have naturally heard about it. But for Chongzhen's action, the major grain merchants do not think. Because in their eyes Chongzhen the emperor is not too worthy of fear, even if he has the power to comply with the rules, is not it? They can completely within the rules, easy to tease him. Don't you want to investigate the grain merchant case? Fine, then we'll burn the grain, and just burn down all the grain silos that are exposed in this bright light. By then the entire capital of over 1 million people, as well as the hundreds of thousands of victims around, will all be starving. At that time Chongzhen can still find out what? They only need to throw out a part of the grain, can still speculate the price of grain dozens of times higher, and ultimately easy to obtain huge profits. Isn't that how the shipwrecks came about? If we bribe the Chow Transportation Department and create a few shipwrecks to scare the people, the price of grain will soar upward. Chongzhen want to check, right? The more you check, the more you burn. If you want to talk about fooling the emperor, they are collusion between the government and business is a first-class powerful. Oh, first there is no hurry to burn grain. If Chongzhen really make a fuss, we then burn is not too late. Humph. How many generalissimos around are not our people? I'd like to see if he's afraid of us secretly funding bandits. The Jinnu have always had dealings with my fan family. If Chongzhen pushes too hard, I can't help but contact them. The grain merchants discussed with glee. But at that moment, a few boys rushed into the room full of panic, anxiously saying, Egu, gentlemen, it's no good. The Jinui army has mobilized and sealed all of our granaries, as well as each family's residence is also being seized. Our stores are also being seized. Do something, something's wrong. The grain merchants were immediately confused upon hearing this. Didn't they say they wanted to investigate the case? Why are you closing down stores and raiding homes before you've even investigated? It's against the rules. Damn Chongzhen, how dare he do this? Asshole. The grain merchants hurled anxious invectives and turned to leave. But the door was kicked open, and Li Yuanin came in with a large number of brocade guards, scaring the grain merchants. Egu, where are all of you? It also saves this official from running around. Li Yuanin sneered. Lordly, what do you mean by this? Have we violated any state laws by gathering here in a small gathering? Lordly trespass, this is a major crime. The grain merchants weren't afraid, everyone's backgrounds were through the roof. Li Yuanin, a Jinui all-commanding officer, everyone is not yet in the eyes. A big hat was deducted, trying to force him to retreat. But Li Yuanyin couldn't help but sneer, "All of you are still so mad at the end of your lives, it's really ridiculous, come on people, take them all down. Those who dare to resist, shoot on sight." Yes. The brocade guards fishtailed into the room. A few of the house guards tried to resist and were cut over on the spot. The grain merchants were kicked to the ground in no time, so angry that they couldn't stop snarling and cursing. "Li Yuanyin, you dare to touch us, looking for death, right? My fan family will never let you go. What evidence do you have to arrest people recklessly? Lord Li, you also have a family, you can't act so recklessly." Facing the threats from the grain merchants, Li Yuanyin did not care in the slightest. He directly ordered his men to search the entire house, and in no time at all, he found many gold, silver, jewelry, and account books in a secret room. TSK, you guys said I have no evidence, right? Isn't this evidence coming?" Li Yuanyin laughed coldly. The grain merchants present all changed their faces furiously. These books are not simple. Not only recorded the grain merchants in and out of the record, but also many bribe officials' account, as well as many private letters. If these things are exposed, even if they have 10 heads, it is not enough to cut them. "Stupid pigs, I've been watching you guys for a long time, and you still dare to go wild." Li Yuanyin impatiently said, "Take them away, let them taste the taste of Jin Weijia jail." No, Lord Li, you can't do this. Injustice, we're unjust. I don't want to go to Zhaoyuan prison, I won't go. Grain merchants scared desperately wailed, "Jin Weijia prison is a dragon pit, go in and want to come out alive are difficult." But no matter how they resisted, they were eventually dragged away by force. And Li Yuanyin with these books quickly attacked to meet Chongjin. When Chongjin read these account books and letters, and then a burst of fury, because these things actually really involved in the 8 Jin merchants, that is, Jihan mouth of the 8 imperial merchants. They secretly planned all of this, for the sake of profit, they really do everything. Moreover, their hands have long been extended into the courtroom, and half of the officials in this courtroom have an uneasy relationship with them. Traitors, should be killed, all should be killed. Chongjin gritted his teeth and ordered, "Wang companion, you immediately secretly summoned Cao Changjiao, ordered it to lead 5,000 new army cavalry rush to Wucheng, give me a copy of the family to exterminate." Yes. Wang Chang'an agreed with a frightened heart. He knew Chongjin had moved to kill. This time it was only to die many people. At noon that day, Cao Changjiao in the new army camp outside the city had received a secret order. He personally led 5,000 cavalry to quietly leave the camp and headed straight to the west. 077 Exterminate the 8 Jin merchants and let the new army see blood. Shaanxi. Wucheng Prefecture level city in Shaanxi. Inside the residence of Fan Yongdo, a major Jin merchant. The 8 major Jin merchants were sitting around a hall with ugly faces. They have received the news of the great change in the capital, and also know the news that Chongjin has seized the grain and stores of the major grain merchants by thunderous means. As the top merchants in the Ming dynasty at this time, the 8 Jin merchants are not uninformed. Even this time was seized in the millions of stones of grain and grass, most of them belong to them, but no one thought that this time Chongjin was so crazy. Recently in this court, the movement is not small. Fan Yongdu frowned, said, "Our major bosses in the capital even burned grain cannot wait to burn, the mansion was copied clean, Chongjin seems to be playing for real. Oh, around but lost a few stores and a little manpower, nothing to worry about." Wang Dingku disdainfully shook his head, "I guess Chongjin because of the inability to raise food and grass, the dog jumped over the wall, just find an excuse to force a copy of the house. Not necessarily so simple. Wang Dayu serious, if the emperor's son as long as the grain and grass is okay, but if we are implicated, how should this be? Yes, we have to be on guard, let's say hello to the generalissimos everywhere first. That's right too, then make some contacts with the Liaodong faction. This Huang Taiji again letter requesting additional shipments of food and cotton, just so we can take the opportunity to raise prices and ask the Jiannu to send troops into the customs to distract Chongjin. This dynastic affairs, play is the game, I would like to see Chongjin dare not risk universal condemnation to move us. I think he also dare to take our spokesman in the capital to export gas." The 8 major Jin merchants laughed in disgust, did not put this matter too much in their eyes, and did not realize the seriousness of this matter, and thought that Chongjin was just throwing a small tantrum. They are even less aware that Cao Changjiao's soldiers and horses have already sped here. This time, it was found to be 8 Jin merchants behind the grain prices. Chongjin was furious under the thought of the words of Jihan, to get a new life in this Ming dynasty must be quick and easy to kill. So he abandoned the old concept of fear of wolves in the past, directly ordered Cao Changjiao to take troops secretly. As for why Cao Changjiao was chosen over Huang Digong and Fang Zhenghua, it was not because he didn't trust them, but because there were too many enemy eyes and ears in the capital camp and the Forbidden Army. Only the new army, which had been chosen from the victims and had just been established, could be trusted to carry out such secret orders. Otherwise, people have not even left the capital yet. The 8 major Jin merchants already know about his movements. I'm afraid that it will cause even more trouble. Hurry. All cheer up, don't fall behind. Hurry up. Cao Changjiao led his army and sped all the way with fast horses. Although the 5,000 cavalrymen under his command were newly recruited, after a period of time of his coaching, they already had a bit of a climate. The enemy he faced this time was nothing more than a group of merchants. It's just the right time to raid their homes and let the new army see blood. In half a day's time, Chao Changjiu had already led his men from the capital to the outside of Wucheng, which was so fast that no one had time to make any reaction. One team to control the city guards, one team to control the city lord's mansion and the major government offices, one team to control the streets, kill anyone who dares to move. Everyone else, follow me. Chao Changjiu ordered coldly. The arrival of the army immediately dazzled the city guards at the gate. Before they could ask questions, Chao Changjiu had already roared and growled, "The new army of the capital is acting under imperial decree, and those who stand in the way will die." Oh no, something's going to happen. The city guards at the gate were so scared that they desperately stepped aside, and the army instantly fishtailed into the city, killing their way into this martial city. Chao Changjiu knows that this is the base camp of Jin merchants. The 8 great families run this place without a drop of water. Not only are the officials at all levels their people, even all kinds of yamen and street gangs are their people, and even the great families have a considerable number of house guards and merchant guards, and they are all equipped with firearms. Therefore, this battle must be resolved quickly. Chao Changjiu personally led his troops to kill the Fan family. The pedestrians on the street fled in all directions in fear, and the whole Wucheng was in chaos. The city guards in the city had just received the news and were ready to move out. They were blocked at the gate of the barracks by 1,000 new troops. 1,000 new troops began to maintain order on the streets and control the gates, shooting any assholes who dared to run amok. 1,000 new troops controlled the city lord's mansion and the major government offices, not allowing anyone to go out easily. Chao Changjiu led his men to rush to the gate of Fan Mansion. Seeing this, the Fan Mansion's houseguard was so frightened that he hurriedly tried to close the door, but was kicked open by Chao Changjiu. He rushed through the gate and yelled, "By decree, we will arrest the traitorous merchants, copy the family and destroy the clan, and kill anyone who resists." Bang bang bang! The new army generals behind him also opened fire. Many of the Fan family's household servants had already fallen in a pool of blood just as they tried to resist. Such a big movement has long alarmed the 8 Jin merchants. Fan Yangdu and others are dumbfounded. How did not expect Chongjin really dare to move them, and so fast? This completely caught them off guard. Ah! Damn Chongjin, how dare he? How dare! Quick, escape, must escape. Come on people, block them, protect the merchant team and take the lady and young lady to go first. Fan Yangdu ordered anxiously, and the other Jin merchants were also anxious. Fan House's household guards and merchant protection team quickly assembled, more than 1,000 people, many of whom had either swords, bows and crossbows or bird cannons in their hands, chaotically blocking the doorway, and meeting Chao Changjiu and the others head-on. Unfortunately, they were facing the new army equipped with brand new flintlock rifles. Kill! Chao Changjiu ordered with a cold smile, and the generals of the new army then quickly split into 4 rows before starting round after round of flush fire. Bang bang bang! Dense bullets, directly these home guards on the spot into a hornet's nest, occasionally encountered a few resistance, immediately a row of grenades thrown over, the entire fan house immediately plunged into a sea of fire. Miserable screams, wailing, here and there. Chao Changjiu's face was full of coldness, his gaze was murderous, and there wasn't the slightest hint of mercy at all. Regardless of men, women, and children, first kill a wave of them. He was ordered to kill people this time. 7,800 million taels of silver, the immortal master honestly does not deceive me. The sound of gunshots and screams in the Fan Mansion lasted for a full incense stick. Under Chao Changjiu's command, the new army continuously rushed into Fan Mansion, killing and firing on sight. Anyone who dared to resist was shot on the spot, and the entire Fan Mansion became filled with blood and corpses. The faces of many of the new army generals have long since turned pale. After all, killing so many people for the first time, everyone was still quite chilled. However, looking at Chao Changjiu supervising the battle from the side, no one dared to be reckless and could only continue to keep firing with a hard head. As for Fan Yangdu and the others, they tried to escape but failed to do so. Because this residence has long been surrounded by layers of inside and outside, they're under the protection of the merchant team simply cannot kill out, and ultimately the Fan family can only hide in fear in the backyard trembling. Master, what should we do? What's going on here? How could this happen? Who's targeting us? These people are government troops? Could it be that the emperor wants to raid the family? What should we do? What now? The backyard of the Fan Mansion was a mess. A large number of women, old and weak, were huddled together, and many of the household servants were holding their weapons in fear and trembling, each with a look of panic on their faces. Waste what words? All shut up, those who can still move follow me to kill out. Fan Yangdo growled with a face full of grimace, after you get out, each person will be rewarded 50,000 taels. 50,000? Hiss. Many householders immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in ecstasy. As the saying goes, people die for money, birds die for food. This 50,000 taels is not a small amount of money, enough to let the ordinary people live a life of peace and stability cannot. Let's go through the east gate. Let's go, take advantage of the chaos to kill our way out. Dozens of family members scurried towards the east gate with Fan Yongdo in tow. As for the Fan family's old and weak women and children, but no one cares, let them behind them desperately wailing and cursing. Fan Yongdo and others are walking unusually resolute. Fan Yongdo knew he had to escape. If he couldn't escape, he would definitely die here. After escaping, he still has a large number of assets around the world. He can also rely on Huang Taiji, although he does not know why Chongjin wanted to do it to him, but he knows that he cannot die. Unfortunately, his luck is more unlucky. He hadn't even taken a few steps yet, but he met Chao Changjiao's team head-on. "Wanna go? Take it. Old thing, run, why don't you run?" Chao Changjia yanked him, raised his hand and smacked him over with two big mouths. Fan Yongdo spat blood on the spot and almost fainted. "Dog, do you know who I am? You dare to touch me?" Fan Yongdo furiously roared and questioned. "Ha!" Chao Changjiao sneered disdainfully, "You're still so mad even at the end of your life? This will be the capital of the new army of the capital, from the 2nd grade Jinghua general, ordered to raid your 8 major merchants of Jin. You several families do not want to escape, take away." "Yes." Several soldiers pounced over like wolves and tigers, directly taking Fan Yongdo away for custody. "Leave 500 men here to guard the area, the others will go to the other houses in teams, and shoot anyone who dares to resist. Quickly, all of you move quickly. Don't touch anything in the prisoner's residence, or else you'll be punished by military law. Wang family and Xiao family send 2 more teams over, quick." Chao Changjiao barked out an order and kept on giving it. Although all of his 5,000 new troops had only been trained for the better part of a month, he had brought more than 100 of his own veterans with him when he became an army, and all of these people were now serving as leaders in various departments. With their assistance and deployment, Chao Changjiao's control over this army is still very strong. Coupled with the power of flintlock rifles and wooden-handled grenades, everyone's strength can easily crush ordinary household guards. After paying a slight price, the battle gradually ended in half a day. Because the city gates had been sealed, most of the 8 great families had not been able to escape, and all of their important members had been captured and taken into custody. As for those city guards and magistrates who dared to cause trouble, they were also easily shot. The entire Wuchang had been completely controlled, and the 8 great families had been swiftly copied, as teams of soldiers began to dig into the ground, not only capturing all the members of these 8 great families, but also making a copy of their family estates and inventorying them. From underneath the Fan family's mansion alone, 9 secret vaults were found. These secret vaults were piled up with massive amounts of gold and silver jewelry, piles and piles of uncountable silver. Even Chao Changjiao couldn't help but be dumbstruck. These dog thieves are too rich, right? Quickly, immediately speed up the horse to inform the saint, so that the saint can send a large army over to assist in transporting the stolen money. Chao Changjiao ordered with a wildly changed face. So many silver taels, at least tens of millions of dollars, and the 8 families together were estimated to break the billions of dollars. What does this mean? It's almost equivalent to a few years' worth of taxes for the great Ming dynasty. This is no longer just a simple matter of being rich. To know that nowadays the treasury is empty, before the last copy of Chongjin had only a few 100,000 taels of silver, the 8 families are more than a few dozen times richer than Chongjin. These money but will make people crazy. Chao Changjiao was afraid that the recruits under his hand wouldn't be able to keep the temptation in mutiny, so he hurriedly ordered the assets to be sealed and didn't dare to count them alone. Half a day later, an urgent report in front of Chongjin. When he read Chao Changjiao's report, he also couldn't help but be confused for half a second. "Dogs, deserve to be killed, all of you deserve to be killed. The 8 great families have such enormous wealth? The immortal master is not deceiving me." Wang Qinzhen immediately ordered Chao Huachun and Li Yuaning to send their elites to Wuchang, and then send Fang Zhenghua with 5,000 forbidden troops over to assist Chao Changjiao, quick. Chongjin also knew the seriousness of this matter. He anxiously gave an order. This Jinyui, East Factory, forbidden army all went out. This fanfare soon could not be hidden. When learned that the 8 Jin merchants were forcibly copied and exterminated after the dynasty and the countryside inside and outside the sensational clamor again. 079 The king and his ministers are playing against each other, and this is the act of a tyrant. 2 consecutive cases of family raids. The atmosphere in the courtroom of the Ming dynasty has become unusually heavy. A feeling of a storm coming over everyone's mind, so much so that the next day's court meeting became unusually weird. Civil and military officials stood nervously in the Golden Palace. Almost no one dares to look directly at Chongjin, because at this time he has long been full of iron face. "The ministers, I recently sent people to check the case of shipwrecks and the case of cantonment, so the harvest is quite fruitful. What do you have insights into this?" Chongjin cold smile, full of playful scanning the ministers. After many ministers' faces changed, they have clenched their teeth. "Your Holiness, this northern provinces have been plagued by frequent disasters lately. Food production has been reduced, and there is nothing that can be done about the soaring food prices. Yes, this Jiangnan grain from the waterway transportation over, it is inevitable that there will be a disaster. The wind and waves sinking ship is not uncommon. The major grain merchants are loyal to the country's loyal people. For my Ming donated countless sums of money. Your Majesty must not listen to rumors. In fact, there is no shipwreck case in the case of grain, are false things, is not enough to worry about, your majesty therefore indiscriminately plagiarized, is not afraid of the teeth of the world? What if the history books list you as a tyrant? This is not good for your reputation, your majesty. Many officials opened their mouths to speak out. On the one hand, speak for the major grain merchants, on the one hand, also want to put pressure on Chongjin. But Chongjin coldly laughed, rumors? I'll let you see if it's a rumor or not, Chao Huachun, say it. Yes. Chao Huachun was the first to step forward and said, Your Majesty, the East Chamber has been ordered to investigate the Jiangnan shipwreck case closely, and has obtained a huge breakthrough. We have now learned from all the main witnesses that the mastermind behind all this is the Fan family of the Jin merchants, who bought off the top and bottom of the shipping yamen, and together they created this case of stealing the dragon and turning the phoenix into a phoenix. After saying that, Chao Huachun presented a large pile of evidence. Zhang. Your Majesty, slander, this is definitely slander. Merchants are the lifeblood of the blood circulation of my Ming, we cannot allow people to make false accusations. There must be some traitors and villains in the dark, I ask for a thorough investigation. The East Chamber has always hidden dirt, I doubt the authenticity of this Unix report, I request the 3 divisions to conduct a thorough investigation. One by one, ministers panicked out to stop, more than half of the people in the courtroom kneeled down, wanting to put pressure on Chongjin. Their purpose, naturally, is self-evident. Oh, dead to the end still dare to sophistry? Chongjin sneered and continued, Li Yuanin, what do you think? Your Majesty. Li Yuanin saw the situation and quickly said, Genie Wei in the investigation of the case of grain during the case, but also seized a large amount of evidence. There is evidence to prove that the case of grain and shipwrecks with the mastermind of the case is indeed the 8 major Jin merchants. During the imperial decree to raid homes, only in the capital city major grain merchants have copied out a huge 8.52 million taels of silver from their homes. They also secretly stored 1.8 million stones of grain and grass in grain silos all over the world. During the imperial decree to raid the 8 major merchants of Jin, a total of 83.25 million taels of silver were seized, as well as countless other gold, silver, and jewels. And in the secret room of their residence, also seized a large number of account books and secret letters, proving that the 8 major Jin merchants are always fornicating with the Jinnu, in which a number of officials in the dynasty are even more involved. This is the list, please read it, Your Majesty. Li Yuanin's last words instantly infuriated many people's faces. Some of the less courageous ones almost didn't die of fright on the spot. Chongjin coldly looked at Li Yuanin, presented a thick list, the eyes are also more and more cold. Good, good. Chongjin slapped the table and roared, this is what you call rumors, is it? Now that the real evidence is in front of you, do you still dare to argue? Ah. Your Majesty, forgive me. A large group of officials fell to their knees in fear and trembling. Many people were covered in cold sweat, and when they thought of Chongjin's brutal methods some time ago, they could not help but feel a chill down their spine. This is the rhythm of bad luck. Ah. Your Majesty. Fan Jingwen was afraid that Chongjin will kill all the officials involved in anger, and then rushed out to persuade, rest in anger, ah saint, this case is involved in a wide range, but also have to carefully check the evidence is good. Oh. Chongjin sneered again. He naturally understood what Fan Jingwen meant. He is advising Chongjin not to involve too many people in a big way. After all, most of the world's officials are involved with the Jin merchants, if the large-scale involvement down, it must be a panic. At that time the world unrest can do? Especially the generals of various places and the generals of the Liaodong faction, if they feel that they may be implicated and secretly collaborate with the bandits, what should they do? Fan Jingwen meant well. If it is the previous Chongjin, surely will be good to press this matter does not attack, as if it did not happen. But now he is not the previous him, now he is not afraid of the world chaos, he has a gun in his hand, has a gun, and cannot wait for these rebellious ministers to jump out of it. Detailed investigation of what? This is the evidence is conclusive, but also fine check what? Chongjin grabbed the list and smashed it to the ground, roared, Chao Huachun, Li Yuanin, according to the list of arrests, East Chamber and Genie Wei joint case. Anyone who collaborates with the enemy and treason with the Jinnu have links, execute the 3 clans. Anyone who accepts bribes will be copied and exiled, and anyone who pays more than 100,000 taels will be flayed and filled with grass. Anyone who colludes with the government and business to exploit the people will be executed by decapitation. Chongjin's murderous order immediately horrified the 100 officials. Chao Huachun and Li Yuanin were obviously prepared for this, and after they promised, they directly started arresting people according to the list, and a large number of courtiers were dragged out on the spot. No, Your Holiness, don't spare my life. I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Your Majesty, this is the behavior of a tyrant. A single plea announced the beginning of the killing. Soon this capital city was again raging with terrible bloodshed. A large number of officials were plagiarized and tens of thousands of people were involved. The head killers at the market entrance changed from one batch to another, and the executioners' knives cut until they rolled their blades, killing people rolling their heads at one time. The capital up to the cabinet, down to the ordinary people, all horrified and terrified. Who did not expect Chongzhen's methods are so brutal, a shot is to copy the family. And when the grain merchants' hoarded grain was confiscated and flow into the market, the capital of the grain prices began to fall rapidly. The situation is also gradually stabilized, the people are also hand-in-hand praise. 080 people die for money, birds die for food. The changes in Daqin Daming, Jihan does not know for the time being. This Ji family village, outside the Ji clan ancestral hall. Early in the morning, it was already a sea of people, bustling with activity. Since Jihan proposed to give the village people a share of the profits of the farm, the small mountain village immediately stirred up. Many of the clansmen who worked outside all year round had rushed back. Everyone was ecstatic to kill the pigs and slaughter the sheep. The atmosphere was more joyful than the new year. The Ji family, like many villages in the south, is very united, and once something happens to someone in the village, it is the whole village that comes together to help. If there are outsiders bullying the village people, everyone is also united. Sometimes a word from the village clan elders is more effective than the law. But even so, this clan assembly today was very noisy, and after everyone had paid homage to their ancestors, the representatives of the various houses and the clan elders quarreled. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. The focus of everyone's quarrel is naturally still the distribution of this money. The 10% of the yearly sales of the small farm is a small amount of money for Jihan, but for the villagers it's a huge benefit, so everyone's quarrel is also red in the face. If you ask me, I don't agree with the distribution by household. We have 5 members in our family, some families only have 2 members, why should we get the same amount of money? Yes, we demand that it be distributed by headcount, it's only fair to divide it equally. Fair my ass, it's none of my business if you have a large family, do I have to be bullied by you if I have a small family? Hanwha Z said that if it's distributed according to households, it's distributed according to households, what are you guys making a fuss about? Although this farm is Jihan's, the land is the village collective's land, right? Why can't we give our opinions? The clan elders haven't even spoken yet, don't you think so, third uncle? Say something, third uncle, I'll listen to you. In the midst of some bickering amongst everyone, the most populous big house, the second house, strongly demanded that the money should be divided according to headcount, while the less populous third house, the fourth house, demanded that the money should be divided according to household size. The argument became more and more heated, and there was almost a fight. Jihan sat on the sidelines but watched with great interest. This kind of thing is very common in the countryside. Sometimes in order to fight for 2 feet of land will fight head to head. According to reason, he is a junior. Today he did not have the part of speech. But he is both the owner of this farm and a big tycoon, so his position is not in the least bit low. After arguing to no avail, the people looked to the village's oldest and most respected third uncle, an old man in his 90s. Facing everyone's gaze, third uncle said after a moment of contemplation, Hanwha Z, this method of dividing according to household is not good. Some of our families have more people, some have less. It's not fair, it's better to divide according to head count. Third uncle is right, I agree. Yes, it should be divided by head. Third uncle, you're from the big house, of course you say that. We don't agree. That's right, we don't agree. You don't agree when you say you don't agree? Are you going to fight? Let's fight, who's afraid of you? Third uncle's words immediately caused the big house and second house to be ecstatic. But the other houses naturally did not agree, so they quarreled fiercely again. In the end, the third uncle's attitude is tough, leaning on his crutches to clap the board, all give me to shut up, so decided, not convinced you can go back to have more children, here to quarrel what? With the backing of the third uncle, the big house of the second house of a large number of people, and immediately suppressed the voice of this opposition. Because we all know that if the noise continues, there will really be an armed fight. A lesser share is a lesser share, it's better than no share at all, so the people in the third and fourth houses could only hold their silence. Second thing. Third uncle continued, I heard that the village can share the money. Many of the married women from outside want to move their household accounts back and re-enter the genealogy. What do you guys think? Bull, how can there be such a good thing? How can we move our household accounts back when we have money to share? I don't agree, don't even think about it. There are so many married women in our village, if they all come back, how much less money will we have to share? Third granduncle, you can't do something like this just because you have so many daughters, can you? Now everyone disagreed up. G's village married out of the village of at least 100 or 200 old and young people, heard that there is money to share, want to move back to the household, so that everyone's money is not less share? Who would agree to that? I can't help it. Third granduncle said with glaring eyes, in the past few days, people have been looking for me to move their household accounts back. They are all your sisters, are you going to stand by and watch them suffer? According to the law, the daughters of those who marry out will get a share of the money when the house is demolished. Can we just eat it all? The third uncle's righteousness of a burst of rebuke immediately let everyone cannot help but roll up their eyes. This is a matter of self-interest, who cares about your sister or not? This is a matter of self-interest, who cares if you are a sister or not? The people who are married off have been thrown out of the water. This is a dead principle recognized by the rural people. However, just when everyone wanted to continue to oppose, the third uncle aimed his gaze at Jihan, smilingly said, "Of course, this is a lot of people will certainly be less money to share, so cold child, can you give the third uncle a face and then take 30% of the profits out for everyone to share? After all, this townspeople are their own people. You are also embarrassed to see everyone suffer from poverty, right? You've grown up under the watchful eye of your third uncle. You wouldn't be without that kind of temperament, would you?" This? The crowd was dumbfounded at the words. Everyone's eyes flickered, have read everything. It turns out that third uncle's purpose is to force Jihan to take out more shares. Take out another 30%, that's more than $3 billion a year, this old fox. Ha! Jihan burst into tears. The bickering eventually counted on him. "Third uncle, you don't think I'm a cutie, right? Or am I too much for your face?" Jihan snorted. "Cold waifu, words can't be said like that." The third uncle's face turned cold, and he secretly threatened, "You have to remember that this is the village's collective land, and only the entire village shares 40% of it with you. It's not too much, is it? 081 It's no one's turn to tell me what to do on my turf." The atmosphere within the clan shrine was suddenly weird. No one had expected this third uncle to turn his words around, but he actually aimed his cannon at Jihan and then played such a trick. Jihan kindly distributed 10% of the profits to the village people, and everyone was already rejoicing. But this third uncle is still not satisfied, even want 40%, this is simply greedy snake swallowing elephant. However, thinking about the usual style of the third uncle, we are not surprised. This old man relies on his age and seniority, his big house has the most grandchildren and the most men, and he is usually the one who says what is right and wrong in the village. Now suddenly made this kind of thing, everyone does not feel surprised at all. "Third uncle, this isn't good." Ji Fugan frowned and said, "This farm is Jihan's, he planted the fruit trees and everything with his own hands, it's already not easy for him to share so much money to the village now, and for you to want more, isn't that a bit too much?" "Fugan, what are you talking about? What's too much about this?" Third uncle was so angry that he rebuked, "This land is the village's collective land, if it wasn't for this kind of land, would Jihan be able to grow such good fruits? Shouldn't the village share a little?" Ji Fugan was speechless. The others' eyes flickered as well. Only Jihan's face was filled with eccentricity, so it turned out that the words he had used to fool everyone last time, the third uncle had actually taken them seriously. He thought it was really because the land was good that he could grow such good melons. It was reasonable to say that although this land was owned by Jihan, any village land was actually owned by the village collective. That's why the third granduncle pulled this little stunt. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Jihan got up with a dumbfounded laugh and said, "Third Uncle Gong is right, in that case, I don't want this land, and I'll cut down the fruit trees when I go back, and then find another hill to plant trees on. What about this piece of land? Whoever wants it will have it, I don't want it, you guys take your time to play. As for any dividends and such, just pretend I didn't say that, everyone continue to plant and farm, maybe Third Uncle can take you out of poverty and make you rich." With that, Jihan got up and prepared to leave. Everyone froze when they heard this, and Third Uncle was also stunned. What's going on? What's going on? Why did he lift the table? This is all different from what he thought. He had thought that the threat to scare a little, Jihan will immediately spit out the profits. The big deal is to unite the whole village to seize control of this piece of land. But now, Jihan is scoffing at this piece of land and doesn't care at all? Do you think anyone who goes to plant this piece of land will be able to grow something good? Jihan said with a face full of mockery, "Without me you'll only be able to grow $3 or $2 melons for the rest of your lives, playing smart with me, right? Do you really think you are smart? I'll call you Third Uncle if I give you face, what do you think you are if I don't give you face?" Jihan chortled disdainfully. Third Uncle was once again dumbfounded, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a big mistake. This is not a problem of the land at all. How many years has this land been planted by Jihan's father in the past, and it is still no different from the other land. That is to say, growing such good fruits and melons is because of Jihan. He has a unique technique, people can't pinpoint him. He will find a place to buy another piece of land and make a fortune as usual, while the young and old in Ji's village will lose this chance to reach the sky. After thinking clearly about all this, Third Uncle was filled with misery. The other villagers were also terrified. "Manhwa Z, don't leave, let's talk it over. Yes, we can split it any way we want, but you can't just leave, you have to help us." Third Uncle, this old thing ate, full of, an old coffin scooper, who does he think he is? That's right, what kind of a thing is he, who is he to make decisions for us? We won't listen to him. If they don't want to share the money in the big house, get out of the way, we'll share it ourselves, damn it, people's Jihan is kind enough to give you guys money, and you still think it's too little, go eat. Who said our big house doesn't want to share? If this old thing keeps talking we'll cut ties with him, Jihan you can't be angry. The crowd anxiously stops Jihan, speaking kind words while slamming and tattling on the third granduncle, instantly infuriating this old man to the point where he almost spits out blood. Usually, people look at his age and seniority and have many children and grandchildren, so they respect him 3 times. But now when it comes to everyone's interests, who the hell cares who you are? What third uncle, sixth uncle all go to the side. Even if it is their big house, people also want to cut off relations with him on the spot cannot. Ji Han. Ji Fugan smiled sarcastically and said, the third uncle is old and doesn't know anything. This old man has never seen the world. You don't have to be general with him. This village is poor, you help more or less. Good. Ji Han nodded and said, for the sake of my uncle Fugan, I can forget about it, but I have to set a few rules. The first rule, from today onwards, the whole village will set up the Dongshan Fruit Sales Cooperative and consistently sell the fruits of this farm to the outside world, with Ji Fugan as the president. Article 2, no one is allowed to sell privately. Private price increases, no substandard, or I take back all the dividends. Article 3, the annual dividends are divided equally by household. I don't care how many people are in your family, one household will share a share of the money, and it is calculated on the basis of the existing household. The temporary division of the household does not count. Article 4, out-married women don't have any money to share. Don't tell me what we are all sisters. Married out as an out-villager, I can't help too much. If you want to help, you can share your own money with them. Article 5, every day to go to the farm to help the folks I hired according to 300 a day as usual. Come as many as you want, but my turf anyone do not point fingers, set their own position. The last clause was obviously a warning to third Uncle Gong. Under the gaze of the crowd full of odd faces, third Uncle Gong was so angry that his face was red and shivering. He opened his mouth to retort, but in the end, he didn't dare to speak again. Because he knew that times had changed. In the current Ji family village, Ji Han was the one who had the final say. 082 recent discoveries at the site of the city of Tuman? After the easy resolution of this dispute, Ji Han turned around and left the clan house. It wasn't a big deal to him, and it was behind him in no time. There were plenty of people in the world who forgot about righteousness, and it was a dream to try to pin him down. He can help the people in the village to have a better life. After all, they are all his own family. When he was a child, his family was not less favored by the village people, and even the cost of his college as his father to find the village people borrowed one by one. This love he has to return. But if you want to morally kidnap him because of this, that would be overthinking. When Ji Han returned to the small farm, there was already an extra car at the entrance. Su Yanyan and a big, tall, beautiful woman walked out of the car in unison, and behind the two of them were two female bodyguards. Yanyan, is this the farm you were talking about? Su Chuyun muttered with a face full of dissatisfaction, what's so fun about it? I still have to rush a trip to Inner Mongolia, where a tablet was dug out of the ruins of the two-man city that's being developed, and my teacher told me to make a trip over there right away. This tall and beautiful woman was Su Chuyun, a student of Yinjing Archaeology team's Dr. Tang Zhengqing, who was also Su Yanyan's own sister. These two sisters had always had a good relationship. The older sister is an archaeology fiend and super academic, while the younger sister is an anorexic and has been seeing less and less of them. This time Su Chuyun is not easy to come back once. Su Yanran naturally do not want to let her go so quickly. Moreover, when Su Chuyun saw her sister actually had something she liked to eat for the first time, she was also curious about what kind of melon was grown in this precious land, so she came along to take a look. Let's go, don't complain, old sister. Come and have some fun. Not only are there a lot of delicious fruits here, but you can also go fishing. You usually don't have much time to play with me. Let's come to this farmhouse, just as a relaxation. Su Yanyan laughed playfully and pulled her inside without saying a word. This conversation between the two sisters happened to be heard by Ji Han. Headman City? Tablet? Ji Han's face was full of oddities, and he guessed something at once. It couldn't be that time dislocation had appeared as something rare again, could it? The last time I drank, old Zhao even joked that he was going to erect a monument to him. Miss Su, coming over to play so early? Ji Han's eyes flashed and he quickly greeted with a smile, and this is? This is my sister Su Chuyun. Su Yanyan's eyes lit up when she saw Ji Han, and she said in surprise, Boss Ji, let's come fishing and picking some fruits, is that okay? Of course. Ji Han shrugged his shoulders and said, our small place, that's all the fun we have. You guys please make yourselves at home, I'll make you some good tea. Okay, thanks. Su Yanyan laughed lightly as she pulled Su Chuyun and began to wander around. The last time she came over she hadn't played much, but this time there were fewer people, so she was having a good time. Fishing, catching shrimp, walking in this scenic farm, taking pictures, picking fruits, the whole mood became very good. Yan, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. Do you like this, Boss Ji? Su Chuyun observed for a while and realized that Su Yanyan's expression was indeed very happy, and her eyes occasionally looked quietly at Ji Han, who was boiling water to make tea, and immediately saw her sister's thoughts. Which, Su Yanyan's red face didn't dare to admit it. But her expression had already betrayed herself. Su Chuyun then suddenly realized why his sister would come so far to play here, originally thought she was fond of the mountains and the water, but did not expect to be fond of him. This guy is unreliable. Su Chuyun shook her head and said, it doesn't suit you. How could it be? Su Yanyan exclaimed, what makes you say he's unreliable? Because he's handsome. Su Chuyun said with a certainty, handsome boys are unreliable, how chaotic it is out there, how many women like hungry wolves miss handsome men, your character can snatch them. Me? Su Yanyan was speechless. Is this even a reason? The 8 characters haven't even started yet, don't talk nonsense. Su Yan pouted. I just don't want your feelings to get hurt, after all, you've never been in love, you rookie. You're the rookie, haven't you never been in love either? You dare to talk back, I'll let you talk back. Hee, don't splash me, don't. These 2 sisters were giggling and playing with the water by the brook, and their silver bell-like laughter suddenly spread all over the farm. After playing for a while, Jihan also made tea. The 2 sisters sat at the tea table and sipped the turquoise tea, and suddenly their eyes rounded up. What kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Su Chuyun exclaimed. It's just ordinary tea from the mountains, I grew it myself and then fried it into green tea. Jihan smiled, if you like it bring some back later, I'll send you £2. Thank you Boss Ji. Su Yan happily agreed. You're welcome, right? Jihan raised his sword brows and casually asked, just now at the door I heard you say that your sister seems to be an archaeologist? Is that so? Of course. Su Yan proudly said, my sister is the rising star of the archaeology world, she's super good. What? Boss Ji, you also like archaeology? Su Chuyun was surprised. Somewhat interested, but unfortunately I'm not in this line of work. Jihan smiled and asked rhetorically, I heard you say that there is a new discovery at the ruins of Inner Mongolia's two-man city, right? Is it convenient to talk about it? Actually, I'm not too sure. Su Chuyun said regretfully, I heard that many good things were dug up, and one of the inscriptions is very special. I haven't had the chance to take a look at it yet. So? Jihan was a bit sorry, he had thought that he would be able to get some news from Su Chuyun, but he didn't realize that she wasn't too clear about it either. But then he suddenly thought of the 20 pairs of beautiful jades that old Zhao sent him when he came for the second time. This thing has not experienced the baptism and precipitation of time, in the end, does it belong to the antiques? Jihan pondered for a moment and directly asked, Ms. Su, I have a piece of ancient jade from the Qin dynasty in my hand, can you help me look at the authenticity and estimate a price along the way? Ancient jade from the Qin dynasty? Of course. Su Chuyun nodded her head in agreement after a moment. 083 Maybe I've stolen an ancient tomb of the Warring States. For these pieces of ancient jade given by old Zhao, Jihan had been nagging at him wanting to figure out what the difference was between them and ordinary antiques. Unfortunately, he hadn't had much time. This Qin dynasty ancient jade is particularly rare, and he is not too confident to take it out for appraisal. Coincidentally, today encountered Su Chuyun this expert, so Jihan took out one of the jade, to her appraisal 1 or 2. The one he took was a beautiful jade carved to look like a jade cicada. It was meant to be a pair, so Jihan took out one. Su Chuyun glanced at it carelessly and frowned darkly. Is this what you call an ancient jade from the Qin dynasty? No, it might be possible that it's an ancient jade from the Warring States period. Jihan made this judgment with less certainty after thinking about it. It was because these ancient jades were good things that old Zhao had searched for. It was unlikely that he would send Jihan a jade diamond that was too new. He would most likely send the good stuff that he had seized from within the imperial families of the Six Kingdoms, that is, the beautiful jades that had been handed down to Great Qin during the Warring States era. Plus, Great Qin had only existed for a few short decades in history. Very few ancient jades from the Qin dynasty existed on the market, so it would be better to just categorize them as jades from the Warring States period. Warring States? Su Chuyun secretly smacked her lips and couldn't help but cry and laugh in her heart. She had already felt that Jihan was not very reliable, but now it seemed even more unreliable. Just take out a piece of jade and say it's from the Warring States? Why don't you say it's from the Eastern and Western dynasties? But when she picked up the jade and took a look, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who imitated this? So similar? Strange, this style looks like a cloud-patterned jade cicada from the Warring States, and the jade is also good Hutian jade. But how come there is no pulp on it? And there aren't too many traces of aging. This imitation is too unprofessional, right? No. It's not a fake, although there are no traces of aging, but if it has been carefully collected, it might be able to achieve such a level of integrity. The textures and carvings are steeped in history. I don't know why it's so well preserved, but it should be real. Su Chuyun appraised it for half a day and finally made a correct judgment. This was indeed not quite the genuine article of the genuine article. Jihan smiled when he heard this. So how much is this thing probably worth? Inestimable, it's a cultural deposit. Su Chuyun said seriously, although I'm not good at valuation, I know that this thing is worth at least tens of millions of dollars or more, and it should have had another one. It's a shame. What's so unfortunate about it? Ji Yuding happened to be working nearby and subconsciously muttered after hearing it, the other jade cicada is in my third brother's drawer on the second floor. What's worth tens of millions of dollars of the real thing? These are all fakes. There are dozens of pairs in my third brother's drawer. Good, dozens of pairs? The other jade cicada too? The two sisters, Su Chuyun and Su Yanran, were confused in unison. They subconsciously glanced at the exquisite jade cicada and immediately doubted their previous judgment. Could it all be fake? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How in the world is it possible to make a fake so realistic? This is clearly real. Boss G, can you show us your other jades? Su Chuyun exclaimed in shock. Jihan nodded indifferently and went back to the house and took out all the other jade diamonds, one of which was indeed the other of the jade cicada. Looking at these 20 pairs of well-preserved jade diamonds, Su Chuyun's mind was in a daze. Really, all true. But how could a normal person get their hands on 20 pairs of jade diamonds that are so well preserved? According to reason this should be fake but how I see it is real What is going on here? Su Chuyun's 3 views and knowledge had been dealt a huge blow. She foolishly studied these jade diamonds and didn't say anything for half a second. Huge questions lingered in her mind, keeping her calm for a long time. Boss G, is this real or fake? Su Yanyan couldn't help but ask. Of course it's real. Jihan replied honestly. But this isn't right. Su Yanyan laughed softly. This kind of good stuff, a single one is already rare enough, you have a big row of dozens of pairs, who would believe it? Are you engaging in antique wholesaling? Maybe I've stolen an ancient tomb of the Warring States. Jihan casually joked, and Su Yanyan suddenly snorted a laugh. It's possible. Su Chuyun seriously said, but it's not right here in the spring and autumn countries have jade diamonds, and all of them are fine, unless you stole several ancient tombs of the Warring States, and it's a royal tomb, is this possible? Su Chuyun was again baffled by her own judgment. She stared dead in the face at Jihan. Who in the world was this mysterious man? Why could he come up with so many goodies? Is he still a master of counterfeiting? Enough to create these jade diamonds that are so fake as to be real? No, these are definitely real. Su Chuyun, while not dying, simply took a few photos and sent them to her archaeological team chatskirt, requesting her teachers and classmates to help identify them. Soon several of her groups couldn't help but boil over. This should be real. Ru, where did you get the good stuff? Look at this beast pattern, this carving, enlarged to see is still delicate and incomparable, as well as this through the carving technology, but now not many people can do it These jades don't have a lot of pulp, they should be buried in ancient tombs and preserved meticulously, and have just been unearthed not long ago, right? 80% is real. These days there are not many brain-dead people who will go to make fake jade of the Warring States, it is too easy to recognize. Su Chuyun, how did you get so many jade diamonds? How many Warring States tombs have you dug up? The archaeology chat skirt was abuzz. Various experts and scholars had their eyes glowing with excitement. Through the photos alone, everyone could unanimously agree that it was real. This made Su Chuyun couldn't help but be bewildered again. Could this be a mistake? 084 Immortal Master Jihan? Su Chuyun's strange suspicion. The next half day, Su Chuyun had been unrelenting in her continuous research, attempting to find out the slightest trace of counterfeiting in these jade diamonds. Unfortunately, no matter what method she used to verify, she ultimately came to only one conclusion, that these were all really genuine. Early evening. Su Yanyan couldn't help but urge, sister, stop researching, let's go home, it's getting late. This half day, Su Chuyun sat here foolishly studying. Su Yanyan was bored and walked around to play and fishing with Jihan, but also quite happy. But the day is almost dark, Su Chuyun is still researching, which makes Su Yanyan a little dissatisfied. You still said you'd come with me to play, but you ended up researching on your own for most of the day, next time I won't come out with you anymore. Sorry. Su Chuyun said awkwardly, I definitely won't next time, Boss G, let's return these things to you. Good. Jihan smiled as he collected these jade diamonds. Only then did the two sisters, Su Chuyun and Su Yanran, get into the commercial vehicle and reluctantly leave, heading straight for the city. In the car Su Chuyun received a call from her teacher Tang Zhengqing. Xiaoyun, I heard that you have a lot of jade from the Warring States period? Is it true? Did you find a tomb from the Warring States period? Where is it? Tang Zhengqing came up with a burst of crackling inquiries, obviously very interested in this suspected existence of a Warring States tomb. Su Chuyun quickly explained, Teacher, sorry, not like this, there is no ancient tomb of the Warring States, just my friend's hands of jade I cannot pinpoint, so let everyone help identify it. So that's how it is. Tang Zhengqing lost interest as soon as he heard it, and he casually tried to hang up the phone. Su Chuyun hurriedly asked curiously, Teacher, aren't you studying the excavated artifacts from the ruins of Two-Man City? What's the gain? Great harvest, this time is definitely a great harvest Tang Zhengqing immediately couldn't help but get excited when he talked about this matter. We found a large burial pit near the ruins of the Two-Man King city. There are hundreds of soldiers' bones buried in this burial pit, and the difference between their physiques and features and those of the Huns is so great that they are actually from the Central Plains more than 2,000 years ago. Central Plains people? Impossible, this is impossible. Su Chuyun was filled with astonishment. At that time, there was no Central Plains dynasty that could have fought their way into the desert at all. It can't be wrong. Tang Zhengqing said excitedly, we dug out quite a few broken weapons from the burial pits, as well as some stirrup-like things, which proves that there was a Middle Kingdom dynasty at that time that had attacked the Xiongnu, and had killed the Two-Man royal city in a dignified manner. We even found an inscription near the burial pit, which clearly states that in the fall of the 29th year of the first emperor, the Great Qin army had traveled far across the desert to strike the Xiongnu in the north, and even left an inscription to perpetuate their achievements. The more Tang Zhangqing spoke, the more excited he became. However, the information he revealed made Su Chuyun completely dumbfounded. The Great Qin army had been to the desert? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible? How come there's no record of it in the history books? Besides, the stirrups appeared in the Wei and Jin dynasties, how could Qin have them? This is not scientific. It's a pity that this inscription is weathered too badly, many keywords are not clear at all, otherwise we can definitely get more history. This is definitely an epical and astounding discovery. Now the higher-ups are also paying great attention to this, and have already set up an archaeological team to specialize in this matter. I've asked for a spot for you, so hurry up and rush over here. Oh yes, do you still remember the Immortal Master's gift box unearthed from the ancient tomb of the Qin dynasty? This time, the inscription also recorded a few big words of Immortal Master Jihan, and it was recorded that he started this war, and this monument was erected for him. Ha, this is a character that doesn't exist in the history books, it must be the most important being in Great Qin. I feel like we're going to dig up amazing material. Tang Zhangqing narrated excitedly. Su Chuyun's face, however, changed with a brush. Yan, just now I think I heard you say, what is this boss Ji's name? Su Chuyun inquired with a frown. Jihan. Su Yan said playfully, how about it, that's a good name, right? Jihan? Immortal Master? Ancient Jade? Su Chuyun's brain seemed to explode, and after she froze for a long time, she suddenly wanted to go back and take a look. Quickly, go back. Turn around and go back to the little farm right now. Su Chuyun ordered anxiously. The vehicle quickly turned around and went straight to kill the small farm. Su Chuyun didn't know why she was so strange, nor did she know why she was so impulsive, nor did she know what she wanted to go back for. At this moment, there was only one voice in her heart telling her to hurry back and take a look. When their car drove to the neighborhood of the small farm, it was already dark, and after nightfall this fog began to cover the surrounding area, so much so that the vehicle had to stop after driving for a while. Damn it, why is it so foggy here? Su Chuyun was so angry that she stomped her feet. Not rare ah. Su Yan shrugged her shoulders and laughed. The place at the foot of the mountain, the fog was originally big. Sis, what are you doing back here? I don't know what I'm coming back for, I just want to come back and take a look. Su Chuyun whispered somewhat nervously. She got out of the car and walked forward unwillingly. She clearly remembered that the small farm was at the end of the road. But no matter how far she went, she ended up back next to the vehicle, as if she had entered a maze. This discovery, again, made Su Chuyun horrified. She looked at the distant cloudy peaks with a face full of disbelief, her back a burst of cold. All these years along with the teacher around the archaeology, what strange and weird things she has seen, but she still can't help but be secretly shocked at the moment. Jihan is definitely not an ordinary person. All sorts of confusing thoughts surfaced in his mind. Su Chuyun did not dare to think too much, nor did she dare to look deeply into it, and in the end, she could only silently bury these in her heart. Go! Let's go home! Su Chuyun seriously exhorted. No one is allowed to say anything about what happened today. 085 controlling the desert, the old and cunning Jihan. In the small farm. Jihan didn't know that Su Chuyun, a woman with a superb sixth sense, had vaguely guessed something, let alone that she had been wandering outside the misty array for a long time. He was busy working on this night's food. According to the time calculation, old Zhao and old Zhu should have come over as well. Sure enough, when he set a table of food on the table, the three of them, old Zhu, old Zhao, and old Wang, stepped over together as if they had made an appointment. And these three seemed to be in a good mood. Old Zhao even had a dusty look. What? Is the Battle of the Huns finished? Jihan asked with a smile. Immortal Master Divine Calculator. Old Zhao laughed loudly and said, this expedition can be described as quite smooth. My great Qin troops split into 3 directions and easily swept away the Xiongnu people, directly killing the two-man royal city, completely wiping out these damned foreigners, and raising the heavenly power of my great Qin. Immortal Master is unaware that this battle was really cool. Wang Ben also excitedly said, after the news was spread, the world shook, the remaining 6 kingdoms were scared and trembling, it was truly a battle for the ages. Awesome! Jihan and Chongjin praised it. But the brilliant results of this battle were also expected by everyone. So everyone wasn't too surprised. Chongjin also couldn't help but be proud to say, this time I have not been idle. 8 Jin merchants manipulate grain prices to collaborate with the enemy and sell the country. I also show the Thunderbolt, easily copied their homes, killed a lot of corrupt officials, cool. This time my great Ming dynasty treasury added billions of taels of silver, worth the past 5 years of taxes. With these silver, I no longer worry about money. Awesome, awesome. Congratulations to Chongjin, old man. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben congratulated each other. After some business boasting, everyone took their seats and started to eat and drink. While eating and drinking, everyone talked about their own situation and what happened in the courtroom, bragging from time to time. Especially Ying Zhang and Xiongjian, but also complacent blowing, the two have gradually got the essence of Jihan blowing, all kinds of exaggeration, do not feel the blush. Okay. Jihan did not have the good sense to say you two can really blow, not just destroyed a hun and 8 gene merchants? It's just bullying the kids, is this worth bragging about? Of course it's worth it. Ying Zhang said with a smile, don't you know that by destroying the Xiongnu, my Great Qin will have thousands of miles of grassland, which is a large piece of fertile land. From now on, Great Qin will have an endless supply of war horses, as well as countless cows and sheep and arable land, which is a great joy for our Great Qin. The more Ying Zhang spoke, the happier he became. Obviously this achievement of opening up the border and expanding the land made him very happy. Seeing this, Jihan said, do you think that this grassland is yours? Do you know that there are still many foreign tribes in the grassland? All the way to the west there are Chang, Dayue clan, further west there are Central Asian countries, they will not step over the border? Humph. Ying Zhang sneered, if they dare to step over the border, I will destroy them with my millions of troops. In fact, the Dayue clan and all the tribes in the western region have sent tribute gifts to show their goodwill, so obviously the battle against the Xiongnu scared them, and a few foreign tribes are really nothing to worry about. You are careless. Jihan said seriously, do you really think these western foreigners are so simple? How many heroes and heroines throughout the dynasties have expelled them time and time again, but in the end, because they were unable to control the grasslands, they took advantage of the opportunity to profit. You slaughtered a Xiongnu, and soon the next ethnic group that specializes in writing and shooting will pop up. You can't kill all the foreigners in this grassland. Great Qin is too far away from the grassland, and its control is very weak. Anything that happens in this huge grassland will take months to reach Xianyang. How can you control them? The western tribes are ostensibly showing weakness, but in fact they will definitely keep devouring the former pastures of the Huns and then secretly build up their strength. Once the central plains are in turmoil, then they can swing their troops southward, bringing endless woes to our children and grandchildren in the 9 states. Jihan's reminder instantly filled Ying Zhang's face with a heck of a look. He nodded his head and said, what you said is true, but this is something we must not fail to prevent. I want to set up Zhouyuan County in the River Loop area, with 34 counties within it. And then set up the desert as Jinbei County, set up 28 counties, and then migrate the people over to build and reclaim the land. What does Sir think? This solution, too, was the crystallization of the wisdom of the Great Qin courtiers. Each of these civil and military officials was a human savant, and what Jihan could think of, they could naturally think of as well. This approach would greatly strengthen Great Qin's control over the north. Not bad. Jihan nodded with satisfaction and said, how many households do you intend to relocate over there? Most of the surrendered soldiers from the 6 countries who participated in the war have already returned to their hearts. I will have some of them selected to join the Qin army, and all the rest will be allowed to stay in the desert and live in peace and happiness, and will be given cattle and sheep. Ying Zhang replied, as for the common people, another 80,000 households can be relocated. Less, too little. Jihan shook his head and said, at least 300,000 households are needed to completely control the north, and 100,000 iron horsemen must be stationed there. 300,000 households? Ying Zhang Wangban sucked in a breath of cool air. The population of Great Qin is not large, only 20 million. 300,000 households means more than 1 million people. Where can we find so many people? Ancient people had a strong sense of the local community and emphasized the importance of returning to one's roots. Who would be happy to go all the way to the desert to settle down? Even if Ying Zhang wanted to relocate 300,000 families, it would be difficult for him to do so. Could he force them to move? What's so difficult about that? Jihan laughed dumbly before pointing out, there are hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers from the 6 kingdoms, and the casualties in this battle are extremely low, so everyone has more or less gotten a lot of military honors, which can be exchanged for a large number of cows and sheep. These cows and sheep can't be taken away. After you distribute them, they can't take care of themselves, or they have to go to serve in the army with no way to take care of their own cows and sheep. At this time, Lao Zhao, you decreed that you would kindly send their families to the desert. Would they not be happy about it? Would they be willing to lose so many of their cattle and sheep? That's okay? The 3 of them, Ying Zhang, were dumbfounded. Looking at the old and cunning Jihan, everyone couldn't help but sweat for a while. 086 Great Qin expansion footsteps, never stopping. Wonderful, this is a wonderful move. Ha, Sir is indeed treacherous. Oh no, it's called wisdom. I am impressed, quite impressed. After Ying Zhang's 3 men came back to their senses, they all couldn't help but cross their arms in praise. This is really a good move. People die for money, birds die for food, and who can stand to lure the people there with cows and sheep? This time the whole grassland cattle and sheep, as well as the wealth of the Xiongnu people have been plundered by the Qin dynasty. The number of war horses, cattle and sheep is simply uncountable. You have to know that any small Xiongnu tribe of 1,000 people, their cattle and sheep are more than 100,000, otherwise it would be difficult to feed them. With so many cattle and sheep at hand, Great Qin is not lacking in livestock at all. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the 6 countries have made great contributions this time, and many of them have made great achievements, so it is reasonable to distribute cattle and sheep to them. Many of them could at least get 200 to 300 sheep and cattle, and even war horses. Those with less can also share 40 or 50 cows and sheep, enough to feed themselves. With so many cattle and sheep at hand, many people simply couldn't look after them, and many of the descended soldiers were also selected to join the Great Qin army, and would soon have to report to the army. Then wouldn't they have no one to look after their cattle and sheep? At this time, if Lao Zhao issued a holy decree, allowing their families to migrate over to settle down, and then give a variety of preferential policies, they can stand by and watch so many cattle and sheep do not want? One must know that most of the remnants of the 6 kingdoms are living a very bitter life. The value of a cow in the eyes of a farmer is simply incalculable. There are dozens or hundreds of cows and sheep waiting for them to feed, plus the northern part of the country is sparsely populated and has a lot of land to reclaim. Can they resist this temptation? They will definitely move their families there. This is a wonderful plan. Ying Zheng said excitedly, with 1 million people in the north, we can firmly control these territories and bring in a steady stream of tax revenue, so I don't even need to build the Great Wall. The Great Wall didn't need to be repaired in the first place. Jihan was dumbfounded. This thing was originally for defense against the Huns. Now that the Huns have been destroyed, the future goal of Great Qin is destined to be a sea of stars, so why stick to a great wall? Well said, what a starry sea, ha ha ha. Ying Zheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Jihan had simply spoken to his heart. The expansion of Great Qin will never stop. But while the Great Wall doesn't need to be repaired, you can repair the Qi Road. Jihan suggested, the desert to Xianyang is still too far and distant after all. If you want to strengthen your control, you must have a smooth road, and you even have to build a railroad in the future. Sir, I understand this Qi Road. What is a railroad? Ying Zheng was confused. Railroads in Qidao are the transportation systems developed in later times. Jihan explained, in the later times, the highway is called the highway. It connects to all parts of Kyushu, from the south to the north. It is easy to go straight to the north. The car can easily travel thousands of miles per day, and it can transport a large amount of materials. As for the railroad, it is to open up a fixed road track to steam engine-driven carriages. Once can transport thousands of passengers, can also pull tons of goods. Jihan seriously explained these 2 transportation routes in the later world. As soon as Ying Zheng and Zhongjin heard this, they immediately couldn't help but let their eyes light up. Both of them were human beings and naturally saw the benefits of this thing at once. If Great Qin and Great Ming dynasty had these 2 modes of transportation, how cool would it be? Easily transporting thousands of tons of goods and dropping thousands of soldiers at any time. Ying Zheng sighed, if we had these railroads and highways, we could easily control the vastness of Qin's territory, so we wouldn't have to worry about it being out of reach. Yes, sir, how to build these 2 kinds of roads? Can my Ming dynasty build them? If it is feasible, I even smash pots and sell iron must be built. Zhongjin is even more anxious to ask. Jihan shook his head after he was dumbfounded. Old Zhu, you just don't think so much first. Jihan said with a smile, although the industrial system of the Daming dynasty is much more advanced than that of Qin, and there are opportunities to build steam engines, but your current domestic situation is in chaos, and it's really not easy to build such a big project. What you said, sir, is very true. Ying Zheng proudly said, what you should consider nowadays, old brother Zhongjin, is how to develop armaments and build up your strength. This kind of big project to develop the country is not suitable for you for the time being. Okay. Zhongjin nodded bitterly. Although he was very reluctant, he had to admit that what the 2 Jihan people said was right. How could he be qualified to carry out such a big project now? Although he has a little money in his hands, but under the hands of all the corrupt officials, the Ming dynasty is still corrupt. Forced to carry out this kind of large-scale projects will be in trouble. Lao Zhao is not the same. His control of the Great Qin can be described as powerful to burst. Even the Great Wall and the Imperial Tomb had mountly such big projects he dared to engage in. He was afraid of a ball. Sir, I want to build this highway and railroad, please also teach me. Ying Zheng sincerely pleaded. The railroad is not urgent for the time being. With Great Qin's industrialization level, it is not suitable to engage in steam engine for the time being. Let's engage in highway first. This thing is similar to the Qi Road. Open up the mountain when it meets the mountain, build a bridge when it meets the water, build a wide straight road can be. In the process of building a road, if you encounter a large mountain obstacle, you can also use grenades to blow up the mountain to save time. But the way of repairing the chicane is too backward and slow. You can use cement to pave it, so that the road is fast and hard. Once a highway is built to connect the north, south, east and west, then Great Qin will be like opening up the 2 veins, and the development will be exceptionally rapid. Jihan Kaikai talked directly for the next development direction of the Great Qin set. Development of the desert at the same time, but also to build roads. The cement is inaccessible. Oh yes, you guys still don't know what cement is. Cement is the stuff that makes sand and dirt harder than stone, and the floor you're stepping on is all made of cement. Jihan's reminder once again made everyone's eyes light up and they couldn't help but look at their feet in unison. 087 empty gloves, the making of cement. This thing is called cement? I thought it was made of stone slabs? Wonderful, this floor is flat and sturdy. If it is used to build roads, it can certainly build a road to prosperity. Sir, how is this cement made? Please teach me. Ying Zhang and Chongjin were immediately interested. They studied the concrete floor under their feet while fantasizing about how cool it would be to build countless roads and palaces with this stuff. You know, whether it was the Great Qin or the Great Ming dynasty, at this time their roads and houses were either paved with dirt or made of stone slabs. The former was low cost and ineffective, and once it rained the roads were so muddy and difficult to navigate that those who had walked on them once definitely did not want to walk on them a second time. The latter is the cost is too high, the slate needs to be transported from far away, and then by the craftsman carefully carved to pave up. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to use this thing. If there is cement, then all this will be solved. This is absolutely epic, making for the infrastructure of Great Qin and Great Ming. Now Ying Zhang and Chongjin are only concerned about one thing: is this thing expensive? How much does it cost? In fact, this thing, is very simple to manufacture, and the cost is low, so it's perfect for mass production. Jihan casually explained. Then he directly pulled out 2 pieces of white paper, which were filled with precautions and processes for producing cement. This was a gift that Jihan had specially prepared for the two of them in the past 2 days when he was bored, one written in small seal script and one in regular script, just so they could both read it. And speaking of cement, there's no shortage of lime. Jihan continued to explain, this stuff has been used for a very long time in the great land of Kyushu. It was used in the rammed earth layer of the Great Wall built during the Qin dynasty. You guys go back and take lime and clay, mix, and stir them together at a ratio of 3:1, and then use the earthen kiln that burns lime to calcine it into a mature material. After taking out the dried clinker, then use oxen and horses to pull the mill to crush it into powder, and it becomes the closest thing to modern cement. When in use, take the cement and mix it with gravel and sand. It can be used to pave roads and build houses, and in 2 to 3 days it will be as hard as stone. If you are paving the road, after paving, you still have to dry it for 7 days, and from time to time sprinkle water on it to maintain it. Jihan urged one by one. In fact, this thing didn't have much technical content at all. The cement made according to Jihan's method was not as good as the modernized high-grade cement, but it was definitely enough in ancient times. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Ying Zhang and Chongjin excitedly bowed in obeisance. This thing is definitely an epic-making product for Great Qin and Great Ming. Although it is not as eye-catching as guns, its role is definitely very great, and it can be said that it determines the infrastructure level of an era. How could they not be excited when Jihan bestowed such a divine object? Once a well-connected highway was repaired, their empire's territory as well as their control over the remote areas would be greatly strengthened, and the large armies would no longer have to waste their time on the muddy roads. When I go back, I will immediately have cement produced, and conscript another 100,000 laborers to repair the roads, and strive to make this highway open in all directions of my Great Qin as soon as possible. I want to make every major road lead to Xianyang. Ying Zhang was full of ambition, looking forward to the future with great ambition. Jihan sniffed but couldn't help but roll his eyes. He disliked in a bad mood, your great lord old Zhao, have you forgotten the national policy I set to stabilize people's livelihoods? You're still drafting laborers to build roads? You want the people to revolt again, don't you? How can we build roads without levees? Ying Zhang was dumbfounded. Jihan was somewhat speechless at the sight. At this time, Great Qin was still in a semi-slavery society. The limitations of their gaze at this time were very great. They can't look too far ahead, and it's even more impossible to hire people to do work, as in capitalist societies. For example, in the present Ming dynasty, the germ of capitalism has already appeared. If Chongjin were to conscript corvée and slaves to work at this time, he would be sprayed to death, and a revolt by the common people would be possible. However, at this point in time, Great Qin did not have much of a problem, but only increased the burden of the people, which in the view of Ying Zhang Wang Ben is a very normal thing. Jihan could not change their thinking for a while. He could only say, Great Qin's future conquests will surely move at a fast pace, and there are still many foreign races to conquer, so the people's recuperation is very important, and we can't let the people put down their farm work at the drop of a hat and go all the way to build roads, which is a huge damage to Great Qin's national strength. Jihan's argument was acceptable to Ying Zhang. He thought about it. If we build roads in the major state capitals, we have to mobilize hundreds of thousands or even millions of people, and can such a large number of people not drag down Qin's national strength? What you said, sir, is very true. I almost misled the country. Ying Zhang said with shame, but how can we build roads without levying labor? Contract it out. Jihan said with a smile, you only need to contract out a section of the road to merchants, so they can hire their own people to build the road during the people's free time. So you don't have to worry, send people on time to accept and convenient and fast, thanks to these merchants will not dare to second best. Of course you can also enlist the state capitals of the criminals, all the prisoners who have committed crimes, let them go to build roads, 3 meals a day to eat and drink well, after the prison term will be acquitted, as long as you do not squeeze too hard, safekeeping these criminals are quite happy. As for the road sections contracted to the merchants, you don't have to pay, just charge for the road after it's repaired, and then divide the collected fees into a portion of the merchants who repaired the road. Think about it, such a good road this people merchants cannot go? Many merchants transport goods from far away. The better the journey, the higher the profit for them. They will definitely be willing to pay. If a portion of this money is given to the merchants who build the road, will they not be happy? In this way, isn't it just empty glove whoring? Repairing 100,000, 800,000 miles of road doesn't even require you to pay much money. Jihan patiently imparted the experience of road construction in the latter days, shocking the Ying-Zheng trio again. 088 Small goal: first let the population of Great Qin skyrocket by 300 million. This is a very good plan, Mr. Great Talent. Building roads without spending a penny, this is a great method. If that's the case, it's indeed much better than levying corvée labor. The people can build roads and make money in their spare time, which is also helpful to people's livelihood. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were full of praise for this proposal. Even Chongqing cannot help but nod secretly. This approach is really good. In Qin, any project is someone's special acceptance. Merchants are absolutely difficult to muddle through. The quality of the project is also a great guarantee. After this plan is implemented, not out of 10 years 8 years Qin will have uncountable highway out of thin air. This is simply to earn a lot of things. Mr. said I also moved. Chongqing smiled bitterly. However, if I want to copy this plan in the Ming dynasty, but never feasible, too many corrupt officials under the sky, it is difficult to guarantee the quality of the project. Indeed. Everyone nodded understandingly. The great Ming dynasty was full of ills at this time, and it really wasn't suitable to play this kind of setup right away. Qin dynasty does not have this disadvantage. Lao Zhao means iron blood, who dares to do things under his hands. Not afraid of death? Relocating 300,000 households to the north and having cement to build roads, old Zhao, you'll be busy for a while to come. But that's not enough. I want to set 3 new national policies for Great Qin. Jihan ate and drank and threw out another heavy bomb. When Ying-Zheng Wang Ben heard it, his eyes immediately glowed. Sir! Ying-Zheng's face was full of anticipation. What are the 3 new state policies? Please tell me, I'm all ears. You should know that the last 3 national policies have already benefited Great Qin greatly. This time, if we can get Jihan's new guidance, it will definitely benefit Great Qin even more. The first strategy, grain production. Jihan opened the door, Kai, and talked about, last time to give you so many food seeds, all give me to find a place to plant, and then vigorously promote, so that the whole Great Qin from now on no longer lack of food. When potatoes and other crops increase production on a large scale, after the grain surplus, part of it can be used to trade with Chongqing, part of it can encourage the people to raise pigs, horses, cows and sheep, and encourage fishing to increase the meat, so that the people's physical fitness, and lay the foundation for 100 years. Mr. Good point. Wang Ben the foodie quickly agreed, this plan is very good. My old Qin people we all dream of a day to eat and wear warm. If every day there is meat to eat, this is simply the gods do not change the beauty of the day. This plan is not difficult. Ying Zheng nodded his head and said, I've already asked people to step up seeding and planting, so in less than 3 or 2 months, we'll be able to spread this grain all over the major state capitals. Aha! Jihan continued with satisfaction. The second strategy, increase the population. Great Qin's population has been small for many years of conquest, and in the future, even if it strikes an endless territory, it will not have the population to defend it, so increasing the population is very important. Throughout the dynasties, the number of a country's population determines the country's strength as well as its level of splendor, so let's set a small goal to increase Great Qin's population to more than 300 million. 300 million? That much? This is too much? The crowd was stunned. Great Qin's population today was only 20 million or so. How easy would it be to increase it to 300 million all of a sudden? People are not piglets, how can it be so easy to increase production? It was Ying Zheng who couldn't stop his eyes from glittering. If Qin's population increases to 300 million, then it will be easy to recruit 10 million troops. Imagining the scene of 10 million troops sweeping across all the countries, old Zhao can't help but salivate. First, you are right. Without population, how can Qin dominate all the countries? Ying Zheng excitedly inquired, but how should this population be increased? Don't be in a hurry. Jihan said with a smile, I've set a 100-year state policy, and this population increase can't happen overnight, we have to look at it from a long-term perspective. So if you want to increase the population, you have to implement 2 major strategies, one is to lower taxes, and the other is to marry late and have children late. Everyone was once again confused. What do these 2 strategies have to do with increasing population? Lower taxes, mainly to let the people eat and wear warm, the days of rich. Jihan explained, this person are full of warmth on the thought of why desire, the night people eat and drink enough nothing to do, but not to have fun? Coupled with the richness of life is not afraid to give birth to more, the population does not increase? Jihan this easy to understand explanation, immediately let everyone laugh. The truth was that regardless of the dynasties, this was actually the case. For example, the high prices of modern housing are an absolute sterilizer, forcing the people not to dare to have children. If you want the population to increase, you have to make the people's pockets rich. So this Great Qin burden reduction must be implemented. Of course Lao Zhao is not worried about reducing tax revenue as a result. With the increase in grain production as well as the increase in commerce and trade, the revenue from the commercial tax will increase greatly, and the treasury will only become richer and richer by then. Sir? Wang Ben asked curiously, we understand that this lowering of taxes can increase the population, but why can this late marriage and late childbearing also increase the population? Isn't this a conflict? Births should be encouraged. How can late marriage and late childbearing increase the population? Humph. Jihan coldly grunted without any good humor. Nowadays, the women in Daqin can marry at the age of 14 or 15 and have babies. Their bodies haven't even grown yet, and 7 or 8 of the 10 babies they carry have to die prematurely. So how can this increase the population? The meaning of late marriage and late childbearing is to let women marry later, let their bodies grow well before they go to procreate, just like letting fruit trees grow more before they bear fruit is a reason. Once the age of women marrying and giving birth is raised to 18 or 20 or more, then the rate of premature deaths of dolls will plummet, and by then 8 or 9 out of 10 will be able to survive. Isn't that 100 times better than before? Only in this way, coupled with a good medical environment, can the population of Great Qin continue to skyrocket, so that Great Qin will never be short of soldiers from now on. 089 Jihan's superb gift package for Daqin. Jihan's explanation caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Although it hadn't been experimented with and verified, everyone knew Jihan's methods, so they subconsciously chose to believe it. If marrying late in childbearing 2 or 3 years later could greatly reduce the rate of premature deaths, this was definitely super cost-effective. Your Majesty, sir, this plan is feasible. Wang Ben couldn't help but say, I've seen many folk women giving birth in my early years, and it's really a case of 9 deaths in one life, just as Mr. said, carrying a child for 10 months but dying 7 or 8 premature deaths, it's really miserable. That's really not good. Ying Zhang nodded his head and said, if we can keep these aborted fetuses, why worry that the population of Qin will not increase? I will immediately issue a decree to all state capitals to enforce the ban on early marriages and early childbearing. That's right. Jihan continued, this third state policy is to develop the north. Just building roads and relocating the population alone is still not quite enough. The north is a big gold mine, it must be developed thoroughly. First of all, this river loop area and some places in the desert that are suitable for reclamation are enough to reclaim tens of millions of acres of good land and feed countless populations. Secondly, this prairie can be a large-scale free-range cattle, sheep, and horses, every year for the Qin dynasty to provide a huge amount of meat sources, as well as a huge amount of wool. These wool can be made into wool sweaters, so that hundreds of millions of civilians to keep warm and protect from the cold of Ah, which is the economic value and the value of people's livelihoods can be too high. The third is that the minerals in the north are also exceptionally rich. There are a lot of rare earths, coal mines, gold, silver, brass, jade, oil, natural gas, and so on, all kinds of good things. Of course, these with the conditions of Great Qin can only simply mine a part of it, but it is this part, it is enough to make Great Qin rich. With these minerals coal, Qin can refine countless high-quality steel, as well as a huge amount of energy, want to not developed or difficult. Jihan was so eloquent that Ying Zhang's eyes were glowing. Although he didn't really understand what this coal thing was. But he knows that he is going to be rich. This time to lay down the territory is a treasure landed. Even the immortal masters are so respected, this cannot be worse. I congratulate your majesty, I congratulate your majesty. Wang Ben took advantage of the situation and patted his horse. Ha ha ha. Ying Zhang said with a big smile, this is also thanks to the help of Mr. If not for Mr.'s guidance, Great Qin would have been sitting on a treasure without knowing it. Sir, how should we make woolen sweaters? And how to develop the minerals to dig? Ying Zhang was thirsty for knowledge and his face was filled with anticipation. Jihan didn't talk nonsense, he had done a lot of planning and preparation in the past few days, the cement and other things were just appetizers. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a whole bunch of goodies. This is a tutorial for wool gathering and then spinning wool sweaters. It's not hard to get this stuff, find some handy women laborers and it can be mass-produced. This is the configuration of gunpowder tutorial, although Daqin cannot produce flintlock muskets and bullets, but the configuration of some gunpowder to develop wooden grenades, or used to build roads and blow up mountains is still very convenient, remember to keep it secret. This is the distribution map of minerals in all parts of Kyushu. You also have a copy of the old Zhu. In the future you want to dig what mine to find people to dig, easy. This is the tutorial of the steel frying method, steel filling method. There are these two steel making methods. You can produce high quality steel on a large scale, no longer need to hammer a hammer smashing. From now on the Qin armaments can be easily renewed and modernized. Oh yes, there is also this globe, one for each of you. On it are the records of the empire's power in various places, and also the enemies you may encounter in the future. This big pile of big gifts from Jihan directly smashed the crowd into confusion. Especially this globe, but he exchanged from the system mall, 2 globes each labeled with Great Qin, Great Ming at this time around the size of the power, mountain range charts, the direction of the ocean and so on, absolutely priceless treasure. This world is really a ball? My Great Qin only occupies such a small area? This is simply unbelievable. The world is so big? And so many kingdoms? Fantastic, ha ha ha. I'm going to lay down a great big territory for Great Qin. What's the Huns? What's the western regions? This peacock dynasty is also in my pocket. This globe, sir, can be much more detailed than the geomancy charts left by Zhang He. With the help of this treasure, the world is under control. The more Ing Zhang and Chongjin looked at it, the more delighted they were. Both of them are ambitious people. Especially Ing Zhang, after he unified the world, his ambition has dissipated a lot, and now when he sees this huge earth and countless neighboring countries, his ambition is bursting at once. Together with the other gifts given by Jihan, he felt that Great Qin really had a great future ahead of it, and if it continued to develop, one day its territory would have to be enlarged by more than 100 times. Mr. Great Grace, I am unable to repay you. A toast to you, sir. Ing Zhang was thrilled and his heart was filled with gratitude. He didn't expect that Jihan had prepared so many gifts for him, all of which were suitable for the current development of Great Qin. This is really a great favor. Chongjin see this also can't help but envy said, beginning of the old brother with all this help and guidance, the next certainly can be rapid development, perhaps not long, can form a large number of firearms for it. Ah, thank you for your kind words. Ing Zhang's eyes were glowing as he held onto the gunpowder formula for dear life, it was a good thing. Sir. Chongjin turned to snicker, you have this kind of planning for Great Qin, I wonder if there are any pointers for my Ming dynasty? Of course I do. Jihan reminded, but before that, you'd better get ready to go to war. Start a war? With whom? Chongjin was filled with confusion. Of course it's the Jinnu. Jihan Lang laughed, you don't think that if you make such a big commotion, this great Ming dynasty can still continue to be peaceful, right? The Great War is coming soon, and the Qing army will soon enter the customs, just wait. Hiss? Chongjin sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was suddenly filled with gravity. 090 Jinnu into the customs, Chongjin is about to face a big crisis. Jinnu will soon enter the customs? This news is like a heavy bomb. Immediately Chongjin fried confused, but also let the smile on his face quickly disappeared. Over the years the Ming dynasty can be described as stormy, not only a variety of disasters continue, but also suffered from the looting and humiliation of the Jinnu. Under the guidance of Jihan, he killed corrupt officials to build a new army, copied Jin merchants to save silver, and secretly built up his power. But not yet wait for him to develop it, this Jinnu is ready to enter the customs? That's too soon, isn't it? He's not quite ready yet. Sir, are you sure? Chongjin anxiously inquired. 8 or 9 is not far from it. Jihan seriously analyzed, Jin merchants' power network is too wide and too extensive, the Ming dynasty from top to bottom from the officialdom to the people, there are too many of them, either explicitly or implicitly difficult to detect. Take this Liaodong faction for example, they take 4 million taels of military expenses from the imperial court every year, and they have been defending the border against the Jinnu on the surface, but Jin merchants do business with the Jinnu they will not know? No. Not only do they know about it, but they are also involved in it, this Wu Sangui alone has Jin merchants secretly supporting him behind his back. When they find out that you've boldly hacked away at the Jin merchants and corrupt officials of all lines, will they panic, fearing that you'll go after them? At this point in time, according to the habit of the military generals of the Great Ming dynasty of raising a bandit, can they not release some Jinnu into the customs to find something for you to do? Jihan's burst of analysis immediately let Chongjin back spine cold. He did not think so much, he only thought that this Jin merchant should be killed also killed, but who thought that this is the rhythm of stabbing a hornet's nest? Mr. Right, these dogs will certainly not be peaceful. Chongjin gritted his teeth and said, fortunately, Mr. reminded early, otherwise, the Jinnu killed to the Guanyi I still do not know it, ridiculous I also thought that the Liaodong army loyal, when it is ridiculous. They are loyal? Jihan smiled broadly at the words, do you know Wu Sangui's anger for the red face to lead the Qing army into the customs? And know that Zhu Dasho later when the Jinnu Han army Zhenghuang banner generalissimo? Han Chengqiu was captured and surrendered to the Qing dynasty for the Jinnu to plan and build a miraculous success? Jihan mouthed like a river, this Ming dynasty several important Liaodong faction of the bottom of the pull clean, the more Chongjin listened to the more irritated. Especially this Han Chengqiu as deeply as trust this dog thing finally even for the Jinnu planning? The kill, these dogs really should be killed. Chongjin annoyed low roar. Indeed they should be killed. Jihan's gaze was slightly cold, for these people also did not have the slightest good feeling, no matter how they whitewashed and covered themselves up in history, they could not cover up their actions of turning their backs on their masters. For example, Wu Sangui, on the surface, said that he was angry for the red face, for a woman to let the Qing army into the customs. How many later generations of women relish this beautiful thing, thinking that this is love? In fact, is not Chen Yuan this Wu Sangui will not surrender to the Qing dynasty? He just gave himself an excuse. Wait. Jihan coldly said with a smile, soon the Liaodong generals will soon release the Jinnu into the customs, by then you will face the first battle, fight to win you can continue to reform, fight not to win you will be unlucky. Hiss. Chongjin secretly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his heart once again staring in disbelief. Jinnu iron horsemen are no joke, he is really not sure. The so-called Qing army is not full of 10,000, full 10,000 cannot be defeated. Jian knew once the customs must be 2 or 300,000 troops to kill together, Liaodong major passes if not defenses, the scene think about it all let a person shudder ah. At that time, North Jili will certainly fall into a war. Countless people will be slaughtered and plundered. And if the Liaodong army cannot be relied on, Chongqing hands are only a few tens of thousands of new troops and more than 100,000 worry about the combat effectiveness of the old Beijing battalion army they can block it? Mister, can I block it? Chongqing bitterly inquired. Block can also have to block, can not block also have to block. Jihan eyes slightly chilled cold smile, you this time not only to fight, and to fight hard, it is best to once on these Jian new 8 banners to me disabled, by the way, the Liaodong army to clean up again. This, can I do it? Chongqing was a little skeptical. This was hundreds of thousands of troops. He only has a few tens of thousands of soldiers under his hand, and most of them are new, how can he fight? Actually, your chances of victory are still very high. Jihan consoled, the world thinks that the soldiers under your command are still the previous capital camp, but you don't know that the guns in your hands have long been updated and modernized, with flintlock rifles with wooden handles of grenades, coupled with the power of mortars and heartless cannons. Do you think that you don't have a chance of winning? Jihan's words immediately let Chongqing eyes glowing up. Right, he had long since ceased to be his former self. The soldiers and horses under his command weren't the Beijing battalion in the usual sense either. Facing the wolf-like tiger Jian knew, he may not necessarily not have the ability to fight What you should do now is to quickly reorganize the army, then strengthen the training, stockpile more grenades and gunpowder, and be ready for a big battle at any time. Once the Jian Nu enters the pass, you immediately order Lu Xiangxing and Zhuo Liangyu to bring troops to North Jili to assist in the battle, and then send out dispatch the Beijing battalion to fight and tangle with the Jian Nu, and while the Jian Nu is careless, secretly send out the new army and the Divine Mechanism battalion to go out and eat some of their men. At this time the Jian Nu will certainly be infuriated, you then focus on the hammer, head-on battle with them and crush each other, you can completely cripple the Jian Nu. Jihan talked loudly and pointed out. The crisis that Chongqing is about to face this time analyzed one by one, and give ways to cope with. Chongqing smelled the heart suddenly big fixed up. However, Chongqing this military illiteracy, but asked to let Jihan quite speechless question. Mr. Response method is very good. Chongqing eyes glowing said, but why only pass Zhuo Liangyu and Lu Xiangxing to bring troops to the king? Why not pass the other 9 sides of the generals together to send troops, and then Sun Chuan Ting army will also be transferred back together, so the odds are not greater. 091 Wonderful, Mr. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You pig brain? Have you forgotten that Sun Chuan Ting wants to clear the rebels? Have you forgotten that Li Zicheng's resurgence drove you to the point of hanging yourself on Coal Mountain? Sun Chuan Ting absolutely cannot be moved. Not only can he not be moved, but he must continue to vigorously purge the rebels Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong. The other 9 sides of the town's troops and horses together, in case the Mongolian army to kill and how to do? Besides, what is the use of more people, a bunch of goons you expect them to fight for you? Jihan a burst of dislike, suddenly let Chongqing embarrassed. He seriously think about it really is, Sun Chuanting really cannot move, the other 9 sides of the town of the soldiers and horses cannot move. But why draw Lu Xiangxing and Zhuo Liangyu? Chongqing do not understand. Have you forgotten? Of the 5 fierce generals that I said you could entrust with heavy responsibilities, there are these 2 guys. Jihan explained, Lu Xiangxing's Tianqiong army can be considered first-class fierce, and Zhuo Liangyu can also be used. This time, drawing them into the capital to serve the king, on the one hand, it is to utilize their power to strike a blow against the Jian Nu, and on the other hand, it is also to give you the opportunity to take them under your wing. Once the new army under your command in this great war shows the power to make them fearful, then if you want to subdue them, isn't it easy and watertight? Especially Zhuo Liangyu, this guy is arrogant by nature, no one is convinced, you have to show your muscles to shock and knock him hard, so that you can train him to be obedient, understand? Jihan's words immediately made everyone's eyes glow. Wonderful, sir, this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Both enhance the strength against the Jian Nu, but also take the opportunity to accept the 2 great generals, the future Chongqing old brother under the banner and have to be more than 2 road army cannot Ha, Mr. Great Talent, I admire Chongqing 3 people clapped their hands. Obviously this planning and layout of Jihan can be described as exceptionally admirable. According to his so arranged, Jian Nu Lu Xiangxing Zhuo Liangyu have to become his in the bag cannot. After this battle Chongqing not only will not fall, but also have to profit a lot. So it seems, this battle is really must fight So it is not that I do not give you the Ming dynasty to formulate a national policy, but your current priority is to meet the war. After surviving this test, only then can you continue to expand your army, keep strengthening your voice, keep brushing up your reputation, and only then finally go and rectify some of the internal flaws of the Ming dynasty, understand? Jihan patiently explained. Chongqing could not help but nod repeatedly. Thank you sir for pointing out, I understand. Chongqing seriously said, this battle I will do my best to recreate the slave thieves. Good, ha. Chongqing old brother, we are waiting for news of your triumph. It's a pity that we can't participate in the war together, nor can we watch from the sidelines, it's a pity. Ying Zheng Wang Ben, the two militants, were filled with regret. Jihan heard the words or also secretly agree, this is the rise of the Ming dynasty battle, then Qin abuse Huns look much better cannot watch the battle is really a pity. Warm reminder. System intelligence suddenly spoke in his mind, Master can open the communication function of the trading ring to observe the major events of the sub-ring holder's dynasty at any time, may I ask whether to spend 1000 correction value to open it? There's still that function? Turn it on, turn it on. Jihan was instantly happy to hear this. With the increase in his correction value, this system seems to have become more humanized, and it can even make a reminder? Not bad. With a loud system alert passed. His modifier value was deducted by 1000, and then the trading ring, which contained endless space, instantly activated a brand new function. Jihan smiled with satisfaction and said, when you have a great battle, old Zhu, you only need to say to the ring in your hand to turn on the communication function, and all of us will be able to see the scene of your great battle at that time. It can still be like this? Sir wouldn't be joking, right? No, Mr. Omnipotent, it's not unusual to have such means. Yes, Chongjin old brother, you will have to let us see with our own eyes at that time. Ying Zhang Wang Ben hurriedly reminded. They were very curious about this great Ming dynasty firearms war. If they could observe the battle with their own eyes, it would certainly bring them great benefits and revolutionize their concept of war, so they absolutely could not miss it. Everyone rest assured, I will certainly not forget. Chongjin smiled and promised, on the occasion of the Great War, I will definitely let everyone watch the battle. Aha! Jihan nodded in satisfaction. After thinking about it, he continued, if there is a chance in this war, you have to be careful of 4 people. Who? Chongjin frowned and asked rhetorically, Dorgan? Huang Taiji? Or a jig? None of them. Jihan Leng said with a smile, I'm not talking about the Manchus, but the Han Chinese. Have you heard of Fan Wencheng and the 3 Shun Kings? Them? Chongjin's face bristled. These few people he naturally heard of, they can be famous big traitors. Fan Wencheng was originally a scholar of the Great Ming dynasty, who took the initiative to defect to the Jiannu due to his depression, advising them, persuading the Ming officials to surrender, and formulating strategies which caused great harm to the Great Ming dynasty. These 3 Shun Kings were Shun King Kongyud, Hui Shun King Gung Zhongming, and Ji Shun King Shan Kishi, all of whom were the original Mao Wenlong's old men who surrendered to the Jiannu after Mao Wenlong's death. These 3 dogs have been jumping up and down all these years, not only with the Jiannu constantly invade the Ming, but also shamelessly proud of this, when it is the traitor of traitors. Mr. Not say I have to kill them. Chongjin gritted his teeth and said, these traitors should be killed. Don't be careless. Jihan seriously said, these guys were once Ming veteran generals. The military system of the Ming dynasty can be said to be exceptionally familiar, especially this Kongyud. 3 hands are in possession of the Qing army's only firearms battalion, cannot be defended. 092 I will establish a holy temple so that the immortal master can enjoy the fragrance of great Qin for 10,000 generations. Jihan's words immediately hit Chongjin's sore spot. His face darkened at once, and he couldn't even help but grit his teeth, his eyes even bursting with murderous intent. Because Kongyud this dog mastered the most elite artillery battalion at the time of the Ming dynasty, these can be the Ming dynasty to spend a huge amount of money from the Westerners out of the purchase of artillery cannons, the formation of Tianyu Battalion. The results were Kongyud this dog, with the defection of the Jiannu. This humiliation, how can let Chongjin not angry? Dog thing, I will kill it. Chongjin cursed. It's good that you still remember him. Jihan dumbly laughed. You must not forget that this Tianyu battalion can once be the most elite firearms battalion of the Ming dynasty. They hold many good things in their hands. If you are not careful, you will have to suffer a great loss. Sir, don't worry, I will never take it lightly. Chongjin seriously assured, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely crush this Kongyud and others rebels first, then bring them back alive and skin them. Good, well said. Ying Zhang laughed out loud. Such trash who betrayed their ancestors and defected to foreigners should be killed. Not only should they be killed, their 9 clans should be executed. Wang Ben gritted his teeth and said, if there were such people in my great Qin, this marquis would have to personally chop them into meat paste. What is this? Wouldn't it be cheaper for them to be tortured so simply? Jihan shook his head and said, this kind of traitor should be captured back, have his limbs chopped off, have his throat and tongue cut off, and then have him kneel here in the downtown area of the capital for years and years, subject to the scorn of all the people, and not be able to die if he wants to. These readers of theirs want face and value reputation the most. Even if he dies, they must be given a temple of traitors for the people of Daming to spit on for generations, so that their ancestors can't hold up their heads as human beings for generations to come. Good, well said, sir. Rightly so. I will certainly follow suit in the future and clean up after them. The Chongjin trio clapped their hands in praise, obviously very much in favor of this proposal from Jihan. For the ancient people behind the name can be very important, to know that many readers all their lives in order to bow a loyal and righteous name. If you let Fan Wencheng and Kongyud and other people know that they are going to be spat on for generations to come, must be angry to spit blood. Don't think that these dog traitors are shameless. They also have a very high regard for the name behind them. Otherwise would not be in the Jiannu power after vigorously whitewashed their own traitorous behavior. So many people in later generations thought they were to promote national integration of the great heroes, is really disgusting. For this kind of people, should be erected temple humiliation. Let future generations remember them, and let their fate be a warning to those who cast treason in the third degree. Speaking of establishing a temple, I suddenly have an idea. Ing Zheng said with glowing eyes, Mr. has been sparing no effort to help my great Qin rise to power. I am really grateful in my heart and have always wanted to repay you. I have always wanted to repay you. But I've been thinking about it, but I don't know how to repay you, and I don't know what kind of gift I should give you to express my gratitude to you. Now I suddenly thought, not if in the state capitals of Great Qin to build a large number of temples, so that Mr. enjoy the blood and food offerings of my Great Qin 10,000 worlds of people, this approach can be good? Jihan was instantly filled with confusion. You really think I'm an immortal, don't you? You think I'm an immortal? I don't eat joss paper and candles. But Wang Ben and Changjin on this proposal, but on the spot clapping. This is a wonderful solution, old brother Shi Huang. Well said, Your Majesty, Sir is an immortal and deserves to enjoy the offerings of all the people. I will have to go back and set up a temple for Mr. to worship as well, so that Mr. can become my great Ming immortal master, with a status far beyond that of Sagekong. The more people talk, the more excited they get, even Changjin wants to make a scene. Jihan could not help but roll his eyes in frustration and waved his hand, don't. I good reason in the temple as a bodhisattva why. You cannot mess around, old Jiayu if you want to set up a temple, but you can give Li Mu, Lianpa and other spring and autumn countries civilian and military generals to set up a temple. What does Sir mean by this? Wang Ben asked in disbelief, even if you don't like being worshipped, you don't need to build temples for those defeated generals, right? Wang Ben's face showed disdain, and Ing Zheng did the same. The old Qin people were very proud, and they never looked down on the people of the Six Nations as defeated. Now that Jihan wanted to build a temple for them, how could Ing Zheng Wang Ben understand? How can you all be in such a state of mind? Jihan disliked in a bad mood, although the Six Kingdoms lost, do you dare to say that there were no great heroes among the Six Kingdoms? Do you dare to say that Lianpa, Li Mu, Wu Qi and Xu Yuan were not great? If Great Qin wants to be bigger and stronger, it has to abandon its own rooted narrow-minded xenophobia. It has to actively work hard to accept the cultures of the Six Kingdoms, so that they can be integrated under the banner of Great Qin and form the unique culture of the 9 states. I asked you to set up a temple not only to enshrine the famous military generals of the 6 countries, but also to enshrine Great Qin's forefathers, to bring them together for future generations to enshrine forever, so that countless generations to come will be proud, and will willingly coalesce under the great flag of the 9 states. In this way, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms will be able to completely return to their hearts, and Great Qin will be able to achieve true continuity for 10,000 years, understand? Wang Ben and Ing Zheng were speechless for a long time. They looked ashamed, and Ing Zheng apologized and said, Sir, you are right, I understand, I'll let someone do it this time. That's more like it, come on, keep drinking. Jihan greeted unconcernedly after he was dumbfounded. The crowd continued to feast on food and drink. Jihan took the time to give Changjin a chat about modern gunfighting should pay attention to matters, as well as the army training points passed on to him. For example, how to dig trenches, how to set up positions, how to use the formation to train soldiers' obedience and so on. These are some common sense in the latter days. But they have given Changjin a huge impact, constantly refreshing his backward concepts, so that he benefited greatly. 093 The people to lure the people, this plan is feasible. Late night. Ing Zheng, Changjin, and Wang Ben had a full meal and enjoyed themselves. It was already morning when Ing Zheng returned to the Qin palace. He was so excited that he ordered a big court meeting without a trace of tiredness. The Qin civil and military officials quickly entered the palace. Everyone has long been familiar with Ing Zheng's work schedule, and now that he has just returned from the Immortal Master's place, he is sure to make a big move, so everyone is secretly talking about it. Your Majesty, did the Immortal Master have some instructions for this trip to the Immortal Realm? Li Si couldn't help but take the lead in asking. Not bad. Ing Zheng admitted with a big smile, and the ministers were immediately interested. What are your instructions, Immortal Master? Could it be to attack by you? You're as stupid as a pig, my great Qin has just destroyed Xiongnu, why would we fight by you so soon? Right. It's definitely not, it should be related to the desert. Could it be that Immortal Master has a problem with the attribution of the Great Desert? The civil and military officials were talking, and many of them even looked at Wang Ben, wanting to obtain an answer from him in advance. Seeing this, Ing Zheng coughed lightly and continued, There is no need to guess, I have decided to announce 3 resolutions after discussing with the Immortal Master. This first resolution is naturally related to the Hatao region and the desert and other places. This is a brand new territory for my great Qin, and it is imperative to keep it firmly under control. That's why the Immortal Master agreed to our proposal to establish Jiuhuan County and Jinbei County, and requested the relocation of more than 300,000 households to keep the north firmly under control. Just after Ing Zheng finished speaking, the ministers were in an uproar. 300,000? Are you crazy? Silence. Ing Zhang snorted in displeasure. What's the point of making such a fuss? How can we control such a large area in the north without 300,000 families? How can we develop it? But Your Majesty. Li Si couldn't help but say, where can we find so many people to move there? The people are reluctant to leave their homeland and settle down in such a faraway place. Do we have to use strong-arm tactics? This will cause the people's grievances to boil over. What's so difficult about that? Ing Zhang laughed and said, the Immortal Master has already given us a solution. All we need to do is to distribute cattle and sheep to the soldiers of the 6 kingdoms in this war according to their military merits, and then allow their families to move to the north, and they will obediently go there. Ha! Why didn't we think of that? This is a wonderful plan. The Immortal Master has indeed calculated without fail. The people are lured by the benefits. This plan is feasible. 100 officials have clamored and exclaimed, we are all smart people. Naturally, we can see the poisonousness of this move at once. This move is simple, but effective yet. I believe that as long as it is announced, it will surely make hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers completely return to their hearts, and firmly tied to the chariot of Great Qin, and also make their families obediently migrate to the north. This is really a multi-target, wonderful. The second resolution. Ing Zheng announced while the iron is hot, from now on, all corvée and miscellaneous taxes will be exempted, only the commercial tax and field tax will be retained, and the age of marriage for women must not be earlier than 17 and the age of childbirth must not be earlier than 18, otherwise they will be heavily punished. What is this reasoning? Your Majesty, no, how can this be? Our taxes are already low, how can they be any lower? Yes, what is the reason for late marriages and late childbearing? At this time, the population of Qin is not good, so we should encourage early marriages and early childbearing. The 100 officials clamored and attacked, obviously having very strong opinions about this resolution. The field tax of Great Qin was very low, collecting only 1/12%. But in addition to the field tax, there are also ruminants, households, mouths, and other miscellaneous taxes, and every year each household also has to serve the corvée. The people live a very bitter life. Now that Ing Zhang has exempted the corvée service, and also exempted a lot of miscellaneous taxes, the revenue of the state treasury will plummet, so how can the officials agree with this? Wang Ben quickly explained, the purpose of the Immortal Master's action is to allow the people to recuperate and increase the population of Great Qin. Although the taxes and corvée services are exempted, the revenue of the state treasury will only increase and will not decrease when potatoes and other high-yield immortal grains are promoted. Finally, this late marriage and late childbearing, but also the Immortal Master's instructions. Nowadays the woman at 14 or 15 years old has already married, the body has not yet grown to give birth to a child, so 9 times out of 10 the fetus have to be aborted. If you postpone the age of marriage and childbearing for a few years, you can massively reduce the chances of premature death of the fetus, and greatly increase the population of my Great Qin, which is a move that has all the benefits and none of the harms. Wang Ben talked about it, his face full of relief. Greatly satisfied a handful of his desire to pretend. Experienced the usual awesome feeling of Jihan pointing out the mountains. But he didn't notice Ing Zhang's grudging eyes. This guy dares to steal old Zhao's lines, this is the rhythm of looking for death. However, his explanation helped the officials to clear up their doubts. Everyone seriously think about it really is, after the war the people really need to recuperate, lower taxes is also not bad off. In this way, all the Qianchu must be grateful, Your Majesty is wise, Immortal Master is merciful. I am poor in old Qin, if this resolution is carried out, it will be embraced by all the people. More than that, even the 6 Guizhou will have to hand in hand to praise the people, who has ever seen such a low tax. Although this late marriage and late childbearing is a bit contrary to secular customs, if it is explained thoroughly and supplemented with heavy penalties, the trend of early marriage and early childbearing can certainly be curbed. After discussing for a while, the civil and military officials decisively endorsed this resolution. You can't help it, it's made by the high and mighty Immortal Master together with Ing Zhang. Do you want to die and oppose it? The third resolution. After scanning the circle, Ing Zhang said unquestionably, I will establish a holy temple for the Immortal Master, a holy temple for the ancestors of Great Qin, and a holy temple for the wise ministers and famous generals of the 6 countries. Hiss! The 100 officials suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air in unison at the words. Everyone looked at Ing Zhang with disbelief, thinking that there was something wrong with their ears. 094 Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Shi Huang, forcing the road to be as long as the night. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Why do you want to establish a temple? Could this be the Immortal Master's intention as well? The Immortal Master has been so kind to my Great Qin that it is only natural to erect a temple to honor him, and it is justifiable for Great Qin's forefathers to erect a temple to enjoy the incense, but why should people from the 6 countries be allowed to enter it? I am against it, resolutely against it. How can a defeated nation be qualified to be listed with our forefathers? Once again, there was an opposing protest above the Great Qin court. Of course, this was not what Ing Zhang and Wang Ben expected, as they had reacted in the same way before. Ahem! Wang Ben was smug and opened his mouth to continue pretending. However, he inadvertently saw the small look silently projected by old Zhao, and after the strong threat carried in that look, Wang Ben trembled in fear and decisively chose to concede. Humph. Only then did old Zhao smile with satisfaction, revealing a smile like a child can be taught as well as a spring breeze. Do the ministers know how big this world is? Ying Zhang had been hanging out with Jihan for so long that he had long since mastered the supreme axiom of pretending, and he threw out a query in a pretense of sophistication, instantly filling the courtiers with confusion. How big is the world? It's not that big, is it? Oh, do you all think that the world is just Qin and the 100 you Xiong knew? Do you know that there is a peacock dynasty to the southwest of Great Qin, with a population of more than 50 million, more than twice that of my Great Qin? Do you also know that further west there is the huge Roman Empire, which spans many straits and continents, and still has a larger population than my Qin? Do you also know that the Sabbath Empire? The Macedonian Empire? Ying Zhang burst into a crackling spray, learning from Jihan's pretense of being a pussy, and was instantly cool to the core. The more he talked, the higher he got, and finally he simply snapped out the globe and said, Come, all the ministers and come forward to see how big the world is. The civil and military officials saw this and gathered around. After Ying Zhang showed them how to read the globe, they all clamored again. My God, how is this possible? The heaven and earth we live in is actually a ball? This sphere has so much seawater? Could it be that most of it is not the ocean? How could my Great Qin territory be so small? How could there be so many kingdoms of this foreigner? The ministers murmured in an uproar, everyone's three views suffered a huge shock, and everyone couldn't help but stare dumbfoundedly at the ground. You all saw it, right? Ying Zhang brewed his emotions for a moment, and the aura of a forced king instantly erupted as he slapped the table and wailed, These foreigners are numerous, how can I, Great Qin, set my sights on this 1 acre and 3/4 of land? Regardless of whether they are from Chu or Zhao, they are all remnants of the Great Zhou, they are all of this 9 states bloodline, and it is only right that we should firmly unite them under the banner of Great Qin, and treat them as a family. In the future, if Great Qin wishes to fight against these foreign races, it must go all out to develop its population and unite all the forces it can, understand? This is the significance of the Immortal Master's proposal to establish temples for the sages of the 7 kingdoms. I would like to establish a temple of the Immortal Master in all parts of the 9 states, with the statue of the Immortal Master at the top, and the 72 sages of the 7 kingdoms at the bottom. Do you have any objections? This flurry of pretense was played super fiercely by Ying Zhang. A burst of Wang Bashi's aura immediately shook the ministers into submission. Your Majesty is holy. I admire you. The civil and military officials bowed in unison, and even Wang Ben couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Old Zhao, this pretense skills natural, powerful explosion. Good, ha ha ha. Old Zhao was also exceptionally relieved by this, his mood simply soaring with high spirits. In his mind, he suddenly remembered a sentence that Jihan had said when he was blowing off steam, and modified it to fit his current mood. When it's really the case that the heavens did not give birth to me, Xinshi Huang, forcing the road for ages is like a long night off. Accidentally old Zhao unlocked his own supreme mystery and realized the true meaning of life. Cool. Mr. Sincerity does not deceive me also, this blowing skill is really powerful, this is the power of knowledge. In the future I have to listen to more of Mr. S teachings before I can do so. Old Zhao heart beautifully sighed. Next, the Great Qin civil and military officials began to argue over the quotas for these 72 wise and famous generals. Oh, among the spring and autumn countries, my Great Qin definitely has the most talents. This Wuan Jun Bai Qi should be in the Holy Temple, Shang Jun should be in the Holy Temple, and Marquis Wucheng Wang Jian should be in the Holy Temple. Shu is not bad either, Wu Qi, Shu Yuan, and Chun Shinjun are all greats of the world. Bull, how can this guy Chun Shinjun be worthy? I think Sun Bin of Qi is not bad, he should be in the Holy Temple. Li Mu and Lian Pa are also good, they used to be my Qin's old enemies, they're quite capable. Not bad, Li Mu deserves to be in the Holy Temple, he never lost a battle in his life, and he even beat the Xiongnu, so he can be called a hero. The civil and military officials said one thing and I said another, we all slammed each other and corroborated each other, and in the end, they all argued endlessly. In the end, after everyone discussed for more than half an hour, the quota was finally finalized. Great Qin was the victorious country, so it occupied a full 36 of these 72 wise and famous generals. The other 6 kingdoms added up to a total of 36. Most of the heroes who emerged from the chaos of the spring and autumn centuries were listed among them, enjoying the incense of the sacred temples and being worshipped by the people of Great Qin for all generations. Ying Zhang was instantly satisfied after glancing at this list. Fusu, how long before the first batch of potato immortal food matures? Ying Zhang suddenly asked. Back to father. Fuso hurriedly said, there are at most 10 days and half a month before it can mature for harvest. Good. Ying Zhang immediately order 10,000 craftsmen to work overtime to build a sacred temple outside the city at all costs. On the day the potatoes are ripe, I will invite all the celebrities and leaders of Xianyang to witness the unearthing of this high-yield grain, and then pay tribute to the temple's immortal masters. Can you do it? I will fulfill my mission. Fu Su worshipped excitedly. 095 Old Zhao's layout, Great Qin Armament House established. This decision of Ying Zhang is definitely not a whim. He knows that today's Qin is still not stable enough, and there is a lot of internal chaos, which is attributed to the fact that the people are still not well fed enough, and there is a chance for the remnants of the Six Kingdoms to secretly instigate the Qianlongs from all over the country. In that case, let's dig potatoes in public. This 100 stone of immortal grain dug up and weighed in public will surely plug the world's long mouth, and will surely make the people of the world ecstatic. Coupled with the two big moves of tax reduction and the Holy Temple, why worry that the people of the world won't return to their hearts? Why would they worry about the remaining Six Kingdoms making trouble? It must be said that Ing Zhang is a very shrewd politician. Jihan only said one of them, and he could immediately cite one and reverse it to formulate a more powerful strategy for Great Qin. After the court meeting ended, Ing Zhang summoned Zhang Han in the side hall. Along with Zhang Han, there were also 3 great craftsmen from the general's office. My last general, Zhang Han, pays his respects to your majesty. Zhang Han knelt down and shouted, his gaze calm. This former great general in the hands of Ing Zhang, because Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian and Wang Ben shone so brightly that he had never been too outstanding. Even the battle against Xiongnu in the north did not involve him. But today, Ing Zhang has thought of him, and will entrust him with an important task. Zhang Han, get up. Ing Zhang casually waved his hand and suddenly asked, I've been cold to you a lot over the years, do you have any grievances? I wouldn't dare. Zhang Han knelt down in fear and shouted, I swear to serve your majesty to the death. I was born a man of Great Qin, and I will die a ghost of Great Qin, and I have never dared to remember your majesty's favor, so how could I dare to have the slightest bit of resentment? Humph. Ing Zhang nodded his head with satisfaction before saying, the reason why I don't use you for my northern attack on Xiongnu is that there is actually a matter that concerns my Great Qin for 10,000 years, and I need you to do it personally. This? Zhang Han sucked in a breath of cold air. This huge surprise instantly made his brain foggy. After coming back to his senses, Zhang Han immediately said excitedly, Your Majesty, please command, I will die by all means. I want you to secretly set up an armament house, responsible for the production of gunpowder, steelmaking, cement, and other things. Ing Zhang directly ordered, I will allocate 10,000 artisans and 30,000 Qin veteran soldiers for you. Do you have the confidence to do it? Ha! Zhang Han was filled with confusion, not understanding what this gunpowder cement was. Yet he knew that it must be a very important sector. The fact that Ing Zhang valued him so highly flattered him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely manage this armament house well and not let Your Majesty down. Zhang Han excitedly promised. Good. Ing Zhang raised his hand and pointed at the 3 great craftsmen kneeling on the ground and said, These 3 are the top craftsmen within the general armament house, their grandparents and grandchildren have been of my Qin craftsman registry for 3 generations, their families are clean, and their skills are not small. The 3 of them will become your deputy, all research and production matters can be entrusted to them, you are mainly responsible for controlling the overall situation, strictly prohibit all materials and secrets within the arms house from leaking, understand? I understand. Zhang Han hurriedly agreed, and he was secretly ecstatic in his heart. Ing Zhang paid so much attention to this weaponry house, it seems that it must not be a simple place, he is going to soar to the top. You 3, come up. Ing Zhang beckoned, directly placing the tutorial drawings for the gunpowder, cement, steel frying method, and steel refining method on the table. The 3 great smiths came forward on their knees with trepidation. You and the 3 of you have your own strengths, all of you are the top craftsmen of my Great Qin, I will reuse you. These drawings were passed down by the immortal master, if you dare to divulge half of it, I will kill your 9 clans. Ing Zhang drew out his sword and pointed at the drawings with the tip of the sword to explain them one by one. After a few threats and explanations, the great craftsmen were terrified, but they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This gunpowder is actually the raw material for making wooden-handled grenades? Incredible, truly incredible. Cement can actually turn mud and sand into stone? How is this possible? How can the steel frying method and the steel pouring method mass produce 100 refined steel? This is too amazing, isn't it? The 3 great smiths exclaimed in astonishment. They were all smart and top-notch craftsmen. Although they did not understand the principle of these 3 kinds of fresh products for the time being, but they deeply memorized their production process in their minds, and they only needed to go back and experiment a few more times, so they thought that they would definitely be able to make this thing. Ing Zhang gave them a few more instructions and finally made sure that they had memorized them all before putting away the drawings with satisfaction. This is a precious thing, and must not be leaked out. Even these 3 great craftsmen will be closely monitored in the future, and none of their grandchildren or descendants will be allowed to leave Xianyang. Zhang Han's duty is naturally to lead the troops to guard these craftsmen, closely protect the weapon house, to ensure the normal and orderly production of various treasures, and to prevent outsiders from making trouble. These things cannot be leaked out. Once it leaks out, old Zhao will kill people. Remember, the site for the weapon house is within the abandoned military camp quarters outside the city, if there isn't enough space expanded a bit as soon as possible. Within the weapon mansion is temporarily divided into 3 major departments, you 3 great craftsmen 1 person to lead are responsible for the production, as soon as possible to get these things out to me, the more the better. Also, this gunpowder research and development and production must be strictly confidential, careful precautions, not with open fire iron contact, all production utensils must be wood, so as to avoid explosions, understand? Ying Zhang gave some more instructions. Zheng Han and the three master craftsmen quickly knelt down and shouted, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, we'll keep this in mind." Aha! Ying Zhang nodded in satisfaction before waving his hand for them to retreat. It is foreseeable that in a short time, Great Qin will have a huge amount of cement to put into the infrastructure projects, and then there is also a large amount of steel and gunpowder, which is enough to arm the Qin army to the teeth. The thought of having a constant supply of wooden grenades and explosive packages in the future made Ying Jing smile and feel good. 096 throwing stones at the Liaodong army's test. At the same time, Chongjin of the Ming dynasty was not idle. After knowing the news of the imminent entry of the Jiannu, his heart is naturally secretly anxious. Immediately after returning to the forbidden city called Huangdigong, Chao Qingjiao, Li Yuanin, Fang Zhenghua, Zhao Huachun, Wang Qinzhen, Bai Maokong, Sun and Ding meeting. These 8 people are the heart of his current command. This matter is of great importance and must be kept secret, so Chongjin did not make a big fuss to convene the court, but secretly summoned them. Huangdigong, Chao Qingjiao, how is the training of the new army and the Shinji battalion? Chongjin opened his mouth to ask. Report to the emperor, the new army training day and night, never dare to slack off, the army soldiers have gradually adapted, I believe that in less than half a year can become an army. Shinji battalion is also the same, daily drills, all the formation, military formation, for sections of shooting and other regular items have been familiar with, the soldiers can be a battle. Chao Qingjiao and Huang Digong both hurriedly reported back. Especially Chao Qingjiao is full of confidence, last time copied the home of the 8 Jin merchants can let him rake in a lot of military achievements, at this time he is more fighting spirit. Good. Chongjin satisfied, in that case, then if the Jiannu immediately into the looting, you can dare to fight? Jiannu into the customs? So soon? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. What is the consequence of the Jiannu's entry into the customs? Everyone is exceptionally clear, every time these dogs enter the customs, they cause great harm to Daming. Not only will countless northern cities and towns be plundered, but many people will be slaughtered, and even be robbed to be slaves outside the country, which is definitely a catastrophe. If the Jiannu dares to enter the pass, the last general will surely destroy it. Chao Qingjiao gritted his teeth and roared, "This is the enemy of my Ming dynasty, we must not take it lightly, although my new army has just been formed, but I also dare to ask for war. The generals of the Divine Mechanism Battalion are also invited to fight." Huang Digong said in a murderous manner, "We are willing to use our lives to kill the slaves to serve our country, and we will never be greedy and afraid of death." Good. Very good. Chongjin was naturally quite satisfied with this. The generals are willing to sell their lives, the treasury has silver, the hand has guns, Jiannu came he is not afraid. To tell you the truth, the question is not I am testing your loyalty, but the Jiannu will really enter the customs in the near future. I destroy the Jin merchants and corrupt officials, the Ming dynasty inside and outside are turbulent, Liaodong army is also the people's hearts fluctuating, coupled with the fact that it is now late fall, the Jiannu if you want to spend the winter will surely enter the customs looting. I only ask, do you dare to fight? Chongjin's serious bellowing question immediately let the crowd of bravado. Huang Digong, Chao Qingjiao, Fang Zhenghua and others, all immediately kneeling, we all yell in unison, "Your Majesty rest assured that I will die fighting." Good. Chongjin satisfied commanded, Zhao Huachun, Li Yuanin, your East Factory Jinui scouts are spread out to me, I want to know every move in the north. Bai Maokong, Sun and Ding, your Bureau of Warfare and Artillery Bureau should step up the production of firearms, the more the better, regardless of the cost to me, whether or not you can repel the Jiannu depends on you. Huang Digong, Fang Zhenghua, Chao Qingjiao, go back and immediately intensify the training of soldiers, must lead all armies to maintain the strength of the war, ready to go to war. Wang Qinzhen immediately secretly drafted a decree to Shinda Governor Lu Xiangxing, as well as Pingtao General Zhuo Lianyu, ordering the two of them to immediately reorganize their troops and horses to the north to work for the king, ready to fight with the Jiannu blood. Chongjin's series of orders immediately let the people military heart. Jiannu to come so what, Chongjin not chaotic, we are not afraid in the slightest. Your Majesty wise. Huang Digong arched his hand and said, but why doesn't your holiness let us take troops to Shanhaiguan to assist in the defense, and do our best to keep the thieves out of the pass? Oh, want to keep the thieves outside the customs talk about how easy. Chongjin sneered, I'm not afraid to tell you a bad news, this battle Liaodong army may not rely on. The crowd's gazes stared slightly, all secretly surprised. What does it mean that the Liaodong army can't be relied upon? Do they still dare to mutiny? What does your Majesty mean by this? Chao Qingjiao inquired with a frown, Lord Zhu and Governor Hong are both loyal people, why would they be like this? Loyal? Not necessarily. Chongjin sneered, do you really think they are loyal to the country? Jin merchants in the Jiannu secretly trading, collaborating with the enemy and treason for the Jiannu to provide a large amount of food, iron, cotton, do you really think they are not involved? Hiss. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. This was a heavenly offense that people normally wouldn't even dare to think about. But now Chongjin stabbed through this layer of window paper, we subconsciously think about it, but also really feel wrong. Jin merchants these years strutting with the Jiannu people do business, some people at the border really do not know? Not necessarily? According to this Ming dynasty military generals to raise the enemy's habit of self-importance, Hong Chengqiu, Zhu Dasho, these people really clean? You know now Zhu Dasho's eldest son is being Huang Taiji entrusted it, this Zhu family does not have a foot in two boats of suspicion? Wang Qinzhen, recently what is the Liaodong movement? Chongjin again asked. Wang Qinzhen shivered in fear, hurriedly picked out two from the many folders, and then respectfully said, Jinzhou Zhu Daso 800 miles of urgent report, Jiannu recent action frequently, may go south into the customs ransacking, request the court to send troops to support. Hong Chengqiu, governor of Jiliu and Liao, submitted a folding paper requesting the court to allocate last year's as well as this year's military pay, a total of 6 million taels. On these two mediocre folding, all of a sudden let everyone cannot help but frown. Chongjin said right these people have a problem. Usually do not say, the Jin merchants have just been destroyed jumped out, which represents this what? For one thing, they're threatening the court by talking about Jiannu. Secondly, they are taking the military pay to test Chongjin's mind. If Chongjin want to move they must not give money, if Chongjin refuse to give the military pay, then they are sure to secretly engage in small actions Haha, a good move to throw stones, loss I have always thought they are loyal and good generals. Chongjin furious order, the secretary immediately go back to reorganize the troops and horses to prepare for war, I will never condone these rebels. Yes. Everyone roared low in unison as a sense of urgency began to coalesce out of thin air. 097 The Jiannu has entered the customs, how dare you say that you want to negotiate peace? Chongjin gave the order. The new army and the Shinji battalion are intensifying their training. The Bureau of Military Warfare and the Bureau of Artillery are all working overtime to produce firearms, and secretly everyone is holding their breath and nervously preparing for war. As for the Liaodong Zhangzhua, Chongjin directly chose to ignore. Give money? How is it possible? Over the years, he has spent millions of taels every year to support these border troops, but in the end, the Jiannu will still enter the border, so what's the use of having them? Since they have been up two hearts, then have to abandon all illusions ready to go to war, even if Chongjin handside of hundreds of millions of silver, he will not give out a penny. Chongjin's tough attitude directly enraged Liaodong army. Zhu Daso Wu Sangui will be a day 3 passes to urge food and wages, while constantly reporting the news of the Jiannu ready to enter the customs, the capital up and down the panic, the atmosphere is very tense. In this regard, Chongjin still ignore. He knows that the Liaodong generals will not betray immediately, they are riding the wall to see, not to force too much they will not immediately raise troops to rebel, at most put the Jiannu into the customs to scare the court officials only. So at this time do not take care of them on good. Stall them as long as you can. 7 days later, the news of the Jiannu's entry came again, but this time it was true. Huang Taiji personally led 200,000 troops to bypass Jinzhou City and Shanhaiguan, killing from Dushiku and Zaifengku. Jiannu troops divided into 3 ways, respectively, into the offensive Tongzhou, Zhuozhou, western Beijing and other places, all the way to Invincible, many counties were looted. The fire of war quietly burned up around the capital. For a time, the people were terrified, the states were horrified, and the capital was in a state of chaos and panic. The Ming dynasty on the throne room, all the officials are also full of horror. Your Holiness, Jiannu entered the customs, at this time is ravaging all over it, but also please Your Holiness decree to convene the soldiers and horses all over the world to work hard for the king. Yes, the minister has long said that not has made a big move, this Jinshan case hurt, the great Ming dynasty turbulence, the Jiannu will not let go of this opportunity? I ask Your Majesty to order the summoning of the general troops from all over the country to the capital, the military situation is like a fire, there is no time to lose I oppose, I think we should negotiate peace, Jiannu into the customs is only for some property, we send people to negotiate with them can retreat. Negotiate peace? Ridiculous, the enemy has already killed to the home side, you even think of negotiation and peace. In the courtroom, the 100 officials quarreled. Among them, the chief minister Fan Jingwen seeks to main war and strongly requested to issue a decree to summon the general soldiers from all over the world to bring troops into the capital to kill the enemy and die with the Jiannu. Cabinet University scholar Yang Sikhang, on the other hand, asked for the main peace. He believes that now the Ming dynasty is in turmoil, it is not appropriate to go to war, should be peace. At the same time this courtroom there are many ministers secretly watch and sneer, these people Donglin party, Xi party, Lu party have, Chongjin before the 2 massacre of ministers, can be said to have offended their absolute interests. This time and kill the Jin merchants caused unrest, Jiannu into the customs. They appear to be very anxious on the surface, in fact, secretly do not know how much gloating it. Enough. Chongjin impatiently rebuked, I have long ordered Shinde Governor Lu Shangxing, Ping Thief General Zhuo Liangyu to bring troops to the king, the capital even more than 100,000 Beijing battalion, you and others panic what? I am terrified. The ministers shouted and bowed down afterward. Yang Sikhang stubbornly said, "Your Majesty, the thieves are too big to be defeated, although the Beijing camp has more than 100,000 people, but most of them are negligent in training, and the phenomenon of the camps eating empty pay is very serious. It can't be defeated by the Jiannus, it's better to negotiate for peace." Shut up. Chongjin sniffed angrily. Jiannu have been killed within the gates of the country, are slaughtering my Ming people. How dare you lick your face and say to negotiate peace? Yang Sikhang was full of suffocation. Chongjin's questioning and scolding made him feel very humiliated. However, he stubbornly said, "Your Majesty, knowing that it is not possible to do so is not what a wise man would do. I insist on my opinion and implore your Majesty to negotiate peace." No need to say again. Chongjin irritated, "I will never negotiate peace, my Ming dynasty will never negotiate peace, the Jiannu again fierce and ruthless I am absolutely not afraid of, this time must be the Jiannu hard to beat out." Yang Sikhang, you do not want to negotiate peace? Good. I order you to be the capital camp governor, immediately lead the 5 army battalion, 3,000 battalion and other capital camp soldiers and horses, give me to meet the Jiannu, no mistake. This? Yang Sichuan was instantly filled with confusion. How did he not expect his own main peace faction, was appointed by Chongjin as a great governor to go to war? This is to find the rhythm of death. Yang Sikhang has the heart to refuse, but the face of Chongjin murderous gaze he cannot help but some of the goat, and then think of the Jiannu although the power, but may not immediately attack the capital, so there is room for maneuver. So he agreed to hard-headedly, "I comply with the decree, but I ask for orders to lead the Divine Mechanism Battalion as well as the new army to go to war together." Ha! Chongjin immediately sneered at this. What do you think? Shinji Battalion and the new army to your command? You are afraid to think too much, right? No. Chongjin decisively refused to say, Shinji Battalion and the new army has just been established, has not yet been trained, still need to defend the capital city, you can only bring other Beijing Battalion soldiers and horses to war. In that case, I request to replenish a large amount of new-style firearms. Yang Sikhang continued to make requests. Chongjin, however, rolled his eyes once again. Think too much, right? I am not easy to accumulate firearms to you to defeat? Not allowed. Chongjin continued to dismiss, said, the Bureau of Warfare and the Bureau of Artillery have recently produced low output, it is difficult to replenish the various armies, and the Jiannu is raging, it must be eliminated as soon as possible, you immediately lead the troops out to war, there shall be no delay. Yes. Yang Sikhang agreed with a face full of bitterness. This time he is even more stupid to realize that something is wrong. Chongjin clearly want him to go out as cannon fodder beta, firearms also do not give, the new army as well as the Shinji camp also do not let him with him, he took a bunch of lack of training in the Beijing camp, this is not to send death? 098 The Imperial Army, Chongjin set up the Yang conspiracy. 3 days later. Inside the Qianqing Palace. With his hands behind his back, Chongjin silently gazed at a sand table in contemplation. This sand table simulation is exactly the topography of the area from Shanhaiguan to the capital. The upper side at this time is full of small flags, in the Genieway and the East Chambers joint spying, the dynamics of the Jiannu in real time are updated. Dogs, these Jiannu are so fast. So quickly killed to Qianan and Fengrun, further fighting must hit Jizhou. Wang companion, where have Yang Sikhang and the others arrived? Chongjin subconsciously asked while frowning in contemplation. Wang Qingzhen was on the sidelines and hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, Yang Sikhang led the Beijing battalion to walk and stop, and it took 3 days to get to Shanghai, and for the time being, there has not been a major battle with the enemy army. Asshole. Chongjin upset angrily reprimanded, Yang Sikhang this person has great talent, quite good at the art of war, but lack of courage, is really difficult to use. Your Majesty rest your anger. Wang Qingzhen hastened to persuade, supervisory little eunuch returns, young adults are not avoiding the war out, but take the opportunity in the consolidation of the battalion, want to stabilize, I thought this move is still feasible. Only then did Chongjin calm his anger. This argument also works, although Yang Sikhang has been advocating peace to make him very upset, but this guy is still a bit capable. However, Chongjin did not forget the strategy that Jihan gave him. First lure the enemy deep, and then find a way to annihilate the enemy once more, completely enraging the enemy before preparing for the Armageddon. Therefore, the bait of Yang Sikhang became crucial. The enemy must be made to bite the hook. Send an order to Yang Sikhang, as soon as possible to Yutian garrison, be sure to block the road of the Jiannu south. Chongjin ordered, in addition, tell him, must step up to seek war opportunities to go to war with the Jiannu, must not deliberately avoid war not out. Yes. Wang Chang'an hurriedly agreed. And Chongjin frowned and asked, what is the movement of Hong Chengqiu Zhu Daso Wu Sangui and the others? Zhu Daso has been holding Jinzhou not out, many times on the folders to ask for money to ask for food, saying that they have run out of food. Wu Sangui is out of the customs and the Jiannu war a few times, or win or lose. Hong Chengqiu extremely mobilized Jikio Liao 2 places soldiers and horses, the major cities are also tightly guarded, put out a look with the Jiannu die to the end of the appearance, Huang Taiji many times to beckon to surrender have not agreed. Wang Qing'an's answer immediately let Chongjin sneered. If it was before, he would have felt that these three were loyal people. However, after Ji Han's reminder and then looking at these three people's movements, how could he feel that there was something so wrong? Zhu Dasho's deadlocked defense of his own acre of land smacked of championing his own troops. Wu Sangue is quite good at theater. The Jiannu are killed in the Guan. He still ran to the Guan to fight with the Jiannu? Fighting Ghost Ah, can he still fight to Xingjing to go? This Hong Chengshou highest understanding, on the surface is actively organizing the defense, but also swore to surrender. In fact, the situation around the still rotten, his soldiers and horses hiding in the city not out to save forces, a price to be sold to do, waiting for the Beijing camp and the enemy to fight a lose-lose. They are all smart people know that Chongjin wants to move them because of the gene merchants. But they are not only not afraid, but instead put on a look of a loyal subject and then embrace the troops to protect themselves. No one can move them. On the contrary, now this Jiannu's entry into the customs, so that Chongjin headache to burst, perhaps in the future also have to go to beg them. Dogs, to be I clean up the Jiannu clean up you. Chongjin annoyed cold snort, once again asked, Lu Shangxing and Zhuo Liangyu to where? When is expected to arrive in the capital? Back to your majesty. Wang Qinzhen quickly said, Lu Shangxing and Zhuo Liangyu both have already rushed to the capital with their troops after receiving the secret decree. Currently Lu Shangxing is leading 10,000 Tianxiang troops and 20,000 Datong soldiers, and is about to arrive in the Fengshan area. Zhuo Liangyu, on the other hand, is leading 50,000 elite soldiers, traveling directly north from Jinan, and will arrive in Tianjin in a matter of days. Chongjin sniffed and looked at the sand table again. When the positions of the two armies were determined, he finally took a long breath. Send an order to Lu Shangxing to lead his troops and horses into the area of Shuani and Chongping to block the southward pace of the left Jiannu. Order Zhuo Liangyu to lead his troops to kill Kaiping and block the right road Jiannu's southward passage. Order the East Chamber and the Brocade Guards to do their best to collect enemy movements and report back at any time, understand? Yes. Facing Chongjin's order, Wang Chang'an once again nodded his head in agreement. This arrangement was actually quite brilliant. With the combat power of the Tianxiong army under Lu Shangxing's command, although it could not withstand a large number of Jiannu's men, it could definitely stall them. Zhuo Liangyu's 50,000 men were also enough to tangle with the enemy for a while. The only scrap is the Beijing battalion led by Yang Sickhang, which is a bait. Once the enemy realizes that the road to the south is blocked, it will immediately try to open a gap. After all, the Jiannu went south to plunder gold, silver, food, and population. The north had already been plundered pretty much, so if you wanted to go south you had to crush Yang Sichang's soldiers. This is Chongjin to Jiannu people set up the Yang conspiracy. Once they take the bait, then what awaits them will be a thunderbolt. Send orders to Huang Digong and Chao Changjiao to move out overnight, ambush by day and night, and head to the Shanghai area to set up a secret ambush. When the enemy routs Yang Sichuang's troops they will surely pursue them frantically. At that time we will meet them near Shanghai and give them a good battle. This battle is absolutely not to be missed, and then send an order to Feng Zhenghua to order 5,000 forbidden troops. I want to go on a personal expedition. Chongjin excitedly perfected his layout. But Wang Qinzhen was taken aback. Your Holiness must not how can you go on a royal expedition? What's not to do? Chongjin eyes glared, angrily said, hurry to go according to, do not nonsense, remember this out of the war must be kept strictly confidential, ordered the East Chamber of the Brocade Guards to fully monitor the dynamics of the capital, never allow the enemy's scouts in the rear of the mess. Yes. Wang Chang'an was filled with bitterness and could only agree once again. 099 The dim-witted ruler misguided the country, Yang Sichang's resentment. 30 miles outside Yutian County. A huge campsite was installed in a clearing by the mountains and the water. There were 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers of the Beijing camp stationed here, and it was already the 5th day after Yang Sickhang had marched out. He has dawdled and dawdled and dawdled over the past few days. It took 5 days to get here, and during that time, under the urging of the little eunuch supervising the army, he had also gone out to battle twice. The first tens of thousands of Beijing camp army against 800 Jiannu iron horsemen, in the case of a frontal encounter, was killed by the Jiannu defeated and fled 30 miles, losing troops and folding generals. The second time Yang Sickhang vowed to restore face, so mobilized 30,000 troops, surprise attack is looting 5,000 Jiannu people. The result was accidentally encountered a Jigu's white flag, on the spot was beaten miserably fled in a hurry. Lost 2 battles in a row, Yang Sickhang almost angry to vomit blood. The generals of this capital camp are also scared that they have no color, hiding in this barracks, and refusing to go out to battle again. I told you, I said the Jiannu power cannot be defeated, how the saint refused to listen, now well, right? Just a few thousand Jiannu will chase us to flee, this still how to fight? No firearms, no elite troops, are we going to be cannon fodder and die? Inside the main tent of the military camp, Yan Sichuan was so angry that he wailed and cursed. If not for the fear of ears on the walls, he had to curse a few words of the dim king and misuse of the country. Obviously this succession of fiascos had already made him see the fighting strength of the Beijing battalion and feel a kind of powerless despair. Lord Yang, don't be too busy complaining. Supervising junior eunuch Song Mingjie said with a bitter face, "Today the emperor ordered another imperial decree to be delivered, requesting us to hurry out and fight the Jin Nu. What do you think we should do? Duel? How to duel? Who likes to go, who goes?" Yang Sikhang furious question, "Song Gonggong, you are also a smart person, cannot you see? These big old soldiers of the Beijing camp are great at oppressing the people, and when they encounter the Jin Nu, they immediately run away. How do you think we can fight? Egu, do not fight, cannot ah." Song Mingjie said with a bitter smile on his face, "We do not know the horror of the Jin Nu, but the emperor is urging the tide ah, how can we also have to pretend it is not? This way, Yutian County at the moment there are hundreds of Mongolian soldiers and more than 1,002 Tartars are looting. We immediately sent troops to destroy them. And then immediately report to the court that we have won a great victory and have captured countless enemies. This will also be able to fulfill our duties, right?" The little eunuch's suggestion instantly made Yang Sichang's heart thump. He was not a person who liked to fool around, but now that he was forced to have no choice, this seemed to be the way out of no way. There are still at least 70,000 battle-ready soldiers in the battalion. This Yutian County wreaked havoc all the Mongolian soldiers and defected to the Jin Nu Han people 2 Tartar regiments. These people are not strong, against them to bullyless may be able to engage in a time. As long as the victory once, Yang Sikhang can also have an excuse to recuperate Send an order to all battalions' main generals and vice generals to come here to discuss immediately, quick. Yang Sikhang ordered. Yes. A soldier clasped his fist in agreement and quickly went down to pass on the order. Not long after, more than 20 honorable military generals arrived in a row. These people are all the capital after the nobility. Some are the grandson of the Duke of Ding, some are the son of the Duke of Chang, some are the nephew of the Marquis of Jinnan. Each of the head is big and scary, ordinary people easily dare not offend. Although they are all fully armored and majestic. But most of them are paper tigers only, weekdays hanging around the division square, not only sparse martial arts, even the command and practice is also quite perfunctory. As Yang Sikhang said, these people oppress the people, eat empty pay, oppress the big head soldier is first-class powerful. But if they encountered the Jin Nu, they would be the first to run away. For these honored military generals, Yang Sikhang also has no good face. He casually waved his hand and then said, "Gentlemen, all sit down, now the emperor urges to send troops of the decree has come again, what do you think? Lord Yang, we can't fight anymore, our battalion losses are not small. Yes, nowadays this wounded battalion is overcrowded, lacking doctors and medicine, and without firearms and artillery support, how can we fight? The Jin Nu is powerful, when the negotiation of peace for the upper lords and nobles have panicked and timidly opened their mouths to avoid war." Yang Sikhang was not surprised to see this. These people's guts have long been broken by fear, and it is not at all unusual to have such a reaction. "Gentlemen, Yang Mao knows that everyone is not easy. In fact, I do not want to force everyone, but the saint urges Taida, an imperial decree constantly passes over. We do not go to war as the crime of resisting the decree. Let's put it this way," this official discussed with eunuch Song. "There are several hundred Ming soldiers and more than 1,000 Tartars in Yutian County who are plundering wantonly. Such behavior is too rampant. How can we just sit back and do nothing? If any general sends troops to exterminate them, this official and eunuch Song will immediately write a letter in front of the saint to claim credit for them. How about it?" Yang Sichang's words immediately brightened everyone's eyes. The enemy is only a few hundred Mongolian soldiers with more than 1,002 Tartars? This can be everyone spelled out the number of people can completely eat them. When the time to report to the court said that more than 10,000 enemy troops were captured, a great victory, everyone can have a lot of credit it. "My lord, I am willing to lead the troops into battle to recapture Yutian. The last general is also willing to go to war, and if I cannot expel the Tartars, I will bring my head to the battlefield." Everyone scrambled to state their position, fearing that they would be left behind and lose this great achievement. Seeing this, Yang Sikhang laughed with satisfaction. "Good. Since all of you have this kind of heart to serve the country, then immediately bury the pot to make food. After lunch the whole army will move out to eliminate the enemy army in Yutian." Yes. The generals excitedly clasped their fists in agreement. Everyone smiled with raised eyebrows and quickly went down to get ready. Not long after this military camp resounded with all sorts of hooting and hollering, and a great battle was about to begin. 100 The Great War started. Chongjin lived disliked Jin Nu. Yutian County. It's a mess at this point. The low city walls and gates could not hold back the attack of the Jin Nu, and after a few artillery bombardments, the defenders in the city dispersed in fear. Immediately after, hundreds of Mongolian soldiers and more than 1,000 Tartars excitedly rushed into the city to kill and loot, whether it is gold, silver and jewelry or food and livestock, all within the scope of their looting. The old man and the resistance of the young and strong, all cut to death. The good-looking women were wiped out on the spot. The rest of the boys and girls were all forcibly driven together, and then their hands were tied with a long rope, and they were to be taken outside the pass like cattle and sheep to be used as slaves. "Hurry up, all of you! All of you ing scumbags, move faster!" The Ming soldiers and the second Tartars, excited and ferocious, roared with laughter, and anyone who dared to walk a little slower would instantly receive a severe beating with whips. In the heaps of people, all kinds of desperate cries rang out. Just then, however, a horn sounded in the distance. Only to see the mountains of the Ming army approaching with great vigor, between the flags fluttering. The momentum is quite appalling. Great, the official army is coming, the official army is coming. We're saved. Many of the people subconsciously cheered. However, not waiting for everyone to be happy for too long, the Mongolian soldiers and the two Tartars in the city quickly mounted their horses and rallied, and not only was there no panic on each face, but there was a hint of joy on the contrary. Quickly! Release the order arrows to inform Lord Azager that the fish has taken the bait. A second Tartar general ordered. Not long after, a signal arrow shot straight up into the sky. Immediately after this northern part of Yutian County, 5,000 Jian knew of the inlaid white banner, and more than 20,000 Meng soldiers as well as two Tartars were killed. Ah, finally I have waited for you guys. A bunch of stupid pigs, today I'd like to see how you guys run. Azager laughed as he drew his sword and roared, sons and daughters, kill these stupid dogs, kill. Kill. The excited Jian Nu army wailed. Tens of thousands of cavalry whistled and pounced, and a large number of Mang soldiers and two Tartars charged forward, looking imposing and mountainous. Yang Sikhang and the others who had just approached in the distance had long been dumbfounded. They had thought that this time the opponent is just 1 or 2,000 people, but who thought that all of a sudden there are so many people? This is a ing trick. Run, run. Holy, run. The capital camp military formation in public, tens of thousands of big-head soldiers at once exploded the camp. Seeing this terrible scene, who still has the heart to fight? Everyone threw away their armor and fled desperately in fear on the spot. No fleeing, no fleeing. Generals, form up to meet the enemy. Yang Sikhang growled anxiously. But his voice was drowned in the crowd in no time. Tens of thousands of people were so scared that they fled desperately, and they had already collapsed without a fight before the battle even started, and this kind of soldiers made even Yang Sikhang feel a pang of despair. Ha ha ha. The Ming soldiers are as weak as ever. Kill them all for me. Kill, kill, kill. Jian Nu army wailed with excitement, tens of thousands of iron cavalry whistled and came, stepping into the pile of people themselves, killing this Beijing battalion generals dead and wounded. An unprecedented rout began to unfold. Beijing camped 70,000 to 80,000 generals in the front to escape, Jian Nu in the back of the unhurried chase massacre, an unlucky man just fell in a pool of blood. Yang Sikhang heart remorseful. He shouldn't have been so careless. If he carefully hid in the barracks and relied on the terrain, facing 20,000 to 30,000 Jian Nu and the two Tartars, he might not have lost so badly. But now a photo has not even started to fight, it was slaughtered so badly, this kind of fiasco is simply a shame. Lord Yang, don't think too much, hurry up and run. Little eunuch Song Mingjia rode a horse and anxiously said, we have to survive, escaping back to the barracks is the only way to have a chance of survival. Can't go back to the barracks, going back is also a death. Yang Sikhang anxiously said, go to the North River, only after crossing the river can we get rid of the enemy. Right. Go to the North River, listen to Lord Yang. Brothers run. Amidst the chaos, the army ran away once again. If it comes to fighting, then these old soldiers of the capital camp are definitely the five dregs of war, but if it comes to escaping, they are first-class powerful. Everyone all the way to run, even let the Jian Nu are almost chased not on. Yutian County to the North River is only more than 30 miles, the Jian Nu all the way to chase, everyone after dropping more than half of the corpses, has approached the North River. Run, run. Cross the river and we'll be safe. Run faster. The defeated troops ran toward the North River in ecstasy. However, when they were about to arrive at the ferry of the North River, everyone's face turned unusually ugly, because there was a troop blocking in front of the ferry. This branch of the soldiers and horses flag display, military neat, far from the visible large number of firearms and artillery, the face of the Jian Nu army pressure also not at all chaotic, looks hideous and tough. This troop, naturally, is Huang Digong led by the Shinji battalion. Behind it there are 5,000 forbidden army regiments protecting Chongzhen. As for Chao Qingjiao's 30,000 new troops, they were ambushed in the mountains and forests on the right, ready to strike at any time. It's the Shinji battalion, and the forbidden army, look! It's indeed the flag of the Divine Opportunity Battalion, great. His Majesty's dragon flag is there too, we're saved. The defeated troops immediately became ecstatic when they saw the flags of these two teams clearly, and continued to rush towards the ferry. Huang Digong, this battle will be fought by you, no problem, right? Chongzhen inquired. No problem. Huang Digong excitedly said, Your Majesty rest assured, I will not dishonor my mission, after I drive these defeated troops from both sides to disperse, I can meet the enemy in the front. Good. Chongzhen nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand to look at the trading trigger finger on his hand, and silently said in his mind, this big battle cannot be missed, we still have to invite the Immortal Master and the First Emperor to watch the battle, turn on the communication function. 101 I will lead the troops and abuse them with a single charge. Drop. After Chongzhen gave the order in his mind. This trading trigger finger then flashed a flash of dark light. The next moment something similar to a video chat box inexplicably appeared in his mind. At the same time, Jihan, who was far away from Great Qin and the small farm, also suddenly received a magical signal, as if they could see some images as long as they wished. Is this the communication function that Immortal Master mentioned? Connect. Connect. Ying Zhang and Jihan decisively chose to connect the video. The next moment the ring in their hands lit up with a dark light, and then a very clear projection screen was projected in front of them, with an immersive feeling. They not only saw Chongjin, but also saw those heroic and extraordinary forbidden guards around him. Ha, sure Huang Lao, sir, have you seen me? Chongjin spoke excitedly. It's on, right? Jihan was overjoyed. Ha, I knew it was going to be war. Quick, name Wang Ben, Li Xian, Tu Suat Zhenghan and all the other generals to come over and watch the battle. Ying Zhan was also ecstatic. With an order, he quickly had the major military generals under his command come to watch the battle. This was a rare firearms battle, and it was a perfect experience for Great Qin to learn from, so they had to learn from it. Not long after, Wang Ben's crowd arrived quickly. When everyone saw this scene, there was another gasp of surprise. Your Majesty, what is this? Why is there a light and shadow portrait? Could this be an immortal spell? Could it be that His Majesty has also learned from the Immortal Master to cultivate immortality? Li Xian, Tu Suwa and the others were pleasantly surprised. Ying Zheng casually explained, this is a supreme treasure given by the Immortal Master, which can connect to other worlds, and these soldiers you see now are the firearms army of the great Ming dynasty. They will be preparing to take on an elite cavalry regiment, which will have a huge impact on my Great Qin's mode of warfare, so I've asked you guys to come over and take a look. Li Xian and the others came to a sudden realization. Immediately afterward, they couldn't help but be secretly amazed. So that's how it is, this is too amazing, isn't it? Immortal Master good means. And what dynasty is the great Ming dynasty? How come I've never heard of it? Everyone, look, when they face the cavalry, they are lined up in formation, they are looking for death. Yes, if I were to lead the troops, I would only need one charge to abuse them. The crowd of military generals subconsciously began to comment on the battle, obviously not too optimistic about the soldiers and horses under Chongjin's command. At this time, Ajig's army has also been vastly killed. More than 30,000 cavalry chased and hacked the defeated army with vigor, and after Aziger waved his hand, they quickly stopped and lined up a few hundred paces away. The defeated troops of the capital camp breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately scurried smartly to the sides of the military formation. At this time, the most taboo thing was to attack the military formation head-on, which would cause the army to be disorganized, and at the same time, they would be attacked by friendly troops. So when it was determined that there was no danger, it was safest for everyone to slip to the sides. And so between this divine mechanism battalion and the Jin New army, it quickly turned into an open space with no obstacles to speak of. Facing this army blocking in front of him, Aziger also couldn't help but smile. Deming Shinji battalion? Agu, and the Emperor's dragon flag, ha ha ha. I didn't expect this Chongjin to dare to leave the northern capital city, not a little bit of guts. Sons and daughters, the big fish is coming. Later I'll give the old man to kill ruthlessly, who captured Chongjin child alive. The old man will give him to carry the flag, let him be the old man's personal guard. Azig excited howl, immediately let tens of thousands of cavalry excited wail up, they all kinds of hooting and shouting angrily, like a savage, scared many people's face wildly changed. Ha! Huang Digong snorted disdainfully, he was also a veteran general who had been in battle for a long time, and the 20,000 Shinji battalion generals under his command were even more elites selected from the many capital battalions, so would he be intimidated by these barbarians? This period of training is not for nothing well. Brothers, prepare for war. Huang Digong roared as he drew his sword. Wow! Wow! The Divine Mechanism battalion generals marched forward in a neat formation and took up a battle stance. This military appearance let anyone have to be marveled at. Aziger a glance to see the power of these soldiers, he is reckless again, also dare not underestimate the other side. In the past, the Ming army to see them, pants have to be scared to piss, before the war first run our normal operation, like the Shinji battalion such can never appear. Kill! Aziger drew his sword and roared. More than 20,000 Mongolian soldiers as well as the 2 Tartars immediately launched a ferocious attack. As for the 5,000 inlaid white banners under his command are the absolute main force, and for the time being, they will not be utilized. This is also the Jin Nu war, the most thievish place. Once there is a hard battle, let cannon fodder to gnaw, almost their own charge, absolutely not willing to let the elite to fill life. Now Azig is the same. The opening of the war immediately let the Mongolian soldiers 2 Tartars rushed. Anyway, how many of these people died? He was not heartbroken. After an order, a sea of cavalry on the mountains and mountains like crushing past, with a variety of babbling ghost shouting shouts. That scene is really let a person's heart jumping, give a person a kind of very horrible pressure. It is no wonder that the Beijing camp will be routed without a fight. These cavalrymen are good, skillful with bows and horses. Look at their war horses and saddles, they look like veterans of the sands. Oh, this marquis bets 10,000 gold that one charge of this battle formation will have to collapse. The Great Qin military generals commented, obviously not too optimistic about this battle. Ying Zhang also secretly pinched a cold sweat for Chongjin. It is Jihan who does not care about this, in front of the gun, and then the powerful grassland people have to be able to sing and dance. In full view of the public. Huang Digong's gaze was cold and his face was chilling. He calmly growled and ordered, mortar formation, 3 rounds of flak, release. Bang, bang, bang. The mortar men, who had long been ready, decisively ignited and fired. 102 The first battle between the mortar and the heartless gun was won. Bang bang bang. A mortar made a dull slamming sound. Hundreds of shells, tracing a perfect parabola, smashed into the heads of the Ming soldiers and the second Tartars who were charging a few hundred meters away. They were puzzled at the moment. What are the Ming army doing with this thing? In the past, didn't they use cannons to shoot solid shells weighing more than 10 pounds and use the impact of the shells to injure people? Why are they making such small shells now? And the shape is so strange? Are you sure this can hurt people? The second Tartars couldn't help but laugh, but when the shell burst, they realized how ridiculous they really were. Rumble. The terrifying shells exploded wildly. The pile of people was suddenly ablaze with fire and screams. A large number of war horses and soldiers were blown to pieces on the spot, and the unrelenting charging formation instantly became chaotic. This time Chongjin went to war, but all of their own inventory were brought out. Mortars alone are up to hundreds of doors. 100 mortars lined up. 2 gunners were half kneeling beside each mortar. One of the main gunners was responsible for ignition and firing, while the second gunner was responsible for clearing the chamber and delivering the shells in an uninterrupted bombardment, averaging a shell in a few seconds. This kind of intensive and terrifying bombardment, combined with the massive amount of blooming shells, was definitely a desperate and frightening existence. A shell landed in the pile of people and rumbled and exploded. The horrifying waves of air not only blew the people and horses apart, but many of them were shaken and died on the spot. All kinds of shrapnel and steel balls were even more defensible, and most of the soldiers within 10 meters around the explosion point fell to the ground and screamed miserably, because the shrapnel had long been unknowingly embedded into their bodies. A round of shell luck can blow up 7 or 8 people on the spot, so that the surrounding more than a dozen people lost combat power, was shaken into serious injuries on the spot. Even if it was unlucky enough to miss, it was enough to create a terrifying sound, scaring the war horses into neighing and scurrying in panic. Hell, what kind of artillery are these? The Ming soldiers and the second Tartars were scared less. Ajig and the Jiannu cavalrymen of the White Banner were also scared less. The veteran soldiers of the capital battalion who were watching the battle from afar were also stunned with fear. Everyone had thought that with a charge from the opposite side, the Shinji battalion would be finished, but when they watched these gunners calmly loading their shells and firing their artillery over and over again, they suddenly felt that it was a bit ridiculous. What kind of divine weapon is this, so terrifying? Is everyone's eyes blurred? Or are they hallucinating? What kind of divine object is this? The power is even stronger than a wooden-handled grenade, and the killing power against dense enemies can be considered a massacre. This should be the legendary artillery. What a terrifying thing. No wonder they put up this kind of formation. They're not afraid of the enemy's cavalry charge at all. How wonderful it would be if my great Qin had such artillery. Any enemy could be easily abused. The great Qin generals were all kinds of shocked, envious and jealous. Ying Zheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and his eyes were greedy for the mortar, which was really quite terrifying. Even Chongjin has never seen this kind of scene. This is the first large-scale use of mortars since the development. The effective Chongjin also cannot help but secretly smacked. Only Jihan frowned slightly. He did not marvel at the power of the mortar, but instead observed it in secret, and he was the only one who realized that the mortar's explosion rate could not reach 100%. Many shells did not explode after landing. This would be because the fuses were not up to snuff. Although this failure rate was not high, probably only about 1 in 10, but these shells left on the battlefield would pose a huge risk to the soldiers who would clean up the battlefield next. In case the soldiers cleaning the battlefield exploded a few, their own people would have to be blown up. How to deal with these things was a big trouble. It looks like we have to get a lay mercury fuse as soon as possible, or else we'll always use fire to light it, or it's still too backward. Jihan muttered in dissatisfaction. But he didn't realize that even a cannonball that was so backward in his eyes was a godlike product in this era. In just a few dozen breaths, more than 1,000 rounds had washed the enemy in front of them. More than 20,000 Mongolian soldiers and 2 Tartars suffered heavy losses, and the scene of countless severed arms and legs and blood and flesh flew all over the place made Ajig, a maniac, couldn't help but be frightened. Charge over, hurry up and charge over. Azager hysterical roar, Ming army artillery fire once close will become scrap metal, afraid of charge. Those who retreat will be killed, those who advance will be rewarded with 3 Han female slaves. Kill. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. These Mongolian soldiers and the 2 Tartars are all desperados. Everyone has long put life and death aside. Gold, silver, jewelry and women are the king, which is also the most stimulating thing. In a burst of roar, these guys attacked again, pulling up their own horses to forcefully drive galloping, directly killing the Ming army. They knew that once they killed into the Ming army's battle formation, the battle would be won, because the infantry could not stop their stomping and crushing. But just as they rushed out of the mortar bombardment circle, Huang Digong, however, sneered disdainfully, and he immediately ordered sternly, "Mortar gunners retreat, heartless guns, fire." Yes. The gunners quickly withdrew back into the military formation with their mortars. They stowed their mortars and picked up their guns and were once again an ordinary gunner. As for the heartless guns, which had long since been placed in position, a small pit had been dug out in front of the military formation in a single line, and then 40 or 50 large iron barrels had been set up. What is this? The crowd was once again stunned. I think this thing is called a heartless cannon? Is it a cannon too? This thing is obviously dozens of times larger than a mortar muzzle. Can this thing be fired? When the crowd was puzzled, one by one, the soldiers had shoved the ignited large gunpowder packets directly into the vat, and then they all covered their ears together. 103 When did the Divine Mechanism Battalion become so scary? Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering roar resounded once again. Everyone finally realized why the gunners were covering their ears, because the sound was much, much louder than mortars. It was as if everyone heard thunder roaring above. With violent explosions, 40 to 50 large gunpowder packets flew high into the air, then drew a parabola and smashed into the pile of people. Boom boom boom. Another series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. This time, the explosions were even more terrifying than mortars, and the fire was so intense that shockwaves swept in all directions. Ah! Pffffffffff. Many Ming soldiers and second Tartars screamed miserably as they were blasted out. Even though they tried their best to dodge, they still couldn't block the pervasive shockwaves. The terrifying airwave swept through the pile of people. More than 10 meters in a radius of people and horses will be blown away and spit out blood. The surrounding 100 meters of people will be shocked by the 7 orifices of the blood, organs and viscera will be broken. Although there is no shrapnel in this big explosive package, but the power is more terrible than the mortar 10 times 100 times, and the coverage is wide, at once caused huge casualties. 40 to 50 large explosive packets blew up one after another. The people nearby only felt their brains buzzing, their ears were blasted temporarily deaf, in front of them was a large swath of flesh and blood and corpses. The whole scene was tragic and incomparable. Originally already lost thousands of enemy troops, on the spot was shocked to death thousands of people. At this time they are not even close to the range of 100 paces of the Ming army, already more than half of the dead and wounded. This kind of tragic casualty rate has long been scared silly enemy troops, also scared silly everyone present, and is watching the live broadcast of the Great Qin generals. This kind of artillery, why is the power so terrifying? This is simply heavenly thunder, not like earthly means. Can my Great Qin's million-strong army withstand such means? Difficult, even if the bow and crossbow shooting may not be able to block this kind of artillery, even if we have a wooden-handled grenade in our hands, is not as good as the artillery of the 100%. If we have this artillery when we fight Xiongnu, why do we need to use so many people? This marquis can exterminate Xiongnu by sending out 3,000 troops. Li Xan, Tu Sua, and the others were talking, and everyone couldn't help but have more than a hint of envy and worry on their faces. If Great Qin were to encounter such an enemy, could they defeat it? Everyone simulated it over and over again in their minds, and the final answers were all heartbreaking, because even if Great Qin possessed the terrifying Qin crossbow, it was still weaker than artillery in one way or another. After all, the gap between cold weapons and firearms is huge, huge. Sir once said that firearms will eventually eliminate cold weapons. This is really true. My Great Qin must vigorously develop firearms in the future. Yingjing secretly vowed in his heart. After a few rounds of bombardment, the enemy army had already approached within 150 paces of the Ming army's battle formation. At this time, although they are terrified and in a terrible state, but they have become even more ferocious and hideous, because they know that retreat is certain to die. The further back they went, the more the Ming army artillery bombardment range. And even if you escape, you will have to face the massacre of the Jiannu supervisors, so it is better to kill them instead. For a time, these enemy troops had also been galvanized into ferocity. Damn, all these Ming dogs should be killed. Brothers, charge forward, their artillery is no longer useful to us, kill them. The remaining 10,000 or so Mongolian soldiers and the 2 Tartars gritted their teeth and clapped their horses to charge, itching to crush the Ming army in front of them right away. Although their formation was in disarray, an aura of desperados was still quite appalling. Ha! Seeing this, Huang Digong sneered disdainfully, raised his gun and roared, "Brothers, musket array 4 strikes, fire! Fire! Brothers, kill the slaves!" Bang bang bang! The 20,000 generals of the Divine Mechanism Battalion were divided into 4 rows line up, with 5,000 men in each row. When the first platoon of soldiers opened fire, they immediately half crouched down and began loading their ammunition, and the second platoon of soldiers opened fire one after another. After the third and fourth platoons finished firing, the soldiers of the first platoon had finished loading and got up to fire again. A perfect cycle was thus formed. The 4 platoons of soldiers kept firing, and the front was suddenly turned into a rain of gunfire. Dense bullets shot out frantically, fast and hard, easily penetrating the enemy's armor and horses. Ah! My ears, my ears! Help me, help me! A mournful scream continuously resounded in the pile of people. Many of the enemy troops were shot into a hornet's nest during the charge, and some of the horses were shot and desperately struggled to stampede, creating a huge mess. The enemy had to suffer heavy losses at every step forward. It was impossible for anyone to survive intact under this horrific barrage of gunfire, and the enemy troops fell in droves as if they were being mowed down. This horrible scene once again scared the piss out of everyone. My God, this is too terrifying, isn't it? What kind of firearm is this? Why is the loading speed so fast? When did the Divine Machine Battalion become so terrifying? With such a terrifying shooting speed, who can stop it? If we face this kind of enemy, I'm afraid we'll just die a horrible death. The veteran soldiers of the capital camp who were watching the exhibition had already pissed themselves in fear. A Jig is also scared and dumbfounded, and the Jiannu cavalry is also scalp-numb. Ying Zhang and the Qin generals were even more glowing, realizing the power and madness of the firearms. If Qin encountered this kind of opponent, it would make people despair just thinking about it. As long as the opposite side has enough bullets, there is no way you can get close. How can we fight this war? Not bad, not bad. Jihan nodded with satisfaction. At this time the Shinji battalion had already become a bit of a looker. Hearing his praise, Chongjin then smiled joyfully. Send an order to Huang Digon to end the battle quickly. Chongjin commanded. Yes. The token soldier on the side quickly waved the token and conveyed the order. Seeing this, Huang Digon quickly roared, change formation, sword and shield soldiers in front, musketeers at the back, wooden-handled grenades greet them. Brothers, kill the slaves, leave no one behind. 104 total annihilation of the enemy army, a splendid great victory for the great Ming dynasty. Kill the slaves. Kill the slave. Kill the slave. The generals of the Divine Mechanism Battalion quickly changed formation. They were all elites from the capital battalion, and after Huang Digon's painstaking training, each of them had long been transformed. Although not yet the temperament of the Iron Army, but a series of attacks not only crippled the opposite side, but also let the soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Battalion full of pride and courage. We will not be afraid of these screaming and wailing enemy troops. The soldiers roared with excitement, and the rows of shield soldiers quickly blocked the front, and began to kill the enemy with a neat pace. Shoo shoo shoo. Behind the pile of people, a large swath of wooden-handled grenades slammed forward for no money. A single musketeer hid behind a shield and opened fire frantically, the sound of explosions and gunfire, performing a brutal song of the dead. On the chaotic battlefield, the enemy troops had just been blinded by the artillery and gunfire, and with heavy casualties and unusually low temperament, they could not form an effective counterattack at all. The remaining thousands of people were chased by a burst of killing, dead on the spot, disabled. The situation has long become a one-sided massacre. Damn. Azager was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The more than 20,000 cannon fodder under his command had died almost all the way to the ground, and the Ming army on the other side still had 0 losses. This is an absolute disgrace to him. Sons, charge with me. Slaughter these Han dogs, kill. Azager furiously drew his sword and roared, and with 5,000 elite inlaid white banner iron cavalry, he whistled and pounced. He was originally a reckless person, and never considered the consequences of his actions. Although the cannon fodder under his hand has suffered heavy deaths and injuries, he doesn't care much at all. Anyway, how many of them have died? He can go back and catch slaves to replenish them as usual. Although the soldiers of the 8 banners are not many, the 8 banners of Han and the slave soldiers are how many there are. He is now only thinking of completely crushing these Ming army in front of him. And he also saw it. This Ming army has exhausted its means. What artillery grenades firearms have been used, but also with a large group of people strangled together. This time he killed the past is the safest, at least do not have to worry about being shelled. But Azig never expected. His charge did not make the Ming army feel panic, and even Chongjin showed a cold smile. Send an order to Chao Qingjiao's department to attack, leave no one behind. Chongjin ordered. Yes. The messenger waved the order flag, and in no time Chao Qingjiao's men, who were ambushed on both sides of the mountains and forests, had already received the order. Brothers, kill the slaves. Fire for me. Fire all the shells, quick. Chao Qingjia wailed in excitement. His men immediately unloaded their camouflage and drilled out their heads, and a mortar, which had already been set up, began to carry out a full-scale bombardment of Azig's ministry. Just now the great battle let the new army 30,000 generals to see the blood boiling. Witness the Shinji battalion almost 0 casualties to kill each other so many people. Everyone has long been trenchant, each fist rubbing their hands want to do a big job at. Kill the slaves. Kill the slave. The soldiers of the new army roared with excitement. All kinds of shells kept hitting out, and everyone was free to raise their guns to shoot. Although this shooting skill might not be that good, but with a large number of people standing tall, the rain of bullets was also exceptionally terrifying. Ajig's troops suffered a heavy blow at once. A large number of artillery shells exploded in the pile of cavalry, and for a while the elite of the White Banner was also heavily killed and wounded. Dense bullets swept over from both sides, simply making it impossible to avoid. A large number of Jiannu cavalrymen were swept down like wheat. Damn! There's an ambush, retreat! Azager anxiously roared. At this time he had no more bravado whatsoever. After personally experiencing the horror of the shells and guns, he finally understood the desperation of the soldiers. All kinds of shells exploded in the side, the bullets swoosh fly, several times from his body flew past. If not his soldiers brave death for him to block the gun words, Azizik has died several times. This savage now also dare not cross. In front of the gunfire, any hero has to turn into a wimp. Ajig was so scared that he desperately dodged and turned his horse around to escape, while his men and horses had lost more than half of them in the confusion, and the rest of them followed him and tried to run out. Unfortunately, Chongzhen carefully laid out the trap and will not let him escape. Chao Changjiu had long ago brought 10,000 soldiers of the new army and blocked their way back. Brothers, kill the slaves. Kill! Chao Changjiu skillfully commanded the army, holding up the shield formation blocked the pass. A variety of muskets and grenades in a flurry of hello. Ajig's horses and men froze cannot rush out, but instead is a heavy casualties. No! You these despicable Ming dogs! How could this happen? My inlaid white flag iron horsemen are invincible, how could they lose here? Azager incredulous roar wailed, how he could not think clearly, why times change so fast. The previous Ming army cannot be so strong. A few hundred Jiannu dared to run after tens of thousands of Ming troops. Now why are these Ming troops so ferocious? It's not scientific. The situation has been decided, this battle is a good fight, my Ming dynasty has not had such a big victory for a long time, cool. Mr. Shi Huang, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Chongzhen smiled broadly in satisfaction, obviously very pleased with this battle. Awesome. Ying Zheng couldn't help but praise, wiping out 20,000 to 30,000 of the enemy with almost zero casualties. This artillery and firearms are really powerful, and the Ming army is also well trained. Not bad indeed. Jihan also nodded and said, the Divine Mechanic Battalion and the new army still appear to be very young though, many of the soldiers still make mistakes when they panic, and their cooperation is not yet tacit. But these are all harmless, this great victory has baptized the soldiers' beliefs, and with a little more training, they will surely become an iron army. Jihan's approval instantly made Chongzhen smile with joy. He said excitedly, thank you for your guidance, I will definitely not let you down and drive these Jiannu out of Daming as soon as possible. Good. I'll warm the wine at home and wait for the good news. When we come over next time we'll celebrate your success and have a detailed chat on the way. Jihan encouraged. Yes, thanks again, sir. Chongzhen smiled in delight, and only then did he turn off the live communication with satisfaction. 105 8 parties sensation, Chongzhen's test. The battle gradually subsided after lasting for the better part of an hour. The 5,000 elite iron horsemen of the inlaid white flag Jiannu were directly wiped out, not a single one was left behind, they didn't even manage to escape. Ajig is even in the case of refusing to surrender, on the spot by the bullet into a hornet's nest. More than 20,000 Mongolian soldiers and 2 Tartars were lost, in addition to more than 1,000 desperate kneeling and begging for mercy. Most of the others have been dead, seriously wounded, the whole army has been completely disabled. As for the Ming army's casualties, there were only 100 or so. These people are mostly Chao Changjiu department in resisting the white flag breakout, was killed by the enemy counterattack. In the final analysis, or the new soldiers' combat experience is not enough to cause, which also let Chao Changjiu embarrassed face red. Your Majesty, the last general is incompetent, please chastise. Chao Changjiu knelt down on one knee to apologize. Chongzhen saw this and hurriedly helped him up. Secretary, please get up. This battle, we are united in this battle, only to have this brilliant victory. Some flaws are not enough to worry about, go back to more training can be. The new army has just been established not long ago, can in the front to block the inlaid white flag breakout, it is not easy. Pass me the word of mouth, this time out of the battle soldiers a cadre of people, all remember the great merit once, reward silver 10 taels. This killed and wounded soldiers, all according to 3 times the pension issued, exempt their families from 10 years of taxes, the family of young children every month by the court. Chongzhen waved his hand and directly announced a heavy reward. The new army generals and Shinji battalion generals heard, immediately ecstatic up. Kowtow to our Emperor's heavenly grace. Kowtow to the Emperor's heavenly grace. Tens of thousands of generals neatly kneeled on one knee and shouted, everyone wildly excited. After this battle the morale of the 2 legions has exploded, invisible is condensing an invincible aura, coupled with Chongzhen vigorously pension as well as heavy rewards, the loyalty of the soldiers is also rubbing skyrocketed. In this regard, on both sides of the river bank to watch the battle of the defeated soldiers of the Beijing camp envy. They naturally know that this kind of pension is not their share, after all, they are all defeated troops, can be treated by people as strange? Yang Sikhang, who was in a sorry state, was silent at this time. He had thought that the Divine Mechanism Battalion would also be routed in this battle, who knew that it had actually eliminated 20,000 to 30,000 enemy troops with more than 100 casualties, and it also included an inlaid white flag of 5,000 iron horsemen. This is simply unprecedented victory. No wonder Chongjin will reject the peace talks, no wonder he dared to fight. Your Majesty, I am guilty of a capital offense, please be enlightened and chastise. Yang Sikhang stiffly went forward to kowtow and responded to him with Chongjin's expressionless indifference. He knew well that Yang Sikhang was a capable person. He also knew that the reason why the battle of the capital camp was routed did not have much to do with him. But for Yang Sichang's previous peace proposal, Chongjin is quite dissatisfied. At this time, to see his face full of embarrassment and grief, the old Zhu is naturally heart-cool to fly. Yang Qing, how do you think these surrendered soldiers should be disposed of? Chongjin did not blame him, but asked an unrelated question. Yang Sikhang froze and then could not help but cold sweat Jinjin up. The emperor's heart is difficult to test. Chongjin is on the surface to ask his opinion, in fact, is in the measurement of his attitude. If he is weak and beg, will be disliked by Chongjin. Your Majesty. Yang Sikhang immediately gritted his teeth and said, these Mongolian soldiers and the 2 Tartars help the evil, more hateful than the Jiannu, they kill my people, annihilate my sisters, the crime is unforgivable. They should be escorted to the capital immediately and executed in public, so that the people can vent their anger and the 100 officials can be energized. Not a bad proposal. Do it. Chongjin nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Yang Sikhang secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that he bet right. Chongjin does not like soft eggs. If you want to mix in the dynastic hall of this Ming dynasty, you have to be hard in the end. Yang Sikhang collected the defeated army, sent a team of people, escorted prisoners of war back to the capital, public execution, and then convey this victory to the world, in order to invigorate the people's heart. The Shinji battalion and the new army send out scouts to spy on the enemy and wait for an opportunity to continue the battle. Send orders to Lu Xiangxing, Zuoliangyu's department, fight steadily, according to the established strategy to compress the enemy's southward route. I want to find an opportunity to fight with the thieves. Yes. In the face of Chongjin's string of orders, the crowd agreed in succession. Next, everyone immediately got busy. When the news of the big win went out, there was a quick stir on all sides. The people of the capital and the 100 officials only then realized that Chongjin has been secretly imperial troops, and the enemy fought a war, and also a great victory? This is false, right? We subconsciously do not believe. But when more than 1,000 Tartar prisoners of war were escorted to the capital and executed in public, the people believed it. Oh my god, the State is mighty. It is said that the capital camp was defeated without a fight in Yutian and was chased by the thieves for more than 30 miles, where the State led the troops to destroy the thieves. Yes, I heard that His Majesty's army suffered 0 casualties and easily killed 20,000 to 30,000 enemy troops, truly a saintly ruler. With Your Majesty personally stepping in, the Jiannu won't be able to run wild for long. The people of the capital have celebrated with great joy. Chongjin's popularity also soared a lot. Lu Xiangxing and Zuoliangyu were also secretly shocked after receiving the battle report. They never thought that Chongjin personally royal palace, and also one so brilliant. This is the Ming for many years has not been a great victory. This gives them great pressure. Lu Xiangxing was immediately energized and led his army to fight in all directions, and successively captured many scattered Jiannu and Erditars. Zuoliangyu also do not dare to slow down, with troops step by step to press, in many places in the south of the Jiannu bloody battle, with a few important places actually also firmly hold the line of defense. Outside Yongping, Huang Taiji and others also received the news of Azajir's defeat and total annihilation. Dorgan immediately angry fire, wailing to give his brother revenge. No hurry. Huang Taiji coldly laughed to stop. Ming army is quite a lot of people, our main purpose of this trip is to plunder, do not have to pay attention to them for the time being. Pass the order to all ministries, continue to scatter and loot, when my army is full, then the Ming emperor will be completely exterminated. 106 Your Majesty, you seem a bit shameless. The war between the Ming dynasty and the Qiannu, with Chongjin's troops, and become gradually stalemate. The two sides each sent out their own troops, and there was more than enough bloodshed. At the same time, the Qin Emperor's palace also set off a violent discussion because of this great battle. After watching the live broadcast, Li Xian, Tu Sua and the others were horrified and kept listing the advantages of Great Qin in an attempt to fight against the firearms, and they argued for most of the day without any result. Although everyone refused to admit it with their mouths. But in fact, everyone knew in their hearts. With the current level of armaments of Great Qin, it is almost the extreme of the cold weapon era, but it will still be very troublesome against firearms. That's why this war is such a big shock to everyone. There's no need for the ministers to panic. Ing Zheng smiled and calmed down. The great Ming dynasty is not in the same world as us, and according to the immortal master, we can never meet them. And who said that we must use cold weapons against firearms? The immortal master has long since taught me the recipe for gunpowder, and I have long since ordered the weaponry house to step up its development, and the artisans have successfully produced gunpowder as early as many days ago. I believe that in a short time, my Qin army will also be equipped with these firearms. By then, what do you fear? Really? Li Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cool air, and all of them couldn't help but be ecstatic. Ha, Your Majesty is mighty, immortal master's holy grace. If such firearms are really available, Your Majesty must first equip the late general with them. Bull, whenever you are available, it's your turn to have this kind of firearms? This firearms how also have to this marquee army first equipped with is, you and so were so much nonsense. The generals couldn't help but argue again. Zhang waved his hand and said, what's the point of arguing? We'll all have them in the future. I'm going to equip Qin's million-strong army with firearms and artillery, and then I'll be able to sweep the world like a sweeping mat, so why worry about the foreigners being rampant? Your Majesty is wise. The military generals shouted in unison, everyone excited. This kind of glorious future was what everyone wanted to see. Fu Su, how is the construction of the sacred temple going? When will the potatoes ripen? Zhang once again inquired. Father, the construction of the holy temple has been completed. This time 10,000 craftsmen were deployed. It took more than 15 days, and with the help of the latest cement developed by the military weapons office, it has been completed on schedule. As for the potatoes, they also matured long ago 3 days ago, and can be ordered to be harvested at any time. Fu Su replied respectfully. Zhang was deeply gratified at his words. Today, when he saw old Zhu live streaming and pretending to be a big pussy, he was so upset that he thought he had to pretend to be one too. And also have to live broadcast to show off. Let the immortal master also look at the might of great Qin. This potato excavation and the worship of the holy temple is a big scene. If it can be operated properly, it can also let the immortal master have fun. All the ministers should leave and pass the order that tomorrow morning, Xianyang celebrities and Xianshou will be invited to the holy temple, and I will pay tribute to them in public. Zhang commanded seriously. Promise. The ministers bowed and agreed, then retreated. However, Wang Ben this guy deliberately dawdled and finally froze to stay within this hall. Ha! Zhang was surprised and asked, Mr. Wang Ben, what else do you want? Cough. Wang Ben coughed lightly and asked with a tentative smile, will His Majesty communicate with the immortal master for the big ceremony tomorrow? This is natural. Zhang admitted his thoughts with a big smile. Wang Ben had been following him in and out of Jihan's small farm, and he knew about the trading ring being able to communicate. There was nothing to hide. Your Majesty. Wang Ben became excited as soon as he heard this. I have a request. I dare to ask Your Majesty to grant it. What is it? Zhang was surprised. I would like to bring my daughter, Mushi, with me to the grand ceremony tomorrow, and I hope that Your Majesty will grant me permission. Wang Ben opened the door and requested. Zhang froze when he heard this. What kind of request is this? Why would a woman be brought to this kind of ceremony? Even if a woman wanted to participate, she would at most be a spectator in the crowd. Wait a minute, Wang Ben, this guy's intentions are not pure. He has an only daughter, Wang Mushi, this year 18 years old. Since childhood looks like a flower, like to dance sword, can be called the Xianyang city a bully. This girl's marriage is a matter of worry for the Wang family. She has a stubborn character and is very strong, so the average person can't get rid of her. Plus Wang Jian favors his granddaughter, so no one dares to get married to his family. Could he be trying to get a match with an immortal master at the time of the newsletter? Your Majesty, I have no choice. Wang Ben smiled sarcastically and admitted, my daughter Mushi's marriage has always been a headache for me, and our family's old man is also having a huge headache. This girl won't marry unless she's one of the best. Since I have been to the fairyland, I have often mentioned the immortal master's extraordinary valor at home, and my daughter can be described as having a great heart after hearing this, secretly admiring it and not thinking about it. I see in my eyes and pain in my heart. I can only plead with Your Majesty to let her attend the grand ceremony together tomorrow, so that she can have a chance to show her face in front of the immortal master. In case immortal master takes a liking to the youngest daughter, he. Wang Ben got happier and happier as he spoke, and couldn't help but snicker to himself. Obviously this kind of beautiful thing he has been thinking about for a long time. If Jihan looks at his daughter, he will be rich off. Good you Marquis Tungwu, shameless. Zhang was furious at his words. How can you have such thoughts? You're still my Marquis of Qin. How can you be so spineless? How can you let your daughter seduce people with her color? Is immortal master someone who would be compelled by female sex? How could my Qin have a bastard like you? This is simply shameless. Shameless, despicable, and nasty. You old bastard, why don't you hurry up and get out of here? Get out of here right now. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Oh yes, come on people, give me an audience with all the princesses who are still unmarried. The faster the better. Hurry up. Ha! Wang Ben looked at old Zhao dumbfounded. 10,000 grass mud horses ran wildly through his mind. Your Majesty, you seem a bit shameless. You scolded my Marquis for being shameless. What are you doing? Is this the rhythm of arranging a princess casting for the immortal master? 107 All the people return to their hearts, and the Great Qin Sacred Temple ceremony opens. Early the next morning. It was already crowded and bustling outside Xianyang city. A huge temple built halfway up the western mountain outside the city towered over the city, and at the foot of the mountain there were even dozens of acres of good land being heavily guarded. Countless people gathered here, many Xianyang celebrities and nobles, but also curious discussion, onlookers pointing. What's all this fuss? Why is it so lively today? You guys don't know yet, do you? But today is the temple establishment ceremony organized by His Majesty's personal decree, and it's said to be a holy temple for the legendary immortals. More than that, His Majesty will also be publicly digging up potato immortal grain, which is rumored to be good for producing 100 stones per acre. No way, there is such a highly productive thing under the sky? Could this really be from an immortal? A great favor from the immortals. I heard that His Majesty just recently enacted the order of reducing burdens and exempting corrective labor and the order of late marriage and late parenthood, and this is all due to the immortals' guidance. The immortals have really blessed my Qin with a lot of blessings. It is said that in the battle to exterminate the Xiong Nu, the immortals had even given divine thunderbolts to exterminate the enemy. Now the days are getting better and better. In the past, we and other 6 countries of Qianlong days of hardship, after becoming a citizen of Great Qin, can finally live in peace and work in contentment. The people of Xianyang were talking. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Obviously, the changes in Great Qin during this period of time, as well as the policy of lowering taxes and exempting corvée service, made everyone feel the real favor. It was not only the people of Xianyang who were grateful. The people of all the state capitals of Great Qin and the people of the former 6 countries couldn't help but be grateful, and the people's hearts have long been as solid as a mountain. The people are not stupid. Who let them eat? Everyone will support who. Whether it's the former Zhao, Chu, or Qi, which one didn't exploit the people? At all times, the people suffered. Now follow behind the Great Qin can eat enough food. This day has a bright future. Beautiful it, who misses the old country who? Who doesn't want to live a good life? So the remnants of the 6 kingdoms lost their people's base all of a sudden. Without the help and response of the remaining Qinsho of the 6 kingdoms, they could no longer make trouble, which made the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. At the back of the lively crowd, there were 3 middle-aged men in a carriage, dressed in gorgeous clothes, looking at this celebratory scene with annoyance. One of the 3 of them was Sun Qi, a nobleman of Qi. One was Lu Bin after the chancellor of the state of Zhao, and one was Xiong Tianjun, a descendant of a side branch of the imperial family of the state of Chu. These 3 were all descendants of the noble royal family and should have enjoyed their lives, but the destruction of the 6 kingdoms by Great Qin led to the destruction of their country and their family. Now they are not only the family was destroyed, but also like a lost dog generally hiding around, incognito, life can be described as quite miserable. Over the years, they have been thinking of reviving the 6 kingdoms all the time. The powerful and noble people of each country have also tamed many dead soldiers in the state capitals to be ready to rise up at any time. Ying Zhang has also been quite cooperative, constantly carrying out large-scale projects, and has also created so much public discontent that everyone has seen the hope of restoring the country. But then an immortal master appeared. Rapidly changed the fate of the Qin dynasty and national policy. Now the Qin dynasty is flourishing, the people's heart is solid, the remaining 6 countries are angry as gnashing teeth but can do nothing. Damn tyrant, national hatred and family hatred cannot be left unrewarded. If I want to turn around, if I don't want to be a lifelong mudleg, I must kill him. Hee, how easy is it to assassinate a tyrant? I'm afraid there's only not much hope this time. We have to do it even if we don't have much hope. We don't have a chance if we wait any longer. I heard that this holy temple is going to worship the heroes of various countries. If the news spreads out, the world will be even more solid. Yes, let's give it a shot. Together we have 100 dead soldiers under our command. We may not be unable to kill this tyrant. Even if we can't kill this tyrant, we can still completely enrage him and stimulate him to continue suppressing the people of the 6 countries, so the world can be in chaos. Alright, send down the order to prepare to take action. The 3 conferred for a while before quietly giving the order. The 100 or so dead soldiers they had secretly accumulated, dressed in the clothes of ordinary people, quietly blended into the pile of people. At the time of 3 rods of sunlight, Ying Zhang's carriage has finally arrived here. A huge army opened the way, dozens of luxurious carriages marched forward, and many civil and military officials followed. It was a frighteningly large row. It's His Majesty's carriage. His Majesty is here. Quickly, greet His Majesty the First Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Hundreds of thousands of people knelt down in excitement, and although the scene was a bit chaotic and noisy, the sincerity of everyone's heart was on display. The Qin dynasty had not yet popularized the ritual of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. When the courtiers and the people saw the emperor, they only needed to bow their heads, not to kneel down and worship. However, Ying Zhang's recent initiatives had won the hearts of the people and had long since gained the love of all the people, so upon seeing his carriage everyone spontaneously knelt down and worshipped. This scene really moved the ministers to clamor. Your Majesty, look, the hearts of the people are available. The people love Your Majesty so much, truly the saint of the country. Wang Jian exclaimed excitedly. This old man usually stays out of doors, hiding in his mansion to retire, and doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. But today is a rare ceremony. Ying Zhang didn't dare to forget this old man and personally sent someone to fetch him here. Hearing Wang Jian's exclamation, Ying Zhang laughed with satisfaction. What the master said is very true. Thanks to the immortal master's guidance, I have been able to bring all the people back to my heart, and this is the grace of the immortal master. Listening to what my canine son said, today Your Majesty can talk to the immortal master across the sky? Wang Jian was secretly looking forward to it. Of course. Ying Zhang smiled broadly. The immortal master has already bestowed a heavy treasure, and I will let him witness this glorious moment with his own eyes. After saying this, Ying Zhang swept his eyes at the people's ministers in satisfaction. His gaze also went to the group of princesses who were beautifully dressed, as well as Wang Mushi, who was valiantly beside Wang Ben. Finally, he decisively said in his mind, turn on the communication function. 108 Princess Casting, old Zhao wants to sell his daughter. Buzz. A dark light flashed within the trading ring. The next moment a video chat screen box appeared in Ying Zhang's mind, and Chongjin and Jihan received his communication screen at that moment. HM? What the hell? Did you two broadcast live once a person? Jihan was filled with confusion. Chongjin, on the other hand, asked curiously, Elder Brother Shi Huang, what are you looking for us for? I was just about to have a meeting here to formulate a battle strategy. 2. Ying Zhang opened the door and said, today is the day my great Qin immortal grain potatoes ripen, as well as the Holy Temple celebration ceremony. Are you free to watch the ceremony together? Agu, we have to see this. Yes, old Zhao, is that Xianyang city behind you? It's quite grand. Hundreds of thousands of people are kneeling in a mountainous manner. Old brother, you have a high status in the hearts of the people. Chongjin and Jihan were instantly interested. They curiously looked at the people and scenery in the video, and felt that the clothing and architecture of this great Qin people were very interesting, and everything was so new. Cutting through thousands of years of time and space, the live broadcast witnessed the customs and lively ceremonies outside Xianyang City, which was a rare opportunity. Sir. Ying Zhang changed the topic and immediately said with a smile, since you are free to observe the ceremony, why don't I introduce you to my Qin courtiers first, how about it? Yes. Jihan agreed in surprise. However, he always felt that there was something not quite right about this Ying Zhang fellow. Just introduce the Qin courtiers, why are you smiling like a pimp with the characteristic smile of a pimp? Look, sir, this is my Qin's Grand Master, Marquis Wang Jian. This is the left minister, Li Si, and the right minister, Feng Zhaiji. This is Meng Yi, the Minister of State, and Feng Jiao, the Imperial Historian. Ying Zhang roughly introduced the courtiers around him. When the courtiers heard him introduce himself here in style, they were all filled with consternation. Could the immortal master see them now? Your Majesty can actually talk to the immortal master across the air, it's truly terrifying. Immortal see us now, right? The old immortal has met the immortal. Wang Jian, Li Si, and the others nervously and ecstatically saluted into the void, although they didn't know exactly how the immortal master had seen them, but it was always impossible for Ying Zhang to be aimless. Which meant that there was a real possibility that the immortal was now watching them. In everyone's mind, they couldn't help but brainstorm many images, and everyone instinctively became more restrained. As for Li Xe and Tu Sua and the others who had seen the live broadcast of the great Ming dynasty disliking the Jin knew with their own eyes, they were sure that it was true and that the immortal master really had the means to see them. Come, sir, and look here. After Ying Zhang briefly introduced everyone, he immediately revealed his fox's tail as he quickly aimed the camera at his large row of daughters. Old Zhao was a man with many children, his sons and daughters adding up to dozens. Excluding some of those who married and were still too young, there were as many as 12 princesses between the ages of 14 and 20. Each of these princesses was of a high quality. They were gorgeously dressed, coquettishly smiling, some were plump, some were tall, some were innocent, and some were flirtatious. These are my many daughters. This is Ying Sherman, Ying Jiaman, Ying Weiman, Ying Liman and Ying Jiman. Oh yes, this is my favorite youngest daughter, Ying Yinman. She has been a good girl since she was a child. I will be very happy if she can serve the immortal master. Ying Zhang cheerfully introduced his daughter. The princesses are either shy or expectant. Whether they want to or not, they have to show their best side at this moment. It would be a blessing of a lifetime for them to be recognized by the immortal master, even as maidservants, which is what Ying Zhang had told them to do. The other courtiers all realized what was happening. They all understood why Ying Zhang was making such a big fuss. He was trying to sell his daughter. Sir. Wang Ben, unwilling to be suppressed by Zhao's power, took his daughter and called out, this is my daughter, Queen Mushi, who has been well-read and reasonable since she was young, and has a calm personality and looks as beautiful as a flower, so please accept her as a servant girl. Marquis Tungu, you shameless, so you already knew that there would be such a thing today, that's why you specially brought your own daughter to come, you old piker, inappropriate son of Manhwa. Wang Ben, you bastard, at the expense of this marquis still regard you as a brother, is this how you treat us? Shameless, you even concealed the news, secretly brought his daughter over, why did not you say earlier, this gentleman also has a few daughters, That's right, how can you and his majesty eat alone? The courtiers were so furious that they beat their chests and couldn't help but glare at Ying Zhang and Wang Ben. These two guys are ruthless enough to bring their own daughters to the draft without any news. They regret, if they had known the news, they must bring their own daughters and 7 aunts and aunts' daughters. Ha ha ha. Chongjin saw this and laughed loudly and joked, Mister can have a favorite? This is the beginning of the old brother and Tungu Ho's a little bit of hard you this fairyland is really a little bit cold, collect 2 maids of honor is also good Yes sir, we are inconvenient to serve at your side, it is the same to have children to do it for you. I just don't know if they have such a blessing. Ying Zhang and Wang Ban had bitterly urged. This was actually a test for them against Jihan. In the past, they were deeply affected by Jihan's great kindness, and have always thought of returning something, but the gold, silver, jewelry and other things are too vulgar, and only this top beauty can be taken out. If their daughter can become Jihan's maid or woman, then the relationship between them will be 1 point closer, and this is something that can only be beneficial to them. Jihan burst into tears at this. How could he not expect a good connecting video for a moment? Old Zhao even made a princess selection. These delicate and beautiful princesses will be at his disposal to choose. Jihan actually have a kind of emperor choose a consort feeling, which makes him cannot help but have some heart heat up. 109 I treat you guys like brothers and you want to be my father-in-law. To choose or not to choose? That's the question. Old Wang and old Zhao, these 2 dogs, I treat you as brothers, and you even want to be my father-in-law. Jihan was torn in his mind and looked a little hesitant for a while. He was a normal man, his orientation was naturally normal. The reason why he didn't find a girlfriend in these years, one is the family reasons, and the other is that women in the society nowadays are too fickle, and most of the 3 views are not too positive. What love me have to spoil me, heaven and earth wife is the biggest. What man should make money for women to spend, I want your attitude not your money. What would rather sit on a BMW and laugh than sit on a bicycle and cry? This type of woman is now becoming more and more common, so much so that quality men like Jihan are no longer happy to pick up girls and fall in love. Even on blind dates he was lacking interest. Phase you think of a blind date as the exchange of men and women of both sexes, but other women think they are the high and mighty little princess, open the grace to give you a chance to kneel and pursue. This normal man who can stand But if a man has money, does he need a woman? So Jihan has not been looking for a daughter-in-law intention, single life is not impossible, the big deal is to find a surrogate later to have a son to pass on to the next generation. But now the old Zhao Lao Wang's behavior but let him come to the interest. Compared with modern women arrogant and domineering, ancient women that is gentle like water birdie, what married husband with husband married dog with dog, obedient and well behaved, and do whatever it takes. Even if there are individual character is more savage missy, that and modern women compared to is also lovely to burst well. If there is such a girl as a daughter-in-law, Jihan will not resist at all. But can they go through the light gate? Can they survive in this world for a long time? Jihan couldn't help but wonder. Master. The system intelligence warmly prompted, in addition to some specific people being able to pass through the spacetime light gate, people who have your permission can also pass through. People who aren't from this world can also survive here, but they can't leave the area covered by the spirit gathering array for too long, or else they'll be easily eroded by different spacetime viruses. Jihan frowned darkly, but he could understand what the system meant. It meant that as long as he agreed, he could allow anyone to arrive here through the light gate. But the ancient people couldn't leave the range of this gathering formation for too long, they could only stay and live in this small farm, or they would be pitted against the virus of this era. Thinking about it, there was once a scientist who said that there are different viruses in every era. For example, modern people have many viral progenitors that are not found in ancient times. This in the modern human body has long since not posed a threat to the things, once in ancient times to spread seems to cause great harm and plague. There's an argument that a modern man running into the Jurassic period might be able to exterminate a family of dinosaurs with a sneeze, and that's what happened. Can I go through the light gate and reach Great Qin? Jihan asked again. The system intelligence replied, not for now. I see. Jihan said with a dumbfounded smile, in that case, it's possible to find 2 sisters to play with raising, after all, this courtyard is too cold at night, and it's not appropriate for me to always cook when old Zhao and old Zhu come over. How can there be someone who serves tea and water, right? The more Jihan thought about it, the more it made sense. Now that he was an immortal master, this had to be pushy But every time old Zhao and old Zhu come over to improve the food, he, the immortal master, cooks it himself, it's too humiliating, right? It was fine that he didn't know their identities before, but now he couldn't keep doing this. How can you have 1 or 2 people under your hand to call upon? Although this dead dog, Xiaohei, can help, he is not a human being. Thinking of this, Jihan immediately made a decision. Old Zhao and old Wang, I appreciate the sentiment. Jihan said with great generosity, start your grand ceremony first, I'll take another look, and if there are any that look good, I can take in a few maids. Great. Thank you, sir. Ying Zhang and Wang Ban were excited and ecstatic. Chongjin also couldn't help but be secretly excited. Jihan willing to agree to accept women, it means that they have the opportunity to further their relationship with him. Think of the Ming dynasty also has a lot of princesses. Chongjin a moment on the mind lively up. Ministers. Ying Zhang was in a good mood and spoke directly, the immortal master has an order to excavate the potato immortal food. Digging potatoes? Doesn't the immortal master have eyes for the princesses? The big guys wondered, and the princesses all lost their heads. But Ing Zhang didn't bother to explain too much. He held a wooden shovel and started digging. When he dug out a huge potato, the soldiers who had already prepared for it began to dig carefully. One big potato, after another, kept coming out of the ground. Is this the immortal grain potato? It looks so big, I just don't know how it tastes. My goodness, this yield is too high, right? A vine pulls out a dozen potatoes, one at least half a kilogram. I heard that these potatoes are good for food and vegetables, and the taste is very good. If they really produce 100 stones per mu, we Qianqiu will be blessed. Hundreds of thousands of people were talking excitedly. People were exchanging words and pointing fingers. Everyone couldn't help but be curious at this moment. Could this potato really produce 100 stones per acre? Not long after, the first acre of potatoes had already been dug. Basket after basket of potatoes were piled up, and the soldiers turned the lot over several times to make sure they hadn't missed anything before they began to weigh them. Get out of the way, the old man will weigh them himself. Wang Jian excitedly pushed aside the junior official and personally commanded the soldiers to start weighing and counting the weight. After working for a long time, the data for the first acre of land finally came out. Wang Jian was so excited that he burst into tears, bowed and shouted, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, the potato fairy grain yielded more than 67 stones per acre. I personally weighed and guaranteed that there is no falsehood." 67 stones? Oh my god, this is too exaggerated, right? It said that this potato can be sown 3 or 4 times a year. Wouldn't that be an acre yield of 200 stones? Immortal food, this is truly immortal food. With this immortal food, we Qianqiu will never worry about starving to death again. Long live the immortal master, long live his majesty. The whole place was in an uproar and roar as countless Qianqiu excitedly knelt down and shouted. 110 Lao Zhao, do you want to pretend to be a big shot? Wang Jian's personal weighing in as a guarantor, as well as the crowd of all the people at the scene, have settled all doubts. The potato grain that countless people have been longing for and constantly questioning has finally appeared in front of the world. The 67 stone mu yield has long since killed all grains. This also made countless Qianqiu excited and ecstatic. Ha ha ha. After Ing Zhang laughed in delight, he said excitedly, "Keep digging, I'm obliged to have Taisher continue weighing." Wang Jian nodded happily, naturally not refusing. The reason why he purposely stepped in today as a guarantor is to witness the spectacle of this immortal grain, and secondly to dispel the people's misgivings. Wang Jian's reputation is still very reliable, and with his personal supervision, who would dare to question him? Immediately after, acres and acres of potatoes were dug up. After Wang Jian weighed them again and again, he kept reporting the amount of acres. These potatoes high yield as much as 70 stone an acre, low yield has more than 50 stone, the final average down to 62 stone an acre, is really shocking. Dear ministers, dear Qianqiu. Ing Zhang shouted loudly, "Today, the potato grain was harvested in public, and the yield was more than 62 stones per mu. This is the grain given by the immortals. All of you kowtow with me to thank the immortals. Kowtow to the immortal. Long live Great Qin. Kowtow to the immortals. Long live Great Qin." All Qianqiu excitedly cheered and shouted. The mountainous roar shocked the heavens and earth, shaking everyone present for a long time to be unforgettable. One can imagine how happy the countless poor people under the sky will be when this news spreads throughout the 9 states. With this immortal grain, there will be no more starving people in my Great Qin. The immortal master's virtues are immense. Blessing Great Qin, I order the construction of a holy temple, and offer incense to it for all eternity. This holy temple will be dedicated to the immortal master, and the 72 wise ministers and famous generals of the 7 kingdoms will be worshipped by the people of Great Qin. Ing Zhang's overbearing declaration drew another roar from the mountains. Many of the people were instantly sensationalized about this holy temple. What a grand and great temple, it is actually dedicated to an immortal master, we must pay more homage. I heard that this immortal master's temple was built by more than 10,000 craftsmen, it is really magnificent. The immortal master blessed Great Qin, build even bigger temples are supposed to, but I heard that His Majesty also chose a number of wise ministers and famous generals to be on it, to enjoy the incense for thousands of generations. I do not know who in the end. I heard that Zhao and Shu are all there, His Majesty is really atmospheric. Really? If so, this is a blessing for the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Your Majesty is so generous to accept us, and we will be the subjects of Great Qin in the future. The people were talking excitedly. Ing Zhang, on the other hand, stepped forward and prepared to take the lead in ascending the sacred temple to offer incense and worship. The temple was already filled with black armored soldiers on the 100 steps, and a large number of civil and military officials followed behind Ing Zhang, all with solemn expressions. But at this moment, Jihan sensed something wrong. An eerie feeling of sweating hairs standing on end arose, as if something big was going to happen soon. This is a danger sense skill? Jihan's face was filled with oddities, and he instantly judged that this was a passive skill he had previously acquired, danger sense. It was a skill that could sense danger. However, Jihan looked around, but did not find any danger at all. Could it be that the sky had not yet landed a meteorite to kill him? No, the feeling of danger comes from Ing Zhang. This skill of mine not only senses danger to myself, but also to others. Something is going to happen to old Zhao. Jihan silently closed his eyes and felt it seriously. Vaguely some scattered images appeared in his mind. Someone is trying to assassinate old Zhao? Jihan leered with interest. It must be some of the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms who are desperate to take advantage of the chaos to assassinate old Zhao at this time, although they know that the hope of success in assassination is very slim, but no matter whether it is successful or not, their purpose has been achieved. Once successful, Great Qin will be in chaos. If it fails, it can also cause old Zhao's anger. According to the old Zhao's previous violent temper, must be angry at the 6 countries of the remnants of the inevitable, at that time to the people, and a burst of rampage, make the people's grievances boiling, how they are not a loss. Dogs, looking for death. Jihan coldly laughed and directly opened his mouth. Old Zhao, someone wants to assassinate you, should this worship ceremony be suspended? Ha? Are you serious, sir? Ying Zhang and Chongjin were instantly interested. Not only were they not afraid, but they smiled wryly. Assassination? What a joke! Is it that easy to assassinate an emperor? It's certain that they will strike soon. Jihan said disdainfully, there's about 100 or so dead soldiers in the pile, although they may not be able to hurt you, it's better to be careful with your defense for safety's sake. Well, thanks for the reminder, sir. Ying Zhang raised his hand and was about to order the forbidden guards to defend. However, right at this moment, Jihan suddenly said, wait. Old Zhao, wait, do you want to put on a big show? Ha? Ying Zhang's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, what do you mean, sir? How do you want to play a big pussy? At this time, old Zhao's obsession with the way of pretending to be a bully was already quite deep, and as soon as he talked about this big bully, he immediately became interested. You wave your hand for the 100 officials to stand down and keep the soldiers away from you, creating an opportunity for the assassins to assassinate. Have you forgotten that the trading ring has a function that automatically protects the owner? This function is very terrifying and can definitely keep you safe. It will be automatically triggered when the assassin pounces over, and no one will be able to hurt you at that time. In full view of everyone, with hundreds of thousands of eyes watching, won't you be so cool? Jihan explained with a smile, and Ying Zhang's breathing immediately sped up. Forcing the king's old Zhao's kingly aura to fire up immediately, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a hint of anticipation. 100 officials retreat down the steps. All soldiers, retreat 100 paces. Ying Zhang ordered immediately with a wave of his hand, rather like a feeling that everyone had to get out of the way, and I was going to act like a pussy. 111 The golden dragon protects the body and forces King Lao Zhao to come out of nowhere. Your Majesty, what is your intention? Why did you tell the 100 officials to retreat down the steps and the soldiers to avoid retreating? Aren't we going to worship the holy temple immortal master? What's going on here? Could it be that your Majesty is going to worship alone? The officials were puzzled by the order just given by Ying Zhang. They couldn't figure out why he suddenly gave such a command. However, Ying Zhang didn't bother to explain and directly waved his hand in a strong manner, his face full of impatience as if he resented everyone affecting his pretense. The ministers were helpless and retreated down the steps. The soldiers who were close to protect him also retreated 100 paces. At this time, Ying Zhang stood on a dozen steps and looked down at the crowd from above, and many of the people couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't it going to be a worship service? Why did they stop? Immortal, tell me. Ying Zhang said loudly, there are assassins among you who want to assassinate me, is that right? Assassins? Assassination? Everyone clamored in shock in unison. Quickly! Protect His Majesty! Quickly protect the Emperor! Wang Jian and the others' faces trembled in fear as clanging and drawing of swords followed. One by one, the soldiers quickly sheathed their swords and looked around with grave faces. Once there was the slightest breeze, they would rise up in a group and attack. This caused the dead soldiers hidden in the pile of people to all become confused. But what was even more confusing was that Ying Zhang waved the crowd back again. Stand down, why do I need the protection of mortals like you? I have the blessing of the immortal masters, why should I be afraid? Listen to me, I know that you have grudges, so let your dead soldiers come out and try. I am standing right here, if you can hurt me a bit, then this world is yours. Ying Zhang's domineering aura was leaking out, and his trenchant aura was sky high. An invisible aura of a forced king began to sweep through the 8 directions. His tiger's eyes looked downward angrily, shocking countless people. Beginning Emperor old brother, you take it easy. Chongjin secretly smacked his lips as he reminded, what if you play badly? What are you afraid of? Jihan dumbly laughed, old Zhao continue, I'll keep you safe. Ha ha ha. Ying Zhang was instantly possessed by the playwright when he heard this, and laughed wildly in contempt, don't you and the others want to kill me? Come on, don't you even dare to make a move? Great Qin soldiers, listen to me, today I order you not to obstruct the assassin's assassination, I will stand here and wait for you. A bunch of wastes, slaves of the fallen country, also dare to act recklessly in Xianyang City, come on if you have the ability. Ying Zhang roared and hollered for a while, his heart was so cool that it flew. The dead soldiers in the pile couldn't hold back any longer, they glanced at each other, and the next moment they gritted their teeth and flew out. Kill the tyrant. Kill him. The killers roared, their movements flew, and one by one, they pounced directly onto the steps like ghosts. They raised a short crossbow in their hands, aiming at Ing Zhang and pulling the trigger. Poof, poof, poof. Hundreds of poison arrows were fired at Ing Zhang. The killers didn't even look at the crossbows and arrows, they casually threw away the crossbows, pulled out their short swords and pounced on him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that before anyone could react, these well-trained dead soldiers had already closed in on Ing Zhang. Oh my god, Your Majesty, be careful. Protect me. Protect me. There really is a killer. The 100 officials exclaimed in unison, and the people also exclaimed in unison. Wang Jian, Wang Ben, Li Xian, Tu Sua, and the many black-armored soldiers were so frightened that they rushed to Ing Zhang's side. But just now, everyone was forced to withdraw too far. They wanted to jump over to protect Ing Zhang, but they were already half a beat too slow. After all, no matter how fast they move, they can't be as fast as the crossbow arrows. Ha ha ha, die. The dead soldiers laughed maniacally, and the next moment this crossbow was ready to penetrate Ing Zhang's body. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. But in this instant of lightning, golden light shot out from within Ing Zhang's body, and a terrifying dragon roar sounded out of thin air. Roar, roar, roar. 9 massive golden dragons surfaced around his body, and a light shield protected him at all times. Poo poo poo. More than 100 crossbow arrows were shot at this light shield, and they were recoiled into powder on the spot, unable to hurt even Ing Zhang a single bit. At the same time, the 9 golden dragons roared fiercely and viciously, pouncing on the more than 100 dead soldiers. No! The dead soldiers were scared out of their wits. No one was able to dodge in time, and they were instantly enveloped by the golden dragon. It was as if they were slapped by the 9 golden dragons, and they spat out blood and flew backwards for hundreds of meters on the spot, eventually falling to the ground like a lump of rotten meat, having died a miserable death long ago. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 golden dragons continued to roar and roar, setting off Ing Zhang like a god. At this moment, the civil and military officials of Great Qin were all dumbfounded, and the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms hidden in the dark were dumbfounded. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of people and celebrities were also dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? A light shield and 9 golden dragons appeared on his body, shattering 100 crossbows and arrows and killing more than 100 assassins in a matter of moments. This is simply the means of a deity. Everyone, this is not a dream, is it? Ha 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 ha. Ing Zhang laughed wildly in excitement. This pussyfooting around was too good. Changjin and Jihan were also shocked. This scene really shocked people. Good, a trading ring automatic protection function. Powerful to burst well. It is really a home travel, kill and set fire to, pretend to be a god weapon. I am protected by an immortal. Great Qin is blessed by an immortal. Who dares to come? Ing Zhang roared hysterically. Long live Your Majesty. Long live the immortal master. Long live His Majesty. Long live the immortal master. Every one of the people and dignitaries present couldn't help but kneel down and chant in frenzied excitement. The scene just now had long been deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. It turns out that there really are immortals in the world. It turns out that immortals really do bless Great Qin, and it turns out that His Majesty really is the son of heaven's destiny. Who dares to doubt at this moment? Whoever dares to go against Great Qin is going against the immortals. At this moment, countless people's hearts turned toward Great Qin, and countless remaining members of the 6 kingdoms gnashed their teeth in secret, but they could only vomit blood in despair. 112 Unexpected surprise, open the faith channel. A big load off. Old Zhao had a great time and came out on top. At the same time, it also made countless people return to the heart, and even confirmed the rumor that Great Qin has the blessing of immortals, which is an exceptionally great benefit. Thank you, sir, thank you. Ing Zhang smiled with a wide brow, secretly happy in his heart. Beginning Emperor old brother, I'm envious. Chongjin pounded his chest and said, I thought that last time I lived to exterminate a Jin knew enough wind. I did not think that you are more wind. Next time there is such a good thing you get out of the way, let me come. No, I also have to arrange to pretend a big bully cannot, next time alone to kill into the Huang Taiji barracks, and then let the 10,000 cannons all together on my roar. This scene guaranteed to shock the world. Ha ha ha. Ing Zhang and Jihan were dumbfounded. This was a good proposal from Chongjin. But you all be careful, this skill will have to cool down for 24 hours after it is used, that is, 1 day and 1 night. Jihan reminded, during this period you all have to bring more soldiers and horses for protection. Don't worry sir, I understand. Ing Zhang nodded his head in agreement. At this moment, the golden dragon on his body had disappeared, and the light shield had also disappeared. This feeling of invincibility receded like a tidal wave, causing Ing Zhang to inexplicably feel a bit panicked, and he hurriedly waved his hand to signal the black armored soldiers around him to come closer before he felt a sense of security. Although it's good to pretend, don't be greedy. Ing Zhang took a shallow taste and continued his own worship ceremony. As for the culprit behind the assassination, he would not let it go, and only he would secretly track down the culprit and bring him out completely. Ing Zhang led the civil and military officials to step up. After taking 100 steps, they appeared in front of a huge palace. It was a glorious palace, with a large concrete hard floor at the entrance, and 3 overbearing bronze cauldrons placed there, with a few secondary halls vaguely visible in the distance. After entering the main hall, one could see a domineering idol that was more than 10 meters tall and gilded in bronze, which was actually Jihan's idol. It was covered with a bronze-colored tunic, resembling a floating immortal. His eyes are like God's, and his domineering aura is so overwhelming that it instinctively inspires awe, and he is also 7 or 8 points similar to Jihan. On the left and right sides of the statue, there are many portraits hanging respectively, which are naturally the portraits of the 72 wise ministers and famous generals. This idol was drawn by Fu Su's own handwriting, and then rushed to be made by more than 1,000 craftsmen day and night, quite difficult. As for the 72 wise ministers and famous generals around here, because of the time constraints, they were not able to mold the bronze statues one by one for the time being, so they could only replace them with paintings for the time being. After a while there will be craftsmen, casting a person-high bronze statue instead. While explaining to Jihan, Zhang led the courtiers to offer incense and worship. The various rituals were tedious and solemn. "Old Zhao, you still really offer me up as a statue?" Jihan cried and laughed. Chongqing was commenting, "This statue is quite handsome, but there are a few of Mr. Style. When I completely stabilize the Ming dynasty, I will definitely shape a bigger and better golden statue for Mr. Nima. Old Zhu, you can't get involved." Jihan said breathlessly, "I feel creeped out by so many people worshipping me." Ha ha ha. Chongqing dumbfounded laughter, but the bottom of his heart has long made up his mind, in the future, must build a more domineering and grandiose temple idol in the great Ming dynasty. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining 30,000 correction points. Congratulations on obtaining the divine skill Vajra Unbreakable. Congratulations on obtaining a wind and rain card. Congratulations on opening the faith channel. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Jihan couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his shock. It seems like there is something good this time. When he carefully perceived the information that appeared in his mind, he couldn't help but be shocked again. First of all, it was this 30,000 correction values, which was more than what one would normally obtain in half a month. Second was this divine skill Vajra Unbreakable, which was also a passive buff enchantment. It allowed Jihan to be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and even taking a cannon to blast him at the moment might not be able to hurt a single hair on his head. This is definitely a great divine skill for preserving life, even more awesome than Danger Sense. As for this wind and rain card, it is a status card that can be used on a country, and then attach a 3-year wind and rain buff to it, allowing food production to increase by 30%, allowing disasters to decrease by 30%, and increasing the birth rate of the population by 30%. This last faith channel Jihan was confused. Because he clearly felt a subtle and invisible power, like a trickle of water, is constantly from the Qin civil and military officials converged to the idol, and then the underworld actually entered his body, constantly moisturizing his body and soul. Is this the legendary power of incense? Or is it faith? Could I still become a god? Jihan muttered with an odd face, not really resisting this. Anyway, it was a path that could become stronger. It was better than being an ordinary person. Wait. Jihan suddenly thought of a question. System, why are there so many correction values today? It's obvious that I didn't cause much change to Great Qin. The more you change ancient history, the greater the correction value consumed by temporal corrections. The system intelligence explained, and many things are the worst to modify, such as beliefs, memories, and culture. Jihan pondered for a while, finally figuring out what the system meant. It meant that if Jihan threw some modern things into ancient times, time and space would easily correct them without much effort. Even if he changed the entire Great Qin's destiny trajectory, space-time would correct it very, very well. However, if he changed something like the beliefs and cultural inheritance of everyone in this space-time, then space-time would be so difficult to correct that he might gain more correction values. Does this mean that I can find a way to drill more loopholes in time and space, and then use this opportunity to influence modern times? The more Jihan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. 113 The immortal master manifests his spirit and grants to Qin favorable winds and rains. In every man's heart. Actually has a dream of hiding a big boss. When Jihan found out that these time and space loopholes could be utilized, he couldn't help but float the idea that if he could influence the modern era with the help of the ancient times, then his profit would be astonishingly large. This is by no means from the ancient times to get some gold, jewelry, antiques back to sell can be compared to. Perhaps in the future Jihan can get more. Of course, these ideas are still immature, but also need a lot of experimentation and observation, so Jihan did not think too much. Old Zhao. Jihan laughed with interest. You just pretended to be a big pussy, now it's my turn to pretend, right? Ha! Zhang, who had just finished paying homage, asked back with some surprise, what do you mean by that, sir? Nothing, just giving you a big gift. Jihan laughed and decisively chose to use the wind and rain card. Buzz. The card in his hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. At the same time, the statue of the immortal master in the Great Qin sacred temple erupted with a brilliant light, and in the next moment Zhang and the others were all shaken out of the hall by a soft force. What's going on here? Oh my god, why is there a bright light? Everyone exclaimed in shock, but Ing Zhang knew that this was Jihan's tactic. Only to see the light getting brighter and brighter, and eventually an illusory 1,000-foot idol appeared out of thin air above the holy temple, emitting an amazing light and divine radiance that could be seen clearly for hundreds of miles in a radius. What is this? Oh my god, a deity, this is a deity. The immortal master is manifesting, this is the immortal master manifesting. Come on, 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 come on. Worship the immortal master. Countless people excitedly and desperately kowtowed. The civil and military officials of Great Qin were also dumbfounded and bowed down. It had been difficult for anyone to remain calm at this moment, because everyone had witnessed the miracle in full view of everyone. The 1,000-foot-tall idol silhouette looked down on all beings. Then it slowly opened its mouth and said in a majestic and overbearing voice, Emperor Ing Zhang of Qin, whose achievements cover the current generation and whose virtues have subdued the 9 states, grants Great Qin 3 years of favorable winds and rains. Heavens, the immortal master has spoken. Long live Emperor Qin, long live the immortal master. Bravo, bravo. Immortal master has blessed Great Qin. The people were so excited that they burst into tears, and everyone was ecstatic. At the same time, Jihan also clearly felt that a power of faith, too, began to flow continuously to the idol, and was eventually injected into his body. Buzz! The idol began to slowly dissipate. A large amount of light began to spill out in all directions. It was as if a magical buff was being added on top of Great Qin's national fortune. While the people are excited, Ing Zhang and the others are overjoyed that the immortal master has manifested himself and granted to Qin 3 years of favorable weather conditions, which is simply a godlike affirmation. From ancient times to the present day, every person in power has publicized that he or she is the son of heaven's destiny. But who else can be so, except Ing Zhang, who can be recognized by the immortals? This is the fate of Qin. How can the rest of the 6 kingdoms compete with Qin? Congratulations, Your Majesty. Many thanks to Immortal Master for his holy grace, many thanks. Wang Jian, Li Si and the others were thrilled, everyone was ecstatic. While grateful, Ing Zhang was also puzzled and asked, Sir, what do you have to say about your manifestation this time? Why did you give 3 years of favorable weather conditions? It is a blessing. Jihan casually explained, it can increase the grain production of Great Qin by 30%, reduce disasters by 30%, and increase the birth rate of the population by 30% in 3 years. So powerful? Ing Zhang was overjoyed, haha. Thank you, sir. It could be imagined that these 3 years would surely allow Great Qin to develop rapidly. Just thinking about this, Ing Zhang couldn't help but smile, today's sacrifice was really a big profit. Envious. Zhongjin sighed sourly, Sir, when are you going to do one of these blessings for our Ming dynasty? I go back to build a sacred temple how? My day Ming dynasty bitter the people desperately need such a blessing. Next time, don't be in a hurry. Jihan casually pacified, anyway, with this huge granary of Qin in place, your Ming dynasty is still very stable, your top priority now is to exterminate the Jin Nu. That's true. Zhongjin nodded in agreement. Next, Ing Zhang once again led the 100 officials to pay homage. This time, everyone was much more sincere than before. No matter what kind of prime minister or marquis they were, they all had to offer incense and pray for blessings with sincerity, and no one dared to act recklessly. The princesses also have incense. Queen Mushi, the queen of Wang Ben, also prayed devoutly. At this time, Jihan vaguely perceived the mystery of faith. He could actually hear their heartfelt voices, see their character and heart, and even their past and future through the link between the idol and the power of faith in them. This kind of divine ability means, when it is really terrible, frightening it. But this is quite convenient then, being able to clearly see everything about everyone. This Wang Mushi is not bad, her character is bright and generous, and her heart is pure and sunny, nothing dark in her heart. This winning man is also good, naive, the other princesses are not so good, more or less flawed, a few of them have a lot of heart. After taking a few glances, Jihan selected the 2 most heartfelt sisters and prepared to bring them to the small farm to cultivate their feelings. But at this time, Jihan felt another burst of malice. This malice was very conspicuous among the many praying intentions. Jihan perceived the pass through the idol and quickly locked onto the location of a young boy, who was actually old Zhao's son, Hu Hei. This chubby roughly 11 or 12-year-old bear child, at this moment, taking advantage of the time when everyone was piously offering incense and bowing down, was viciously and angrily staring at Jihan's idol with a gnashing of teeth. How dare this kid blame Zhao Gao's death and his own loss of favor all on me? Now he's hating me to death, isn't he? This bear child, a bit interesting. Dare to gnash your teeth here, I see that you are lacking a social beating Jihan laughed in his heart and decisively made a decision that would affect Hu Hei's life. 114 Sir, that seems to be a bit heavy for your taste. Old Zhao, after thinking about it, I've decided that I want Wang Mushi, Yang Ji, and Hu Hei. Jihan decisively stated his choice. Ing Zhang was pleasantly surprised when he heard this, his daughter was indeed blessed to serve the immortal master, this was a great joy. But not long afterward, his face was full of weirdness. Yang Zi and Wang Mushi are also top-notch beauties, and their personalities are excellent, so it makes sense for Immortal Master to choose them as maidservants. But what is the reason for choosing Hu Hei? Could it be that you, sir, you still prefer the male style? Ying Zhang warily exclaimed. Chongjin subconsciously tightened his rear chrysanthemum and instantly became full of oddities as well. There is no lack of people who prefer the male style among the powerful people of the Ming dynasty. Chongjin has also seen a lot, and even some odd emperors also like to go through the back door. Could it be that Jihan also like? This taste is a bit heavy. God, it's like they've discovered some big secret. Sir, Chongjin awkwardly proposed, why don't I also choose a few clean-cut little boys for you to prepare? You don't have to be embarrassed, we all understand. Yes. Ying Zhang also endured the pain and said, if Mr. Hu Hai likes him, I'll immediately let him go over there and pick whatever Mr. Hu Hai wants, and I'll consider it as having an extra daughter. Can you two stop being so imaginative? If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined by you too. I just want Hu Hei to come over to receive rehabilitation. This bastard boy's character is naughty. I can't stand bare children. I have to educate him properly. Jihan explained with a face full of speechlessness. It was only then that Ying Zhang Chongjin came to a realization. Mr. Hai opinion. Ying Zhang gratefully said, this guy Hu Hai is indeed spoiled by me. This period of time I am also busy. I have no time to care about him. How to fight did not teach him well. It is really a shame. In that case, then let him come over as a slave. Jihan said wistfully, when the transformation is done, I'll let him go back. Good, many thanks, sir. Ying Zhang readily agreed, before closing the communication. After he turned back, he immediately said, Yangzi, mushy girl, the Immortal Master has taken a liking to you and is going to take you to the Immortal Realm as maidservants, so prepare yourselves? Oh my god, really? The Immortal Master has his eye on them? This luck is too good. Darn it, I should have known I'd bring my daughter with me. This Wang Ben is not a good son. The civil and military officials of Great Qin beat their chests with regret. The princesses were envious and jealous. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi were stunned, their pretty faces shocked and delighted. How could they not expect that they had actually been spotted by the Immortal Master? This is a great joy. Ha ha ha. Wang Ben was dejected. I knew that my daughter Mushir was not a pool animal, but I never imagined that she would be able to serve the Immortal Master, which is really a blessing for the family. Humph. Wang Jian, the old man, also got up. Who said my daughter can't get married? Who is it? Come out. Ha ha ha. Ying Zhang laughed brightly, and the civil and military officials were dumbfounded. This Wang family is really a pair of oddballs, but no matter what, it's definitely a good thing for Great Qin that the Immortal Master is willing to accept two maids of honor. Yang Zi, mushy girl, you will serve beside the Immortal Master in the future. Must be careful and cautious, cannot be arrogant and bossy wantonly. If it offends the Immortal Master, I will never forgive you lightly. Remember? Don't worry, Your Majesty, my daughter doesn't dare to be reckless. Father, Yang Zi will definitely listen well. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi assured with good behavior, and everyone was quite relieved. Yang Zi nature is calm and well behaved, everyone is not worried, although Wang Mushi lively character, but also is not a person who does not know how to do things. The daughter of the Wang family will not be a drag on the leg? And Ying Zhang's eyes flickered, and he said with a cold smile, Immortal Master once said that Hu Hai is stubborn and bad-natured, and if he isn't disciplined, he will surely cause trouble for Qin, so this time Hu Hai will have to follow him to the Immortal Realm to serve as a slave for many years. When the Immortal Master lets you leave, you will be able to return to Great Qin, otherwise you will have to be a slave for the rest of your life. The crowd was all secretly shocked at these words. Everyone had a sympathetic look at the little fat man Hu Hei. Father, no way. Hu Hai was scared and screamed desperately, I won't go, why should I? Why should child go to be a slave and a servant? It's not your turn to say no. Ying Zhang was furious, if you dare to disobey me, I will beat you to death with a stick. Go back to the palace. After saying this, old Zhao whisked his sleeves away. The 100 officials also turned around and walked away. Hu Hai was dumbfounded and wailed, but no matter how much he cried and begged, it was useless. He was destined to go and receive rehabilitation. When Ying Zhang's holy chariot left this place, the hundreds of thousands of people at the bottom of the hill all boiled over. Quick! His Majesty has left, we can go and worship the Immortal Master. Hurry, 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 this is a real immortal, we must pay more homage. The common people excitedly crowded towards the holy temple. No matter whether they were poor Qianzhou or rich and powerful, they couldn't help but transform into pious believers and began to worship the sacred temple Immortal Master. If it wasn't for the fact that Lao Zhao had also left quite a few soldiers to maintain order, with so many people crowding together, a stampede would have to occur. When everyone walked up to the holy temple and saw Jihan's mighty idol, they couldn't help but burst into an uproar again. That's right, this is the Immortal Master, the exact same idol that manifested just now. Under the Immortal Master's seat there are also 72 wise and famous generals, and our former General Li Mu of the state of Zhao is also up there. Great! Old General Lian Pai is also there, am I not mistaken? Whoa whoa, long live your majesty, long live the immortal master. Our 6 countries are defeated countries, but we can also get the same treatment as the people of Great Sheen, and the sages of the 6 countries can be included in the holy temple. It's really a blessing of heaven. Your majesty is wise. The commoners bowed in excitement, and everyone couldn't help but be filled with anticipation in their hearts. In this moment, what 6 countries' grudges have long been written off. The 7 wise ministers and famous generals are honored to be listed under the immortal master statue. Everyone is a family. What can't be let go of? At this time, we also let go of the past grudges and knots, only to remember their new identity as the people of Qin, a deeply blessed by the immortal people of the people of heaven. 115 The arrival of Wang Mushi and Yangzi, and the abuse of Huha. A few nights later, the mists once again shrouded the great Qin palace, and the light gate arrived as promised. Ying Zhang arrived at Jihan's manor with a few people, including Wang Benfusu, Hui, Wang Mushi, and Yang Zi, strutting around. Is this the fairyland? So beautiful. The air here is so sweet, the whole person feels refreshed after taking a breath. The 2 little girls, Wang Mushi and Yang Zi, were happy and nervous, carefully surveying the surroundings. Hui, on the other hand, was as disheveled as if he had lost his life. Go faster, why don't you pay your respects to the immortal master with me? Ying Zhang kicked him without any good humor and led the crowd to the outside of the pavilion in the garden. At this time, the gazebo had already been set up with hot pots and cold dishes. Jihan with Xiaohei sat aside and drank alone, not at all surprised by everyone's arrival, his eyes instead generously cast to Wang Mushi and Yang Zi, watching these 2 little girls full of blush. Is this the immortal master? It's really heroic and extraordinary. The 2 women were shy and nervous in their hearts, looking a bit overwhelmed. Sir! Greetings, immortal master! The crowd saluted. Ying Zhang and Wang Ben were the most nonchalant, and with a smile, they sat down at the hot pot table and made themselves seasonings, as familiar as if they were in their own home. Fu Su was more polite and bowed respectfully before sitting down happily. Wang Mushi's trio naturally didn't dare to be so reckless. The 3 of them bowed nervously, and even Hui had to bow stiffly. From now on, the 3 of you will stay here in the garden to help. Jihan casually commanded. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi, stay in the room on the 2nd floor, Hui will stay in the room on the 1st floor, and I will teach you other matters later. Now you 2 little girls sit down and eat. Old Zhu has been busy fighting Zhennu for the past 2 days. He didn't have time to come over. Let's eat first. Nuwa. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them obediently bowed with a flourish before sitting aside. Before they came, Ying Zhang had given them various trainings. For example, this table and stools are already available in Daqin now, so they won't be surprised, and they also know how to eat this hot pot. Even Ying Zhang has told them that Jihan is easygoing. The rule that a woman should not eat at the table did not exist here, so he sat down as soon as he was told to do so. Where shall I sit, sir? Hu Hai was not happy when he heard this. He smelled the aroma of the hot pot and swallowed his saliva while boldly inquiring. Asshole! Ying Zhang was furious. Is there a place for you to sit here? Kneel. Father, I haven't done anything wrong, why should I kneel? Hu Hai asked back. Isn't everyone sitting? Child is hungry too. If I tell you to kneel, you kneel. Jihan glared with both eyes and patted Xiaohei's head and ordered, go drag a durian over to him and let him kneel. Keep an eye on him and kneel for enough 2 hours before you are allowed to eat. Woof woof. Xiaohei gloated twice, then decisively dragged out a durian and threw it in front of Hu Hai, slapping him to his knees. Ah! No, no, no! Hu Hai was wincing at Xiaohei's lewdness while wailing in pain, and he said with a sniffle and a tear, Father, see how he treats my son like this? I am the son of Great Qin. Shut up! Ying Zheng copied the wine cup and smashed it over. You sinful animal, I already said before I came here that you are here to serve as a slave and a servant. Even if you were to be beaten to death right now, I would not have the slightest complaint, so don't hurry up and kneel down. Father! Hu Hai was completely dumbfounded. Although this little fatty was stubborn, he was not stupid. It was only at this time that he realized that his big backer was not in effect here. If he really annoyed Jihan, this immortal master would have to screw him over. So this bare child immediately wimped out. Obediently kneeling on the durian, did not dare to say anything, can only swallow the saliva, sit and watch the crowd eat and drink. It smells so good. Hu Hai wailed in his heart, his eyes going green. He hadn't even eaten dinner before he came over tonight, and Jihan's hot pot smelled surprisingly good, with all kinds of strange and weird delicacies he had never seen before, and he was so greedy that he simply wanted to vomit blood. Know why I let you kneel? Jihan inquired with interest. I don't know. Hu Hai exasperatedly said, maybe it's because Immortal Master has preconceived notions about me. Ha! Jihan raised his sword eyebrow and smiled coldly. You were born naughty and spoiled since childhood. You were destined to scourge Great Qin to the point that Great Qin died in the 2nd century. You even had to kill all your siblings. Is this considered a fault? Although because of me history has changed and Great Qin has become prosperous, it is even more unlikely that you will become an emperor. Yet your stubbornness remains unchanged. Sooner or later you will bring mischief to Great Qin. That day you were full of malice in front of the idol. Do you think I can't feel it? This questioning from Jihan scared Hu Hai into a cold sweat. It also made Fusu, Yang Zi, and the others dumbfounded. Ying Zhang had never told anyone that Hu Hai would kill his brother and sister-in-law. Everyone thought that this kid was just being naughty. I didn't expect Immortal Master to see such a brutal side of his future. This caused the crowd's sympathy for him to instantly diminish by a few points. If he really was this kind of person, he really had to be properly educated before he could do so, or else something big would definitely happen. Are things that have yet to happen in the future considered sins? Maybe you're just making it up. Hu Hai coldly snorted in defiance. I don't care if you believe it or not, all you need to know is that I'm going to change your stinking behavior, and you have to be obedient, otherwise I'll make your life worse than death. Jihan laughed coldly and threatened, coupled with Xiao Hei's dogpaw suppression. Hu Hai immediately wimped out quite a bit again. Ha, thank you sir for teaching my son for me. Come on, everyone drink. Ying Zheng happily ate and drank. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi quickly entered the state. The two women stood on the left and right side of Jihan, from time to time serving tea and handing over wine, meek and lovely, which can be described as well-behaved. Sir. After 3 rounds of wine, Fusu couldn't help but say, I have a question, I don't know when to ask or not to ask. You want to ask when paper and printing will be used on a large scale, right? Jihan asked carelessly. Fusu was stunned. How did he know? 116 One of the great artifacts of controlling public opinion is the newspaper. Fusu's mind was known to Jihan at the first guess. And now that he had a mysterious faith connection with everyone here, he could also quickly judge each other's thoughts through this subtle connection. Fusu was the one who had been fretting about the use of paper and printing. This period of time Fusu has been responsible for the research and development of a variety of new technologies. Paper and printing techniques he has long mastered, under the hands of the workshop, can also be ready to mass production. However, Jihan had not been allowed to use them on a large scale, which made him wonder. Mr. Wise Eyes, Fusu was impressed. I have indeed been puzzled about this matter. Why has Mr. Bin letting the artisans produce and hoard paper, but not letting it be used? Fusu, after a few cups of wine and water, boldly asked the doubts in his heart. Jihan laughed dumbly and said, You have not been allowed to use it, just because the time has not yet come. Now the time has come, you can use it right away. Oh? Everyone was instantly interested. Is there any great use for this paper and printing? Jihan has been holding back a big move. What exactly do you want to do? I want to run a newspaper and print textbooks. Jihan explained seriously. If old Zhu was here he would have understood. A newspaper is something similar to a dianbao in general, that is, something that prints some news and interesting events, national policies, knowledge of universal law, and other things onto a piece of white paper, and then distributes and sells it to the whole world. Newspaper? Everyone was surprised. Even old Zhao couldn't help but stop his movements and listen carefully. He had a feeling that this thing was definitely very important to Great Qin, otherwise Jihan wouldn't have been holding it back like a big move until now. What Mr. said about this newspaper is not difficult to understand. Fusu said, what you should want to do is to transmit some written information, quickly, to all parts of the world, so that all the people can know about it, right? Right. Jihan nodded and said, what is the biggest drawback of Great Qin? It's that the information is closed, the roads are poorly circulated, and the people are ignorant and easily compelled. If you want to solve these problems you have to carry out education from the root. On the one hand, you have to build schools everywhere and popularize education for the people free of charge, and on the other hand, you have to set up newspapers to control public opinion. Public opinion? Ying Zhang's eyes lit up, instantly catching the point in those words. As a generation of emperor, he understands how scary this public opinion is, the so-called, many mouths make gold, 3 people become tigers, people's words can be feared. From ancient times to the present, any emperor has to be troubled by fishing wheels, reputation, popularity, easy to be controlled by the literati in this way, fearing that what they do will make them be written in the history books of infamy. The most typical example is Tang Tai's only Shimon. This one cared a lot about what the history books said about him, about his reputation, that is, about the power of public opinion. So much so that every day by their own subjects pointing at their noses scolding, but also can only accompany the smiling face of the bitter and diligent government and love the people. That is why public opinion is definitely a great weapon. Used properly, it is beneficial to the country and the people, but used poorly, it must be used by thieves to profit from it. Especially in modern times, public opinion is even more frightening, can make a person die socially in minutes. The stakes of public opinion, old Zhao, you should understand. Jihan said seriously, who is in control of public opinion in Great Qin nowadays? Naturally, it's the readers, especially this 100 scholars as well as the powerful nobles of the 6 countries. All over the Qianqiu bitterly do not even recognize a word, all their lives cannot go out of their own county, on the surrounding situation and even the Great Qin all sources of information are quite closed. So these readers want to manipulate public opinion, it becomes very simple, what they say, the people will believe. When they say that you, Lao Zhao, are a tyrant, the common people believe that you are a tyrant, and when they say that you are a bright ruler, you are a bright ruler, but do you think that they will say good things about you? Jihan's smiling but not laughing words immediately made Ying Zhang's face turn blue. Obviously he had suffered a lot of criticism over the years, and he was deeply victimized by the tactics of these remnants of the Six Kingdoms and the children of the 100 schools of thought. Many things are clearly other people to pour dirty water on him, but he cannot explain. This has really let a person suffocate. If this thing called public opinion is controlled by the enemy, then you are a tyrant for the ages, and the country will surely be in turmoil. If it is controlled in the hands of the emperor, then it can be turned into a great weapon. Why worry about the country not prospering? Imagine if all the recent favorable policies of Great Qin, all the miracles that happened in the sacred temple, a high yield of potatoes, as well as the various brilliant achievements of destroying the Xiongnu, one by one, the people of the world would all know about it. Then would the people be excited? Will they be proud? Will they realize that you, Zhao, are the son of heaven's destiny, and that Great Qin is the dynasty of the ages that heaven's destiny is for? Will the world be as stable as Mount Taishan? Jihan spoke eloquently, and the more Ing Zhang listened, the more excited he became. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Wonderful, ha! If this is the case, why do I have to worry about the rest of the Six Kingdoms? If we can let the people of the world know about this big event, the people's heart will be solid. Why do I need to worry about the rumors spread by the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms? This is really good stuff, good stuff." The more Ing Zhang spoke, the more excited he became, and the others were also overjoyed. With Jihan's explanation, even the most foolish people knew the importance of this thing. No wonder he has been holding back. This is to give old Zhao a big surprise. It was foreseeable that once this newspaper really came out, it would definitely bring a huge culture shock to Great Qin. Sir's high opinion, I am impressed. Fusu got up and worshipped. This paper has been hoarded in abundance, and the printing technique has also been perfected. All conditions are in place, so we can get this newspaper out anytime. But I still have a question. Most of the people of Qin are illiterate. Mr. This newspaper is printed out. Who will buy it? Who will read it? Yeah. That's a problem. Fusu's soul-torturing question instantly dazzled everyone. 117 Control the plutocrats in 3 steps. The literacy rate of the people in the Great Qin dynasty was very low. Most of the Qian capital was illiterate, so who would read this newspaper? If they can't read it, how can they control the fishing boats? Do you have to teach people how to read before you sell a newspaper? How troublesome would that be? It's impossible to do that in a short time. Facing Fusu's soul torture, Jihan couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're really stupid enough. The common people can't read the newspaper. Won't you have someone read it to them? Jihan disliked it without a trace of anger. Read? Fusu was stunned. How to read it? Do we have to send petty officials in all the major prefectures and counties to specialize in reading newspapers? This is a method. Jihan nodded and said, you can set up a state-owned newspaper, specializing in publishing all kinds of current news, make it interesting, popularize the knowledge of the law alright, brag about the might of Great Qin, and talk about all kinds of policies that benefit the people and agricultural knowledge. Then order the village old Lijing everywhere to recite it every day. You can also hire some poor readers to recite it repeatedly every day in the downtown area of the counties, and even more so in the tea house eateries and so on, so that the storytellers can tell the story in the form of storytelling. This kind of play is both novel and interesting to the common people, who will definitely enjoy listening to it in their leisure time. Imagine if there were countless storytellers all over Qin blowing on old Zhao's 9 dragons every day, blowing on the holy temple's immortal masters manifesting their spirits, and blowing on the Great Qin army's great breakthrough of Tumanchu. What kind of scene would it be? Do we still need to care if the people can read or not? Jihan's description once again made the crowd's eyes light up. It also made Ing Zhang's breathing couldn't help but accelerate. There were no storytellers in the Great Qin era, only a kind of singing artist who sold out in restaurants, recited poems, and told stories, but the reasoning was the same, and these people could be completely and quickly transformed into storytellers. As soon as old Zhao thought of the scene where someone was telling stories to brag for him every day, especially about his 9 dragons appearing in the world, he couldn't help but be secretly excited and thrilled. How cool it must be, how much the people must worship him. Engage. We must do it. Ing Zhang excitedly commanded, has Fusu remembered Mr. Wu's instructions? Go back and set up a newspaper for me, and you'll be in charge of it. Within half a month, I want to see a newspaper in every corner of Great Qin, do you understand? Only. Fusu agreed in a hurry. According to Jihan's program to get, this newspaper can indeed be run, the more Fusu thought, the happier he was. A wave of ambition also burned in his heart. Jihan therefore also specially let Xiaohei take out a few recent newspapers from his room, and then instructed him a bit, such as how to divide the section, how to recruit editors, how to write headlines, how to be compelling. Even how to attract investment to place advertisements in the future. Jihan explained them all. Fusu is also a smart person. With a little guidance, he immediately grasped the essence of this newspaper. Many thanks for your guidance, sir. Fusu confidently said, after I go back I will start to form a newspaper. In 3 days at the most, this first edition of the newspaper will be on full sale in Great Qin. The homepage title I have already thought of. It will be called Immortal Grain Potato Yields 100 Stones per Acre. Beginning Emperor's Sacred Temple attacked by the Golden Dragon's protecting body. Ouch. Jihan was instantly shocked. You guys have some talent. This title is interesting as soon as you hear it. This title is indeed attractive. Just by listening to this name alone, I would love to see the content. Yes, if the content is also well written, it will surely attract countless Jinsho to listen to it. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Ing Zhang was even excited and praised. Fusu, my son, is well said. I will be the first to read this newspaper after it is printed. If it's well written, I will heavily reward you. This headline obviously stimulated old Zhao's character. The more he looked at Fusu, the more favorable his eyes became. Many thanks, father. Fusu's attitude was humble, and the father and son looked like a kind father and a filial son, which in turn attracted Hu Hai's envy and jealousy on the side. After this newspaper gets up, it's time to start cleaning up the 100 schools of thought. Jihan took a sip of wine in a beautiful manner and uttered another sentence that made old Zhao's eyes light up. Sir, Ing Zhang said in surprise, I have heard you say that you want to subdue the 100 schools of thought for the use of Great Qin, but I have never asked about it seriously. Can you teach me now? Of course, now the time has come. Jihan shrugged his shoulders and said confidently, in fact, it's very simple to get rid of the 100 schools of thought. It only takes 3 steps to get them to bow down and listen. Which 3 steps? Ing Zhang's breathing accelerated, and Fusu Wangben listened sideways. Although the 2 little girls, Wang Mushi and Yang Zi, didn't dare to say anything, their beautiful eyes were staring at Jihan, and the confident aura emanating from him at this moment made them both unable to help but be infatuated. These 3 steps, respectively, are pulled, knocked, divided. Jihan continued, pulling is pulling in, knocking is knocking, and dividing is dividing. The 100 schools of thought each have their own strengths and weaknesses, 100 schools of thought who are not convinced by anyone, so destined to be a loose alliance of mutual polarization and disintegration, is really not enough to worry about. When Fusu's newspaper is done, to specially set aside a 100 schools of thought section, inviting the bigwigs of each school to publish their own doctrinal insights. If the published insights are good, Lao Zhao will issue a decree of commendation. A scholar may not be good at beauty, power, or even gold and silver jewelry, but only he cannot get rid of the bondage of fame. If they can have their doctrines respected by all the people as well as praised by the emperor, do you think they can stand the temptation? Can they bear not to go on this platform? Once they publish their doctrines in this newspaper, regardless of whether or not they have a favorable opinion of Great Qin, whether or not they are willing to serve Great Qin, they will be forced to make their own contributions to Great Qin's academic development, and this is pulling in the strings to take advantage of them. Jihan spoke eloquently, and his words made Ing Zhang's heart pound. 118 Free schooling, quality education in Great Qin. Kaya. Mister, this plan is really wonderful, high opinion. In this way, all the literati in the world will be used by my Qin. Haha, this is a wonderful plan, powerful indeed. The crowd was secretly energized, all convinced by Jihan's whimsical ideas. This is a great idea. I didn't realize that in addition to controlling public opinion, a small newspaper can also control the 100 schools of thought. It can be called a great weapon. This immortal master's idea is really different. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi's eyes showed a strange color, and their hearts could not help but be secretly impressed. Jihan, this 3 words of a wonderful plan, will certainly be able to stir up the world's wind and clouds, so that countless sons and daughters of the 100 schools of thought for the trouble. Sir, what is this second step of knocking? Fusu couldn't help but ask after him. Knocking is naturally to properly subdue the arrogance of these 100 sons and daughters, letting them know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, letting them feel inferior, and letting them feel their shallowness and ignorance. Later I'll get you a copy of 100,000 Reasons. When you go back, you'll publish a question in every issue of the newspaper, such as why it rains in the sky, why there's a rainbow after it rains, and why you can see a lot of fine dust under the sunlight and so on. You can name these questions as Immortal Master questions, and ask them to the world in my name, and if anyone answers them, old Zhao will immediately give him a heavy reward in the form of a knighthood. This will arouse the interest of countless people, and it will also cause these 100 schoolmen to fight openly and secretly, but when they can't explain it no matter what, they'll develop a great sense of frustration, and their arrogance will be struck down over and over again. At the same time, when the answers are announced, everyone will, without realizing it, gradually open up their horizons and gain a lot of new knowledge, which is a good thing. After Jihan finished speaking, the crowd couldn't help but marvel again. This method is good. To Jihan's ability to casually come up with some questions is not easy to the 100 schools of thought abused into a dog, so that these self-proclaimed scholarly guys, all of their own shame, do not dare to rampage. Wonderful, this method is very wonderful, ha. Ing Zhang laughed excitedly. I would like to see these guys who think they are the smartest in the world, look like they are stifling their grievances. Who can answer the questions that Immortal Master has asked? The scholars of the 100 schools of thought, I'm afraid they're only going to be defeated. The crowd gloated. It could be imagined that Jihan's knockout move was enough to make these people suffocate their internal injuries, and it was really good to open up the eyes of Great Qin subjects and pave the track for the future development of science and technology. The third step, divide. Jihan continued, this 100 schools of thought each disobedience, want to divide them have to be in this 100 schools of thought section to lead to war. For example, today the legalists published an article, tomorrow Confucianism will publish an article to attack them, to find a way to make them fight each other. It's best to make this 100 schools all fight each other. The more they fight, the better it will be for Great Qin, and in the end, when they go to pull them together again, it will be effortless. Ing Zhang nodded his head as he heard this. He knew more about this kind of political struggle than anyone else, so he naturally knew the subtleties of it. What you said is reasonable, I've taken note of it all. Ing Zhang smiled and raised his cup. I'll toast to you, sir. Actually, these tactics are all helpless. Ji Han sighed and shook his head. If it wasn't for the low cultural level of the people of Great Qin, why would I try to bring in the 100 schools of thought at every turn? Just directly tell them to get lost if they don't listen. So pulling in the 100 schools to work for Great Qin is only a temporary expedient. Lao Zhao, if you want Great Qin to last 1,000 generations, you still have to implement quality education. Sir, what is quality education? Fusu was surprised. It is to run schools so that everyone in the world can study. Jihan seriously said, only the official funding in the major counties and prefectures and state capitals to open school halls so that the children of Great Qin free from childhood to learn cultural knowledge, in order to constantly cultivate a sea of talent for Great Qin, so that we can get rid of the 100 schools and clans of power and wealth of the Great Qin's restrictions. Free schooling? Everyone was secretly surprised. This is a big thing that no one has ever done before. How much will it cost? Is it worth it? The so-called 10 years of planting trees, 100 years of planting people. Jihan continued, education is definitely something that a country must invest in for the long term. If there isn't a stable and continuous education system, then a country will eventually come to an end. Imagine if most of the people are ignorant, then the knowledge of words will only be in the hands of a few people, and the descendants of these people will always be the powerful and the rich, while the people will always be just people. In this way the classes will inevitably solidify, and the discourse of the country will be continuously polarized by these powerful nobles, ultimately forming one huge family after another, creating all sorts of land annexations, as well as all sorts of class conflicts. This is why every dynasty has the saying of a 300-year curse, because the education system of most dynasties dictates that it won't survive the 300-year mark. Only a constant flow of various talents from the folk can allow Great Qin to constantly have fresh blood, and then constantly be revitalized. Jihan's lofty talk left the crowd a bit bewildered. Everyone didn't understand much, but Ing Zhang knew that Jihan wouldn't lie to him, and this seemed really important. At least if talents kept emerging from the people, Great Qin would be able to get rid of the need for the 100 schools of thought and would not have to look at anyone's face at all. And old Zhao Jihan said smilingly, aren't you craving for those guns? Even the airplanes and rockets that I once told you about, ultimately, they all need a huge amount of talent and solid basic knowledge to build. You don't engage in quality education. Great Qin is using swords, guns and sticks for the rest of your life. Engage, must engage. Ing Zhang said with glowing eyes, do what you say, sir, this school must be run. 119 Can lightning be domesticated and used too? Unbelievable. This guy Ing Zhang's obsession with firearms could be described as exceptionally crazy. Once it was determined that quality education was related to the development of firearms, he no longer hesitated and immediately decided to run a school. In fact, there are many techniques to running a school. Jihan spoke eloquently and laughed. First of all, old Zhao, you have to order the opening of a large number of elementary school or initiation academies in various places. Then in a couple of years open intermediate colleges in the county cities again, and finally focus on opening a university in Xianyang City to continuously train talents for Great Qin. Great Qin children over the age of 6 will be forced to enter elementary school for 3 years, those with excellent grades will be admitted to middle school for 3 years, and those with even better grades will be admitted to university for 3 years. Elementary school at first teach some simple words and arithmetic, so that children enlightenment, nothing to wash their brains, so that children know that they are the people of Great Qin, so that they heart-buried loyal to the emperor and love the country, for the comprehensive literacy to pave the way. Middle school will focus on language and arithmetic, with optional martial arts, physics, chemistry, strategy, medicine, and so on, and if nothing else, let some veterans go and tell the children stories of the battlefield, to inspire the children's passionate blood, and cultivate Great Qin's martial spirit. University on the basis of each person's preferences, in-depth study of various subjects and culture, can invite 100 scholars to teach in the university lectures, supplemented by loyalty to the emperor and patriotism brainwashing, to ensure the loyalty of the students. This year after year implementation down, not more than 20 years will be everyone literate, no longer illiterate people, and this layer after layer of selection, de Qin will emerge a variety of all-round talent. The main thing is that these schoolchildren have been indoctrinated and brainwashed since they were young, and their fervor for you, old Zhao, you'll understand if you think about it. Jihan's explanation instantly made Ing Zhang's brow smile. He naturally understands this. Isn't this the routine of the big families to raise dead soldiers from childhood? It's okay to brainwash children. If all the children in the world become loyal to Zhao, and when they grow up, they will sacrifice their lives for him, how majestic Qin will be. When he points his sword, who will be able to stop the foreigners in the world? Good, 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 this school must be run, it must be run properly. Ying Zhang was thrilled. You should take note of what you said, sir, and go back and make a plan. Only. Fu Su agreed with a face full of bitterness. He felt that he was a tool man. Old Zhao himself didn't have a brain with him? Why do you want him to memorize it? Sir. Wang Mushi's beautiful eyes were floating, and she bravely said, all of you have already had enough to drink and eat. Why don't my concubine and Yang Zi cook tea for everyone to relieve their fatigue? How about it? Cook tea? Jihan's face was full of oddities. She should be talking about making tea, right? But yes, many people thought that tea only appeared during the Han and Tang dynasties, and that there was no tea in the Qin dynasty. In fact, this statement is very wrong. According to the Western Gene Book out of the Song records, ginger and cinnamon Thea sinensis out of Bashu is known since the Qin people to take shu and then began to have a tea drink thing. Simply put, after the Qin people took Bashu, in order to ward off the local miasma and humidity, the leaves were pounded into cake like tea balls, which were then sun-dried or dried for storage. When you want to drink it, just boil it in boiling water. This is called cooking tea, which then developed into boiling tea during the Han dynasty and became brewing tea until the Tang dynasty. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi, two women, are very self-conscious. They come over to be maids of honor, so this cooking tea is also their specialty. What about tea? I also like to drink it. It's a pity that your Qin's means of cooking tea is too backward. We don't do that here, we call it brewing tea. In the future, you two will inevitably have to make tea when you live here, so let me teach you. Jihan explained while taking out the tea tray. His tea tray was a large tea-art wooden tray, carved from a whole block of wood, with a tawu carved on the left side, many teacups in the center, and a boiling kettle on the right side. This kind of delicate tea tray could be considered a major feature of the South. Guests have to make tea as soon as they enter the door, they have to make tea to talk about business, and they have to make tea to eat and drink, so Jihan is also very knowledgeable about this tea. Of course, before that, he felt the need to caution a few points. Remember, this tea kettle's cord is connected to a plug, and there is electricity in this plug. Oh yes, what is electricity? You do not understand. It is actually a weakened version of lightning, tamed by humans and used to boil water for cooking. When you two are making tea, once you realize that this wire is broken, don't touch it, and don't stick your hands into this plug hole, got it? Jihan's explanation filled the crowd with horror. Can lightning be tamed and used too? This is too terrifying. Immortal Master's methods are truly amazing, I admire them. This electricity can actually boil water for cooking? Unbelievable. Everyone murmured in amazement. Yang Zi even weakly asked, Sir, if I put my hand into this hole, what will happen? That's a good question. Jihan smiled slightly and said, You guys definitely can't remember what you say with your mouths alone. Let me do an experiment for you. Come on, Hu Hei, stick your hand in and try. What? Hu Ha, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. He looked at Jihan with a face full of horror, as if he had seen the devil. What are you looking at? What's wrong with using you as an experiment? You're a slave now, you know? Hurry up, any more nonsense and you'll be punished for kneeling on a durian until dawn. Jihan kicked him twice without any good humor. After a burst of threats, Hu Hei reluctantly, warily, finally put his fingers tentatively into the plug opening. Zip zip zip. For a moment sparks flew and Hui was electrocuted. His body trembled madly, his hair stood up instantly, and foaming at the mouth he fell to the ground and convulsed. Hiss. The crowd was immediately startled. Jihan, however, was not surprised. He casually picked up the kettle and explained, See, this is the power of electricity, you must not reach into it with your hands, oh yeah. The water flow will also conduct electricity, you guys see. After saying that, Jihan poured water on the plug. When the stream of water came into contact with Hu Hei, he shuddered furiously again. More? Everyone was dumbfounded for a long time. Now, everyone suddenly sympathized with Hu Hei a little. 120 This immortal master can't be messed with, his heart is dark. Father, forgive me, father. Don't leave me alone. He's a devil, father. I don't want to stay here, someone will die, father. Hu Hei woke up and hugged Ying Zhang's thighs before bursting into tears. At this moment, his hair was standing on end, his body was covered with black smoke, and his expression was stagnant and emotionally broken, which was really sad to hear and tearful to see. Father, don't leave your child behind, father. This devil will kill me. I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Hu Hei continued to cry and howl, with a snotty look, as pitiful as it could be, so that everyone couldn't help but sympathize with him as well. What are you crying for? Isn't this not dead? Ying Zhang reprimanded without a trace of anger. Now that you're an immortal master's slave, what's wrong with using you as an experiment? Be honest and accept the transformation, otherwise I will not spare you. Right. Jihan added from the sidelines, If I don't find you to try, who will I find to try? Should we let Mu Shi and Yang Zi try? This little setback is nothing, you'll still have to suffer in the future. No. Hu Hei wailed up to the sky, only feeling that thunder rolled in the sky, the sun and moon were gone, and all of life was filled with darkness. Poof. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi snickered. Hu Hei's encounter made them understand Jihan's darkness. This immortal master can't be messed with, his heart is dark. Come on, let's continue. This latter-day tea is different from your Great Sheen's tea. You guys mash the leaves to make a paste and dry them in the sun. The flavor is too bad, not good. In the latter days, the fresh young leaves are picked, then fried in an iron pot to dry and preserve, and then steeped in boiling water. My tea here are their own fried, absolutely first-class immortal tea. Drink the taste of sweet aftertaste. Year-round drinking is to prolong life and detoxification and skin care. Later you can take some back. Jihan joked while making tea. It didn't take long to demonstrate this method of making tea. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi are intelligent women, the two an extrovert and a well-behaved. Learning things is also very fast. In a short while on the bump learned how to use the electric teapot to boil water to make tea. A light aroma of tea began to spread out. After the crowd tasted it, their eyes glowed. Especially Wang Mushi and Yang Zi fell in love with the tea at once. This thing is fragrant and light, unlike alcohol which is generally strong. It is more suitable for drinking on weekdays. Wang Mushi exclaimed. Yes, this is very refreshing. Father can drink more when he is busy with his official duties. It's good for the body. Yang Ji also reminded obediently. Good, I'll take note of it. This is indeed delicious. I like it very much. It's still Yang Zi who has my heart, unlike some people. Ying Zhang looked at Yang Zi favorably while glaring at Hu Hai in dismay. This little fatty really didn't seem to be of much use other than testing the electricity. Hu Hai shed tears of aggravation as he knelt aside with all his thoughts, only feeling rather redundant at the moment. Being idle is also idle. Why don't I take you guys around? It's also as a way to acclimatize in advance. And by the way, take a look at your rooms. This is Little Black. It's very smart. You guys don't need to be afraid of it. There are also quite a few peacock ostriches around here. You guys have time to help feed them, and you don't need to be afraid of bees or anything else. Oh yeah, I have a nest of wild boars here. They won't attack people. You guys don't have to be afraid either. This is the switch for the electric light. Press it to turn on the electric light. Don't worry, the place with plastic won't conduct electricity. It's absolutely safe. Oh yes, Mushiangzi, this is the room for you too. Just clean up after yourselves. In the toilet there is a water heater and flush toilet and bathtub. Press it to flush when you go to the toilet, and for the bath there is hot water on the left side and cold water on the right side. Adjust the hot and cold by yourself. Jihan led everyone to wander around for a while, and then came to the second floor room. He still had a lot of rooms here. He lived on the left side of the second floor, and there were two large suites on the right side, and the decoration was brand new. The rooms were not only tiled with floor tiles, but the walls were also scraped snow white. There were also brand new appliances and a Siemens, a water heater in the toilet and everything, and everyone looked at it in awe. This was the first time that Ying Zhang and the others had entered Jihan's small house, and everything here was so new and strange that everyone couldn't help but tsk. Why are these walls so smooth? The floor is also clean as a mirror. How is it made? Look at this bed, it's so soft, and what's this thing? Why does hot water come out when it's rattled? There was a burst of amazement from everyone. Wang Mushi and Yang Zi had long been stunned. When they thought that they would have to live in this kind of place in the future, their eyes were glowing, and they smiled happily. This could be better than the palace at home. This is the TV. You guys can watch all kinds of programs when you turn it on. It's alright to tune it yourself with the remote control. This is the air conditioner and fan. For when it's hot, I'll teach you more when I have time. Oh yeah, this is face wash, for washing your face. This is body wash and shampoo, both for personal cleansing. This is toothpaste and toothbrush. You must brush your teeth every morning and evening, especially you who hey, you guy, you have bad breath just like old Wang. You two poisonous gas spreaders, stay away from me. Jihan's dislike immediately filled Hu Hei and Wang Ben with embarrassment. Hu Hai scanned the room and said enviously, Sir, where is my room? Your room is down there. Come, I'll take you there. Let me tell you, this room is quite nice, warm in winter and cool in summer, and good feng shui. I wouldn't even let an ordinary person live in it. Jihan walked to the first floor with a hopeful Hu Hei. But when he arrived at the narrow, dimly lit stairwell where Xiao Hei had lived, he couldn't help but feel a pang of dismay. Father, my child wants to go home. Hu Hai hugged old Zhao's thigh in despair and cried until he couldn't catch his breath. 121 No sir, this will kill people. After an arrangement, Wang Mushi and Yang Zi even settled down in this manner. As for Hu Hai's complaints, naturally no one cares, whether he is happy or not. In the end, he can only live in the doghouse. Late at night, the wine-filled Ying Zhang and the others left beautifully. The hungry Hu Hai barely managed to eat the leftovers. After eating he could not rest. Jihan gave him another difficult task to give the boar a bath. The wild boars in the manor were all diurnal animals. They are at their most cheerful at night, when they have nothing to do but go and roll in the streams and muddy fields, and it is Hua's task to scrub them all. No sir, this will kill. Hua wailed in despair, holding the brush fearfully afraid to approach. But under the threat of Xiao Hei's roar, he could only serve these wild boars with a bitter face and work until most of the night before he could rest. At a young age, he suffered from this kind of destruction. Hu Hai felt that his life no longer has any meaning. The whole person cannot help but be disheartened again. In the room on the second floor, Wang Mushi and Yang Zi were both covered with a warm silk quilt, lying comfortably and lazily. The two of them who were full of excitement were completely sleepless. Originally, Jihan was to prepare a room for both of them. But the two were afraid to sleep alone, so they squeezed together. Princess, how do you feel here? The hot water bath just now was so comfortable and convenient, don't you think? The shower gel and shampoo are great too, I smell good after the whole wash. Hee, fairyland is fairyland, everything is better than Ardachin. From now on we have to serve the immortal master properly, otherwise it's not good to be kicked out. The two girls hid under the quilt and whispered. Yang Zi suddenly turned red and said, Sister Mushy, Mother Consort once taught us that we should go to the immortal master's room at night to serve him. Do you think we should go? Temporarily, no need for now. Wang Mushy's heartbeat accelerated, red-faced. Mr. did not order, we do not dare to go in, but tomorrow we have to get up earlier, and also have to serve Mr. Wash. Oh yes, if Mr. Bath, we should also serve. Yes, there are also 3 meals a day, the immortal master's dishes are so delicious, will he like what we make? If he doesn't like it, we'll just learn it. We'll learn how to make whatever the immortal master likes. Aha, sister is right, let's learn together. Go to sleep, you still have to get up early tomorrow to serve. After the two women encouraged each other for a while, with unfamiliar and nervous feelings, their first night in this small manor passed by so quietly. Early the next morning, the two woke up with a start before dawn. They didn't dare to sleep until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon like some modern women, even if they were princesses and marquis daughters, they usually had to get up early to serve tea to the elders of the family. What's more, they are now the handmaidens of the immortal masters, how can they dare to be lazy? After Wang Mushy and Yang Zi finished washing and dressing, they hurriedly guarded the door of Jihan's room, waiting until he got up at 8 o'clock or so before the two women carefully entered the room. Sir, we serve you to wash and dress. Jihan looked at the two people who were respectfully serving in front of him, florid and fresh, wearing long palace dresses with a misty fairy aura, and could not help but be a little stunned. No need, I'll dress and wash myself. Jihan cried and laughed as he refused. You can't be like this, sir, we are your maidservants, we should be like this. Wang Mushy said aggressively, could it be that Mr. loathes us? Yes sir, do you think my concubine is useless? Yang Zi was even more aggrieved and secretly shedding tears. This immediately froze Jihan enough. Fine, whatever. Jihan helplessly agreed, and the two women then smiled joyfully. A fragrant wind puffed their noses as they quickly busied themselves, and in no time at all, they let Jihan enjoy an emperor-like treatment. The clothes didn't need to be worn by themselves. You don't have to wash your own face. Teeth don't even have to brush themselves. If it wasn't for Jihan's strong protest, the two of them would have had to help him discharge his morning urine along with it. Next, under Jihan's guidance, the two girls began to familiarize themselves with all the new things and appliances in the kitchen, learning his cooking skills in the process. After half an hour of stumbling, breakfast was ready. An aromatic millet porridge, a couple of golden fried eggs with a little sandwich with milk, and a big pot of scrambled eggs were everyone's breakfast. Sir, forgive me. Wang Mushy blushed and apologized, I'm not too skilled at these dishes and I'm not too good with electrical appliances, I'll definitely practice hard. It's fine, well done. Jihan said appreciatively, you and Yang Zi sit down and eat together. Xiaohei, where is this dog Hua? Why isn't he up yet? Go tell him to get his ass out and eat breakfast. Woof woof woof. Blackie excitedly rushed into the room. It wasn't long before Hua's haunted voice came again. So when Ji Yuting and the village people came over to help work on the farm in the morning, they saw this bizarre scene. 3 young and anciently dressed men and women accompanied Jihan for breakfast, and a certain little fat man among them even looked like he was devouring the food, as if he was starving. Third brother, who is this? Ji Yuting inquired curiously. These are my friends, just some people who like to play ancient costume cosplay, you know. Jihan casually explained, you guys get busy first, we'll talk again sometime. Oh. Ji Yuting didn't think much about it, after all, there are quite a lot of people who like to wear ancient costumes these days, only that she couldn't help but look at Wang Mushy and Yang Zi for a couple of moments more. These two can be really pretty, and their temperament is also quite outstandingly noble. These are all mortals from the outside world. Jihan seriously instructed the 3 Yang Zi, you are not allowed to leave this manor, and even more so, you are not allowed to reveal any bit of information about Great Qin to them, or else you will suffer the consequences, understand? Only. The 3 agreed in a confused voice. Watching these unfamiliar farmers going about their business, the 3 were more than a little nervous and began to gradually blend in. 122 Great Qin Storyteller, 10,000 people rejoice. At the same time, after returning to Qin, Fusu was ordered to set up the Great Qin newspaper. From choosing the location of the newspaper, recruiting the staff, designing the layout, and writing the content, it only took him 2 days to produce the first Great Qin newspaper. This Great Qin newspaper focused on bragging about the attack on Old Zhao's sacred temple, the golden dragon protecting his body, and the immortals manifesting to bless Great Qin. Then it also publicized the recent good policies of Great Qin, popularized some knowledge of the law, and some anecdotes of the Battle of the Huns in the north, which can be said to be very eye-catching. After reading this newspaper, Ying Zhang immediately applauded it. After an order was given, the newspaper company worked overtime to print 300,000 copies, which were then distributed to all the counties in Great Qin. Soon all over the Great Qin, there were all kinds of strange scenes. Not only in the villages did the Rijing read the newspaper to the Qianshou, but also in the downtowns of the major counties, there were also readers and officials repeatedly reciting the newspaper, so that a huge number of people gathered to listen to the newspaper. In the streets and alleys, newspaper boys were selling newspapers along the streets. The price of one newspaper was 1 cent, which was affordable to ordinary people, and thus attracted many readers and powerful people from all over the world to compete to buy it. Inside many restaurants and eateries, singing artists shifted into storytellers. They spoke with great eloquence and vigor, telling the contents of this newspaper in a lifelike manner, attracting people's attention. It is said that after the first emperor pacified the world in 9 states, he was blessed by the heaven, and the immortals descended their grace, and one night in the palace of Xianyang, a mist came out, and the door of the fairyland could be seen vaguely, and then His Majesty had the chance to set foot in the fairyland, and gained the guidance of the immortals. His Majesty, the first emperor, in gratitude to the immortal, built a temple to worship him, and on that day, millions of Qianshou and Xianyang city gathered around and knelt down, a huge scene. Mr. Wang Jian personally presided over the digging of potatoes for the immortal grain, and measured an average yield of 62 stones per acre, which is the real grain of immortality. But the remaining sins of the 6 kingdoms didn't know how to live, and dared to assassinate His Majesty in public, which caused the immortal to be furious, and gave him 9 golden dragons to protect his body, which shattered more than 1,000 arrows and crushed hundreds of assassins to death on the spot. At that time, Your Majesty was not afraid of the danger. Standing proudly, the sky and earth changed its color. Waving his hand, the assassins flew away in smoke. It was really shocking to the world. Afterwards, a 10,000-foot statue of the god appeared in the sky above the holy temple, personally crowning His Majesty and granting me 3 years of favorable weather conditions in Qin, which was witnessed by all Qianshou in a radius of hundreds of miles, and the scene was absolutely not false. The storytellers were getting more and more excited, as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. The surrounding diners were also mesmerized by the storytellers, and from time to time they roared their approval. Well said, my great Qin has its own immortal blessing, Your Majesty is mighty. The newspaper said that His Majesty has really decreed the exemption of corvée service and taxes, so we're going to have a good life from now on. I didn't realize that even the wise ministers and famous generals of the 6 kingdoms can be listed in the holy temple. It's really a blessing in heaven. The newspaper says that His Holiness is also planning to build new monk schools around the country, so that the children of Great Qin can enroll in school for free. Really? That's great. His Majesty is truly a saintly ruler. Storyteller, tell us more about Your Majesty's golden dragon body protector, we love to hear it. Right. Tell us more, and there will be a heavy reward for a good speech. One by one, cheering exclamations of this and that resounded within the eateries and restaurants. Old Zhao brought people in disguise to make a private visit, strolling around in a few eateries, listening to everyone's exclamations, and was instantly refreshed to the point of flying. Especially when he listened to these storytellers excitedly telling his stories, he couldn't help but clap his hands. Bravo, that's wonderful. Ying Zhang sighed as he drank and listened to the book. Mister, this plan is really good. The newspaper is also very good. Fusu, you have done a good job in this matter. You should be rewarded. Thank you, father, for your praise. Fusu arched his hand on the side. Humph. Li Si said with a face full of iron, Your Majesty, I have also read this newspaper. It is indeed an excellent thing, and it's both helpful to the consolidation of power in Great Qin, but this section of the 100 schools of thought, I'm rather offended by it. Oh? Ying Zhang and Fu Su exchanged glances and immediately laughed. Prime Minister. Ying Zhang asked, pretending to be puzzled, why don't you turn off? I've read this section and it's really good. It seems like it's still written by Chen Yuyu. The writing is excellent. What's the use of this? Li Si exasperatedly said, this article throughout is bragging about Confucianism, full of benevolence, righteousness and morality. It is simply shameful and ridiculous. This is not a single benefit to Great Qin to the 10,000 people. What the Prime Minister said is a bit radical, right? Fusa smiled and said, this Mr. Chen Yu's point of view still has a lot of novelty. After the newspaper was issued, the great scholars all over the world have been clapping their hands, and father will also want to reward Mr. Chen Yu. Isn't this nonsense? Li Si was furious. How can he, Chen Yu, be so reckless? This is simply misleading people and blinding the holy hearing. Ha ha ha. Ying Zhang and Fu Su burst out laughing at the sight. The fact that Li Si's reaction was so intense did not surprise them in the slightest, as it was all expected by Jihan. Something like a newspaper, cutie. All could see how powerful it was. 100 people can't see it? This Chen Yu in the first version of The First Step Forward, published their own views, attracted how many great Confucian excitement clapping, the other 100 people will not be angry? Li Si, the big man of the legalist quick to dislike Confucianism, he will not scold people strange. Your Majesty. Li Si exasperatedly said, I implore you to block the 100 schools of thought section, and not to let these sour Confucians scourge the country and harm the people. He. Words can't be said like that. Ying Zheng smiled and waved his hand. Can such remarks be blocked just because you want to? I do think that not only can it not be banned, but it must also be vigorously promoted. Yes, Prime Minister, if you are dissatisfied you can speak out against it in this newspaper. Fusu on the sidelines to fan the flames have said, this second issue of the 100 Schools of Thought, you can write an article to attack Mr. Chunyu, to the literary talent competition to see whether the Confucian point of view is sharp or legalism tactics are higher, so that the world Shinjo common witness, is not it a pleasure? This? Reese sniffed and immediately thumped his heart. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ying Zhang laughed and got up, saying, let's go, follow me to inspect the highway of my great Qin. 123 Is there such a thing as a good thing in this world? Jihan's national policy. Lao Zhao, but he remembers it clearly. Especially this construction of highways, connecting the north, south, east and west, to create a super artery for the Great Qin plan, he is incomparable. After a period of construction, now Xianyang City to the north has built a 3 or 4 miles long highway. After leaving Xianyang City, Ying Zhang went straight to the site of the road construction. He was accompanied by well-known merchants from various counties of Qin, all of whom had been ordered to come here, and each of them did not know what they were going to do. Thousands of soldiers led the way, and Ying Zhang's caravan arrived at the construction site, only to see a smooth highway already laid on the ground. Tens of thousands of torturers were repairing the road. Some are shoveling, some are pounding, some are hammering rocks, some are paving, and all are busy and energized. This is building a road? The merchants and businessmen all clamored in unison. How could they not expect that the road was being built here, and the scene was so huge? Rumble. The sound of blasting continuously came from the large mountain in the distance. A large number of rocks were blown away, and the criminals then used carts and horses to pull away the dirt and debris. The construction speed was unusually rapid, which is much faster than the previous knife and axe chiseling off. At the same time, the merchants also noticed the built road. Even was paved with a thick layer of strange objects. This thing is not like sand and not like mud and gravel mixed together on the road, solidified after even harder than stone. Everyone stepped on the road, only feel smooth and comfortable. The carriage traveled without any bumps, and the road was even wider and straighter, definitely better than any road anyone had ever seen. Gentlemen, see this? After sweeping around, Ying Zhang directly said, this is the brand new Qi road that I have had built. It's called the highway, and it was passed down by the immortal master. This was actually taught by an immortal master? Awesome. Highway? That's a strange name. Your Majesty, what is it that you have asked us to come here for? Everyone had the audacity to ask, and many secretly couldn't help but wipe their cold sweat, feeling that today was only going to be a day of great bloodshed. Qin dynasty, from top to bottom, is very contemptuous of merchants and traders. Even if they possessed heavenly wealth, they could not receive any respect, and a random scholar or dignitary dared to humiliate them. Once the court is short of money, they will be forced to kill and slaughter them. So everyone subconsciously thought that Lao Zhao to repair the road lack of money, to let everyone to collect donations. Ying Zheng didn't pay attention to their little thoughts and continued, now I'm recruiting criminals from all over the world to build roads instead of imprisonment, and they will be able to regain their freedom at the end of their service period, when hundreds of thousands of criminals will be rushed from all over the world to build a direct road from Xianyang to the desert, which is thousands of kilometers long. 1,000 miles? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and fear. They were all confused. How long would this take? It's not difficult to build this road, just widen it along the previous road. I believe that in less than a year and a half, the time for all of you to arrive at the desert from Xianyang will be shortened from several months to 1 day. After the construction of this road, if you want to spend some tolls, are you willing to do so? Ying Zheng's question immediately aroused everyone's interest. Is your Majesty serious about this? A fat man said excitedly, I'm in the business of selling grain to and from the desert, and every time I transport it, it's time-consuming and laborious, and most of the grain is wasted on the road, and I have to be careful to prepare for the rainy season. If we can greatly shorten the time, the cost will be reduced by more than 90%, and I am willing to pay as much toll as I can. The fat man's words drew the other merchants to agree. They were all the top merchants of Great Qin, and none of them were stupid. These days most of the cost of doing business in the transportation, the mountains are long and difficult to travel, merchants have to hire a large number of men and horses to pull to sand, people eat horse chewing huge costs, rainy days and muddy roads cannot go far, time and energy money are wasted on the road. If this road is all like the foot of this highway, who does not go who is a little cute? Good, well said. Ying Zheng smiled appreciatively, since you understand this, then I will grant you a fortune. In addition to sending people to build a road from Xianyang City straight to the desert, I will also build highways to every corner of Great Qin in the next few years. I want to make this Great Qin well connected. I wanted to conscript a large number of corvée laborers to build the road, but the immortal master did not allow it. His old man did not want to labor the people and hurt their money, so I thought of you guys. Ying Zheng's words immediately surprised everyone. What do you think they're doing? Is it still a fundraiser? I'm going to contract the road repair project to you in batches and sections. Ying Zheng opened the door and said, I will send my soldiers to escort and provide the cement and gunpowder needed to build the road. All you need to do is to recruit the idle Qianqiu from all over the country to build the road according to the process route. Wherever you build a road, as long as it passes the acceptance test, then you can enjoy 30% of the proceeds of these roads for a period of 20 years after you start charging fees in the future. And any merchant who participates in road construction will be knighted, given a plaque, and taxes on business will be halved for the next 10 years. Are you willing to repair this highway for my great Qin? Ying Zheng's series of promises immediately made the hearts of the merchants thump. Everyone counted on their fingers and said, this is a good deal. They don't have to pay anything, they just need to buy some tools and hire people to build the road, and then they can share the tolls for 20 years, and their taxes will be cut in half for the next 10 years of doing business. What's more, they'll be knighted. It's a symbol of status. Is there anything so good under the sun? Your Majesty, we are willing to build the road, thank you for your favor. Long live your Majesty, long live the immortal master, we merchants are grateful. Everyone bowed in excitement. Ying Zheng immediately laughed when he saw this. Jihan's tactics are really scary, this is like building countless highways without spending a penny. Prime Minister. Satisfied, Ying Zheng commanded, establish the highway house immediately, mobilize manpower to coordinate merchants and businessmen from all over the world, formulate routes, and be responsible for acceptance. I want to see this road repaired as soon as possible. Only. Reese agreed in a huff. He looked around blankly. Suddenly, he felt that this great Qin had changed so much, day by day, so fast that it was a bit hard for him to believe it. I believe that within a few years, the Qin transportation will certainly become exceptionally smooth, this immortal master good means 124 I can't afford to fail the immortal master's instruction. At the same time, the great Ming dynasty 1368-1644. 20 miles outside the city of Jizhou. At the foot of two large mountains, Chongzhen's army was intensifying the construction of trenches as well as fortifications. This period of time the old Zhu can be said to be a lot of effort, and the Jiannu war is endless. He sent people around to fight and won several battles in a row. The Jiannu lost tens of thousands of men and horses as a result, and even the 8 banners lost a lot of their elites. Huang Taiji, therefore furious, ordered scattered in all parts of the army to this place surrounded over. More than 100,000 of the army will be this Jizhou surrounded by water, even down a number of large cities. Eventually, Chongzhen's troops were surrounded here. This terrain is very peculiar, with a large wide lake in the back, narrow and treacherous mountains on both sides, and a large open plain in front. This was definitely an easy to defend and difficult to attack place, but it was also a dead place. When Huang Taiji army will Chongzhen blocked here, Jian knew up and down all ecstasy, because Chongzhen is here. This is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. If he were to be destroyed here, the great Ming dynasty would have to be dealt a heavy blow. So this flag of Chongzhen is like a lighthouse, attracting a sea of enemies to run here, turning this neighborhood into a huge battlefield. How are the positions set up? At the foot of the big mountain, Chongzhen, while using binoculars to watch the enemy situation in the distance, asked Huang Digong, who was beside him, with Chao Changjiu and Fang Zhanhua. At this time under his command, in addition to 30,000 new army, 20,000 Shinji battalion, 8,000 forbidden army, there are more than 20,000 old Beijing battalion of men and horses, a total of 80,000 people. During this period of time, he had wasted a lot of ammunition in the east and west, but the casualties were not great, and the morale of the entire force was as strong as a rainbow. Your Majesty! Chao Changjiao cupped his fists and replied, our entire army has dug a total of 9 trenches along the 2-mile-long defense line, stringing each other in sequence, sufficient to defend against enemy attacks. We also have plenty of ammunition. Fang Zhanhua continued, the ammunition that was quietly transported here earlier is enough for us to meet a big battle. The last general also ordered his men to bury many explosive packets deep in the plains ahead. Huang Digong said with a sneer, these explosive packs are buried quite deeply, unusual shell bombardment won't affect them, and at the same time a very long fuse has been reserved, so once detonated it will surely give the enemy a big surprise. Aha! Chongzhen sniffed and smiled in satisfaction. Outsiders thought he was Huang Taiji blocked here, outside the full more than 100,000 Jiannu army. The scene is horrifying, he Chongzhen is in danger. But no one knows, in fact, he is intentional. It was a setup, a big setup to recreate slavery. It was also the most important part of Jihan's pointing plan. Chongzhen step by step in accordance with his instructions, constantly provoking the nibbling Jiannu, and finally retreated to this place under false pretenses. Jian knew everyone has a horse, extremely fast, come and go like the wind. Chongzhen frowned and said, if you want to hit them hard you must have a piece of bait to hang them, so that they die biting the hook not to leave. I am the bait. This big battle is related to the Jiannu and my Daming stronger or weaker, but also related to the future of my Daming dynasty can continue the problem. The generals, willing to die fighting? I am willing. Huang Digong, Chao Changjiao, and the others roared low with murderous vigor, each with a look of bravery. Good. Chongzhen nodded his head in relief and continued to ask, Lu Shangxing and Zhuo Liangyu, where have they arrived? Back to the emperor, the two of them have quietly led their troops north after receiving the secret order. Fang Zhanghua hurriedly said, at this time, their troops have already entered Jizhou, and according to your orders, they are acting as if they are too cowardly to go forward, waiting for the situation to develop at any time. Zhongjin sneered, pass another order to them, let them raise their spirits. Once the Jinnu fled in a great defeat, they will have to strike to block the retreat of the Jinnu. Yes. Fang Zhanghua nodded repeatedly. Lu Xiangxing and Zhuo Liangyu have also been fighting fiercely lately, and the soldiers and horses under their hands are also considered to be tough. 70,000 to 80,000 people want to block the routed Jinnu. It is not difficult. Your Majesty. Fang Zhanghua continued, Hong Chengqiu, the governor of Jiliu and Liao, has repeatedly petitioned for troops to be transferred over to aid. Are you going to agree? Ha! Chongjin sniffed and laughed again. Hong Chengqiu, this old fox really means quite high If it is the previous Chongjin, certainly will be touched by a mess, that he is loyal to the generation, can be trusted to rely on the country's important ministers. But this old fox, which is so simple. During this time, Hong Chengqiu's soldiers and horses in Jiliu Liao were stationed in major cities. Want to hold all over the world is not easy, which he has the ability to come over to save people? This guy is in the empty words to show loyalty only. Once Chongjin ordered him to send troops to the rescue, he immediately pushed back and refused to come. After all, here Jinnu army is powerful, he will not come over to die. Wu Sangui, they are the same. Each of these dogs embraced the army, sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers. No matter whether it is a Jinnu or Chongjin, they are not helping each other. In short, who won this battle? They are sitting in a fishing boat. Oh, when I clean up the Jinnu, then I will clean up you and others. Chongjin coldly grunted in annoyance. Your Holiness, the enemy is attacking. Huang Digong suddenly pointed to the distance and opened his mouth to warn. Only to see the plain in front of the battle formation has appeared a large swath of soldiers and horses. Vaguely visible Jinnu ministries of the flag can be said to be a sea of people. Chongjin picked up the binoculars to look, but also saw Huang Taiji's flag, as well as an artillery position being built. This must be Kong Yud's artillery battalion. This artillery battalion is still the great Ming dynasty spends a lot of money to establish it, and now it has come to fight Chongjin instead, which has to be said to be a very ridiculous thing. Oh, this battle has been fought for so long should also be wrapped up. I cannot live up to the immortal master's instructions. Chongjin secretly sneered, to be I destroyed the Jinnu, and then cut these dog traitors alive. 125 The artillery of the great Ming dynasty, ahead of an era. As the two armies face each other, Huang Taiji was also using a monocular, observing the battle formation of the Daming army from afar, and when he realized that they had dug a lot of trenches, a hint of doubt could not help but appear on his fat old face. What kind of tactics is this for Chongjin's son? Why dig a whole bunch of trenches? Huang Taiji frowned and inquired, who knows what this means? Whatever he means, kill the past is. These dogs, can they still hold back our iron cavalry? Although this terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it is suitable for cavalry impact, there is no danger to defend left and right. Ming dog is looking for death. The 8 flag lords of the Jinnu have sneered. Dorgan at this time but frowned and said, these earth ditch is not wide, horses can jump over with a leap, so it should not be used to defend against war horses, but used to hide people. It seems that this Chongjin want to die with us here Deadly battle good is worried that he does not die with us. Huang Taiji laughs, if will Chongjin child destroyed here, we instantly wave troops to loot the entire North Jili, even if the northern capital city also have to be looted, ultimately to move back to Xinjing to go. My emperor is holy. I've heard that there are extremely many concubines in the great Ming palace, we must enjoy ourselves. It is a pity that the territory of Daming is too wide, we do not have enough troops, otherwise there is no need to loot, directly a hand to destroy the Daming can be. The various banner masters laughed and pointed. Huang Taiji put down the monocular, looked to the side full of pandering Kong Yud asked, Gongshan Wang, what do you think? Emperor, according to the slave to see still use more to say well, hit the past on the right Kong Yud smiled and said, you can rest assured that the artillery battalion under my command will definitely make these Ming dogs look good. Good. Huang Taiji smiled broadly in satisfaction at his words. At this time, the Jinnu has followed the example of Daming to establish a state. This Kong Yud, a mouth of an emperor, a mouth of a lackey, speak in good attitude, Huang Taiji naturally like. Go, let your artillery fire. After a few rounds of artillery fire, have the 8 Han banners and the 8 Mongol banners press on, I'm going to make them all go down. Huang Taiji gave the order. The Great War will begin immediately. There was a flurry of activity at Kong Yud's artillery position. This time 1,000 miles to kill to the Ming dynasty to plunder, many heavy artillery simply cannot transport over, Kong Yud's artillery with some small caliber artillery, and some are recently from the nearby city to seize. This forest of dozens of artillery lined up, but also quite imposing. The artillerymen cleaned the muzzles of the guns and then stuffed them with more than 10 pounds of solid shells before they ignited and fired. Boom boom boom. After a roar, one after another large solid iron ball flew high into the air and smashed into the Ming army's position in a perfect curve. However, the next moment, Kong Yud's face bristled and became unusually ugly. He was holding up a monocular to watch the battle. He suddenly realized that these dozens of shells are not useful at all. In the past, always hit out to smash the enemy's arms and legs, broken corpses all over the iron ball. At the moment, only smashed out a big pit. A trench was dug out in front of the Ming army's position. The soldiers then all crawled and crouched in the trenches. A large number of burlap sandbags were also placed in front of them. This solid shell smashed in the sandbags completely stopped the momentum. In addition to smashing out a few pits of earth, even a Ming army did not smash injuries, but also caused the opposite side of the clamor of ridicule. Ah, brothers, look, this two Tartars gun really ing backward, ha. Dog thing, still playing with a solid iron ball? You can smash it as you like, and you'll be considered good if you smash one person to death. You're just a turd, how dare you show your face with this skill? Go home and eat milk. The Ming generals howled excitedly and taunted. Instantly infuriated Kong Yud, he gritted his teeth and desperately ordered the cannons to fire. Rumble! Another burst of artillery fire rang out. A large iron ball continued to fall to the ground, and yet the final battle continued to be laughable. After 3 volleys, Kong Yud's artillery rested. It's not that they didn't want to continue to fight, but this backward artillery could only fire 3 rounds, and then it had to cool down for a long time, otherwise it would easily blow up. Is that all you've got? Ridiculous trash! Chao Changjia roared in excitement. Artillery brothers, 3 rounds of unison fire, target the opposing artillery positions, let them see what despair means. Artillery in reserve, 3 rounds of flanking fire. Fire! Boom boom boom! The artillery positions in the rear of the Ming army, which had been prepared long ago, began a burst of furious bombardment. This time Chongjin will be mortars arranged in the rear of the army. This mortar can easily hit a few hundred meters away. A shell whistled down in the Jiannu army formation, focusing on taking care of the artillery position. A rumbling burst of crazy big explosions, constantly ringing. The Jiannu and the Second Tartars were dumbfounded on the spot as the terrifying waves of air swept away, and a large amount of blood and flesh were blown up into the sky. The artillery positions were madly baptized on the spot. Many artillery pieces were blown apart. Numerous air Tartars and Jiannu screamed, and many war horses ran around in fear. The scene was immediately chaotic. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could the artillery of the Great Ming be so terrible? Our Tianyu battalion's artillery is the most advanced. Kong Yud screamed in disbelief. How could he not realize that he had only surrendered to the Jiannu for a few years, and that the artillery that was once the most advanced under his hand was a joke in front of the Great Ming? The shells they shot were solid, relying on inertia and weight to smash people. But the shells fired by the Ming army are blooming shells, which explode when they land, and if they explode in a pile of people, the airwaves and shrapnel are enough to topple and kill a dozen people. This gap little cute. All can see Although I have always heard that the army has recently become very scary firearms, but no one expected to be so strong. This is simply ahead of an era. How can we still fight? Kong Yud's heart palpitated, and he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort and panic. 126 If we let them develop any further, our army will be in danger. After 3 rounds of artillery fire, the artillery position of the Tianyu battalion, the most elite of the Jiannu army, was crippled on the spot, and the soldiers were killed or wounded. The morale of the Jiannu immediately plummeted, and everyone was terrified. On the other hand, the Ming army is as morale as a rainbow, the prestige of the sky. This scene, naturally Huang Taiji angry enough. Kong Yud, get over here. Explain to me what's going on. Why is this happening? Why? Huang Taiji roared hysterically, like an enraged lion. Kong Yud scared all over the body trembling, cold sweat. Jin explained, Emperor rest, I do not know that this Ming dynasty firearms in the past year or 2 has developed so rapidly. The artillery should be newly developed open bomb. If the slave did not guess wrong, this Ming dynasty's flowering bomb has had a breakthrough, only afraid than the European foreign devils more powerful. If we let them develop for a few more years, our army is in danger. Kong Yud was a smart man. He quickly diverted Huang Taiji's attention with some skillful speech. From the sharpness of this artillery to the advanced degree of flowering bullets, and then linked to the national fate of the Jiannu, this sentence immediately let Huang Taiji's anger quickly dissipated, but more than a trace of fear. Yes, these artillery guns should have just been developed. That's why Chongjin's son was so excited to bring people to kill them. If we let him develop for a few more years, I'm afraid that Xinjing will be trampled by him. He must be exterminated. Huang Taiji roared anxiously. The 8 banners flag lords were also overflowing with murderous rage. Artillery and firearms for their kind of nomadic people who are good at horseback riding is absolutely a terrible natural enemy. At this time everyone subconsciously want to completely strangle the artillery buds of the Great Ming dynasty. Your Majesty is wise, the slave thinks that this should be the only elite firearms unit of the Ming dynasty. Kong Yud continued to compel, if we exterminate them here at all costs, then we will swing our army to step through the northern capital and loot it. Then the lackey will have the certainty of snatching this latest firearms research and a large number of craftsmen from the hands of the Ming Bureau of Warfare and Artillery. At that time, Nuxifer will surely create an even more powerful artillery battalion than this for you, your majesty. Good, ha ha ha. Huang Taiji was overjoyed at his words. It makes sense, it makes too much sense. In that case it's not a bad thing, it's a great thing. At this time and then look at the 4 exploding shells, Huang Taiji heart cannot help but hot up. Look at Kong Yid's eyes are also covered with appreciation. Such a good dog, he liked. But what to fight next? Dorgan frowned at this time and reminded, the Ming army's artillery fire is horrible, you can't fight hard. Emperor rest assured. On the side of Fan Wenqing smilingly said, Ming army artillery is not endless, we only need to withdraw from their range outside, and then send the people of the 8 banners of the Mongol and Han people scattered attack can be. Right, Fan Zhengjing is right, this plan works. Hee, as fierce as the Ming dog's artillery fire is, just spread it out, then the damage can be minimized. Today no matter what we have to destroy this group of Ming army and capture Chongjin alive. The 8 banners flag lords agreed. Fan Wenqing's scheme is not much of a clever one, it is to pile and fill with the human lives of cannon fodder, but this kind of hard-hitting scheme is the most difficult one to deal with. In addition to the most elite 8 banners in the Jiannu army, there are also 8 banners of Meng, 8 banners of Han, 8 banners of Chao, and 8 banners of the East. These are all slave army 2 Tartars captured by the Jiannu from all over the world. Every time the Jiannu conquered the East and the West, they would bring back a large number of young and strong as cannon fodder, so among the 170,000 or 180,000 troops here, 80% of them are second Tartars. With these cannon fodders human life to fill, everyone will not hurt at all. Fan Zhengjing said it well, I would like to see whether Chongjin's child has more cannonballs and bullets or my people. Pass the order down, attack immediately. Huang Taiji gave the order. The army of the second Tartar immediately charged forward with a stiff upper lip. Boom boom boom. From the Ming artillery positions, shells were once again continuously fired. The shells kept exploding when they landed, and although they caused huge casualties to the second Tartars, they were much better than before. At least this casualty was bearable. Occasionally, a few shots of the heartless cannon would come through, and once this thing landed, everyone in the surrounding dozens of meters would have to be shaken to death, and it would be entirely a matter of luck if they wanted to survive. Kill! The second Tartars wailed and cheered themselves on. They held up their rudimentary shields and desperately charged forward in a burst of frenzy, attempting to rush up to the Ming army's position. Huang Digong in the trench immediately drew his sword and roared, brothers, load the bullets, after the enemy approaches 150 paces, fire freely. Fire! Bang, bang, bang! The Shinji battalion generals who were lying down in the trenches began to fire continuously. This kind of trench was designed to be very comfortable, much better than standing and firing. Everyone was lying down beautifully while aiming and firing. Bullets whistled, and the 2 Tartars were immediately hit hard. Charging all the way over, most of them had to fall on the road. The power of the flintlock rifles was very strong, and except for a few thick shields that could carry them, the rest of the wooden shields could not stop the sweep of the bullets. When a portion of the men closed in a few dozen paces away, they excitedly wanted to draw their bows and counterattack, or put on more energy to rush into the trenches to fight for their lives. A platoon of Shinji battalion soldiers suddenly emerged from this second trench. Bang bang bang! There was another fierce burst of gunfire, easily killing these second Tartars. Now the marksmanship of the Divine Mechanism Battalion's generals could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds, and many of them were firing bullets within 100 paces, killing the second Tartars as if they were playing. The battlefield was filled with shouts, screams, and gunshots. It was even more tragic and bloody on this 2-mile-wide narrow line of defense. Body after body fell in a pool of blood. From beginning to end of the Shinji battalion did not lose a soldier and horse, there are only some ammunition loss. Fight, keep fighting. Oh, I'd like to see how much ammo you have. These firearms are indeed powerful, but they are ultimately ours. Huang Taiji gritted his teeth and sneered while watching the battle through binoculars. 127 Lu Xiangxing and Zuolianyu, pretending to be pigs eating tigers. The situation on the battlefield, more and more stalemate. The Jiannu army fought for most of an hour. During this time more than 50,000 plus air Tartars went into battle. They fell in wave after wave of blood, but consumed a huge amount of ammunition from the Ming army. The situation is almost over, save the ammunition. Have the old capital battalion hold the first and second trenches, and the Shinji battalion hold the third trench to assist in the firing. Be careful to lower the firing frequency, act like you're low on ammo, don't scare the other side. Chongjin watched the battle while setting up. The messengers quickly conveyed his orders. More than 20,000 battle-weak Beijing battalion lords and soldiers were driven to the first and second trenches, and they were trembling with fear. All of them were scared and at a loss for words. Oh my God, how could His Holiness let us come to guard the trenches? This is going to kill people. My mother, what to do, what now? I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Why should we be allowed to guard this place? We don't want to be cannon fodder. More than 20,000 veteran soldiers huddled in these trenches, all of them scared out of their wits. At this time, their hands are either big swords or backward bird cannons and Rumi cannons facing the tidal wave of enemies. It is strange that they are not afraid. This is to use them as a bloody defense line rhythm. They wanted to escape, but there was no place to do so. In the third trench behind them was the Divine Mechanism Battalion, and once they turned around they would be shot by the Divine Mechanism Battalion, which was no joke. "You trash, goons!" Huang Digong roared in reprimand as he toured the trenches. "What is there to fear? We all have one head and 2 hands and 2 feet. Are the 2 Tartars on the other side better than you? His Majesty is watching you from behind. Do you have the nerve to collapse without a fight? Do you have the nerve to call yourselves soldiers of the capital camp? Wastes, a bunch of stupid pigs. Think about your past. Tens of thousands of people facing hundreds of Jin Nu, thousands of Jin Nu have to flee. Do you have the nerve? All give me the spirit to kill the enemy. The Emperor has ordered. Kill the enemy. 1 person rewarded 10 taels of silver. All those who fight bravely will be selected into the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Brothers, promotion and wealth, increase in rank, wife and children is only today. Those who want to be rich and famous, give me to kill." After a burst of encouragement from Huang Digong, more than 20,000 veteran soldiers were immediately at ease. They have no way back. They are not born to be goons. The hot blood hidden in the bottom of the heart is stimulated by wealth, immediately and gradually revived. Under the leadership of a lion, a bunch of sheep will also storm out. At this moment, the morale of these wasteful veteran soldiers even slowly skyrocketed. With them, old man afraid of a ball. I also want to enter the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Kill. Scared less. I want to be promoted and get rich. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. Everyone roared with vigor, constantly raising the backward looming cannons in their own hands and firing at the second Tartars. When the second Tartars rushed into the first trench, both sides directly started a sword fight, killing each other. Supported by the shooting of the Shinji Battalion in the third trench and the bombardment of artillery fire, the lords and soldiers of the first and second trenches always fought with the enemy. The shouts and screams were endless. This 2-mile-long defense line once again turned into a meat grinder. Good, well played. Chongjin and Huang Taiji both, at the same time, revealed a smile. Huang Taiji thought that the Ming army did not have much ammunition and could only fight hard with cold weapons. Chongjin, however, knew that he had a lot of ammunition in his hands, and from beginning to end he had never exploded into a real battle. This time, the old Beijing battalion of men and women to the first and second line of trenches. One is to paralyze Huang Taiji, let him think that the Ming army ammunition has been insufficient. Secondly, it is also to let these losers see blood. No one was born a wimp, and any waste material would turn into a good piece of steel after being baptized and forged in blood. Of course, the premise was that they had to live. Chongjin had asked them to guard this place so that they could fight for their lives. As long as they survived the battle, they would have the qualifications to enter the Divine Mechanism Battalion, so that the Divine Mechanism Battalion would have fresh blood to replenish and even expand the army. This is 100% beneficial and harmless thing for Chongjin. However, no one thought that at this moment in the distance on a large mountain hillside, there are 2 groups of people quietly watching the battle. These 2 groups of people were wearing the armor of the great Ming dynasty. One group was about a dozen people, and the other group was about 7 or 8 people. The leaders of these 2 groups of people were Lu Xiangxing and Zhuo Liangyu. These 2 middle-aged generals have medium stature, fierce and calm aura. It seems to be the generation of the battlefield. However, no one expected them to break away from the army and kill here with some of their own soldiers, and also quietly watch the show from the sidelines. "Governor Lu, good guts, how dare you come here?" Zhuo Liangyu sneered with a bratty face. "Ha!" Lu Xiangxing disdainfully glanced at him and said, "You're not bad either. I heard that the soldiers and horses under your command have been fighting ferociously recently. So what if it's fierce again, but it's just some scattered soldiers, not enough to worry about, but your Tianqiong army is good." Zhuo Liangyu bristled. In the face of Lu Xiangxing, Zhuo Liangyu again bratty also have to admit, this guy under the Tianqiong army is really very brave. After the 2 looked at each other, they continued to watch the battle. Whether they admitted it or not, they were concerned about this battle. If Chongjin really lost here, then the situation of the great Ming dynasty would change dramatically, which they did not want to see. "I heard that the new army recently set up by the Saint is very good. The firearms and artillery are all first class and powerful. It really lives up to its name. It's a pity that we're about to run out of food. The Jin Nu are outnumbered. Once the shells run out, they can crush the position with a single charge from their horses. His Holiness is going to be in big trouble this time. If it really comes to that, will Governor Lu save or not?" Zhuo Liangyu smiled and made his judgment. But Lu Xiangxing frowned and asked rhetorically, "Do you think His Holiness is really that simple? Have you forgotten the secret decree he sent? Are you saying that His Holiness is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Zhuo Liangyu was secretly alarmed. 128 Jin Nu takes the bait. Chongjin's final layout. Lu Xiangxing's judgment should be correct. After Zhuo Liangyu carefully examined it for a long time, he finally secretly frowned, and he also discovered the mystery. Although the sound of gunfire from the defense line of the Divine Mechanism Battalion was gradually diminishing, and the artillery shells were becoming fewer and fewer, these soldiers were not panicking. And they continued to shoot the enemy steadily. Like a single hunter, they kept harvesting their prey. Your Holiness wants to lure the Jiannu to the hook? Zhuo Liangyu was alarmed. Definitely yes. Lu Shangxing nodded and said, the Jiannu have many horses and are fast. If they want to escape, it is easy. The Saint wants to re-establish the Jiannu must constantly lure them on the hook. Watch, the situation will soon change. Humph. Zhuo Liangyu snorted coldly, but in his heart, he agreed with this judgment. Sure enough, in the next hour or two of battle, Shinji Battalion had been hanging on to the other side for dear life, steadily killing and wounding the cannon fodder legions of the Jiannu. The 8 banners of Meng and Han suffered heavy losses. Fully 30,000 to 40,000 men fell in the charge, not to say that it was not tragic. This time Huang Taiji also realized that something was wrong. He stared at the battlefield with an ironic face. His heart could not help but have more than a trace of doubt. How the Ming army's gunfire one after another? Is it possible that they really have so much ammunition? Is this a bluff? Try them. Huang Taiji ordered in a cold voice, all 8 banners of the Mongols and Han, the army presses on, the general attack begins. Yes. Brothers, go. Charge. After a burst of earth-shattering roars and growls, accompanied by the amazing sound of war drums, Meng Han 8 banners, nearly 100,000 people launched a general attack, a huge sea of people, crazy toward the Ming army defense line to kill. This is a test, but also a strong pressure. If the Ming army really hid their clumsiness, then it could be tried out once. If they were hiding again, they would have to be defeated in one charge. Ha! This Huang Taiji is not too stupid. Chongjin saw this and laughed coldly. Order the artillery position to open fire. Give me a hard hit. Zhao Changjia, your men also pressed up. Hold them down. Yes. Brothers, follow me. Fire. Kill for me. Zhao Changjiao excitedly led his men out to kill for reinforcements. The mortars in the artillery positions with the hidden heartless guns also fired wildly. At this moment Chongjin does not intend to hide his strength. First hit a wave of hard rumble. Boom boom boom. Terrible artillery shells crazily wash the ground. The sound of gunfire is more than 10 times denser than before. Densely packed generals of the new army brazenly rushed out from the trench, shooting hard all the way. The opposite enemy army suffered heavy losses on the spot. Indeed, there is a deception. Retreat, retreat. Huang Taiji ordered with an exasperated growl. The cannon fodder of the 8 banners of Meng and Han turned around in fear and eventually left more than 10,000 corpses behind before escaping the range of the Ming army's artillery fire. Now the flag masters of the various banners all looked ugly. The Ming army has been hiding their strength. How many shells and bullets have they hidden? If there are enough of them, how can this battle be fought? How many of them are going to get killed? Although the cannon fodder of the 8 banners of the Mongol and Han dynasties do not care how many deaths. But if too many die, it is still a weakening of their national strength. Fan Zhongjing, what do you think? Huang Taiji inquired with a frown. Do we still have to keep fighting? Fight, must fight. Fan Wensheng said seriously. How to fight? Dorgan disliked back in a bad mood. Since the start of the war until now, the 8 banners of Meng and Han have lost more than half of their men. At least more than 40,000 people are dead or wounded. If we continue to fight like this, it is a problem whether we can still safely withdraw from the Ming dynasty. Do you dare to make sure that the Ming army has no artillery fire left? I don't dare to be sure. Fan Wencheng said with a slightly condensed gaze. But if they are bluffing and gathering their entire stockpile of artillery shells to scare us, how is this going to work? Right, in case they are playing a bluff, wouldn't it be a big loss for us to withdraw so quickly? It's possible. Ming dogs are treacherous. We have to be on guard. If we are scared off just like that, Ming dog will have to die laughing. Let's have another battle, just in case their artillery is really gone. The more everyone thought about it, the more likely it was. Most people agreed with this statement of Fan Wencheng's. If they retreated just like that, the Jiannu really weren't too happy about it. Your Majesty, look. Kong Yid suddenly exclaimed, there is an army on the other side coming out of the battle formation. Ha! The crowd looked over curiously. Only to see that on the opposite side of the Ming army's position, there was indeed a cavalry of roughly 5,000 men or so, steering their horses too easily about over the trench, and strutting onto the battlefield. This troop leader is actually Zhao Changjia and Chongjin. They just so arrogantly broke away from the battle formation and held the dragon flag to make a grand appearance, immediately attracting everyone's eyeballs. This is the saint. How did he run to the battlefield? Confused. Lu Shangxing was alarmed. Zhuo Liangyu was also shocked. Huang Taiji and others are even more clamoring in unison. Everyone again and again to determine this is Chongjin's dragon flag, all stunned up. Gongshan Wang, do you recognize this Chongjin child? Huang Taiji inquired. Back to the emperor. Kong Yid hurriedly said, before the slave has seen once Chongjin, recognize his appearance, at this time the front of the military formation riding a white horse, is indeed him. This? Huang Taiji was also confused. What's going on? This is a war. Why is Chongjin strutting out? Is it a provocation? Ha ha ha. Zhao Changjiao long voice laughed, roared, Jiannu dog thief, my emperor saint is here. Huang Taiji old dog can dare to come over to speak? Your Majesty, they want to see you. Fan Wencheng frowned and said, "This is definitely fraudulent, we must not agree easily." "Afraid of what?" Huang Taiji said angrily, "Always only the Ming dogs are afraid of us, why are we afraid of them? Chongjin child dare to come out, is not I am still afraid of him not? The yellow flag all warriors, with me over, I would like to see this Chongjin children want to play what tricks." Huang Taiji ordered, with tens of thousands of iron horsemen killed in the past.